recovered alcoholic. My name's Tony. Welcome to the Keystone Men's Retreat. Good to see you guys. 2024, awesome. This is going to be an epic weekend, especially for me. I'm going to really enjoy this. That's why we do that introduction beforehand and kind of see where everybody's at, and then kind of pray about it and kind of move from there. So a part of this is the kind of like the theme without realizing it is the story, right? And the shift in perception and when we were sharing about what we're hoping to get out of this weekend, 98% of the people talked about the mechanics of the program. The mechanics. To learn the program better, to learn the steps better. But what's the whole essence of that is really what it's all about. Because usually you could connect your lineage or how long you're sober based on one thing and one thing only. And it's not how well you know the program. That's what a lot of people think it is, but it really isn't it at all. So as we go through this, Sunday, we'll see if there's a shift in perception, right, of what you shared and what we get out of this. Because that a lot of people share that in the meetings. It's about learning the steps, yes? How many people hear that? It's about working the steps, yes? How many people would find it surprising it's not about working the steps? How many people would find that surprising? Because you can learn the mechanics of something and still not know what it's about. Right? And that's the biggest, I think, challenge that I had in my 11 years in and out, because I would get a story. I'd develop a talk. And I'd get the catchphrase sobriety thing. Here's something really good at one meeting, share it at another meeting, and sound like I had it really going on. But I had to believe it first, right? And if I believe something to be true based on how I'm thinking, I could fabricate emotion based on my thinking. Anybody here?
Yep.
How many people remember their first 4 relationships? You was alone and they didn't even know you were having it with them. so we could fabricate a lot of you identifying, right? So that's the problem. Is how do I know when I'm stuck in my thinking, and how do I make a shift from that? So we're going to kind of hammer in on this certain ideas, and that's what the worksheets are for. You could get more in depth on it, and there's more talks on it, but we're going to hit some highlights. That way, when you go through it later, you'll know what it's about, right? So a lot of times you hear people say, we don't recover. You ever hear that argument? We're always recovering. And they are right. They will always be recovering, right? Because they just told you they haven't done the program of recovery, or they have a basic understanding of the program of recovery. What they have is their program. How many people have heard that terminology? My program. That would explain the look on your face. Right? Because it's not your program, right? Or if it is your program, then you've developed it, you've kind of mastered it, and you've tweaked it for you based on your thinking.
Well, for me.
Yeah, for me, yeah. So, the first page, let's get rid of something here. The first page, introduction page. Everybody got this?
Title page.
There's a couple books. If you don't have a book, it's very important to a big book study workshop weekend to have a book. Kind of surprising. It's okay. There's a book there. Everybody grab a book. Okay, Dylan. Dylan, who are you, Dylan?
Dylan, recovered alcoholic, sobriety date July 31st, 2021.
And he's going to put some theatrics into this weekend. There we go. Okay, first page. What does it say here?
Title page. Alcoholics Anonymous, the story of how many thousands of men and women have recovered from alcoholism.
So if you're a keen individual like me, somebody asked me that, right? And so I have the benefit of having an absolutely phenomenal wife, right? She just drove from Langley to drop my stuff off here that I forgot there, and so we met 18 years ago, and we courted for 3 years, and we've been married 15. And a part of our relationship is we talk about the English language. I'm not educated, which you'll find out over the weekend. I make up my own words. I'm a wordsmith, my wife says. I make up words, and I put words together. Sounds good to me, right? So there'll be a lot of that happening this weekend. If you catch one of those words, just, humor me a bit, right? My wife, huh?
Pray for him.
Yeah, pray for him. My wife had a certain word for it, but I can't pronounce it. There's actually people who make up words, they put it together. So,
It's called Tonyism.
Tony, that's what she says. Oh my God, were you talking to my wife? What's going on here? Okay, so anyways, why do I bring that up? Well, my wife has her master's in English, and she's part of the Golden Key Club. That doesn't stop me from arguing with her about English. Am I in the right group?
Yeah.
Right. So we've talked about the book in depth because a lot of times I've been doing big book workshops now, going over 35 years. Right. I started the big book study after somebody took me through the course of action in 1989, and I got lit up. Like, it was the first introduction to the big book, and it just rocketed me into a whole different experience. And then we started the Yeah But Big Book Friday night book study. And that went like 5 or 6 years. And then from there, went to Saskatoon, started one there. That's another story for a year. Then came back here, and we did the one downtown Vancouver for 22 years. And it was really well, considering at the time when I got sober, there was no big book study workshops. It was all 12 and 12. Right, so when I got introduced to this, it really enabled me to recover from the illness that was killing me, right? And so a lot of times when I do these workshops, people will come up to me and challenge some of the ideas presented in here. And I'll give you my experience with it, but what I also do is I go home and talk to my wife about it, about the English language. Who put this together? What's the intent? What does it mean? Does this mean this? And she'll read it and stuff like that. So when I lent her the copy of the book, she says, well, let me go through this better to get a better understanding. Right? And I'm thinking, yeah, I'll be able to teach you lots. Right? So she read through it. She goes, oh, isn't this interesting, the title page? She goes, what's the most important part of that? So if you've heard me ask that question before, refrain from answering because you probably have a different answer. But when you first read it, how many people would think recovered? Come on, let's be honest. Participate. How many people are still here? Yeah. It's recovered, right? Because, it's recovered. That's the most important part. And I said, the recovered. And she says, no, the story. Because without the story, right, it gives that recovered part a whole different dynamics. And nobody here has ever been to court, eh? But what they want to know is, what's your story, right? And when you got to share, what were you sharing? Your story. So the story is what makes the whole thing credible. So it's a pretty amazing story when you understand what they recovered from, right? And they started with how many thousands. So they're saying here they have something, right? But I don't know what that is yet. And so as we go through this, they'll say this is a basic text, the transferring of information. Then they'll say that there was over 100 of them, right, that put this together. Then you'll have those people say, well, not all of them stay sober. You know what? Not all of us will stay sober. But it's a recipe for those that are engaged in it for longevity, right? I've never met anybody who's ever been through this and maintained it the way it's laid out, who's had the experience that they talk about, who's ever relapsed. That's a pretty phenomenal story, right? And if you knew my story, right, 11 years in and out, I thought I was one of those few unfortunate. My last night drinking with a 3-month chip in my pocket after 360 meetings in 90 days, after 11 years in and out, I sat in the old hotel with last call coming, and I did the 3rd step prayer. Not that the idea of keeping me sober, I was resigned to the fact that I was going to die an alcoholic death, because I was under the impression I did everything. I went from the Baptist church to the Nazarene to evangelical. Like, I've done it all in the search for God to have an experience that enabled me to stay sober under any and all conditions. Every time I got sober, I thought I had that experience. But I kept on relapsing. And the people around me couldn't really tell me why I was relapsing. And I couldn't say why I was relapsing because I was doing everything I heard in meetings. People would question me, I'm doing this. I just did 360 meetings in 90 days. That's a lot of meetings, over. And I'm in 4 12 and 12 studies. Hell, I'm running one. Right? Some of the people I worked with needed some real help. So what happens is this story that they start talking about, and they talk about that this being a basic text. What's a text? Is the transferring of information, right? So anybody ever spend any time in school here? You see those books that they put in front of you at the beginning of the school year? They usually put where you're at. If you were in grade 6 and looking at a grade 9 manual, you'd be pretty lost in it, yes? So they prepare you to get you to that stage. Or if you're going into high school and you opened up your math book to the middle of it, how it works, how many people would be lost in algebra? You look at it and say, what an order. Right? I can't go through with it because you're only using your understanding based on what you're reading it, putting it through the cheese factory. Right? You're putting it through your comprehension or your experience based on what you're reading. Right? Anybody ever hear that? We're normally people that would not mix. Anybody ever hear that saying? Me neither. I drink straight. I never know what they were talking about, right? Or how many people read the 12 and 12 says, now the acid test. I was wondering when that was. so a bit of humor, but the idea is, when I sat in those 12 and 12 studies, I didn't know that Bill wrote that with somebody else, with 2 other people who influenced the writing of the 12 and 12, 13 years after the application of going through this. So what that means is Bill had an experience. He lived 13 years living this thing, and then he wrote the 12 and 12 to carry the traditions. Interesting. So when my wife looked, she says, oh, there's more. It's not the same person who wrote the big book who wrote the 12 and 12. She was able to see that based on English. And when she went through this, she was able to see that who wrote the forwards were 2 different groups of people. I didn't see that the first time I went through it. Right? So the first time was written by the earlier members, and the second time it was run through GSO or something like that, right? Where they all voted on it and kind of the wording. Kind of interesting, right? So when they put this together, it's the collective experience of the first 100, the founders of Alcoholics Anonymous. And which is really interesting, they were only like 4 years sober when they put this together. And why it's in a basic text is it a singular experience or is it a collective experience? Collective. So they all agree on it. They all agree on the wording. They all agree on the outlay. They all agree on the terminology. That it would be all inclusive, not exclusive. That when they went through it. So if you heard these people sharing at other meetings, the people who put this together, imagine they were in 100 different meetings. Would they all sound the same or would they all sound different?
Damn, you're identical.
The same.
They sound the same. Why? Because they have the same problem, they have the same solution, and they took the same course of action. Right? And the basis of that is if I went around the room and asked the purpose of this, I don't need to because I already heard what you said before the meeting started. Right? So the understanding of the purpose of this and the intent of it is a lot different than learning the mechanics of it. Any good salesmen here? Anybody sell a story? Anybody been impressed at how well you're able to bullshit somebody and get them to believe you? Anybody walked away and go, oh, that was amazing. I can't believe it. You even amazed yourself with the bullshit story. Anybody? It's like, wow, that was epic. I can't believe that. Right? So it's kind of like that. So they put their collective experience together. And when they introduced this thing forward to the first edition, they did the introduction, how they recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. So the introduction there is they're going to talk about certain topics. Like when you start a math book, it's going to say mathematics or decimals. It'll give you the title of the chapter, and then they'll go on to explain what they mean by that. Does that kind of make sense? There's the introduction. So the introduction here is how they recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. You would have to know what they're talking about in order to have the same understanding, right? And if I went through the room right now and asked what that was, I would give a really, we'll just leave that alone. So most people will give their understanding or what they think, not what it's intended. So if this was a textbook, that means once you get through a certain part of it, and if you were to do a review, like most schools, they have a test based on what you learned. And if you were paying attention, the more you were paying attention, the higher your grades and the higher your marks. I used to get an A on every test I got. Absent. I tried to sell that, but it didn't go over very good, right? So you like that, eh? And so how well you learn the basis of this will determine what your sobriety looks like. Because a lot of us are stuck to the story, and we're thinkers. While we're talking this week, and you'll find, try to see how many times your mind takes you away from where you're at. How many times your mind takes you somewhere else, or you start arguing with something you heard, and you become closed-minded. We're the most open-minded people in the world as long as you're telling me something I agree with. But as soon as we start hearing something we don't agree with, we stop listening, yes? And we start our rebuttal, our argument, our story, yes? So this weekend, the challenge is, can you be where your feet are? Can you be present? And what will help you do that is what Chuck taught me, is one, if you find yourself wandering, concentrate on your breath. If you start feeling some anxiety, if your mind starts taking off, just sit up a bit and take a big breath. What that does is bring you back to the moment, because what your brain does is create anxiety. Anybody ever hear people say, I have an anxiety disorder? No, you have a thinking disorder. And when your thinking starts, your body don't know it's not happening, and you start feeling anxiety, and you start having shallow breath, yes? And you start bending over, and you just like, so just take a big breath. And the other thing that used to help me in the beginning was sometimes just repeating what's being said in my mind to stay present. You're going to wander as a part of the weekend and a part of that stuff. So, a seemingly hopeless state of mind, but I don't know what they're talking about. So a good introduction to what they're talking about and their collective understanding would be the doctor's opinion, yes? Yeah, would you kind of agree? So when people talk about the first 164 pages, right, is the doctor's opinion in the first 164 pages? That's why the book doesn't say that the recovery program is in the first 164 pages. Somebody heard that, sounds good, and it started carrying weight. The book says the recovery program is in the first portion. So the forewords and the preface, is that right?
Yes.
Gives you the history and introduction to the story. And the doctor's opinion, you hear a lot of people say, it started when Bill talked to Bob. Actually, this thing started when Bill went into the hospital. And there was a witness to what was happening with the beginning of Alcoholics Anonymous. So on the first page of the doctor's opinion, it's worth kind of reading as a highlight here. It gives you the beginning of the story and how it was created and the witnessing of this movement that started happening way back then, when it started, and who witnessed it. Right? Okay, so the
doctor's opinion. We of Alcoholics Anonymous believe that the reader will be interested in the medical estimate of the plan of recovery described in this book. Convincing testimony must surely come from medical men who have had experience with the sufferings of our members and have witnessed our return to health.
So there's a witness, right? There's credible testimony happening here, right? So when they say we, who are they talking about? Those who put this together and since thousands. But in this essence, or this case, it's those who put we, and who's the reader? Us. So they'll be talking to us all the way through here, right? They'll be talking in a collective state, and they'll be talking to you singular. Does that kind of make sense? Okay.
A well-known doctor, chief physician at a nationally prominent hospital specializing in alcoholic and drug addiction, gave Alcoholics Anonymous this letter.
So is this a treatment center for alcohol and drug addiction?
Yeah.
It's a hospital specializing in alcohol and drug addiction. What type of doctor is this?
He's the shit.
Chief physician. So this is one of the things that we're also going to learn this weekend is what does it say, not how you interpret it. So when I ask you a question, I'll give you the answer. And I'll even show you where it is and see if we could reiterate that. Those of us who've been through the Keystone group notice how sometimes I'll go over it 4 times before people oh, there's the answer right there. Chief physician, right? Okay.
Keep going.
Oh, yeah.
Very good. To whom it may concern, I have specialized in the treatment of alcoholism for many years. In late 1934, I attended a patient who, though he had been a competent businessman of good earning capacity, was an alcoholic of a type I had come to regard as hopeless.
So in 1934, this doctor got to know this patient, yes? And he made a separation in diagnosing him. Meaning he had this condition, but he was a person of good earning potential. If he didn't have this condition, would he have been really successful in his life? I just said it, of good earning potential. If you're of good earning potential, how's your life going to look? Yeah, but if you're suffering from alcoholism, how's it going to look? Welcome. Right? Because how many people's had lots of opportunities? And how many people celebrated with a waiter? A drink, right? Okay.
In the course of his 3rd treatment, he acquired certain ideas concerning a possible means of recovery.
So here we go. In the course of what treatment? 3rd treatment, right? And he come to regard this person as what? Hopeless. So that means he's been through this facility twice. And the doctor made his diagnosis, right, on this individual, which we'll come to find out is Bill Wilson. Right? He's been through his facility twice. He's going back for the 3rd time, and this doctor already written him off. Yes? Come to regard him as hopeless. Like we're just going to feed him, look after him for a little bit, and then send him on his way, and he's probably going to end up dying from this thing. But we've done everything we could with him, and nothing's working. How many people have been to treatment centers more than once here? That's the same kind of thing. Right? We've done everything we can for you. And where do they send you? To AA. They're hopefully you'll get enough self out of the way where somebody will get a hold of you, take you through this course of action. But the problem is most people are under the impression they have done the steps. You've done an introduction course to the steps. You haven't done the steps. Make friends? Okay. So in his 3rd treatment, what did he acquire? Certain ideas, and that's what we'll be presenting this weekend. Certain ideas, when applied, will create this shift that the doctor witnessed. The rest of the text is all built on this experience that the doctor witnessed here. And this is just the introduction page. How cool is that? That this doctor witnessed this thing, right? And then Bill passed it on to other people. So we'll get into that in a second. But here, go ahead. In the course of his 3rd treatment, go ahead. That's worth reading again.
Well, let's do it again. I would underline certain ideas. In the course of his 3rd treatment, he acquired certain ideas concerning a possible means of recovery. As part of his rehabilitation, he commenced to present his conceptions to other alcoholics, impressing upon them that they must do likewise with still others. This has become the basis of a rapidly growing fellowship of these men and their families. This man and over 100 others appear to have recovered.
So what seems to be the basis of the fellowship of recovery that he built up there? What's the basis? Well, what does it say?
Present the concepts.
He says this has become the basis of a rapidly growing fellowship. What? These certain ideas that he implemented in his life that he had to change, has a recipe, and he's passing it on to other people. He's passing on this message.
Certain ideas.
So, right? So what happens? Certain ideas, message, same kind of thing, right? You're reading. So, go ahead. Right? So same thing. Carry this message, right? So in step 12, you got your pen and paper? Ready? Write down your answer. Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, we tried to carry this message to alcoholics and to practice these principles in all our ideas. What's the essence of that statement? Carry what message? Write it down. Don't say it out loud. Write it down. Carry what message? Oh, you can board the guy beside you. Okay, everybody got an answer? How many people said the 12 steps? How many people not participating? Carry this message, the spiritual experience. That's the message. Carry this message of what? Having had a spiritual awakening sufficient enough to recover from the illness that's killing me. Carry this message. A lot of people don't carry that message. They talk about the steps. They don't talk about the spiritual experience that they acquired from doing the steps. That's the story. That's the message. Without that experience, you don't recover, but you think you've obtained something, and relapse is coming shortly because you've got a head full of knowledge, but you haven't had the experience that they're talking about. Because if you had the experience they're talking about, then the most important thing in your life at this stage of the game, how do I enhance this connection? If that's the only thing that stays between me and a drink, and me and my old story, and me and my old life, is this connection. That's the most important thing, isn't it? Like my relationship, all the dating and all that stuff was nice, but that is not the basis of my relationship. It's the connection and the building of that connection and the unity that I have with my partner. We're connected internally, right? We're just connected that way. I don't know how else to explain it. All my other relationships were based on my thinking, visual, and feeling. Some of you got what I'm saying there, right? And as long as the feeling wasn't happening, then the relationship wasn't happening, then I have to find somebody else with a new feeling. Okay, moving on. So, got this story. So as we go through the doctor's opinion, he starts talking about the first symptom in alcoholism, and we know what that is, right? You've been around a while. What's the first symptom in alcoholism? Everybody knows that. It's the allergy, right? That when we put it into our system, it triggers the phenomenon of craving. We all good with that? Right, but he also, as he goes through this, what a lot of people miss in the doctor's opinion is he's given his overview on watching this movement, watching this thing take place with all these people in his facility. These over 100 people that he's talking about, he's witnessed something happen with these people, right? And the basis of that, as we go over here, they talk about on page XXVIII, our favorite topic, III. Okay. Frothy emotional appeal.
Middle of page, frothy emotional appeal seldom suffices. The message which can interest and hold these alcoholic people must have depth and weight. In nearly all cases, their ideals must be grounded in a power greater than themselves if they are to recreate their lives.
So right there, he witnessed the difference between those who are getting this and those who are not getting it is their ideas are grounded in something greater than themselves. It's not the mechanics that happen up here, it's the connection that happens in here. A lot of people are under the impression, you know where they say a daily reprieve? They think they're in a daily reprieve because they're not drinking and going to meetings. That's not the daily reprieve that they're talking about. The daily reprieve happens after having recovered as the result of this course of action. It enters us into a relationship with something greater than ourselves, that we live by certain principles that we know we need to get connected to. And what that kind of sounds like, if you haven't experienced it, you always wonder what it is. What is this thing? What is it? Kind of looking like, but if you've experienced it, then you don't need to look any further. It's about something that happens deep. And he kind of witnessed that these people who have this thing, they're inwardly rearranged. There's something going on with them that wasn't happening before this that he witnessed with Bill, right? So as he goes through here, and they talk about here, men and women drink. We'll move over to that, right at the bottom. Men and women, go ahead.
Where are you?
Right at the bottom, same page down. Men and women.
Same page, bottom of the page. Men and women drink essentially because they like the effect produced by alcohol. The sensation is so elusive that, while they admit it is injurious, they cannot, after a different time, differentiate the true from the false.
So here we go. Anybody need not explain the sensation is so elusive? How many people like the effect produced by alcohol? Oh, yeah. How many people like the consequences? Oh, no. How many people come to AA because of the consequences? I didn't come here because of my drinking problem. I came here because of the consequence problem. Right? The consequences got my attention. Here we teach you why you're having consequences because you can't control the amount you drink. Oh. I always thought I could control the amounts I drink. It was only the times I got in trouble I couldn't control it. Anybody have that kind of rationale? How did you do last night? It was a great night drinking. I didn't get in trouble. How much did you drink? Enough. I don't know how much I drank, but it was enough not to get in trouble, so it was a good night drinking. The next night I could drink, or the next week I could drink the exact same amount. I got in trouble. How much did I drink? Too much. Too much. I drank too much. Why? I got in trouble. You see how the story? See how we are? Right? Most people say, I have a consequence. I'm in a lot of trouble. Not I suffer from alcoholism. Right? It's gotta never come here to listen to that crap. Help me solve my problems. Sign my card, will you? I got court Monday. Want to lend me $20? Okay, go ahead.
To them, their alcoholic life seems the only normal one.
Which was just true. When you're doing your thing with other people. And if you're not having no consequences, then it seems normal doing what you're doing, right? The only thing problematic with that is when somebody points out there may be a problem with it. And you phone that person the next day to go drinking with them again? You ask them. You find people who drink and do exactly what you do. Like-minded people, right? The people with the same, story. Right? How many people like talking to people that point out that you may have a problem? How many people thought they were the ones with the problem and I really shouldn't associate with them anymore? Right? Yeah. You have the right to remain silent. Thank you. Okay. So, normal ones. They are
restless, irritable, and discontented unless they can experience the sense of ease and comfort which comes at once by taking a few drinks.
Okay, so somewhere along the line, somebody read it, said, oh, that's alcoholism, irritable, restless, and discontent. That's not alcoholism. That's a person without a solution to their problems. That's the human problem. What did we used to treat our human problem with? Alcohol. Right? And how many people, when they drank or used, being AA, but drank, had a sense of ease and comfort? How many people drank and the promises came true? You suddenly realize how to handle situations that used to baffle you. You think everybody's entitled to your experience now, how it can benefit others. Right? You're not thinking about yesterday, the fear of tomorrow, what it'll bring. You're in the moment. Anybody there? Yeah. Then you come to, oh my God, what happened? Either that week, that month, sooner or later, we all come to, yes? I didn't really say something inappropriate, but I thought we come. You ever wake up in places that was totally acceptable to go to bed in? You wake up in the morning and say, my God, what am I doing here? How did I get here? And you're horrified where you wake up? But the night before it made perfectly good sense to, okay. Anyways, moving on. So, they're irritable, restless, and discontent. They don't have a solution to the human problem, right? They see others drinking with impunity. What does impunity mean? Without consequences, right? So he soft pedals it here. Something happens in the mind. These people don't want to drink, right? They've gone a period of sobriety. Anybody here gone a period of sobriety? And the funny thing is, a lot of us have huge support system. We can go to a meeting 24/7 in Vancouver. And we still get loaded. You ever kind of, hello? These people didn't have that support system back there, right? And it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter just because you're in a meeting doesn't mean anything's changed. It's like sitting in emergency and not letting anybody know you're there. Oh, I feel so relieved I'm in emergency, knife sticking out of your chest, and you bleed out. Did you let anybody know you're there? Oh, like you got to participate. It's like somebody throwing you a life jacket. What do you got to do with the life jacket? You got to put it on. A life jacket's never saved anybody's life on the wall. Read the steps off the wall. That's like, oh, look at the life jacket over there. Let's read it. You got to put it on. So here. So this is what the doctor knows. These people are not happy about being sober, are they? Why would they? Got a lot of problems. How many people are happy about being sober? Court, she left, child support, no car, no money, nobody talking to me anymore, nobody will lend me any money. It's tough when nobody will lend you any money, right? Got no clothes, sleeping on a mattress on the floor. Huh? Life ain't good. How are you doing? Not bad. Not bad. Got acceptance. What? And anybody, it's like they used to say, they don't say it much anymore. They used to say, nothing happens in God's world by mistake. You're exactly where you're supposed to be. Anybody like that saying? Based on the stupid shit you've been doing, where else do you expect to be? They don't say that. Based on what you've been doing, where else do you expect to be doing? What else experience do you expect to be having? I feel like shit. I would too if I was doing the shit you were doing. You're supposed to feel like shit. How many people came to AA feeling good? You hear people say, oh, AA ruined my drinking. No, it didn't. I remember like in those 11 years of In and Out, I've never once sat in the hotel or wherever I was in those dark rooms doing a big show. I never, light show. Anybody ever do a light show in those rooms? No, just me? Okay. Oh, look out the drapes. How many people's drapes? All my drapes are straight in my house now. So anyways, so you ever wonder who they are? They're coming. Who? I don't know, but they're coming. God, how much money did it cost you to get like that? Everything I own. Want to buy a TV? It's the neighbors. Okay, you're supposed to reel me in, brother.
I'm letting you go.
Let me go. Okay, so where was I? Oh,
Which part?
So of course they're not feeling good, and this will continue to happen. So he's witnessing this. Nothing's changed. They can't create the change. They can't fabricate the change. They can't talk themselves into the change. A lot of us have tried to do that, fabricate this thing. This I call it evangelical sobriety. Right? You talk yourself, you fabricate this idea, you get the rah, rah, rah of everybody, you're getting the chips, life's fantastic, yes? And then there's a slow rumbling behind you. You can't hear it in the first couple weeks, but it's a Smith right with everything you ever done, said, or been through. And it's about to run you over. And you have no way dealing with it. You come to, and you're faced with you. How many people spit at their own image in the mirror here? Just me? Oh, how many people talk shit about themselves here? Huh? If anybody talked to you the same way you talk to you, would there be a problem? But yet, how acceptable it is when we do it, eh? The story. You see how... So these people, if you kind of picture what's happening here, the doctor's witnessing, and these people are not getting the treatment this doctor's offering them. The doctor's working with a lot of people that his methods are working with. You get what I'm saying? Right? And there's a lot of people, other methods seem to work, but what people like this guy's talking about, and people like us, it needs to be certain methods. And we're mostly outside of most people's scope of helping. But we don't know that. And they don't know that. And that's what the book's designed to determine where you're at and what solution do you need for longevity. Right? Because it's the long game. That really, anybody here looking forward to the next relapse? So it's the long game, right? How do I get longevity here? How do I get this thing that they're talking about that I don't have to worry about ever relapsing again if I'm willing to do certain things? How many people like that idea? How many people like the good luck? See how long you can last this time. So he's going to talk about that. Go ahead. After they have succumbed to the desire again,
As so many do, and the phenomenon of craving develops, they pass through the well-known stages of a spree, emerging remorseful with a firm resolution not to drink again.
so when does the craving happen? Before they drink or after? After. Very important to realize that, right? So if it's an abnormal reaction, because they use the term allergy, because back then they had to compare it to something. They're trying to describe something that's hard to describe, yes? So they're trying to explain it in language that people who are afflicted with it will understand it, and those who are not afflicted will understand a little better those who are. So when they talk about analogy, they're talking about abnormal reaction. And the abnormal reaction is the phenomenon of craving. They call it phenomenon because they don't really know why these people seem to get thirstier and drink well beyond their means. Right? Like anybody ever pass out around lunch from drinking in public places, pass out at a table?
Oh, yeah.
That's a subtle form of overdose. You've overdosed on alcohol and you've passed out in a public place. I didn't know that. I thought, this is a good place to go to sleep. Oh, look at this field. How many of you ever wake up in a field with the dew coming in? You're kind of like, oh my God, what happened the night before? And I want to know who pissed in my pants. Okay, okay, go ahead. So, this thing happens in the mind. They take a drink, and then they pass through a well-known stage of a spree. Anybody here? And how many people? What happens?
Emerging remorseful with a firm resolution not to drink again.
How many people remember the first time they made that resolution?
First time I drank.
First time you drank, yeah. You see, it's for some, like it goes, I remember mine was 15. Right? And in my first meeting, I was 16. Right? But I couldn't get past my own story because nobody introduced me to this thing. So what the doctor talks about is, this is what?
This is repeated over and over, and unless this person can experience an entire psychic
Okay,
change,
so we'll break it down there. What does over and over mean? What step is that? Step 1. That's the step 1 promise. It's going to continue to happen. And you notice they don't give you the timeline. It could be 3 weeks, 3 months, or 3 years. It's coming. It's coming. The only one that don't know it is you. But we like to think we're going to know because we've put a costume on it. We've disguised it. We call it the obsession now. Right? As long as I don't have the obsession, I'm okay. Right? But this thing is you can't see, feel, and touch it. And when you're not thinking about it is when it's going to get you. Because if you can't see it, you can't feel it, and it happens, and you come to it with a firm resolution not to do it again, and it happens again, then something's happened beyond your ability to see, feel, and touch. It has you. You don't have it. And it has you doing something against your own will. Anybody? Am I in the right room? Right? So it's interesting. So he says the only solution for these types of people is an entire psychic change. They haven't explained that yet. They're giving us the basis, and they're going to go through that. So here, we're going to go over to Bill's story. What's the purpose of Bill's story? Is somebody who's afflicted with this illness. What it looks like and how it works. Anybody ever hear somebody else read how it works, or were you busy thinking about what you're going to share? But in how it works, what they say is, it talks about what we used to be like, not what it was like. What we used to be like, what happened, and what we're like now. So what we just read, the doctor talked about what these people used to be like, their inability to get and stay sober. What happened, they had a psychic change,
new ideas,
and they were able to stay sober, longevity, go past where they would have went past on their own resources.
Psychic change is spiritual experience.
We're going to get to that by the end of the week. It's just an introduction. When they get ready to explain that, they'll explain it. Right now, they're just giving you the highlights of the story. Does that kind of make sense? Yeah. So if you follow along, there's building blocks here. So they talk about seeming hope, state of mind and body. The doctor made reference to that. He gave some kind of pointers on that, and he talked a bit about the solution, right? It needs to have depth and weight. You know what depth and weight means? You know when these big ocean liners are out there, you ever see them? You ever see, I didn't know this, but it's interesting. You ever see one day they're facing one way and the other day they're facing the other way? What happens is my sponsor, he's a seaman. I still don't like the sound of that, he spent all his time on ships and worked on big icebreakers and stuff like that, right? And so in oil rigs. And so what happens is, he says, when the anchor goes into the water, it becomes anchored. Depth and weight. And when the tide comes in, it moves the ship facing one way. And then when it goes out, it'll face the other way. But it has a swing ratio, but it stays anchored, depth and weight. It doesn't change. Even though the ship changes, it seems to change, but it stays in the same parameters. Interesting, and that's why they talk about, same with our sobriety, right? The depth and weight is our connection, and regardless of the parameters of what's happening around with us, we stay grounded because we move from the story into the connection. Well, you need to know the recipe and how to do that, because the mind's design is to entrap you in it. It's a maze. That's what the mind's job is. The mind goes, what about this thought? What about that thought? Anybody ever have all different weird thoughts? And they go by and you shake, and then you have a thought, you go, oh my God, gotcha. And then you go into the thought. Why am I thinking this? I don't want to stick my finger in the saw. I don't want to slap that lady on the bum because she's bent over grabbing soup. like, anybody's mind just like, if he was on a teleprompter beside you, teleprompter, is that what they call it? How many people would be going out a lot less? There's how you're sharing, and then there's your mind. Well, welcome to Jack Nicholson. So The Shining. Okay, so the mind's job is to get you entrapped in it. And if you don't know where the exit is, you stay trapped in it. And what happens for people who get trapped in their own mind, it causes a sense of discomfort. Yes? Anxiety. Anybody have anxiety, fear? Anybody ever experienced that here? And if you don't have a solution, what do? We cause a diversion. Anger is a diversion. Conflict is a diversion. Porn is a diversion. What? Gambling. Huh?
Fear.
Well, fear is but we need to cause a distraction from that. Excessive TV. Right? Excessive mind-numbing events. Facebook. Things that cause a diversion. The inability to be present. Right? And so a lot, especially with men, is difficult because we're very visual creatures, and a lot of us get trapped into the external stuff, thinking it brings about a sense of ease and comfort, which it does momentarily, and we were joking about this earlier, and sometimes, without sounding, sometimes after the event, the guilt and the shame comes in. It's not before, it's after. And then you're getting engaged in whatever it is, again, that's causing you problems, but you can't stop yourself from doing it because you're looking for a diversion. Yes? And so what happens is whatever that is, we all have that list. Right? And we create our own problems because of the entrapments of our own mind, because of the story. So here they're saying there's a different avenue to get out and a different experience. And we're going to get, so in Bill's story, how many people have been through Bill's story here? We've seen what he was like, right? We've seen the first time he went to treatment, he thought he had the answer. Anybody here? Yeah. Thought he had the answer. Then he got drunk again. But then he knew why, because the insanity came back, yes? Because of his talk with his doctor. Then he went to treatment the second time, and there was a huge level of self-loathing there. And he had no solution. And he left the treatment, and what kept him sober for a while? Fear. And then the insanity returned, the insidious insanity. And then as he sat at the kitchen table, I believe he made a connection, that cry of desperation, right? Which is the gift of desperation is G-O-D, God. The gift, right? Gift of people don't use that acronym. The gift of desperation is God. G-O-D, gift of desperation. Pretty wild, right? So he had that moment of realization that he was going to die an alcoholic death, and he almost welcomed the idea. Remember that part in the story? Right? And everyone was going to lock him up and all that stuff. What he wouldn't give to change his life? Was he willing to do anything to change his life? What he wouldn't give to make amends? What he wouldn't do but what's missing, there's no solution to enable him to create that hope, that desire, that so when you look back at all those times that you would have done anything and then you relapsed again because there's nothing sufficient happening in your life to create the change necessary for longevity to recover from the illness that has you. Right? And then Ebby sat with him, talked to him about this experience that he had, right, for a few hours. And then he said, why don't you choose your own conception of this power? Not beforehand. First he explained it. Then he said, choose your own conception on what we're talking about. And Bill sitting at the kitchen table drinking did his step 3. Would I have this thing? Yes, it was only a matter of being willing to do what my friend did. Nothing more was required of me. So this weekend, nothing more is required of you than a willingness to go through what we're going to present. Nothing more. Pretty cool, right? And then he went to the hospital. He went through a course of action. And in that course of action, he got connected to something other than himself. Yes? For the first time. The page before, he's pushing a drink across his friend. Here, have a drink. I'm coming here to offer you a solution. Have a drink. Right? And he talked about his experience. It was so impactful that his ideas of miracles were revised right then and there while drinking. That he saw it might be possible to build what he saw in his friend. It's pretty cool when you think about that, right? He's dying of alcoholism, been to treatment twice. He goes to the treatment center the 3rd time. What's the difference the 3rd time? His friend, his sponsor, whatever you want to call it, this guy who's offering him a solution is going to walk him through a course of action. He's not doing it alone. None of it's his ideas. What he's bringing is his broken story. Right? And his friend's bringing him through this course of action. He has this experience that doesn't make any sense. And as he lies in the hospital, he thought other people might benefit from this thing. Yes? He hasn't even left treatment. He's had a connection with a power greater than himself. Other people might benefit from this thing. And then he left the hospital. What did he leave the hospital with? He left the hospital with a spiritual recipe that he put into practice. Right? And for a year and a half, he was plagued with depression, resentment, and self-pity. What would save the day? Carrying this message to other people, other alcoholics who were dying of alcohol, would lift them up. Not going home talking about himself. Not going to 15 meetings, sharing the same problem on acceptance. Letting go, turning it over, and the inability to feel it in here. Right? It would lift them up. And then what happens is, so what gave him the longevity this time was this internal recipe. Not what was happening up here, because he said what was happening up here was killing him. Right, buddy? What was happening in here would save the day. But it doesn't make no sense. Okay, I'm going to go carry this thing that I've just learned to this other person who's dying. You talk to this person for 5-10 minutes. You see that they're dying. You kind of get relief that you're able to be where you are, to be in a position to help them. Regardless of how shitty you think your life is, it's looking pretty good to that person right there. Ebby's life wasn't the greatest. Was it looking a lot better than Bill's life?
Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine that, Ebby. A couple months sober, Bill says, man, I want what you have. Ebby's probably saying, I'm still trying to get rid of what I got. Whatever you wanted. But and it's not. It's the experience. It's the experience. He's seen this thing. He was lit up. He was internally different. And it created a shift that maybe I can have this experience too. Step 12, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, we try to carry this message. What message? The spiritual experience that creates the psychic change, the shift. I can really get carried away on this. It was me. I bought into this, man. I bought into this over 35 years ago. My cheese and cracker weren't even on the same plate. Like I was walking, talking, knuckle dragging Neanderthal. Huh? What was that? Talking to me. And these guys just nurtured me through this whole process, and it was amazing. So there is a solution they talk about, but it holds us together, and it's not the problem, right? And then they start getting into these different aspects. And then when they get to, which is really interesting here, you see where we're going in a second, but they told us what the purpose of Bill's story was, right? The first, at the top, this book will always tell you the purpose of something, the reason of something, and how to do something. It just won't Shanghai you. How many people have heard, read Bill's story and try to find yourself? That's not the purpose of Bill's story. That's the self-centered approach. It's like, how many people have been to a movie here? You watching a movie? You want to see the whole movie, right? Now, if you had a friend say, hey, we're going to go see this movie. It's the best movie yet. I play a part in it. I'm an extra in it. We're going to go look for me in this movie. All the way, see, you see me yet? You see me yet? You see me yet? You see me yet? You're looking for you. How much of the movie are you going to miss? You're going to miss the whole movie. But if you look at the story and the purpose of it, how this person was afflicted with alcoholism, how they bought into certain ideas that were presented to them, they went through that course of action that made no sense, and they had this profound change. What we used to be like, the what happened part is the spiritual experience through a course of action, and what we're like now is Bill's story, the ability to face life on life's terms, being inwardly different, right? So it tells us the purpose of Bill's story, the first paragraph, there is a solution, page 17.
We of Alcoholics Anonymous know thousands of men and women who were once just as hopeless as Bill. Nearly all have recovered. They have solved the drink problem.
Holy smokes, they've used that word a couple times now, recovered, right? Pretty interesting. So as we go through here, they talk about many could recover if they had the same opportunity we have enjoyed. What's the same opportunity? Is the presentation of this course of action and some spiritual experience. Same thing, right? So as we go through here, and I'm going to give you your exercise for tonight here. So they talk about different types of hard drinkers, right? So at the bottom of page 20, on your book, on a piece of paper, put yes or no. Okay? Let's find out where you're at. How many people would like to know where they're at? Okay, the book's going to ask you. The beauty thing about this book is you should tell new people to read it because you tell them, it'll tell you if you could drink successfully or not. I bet you guys would have read it a lot sooner if somebody would tell you, hey, it'll tell you how to drink successfully or not. Not it has a solution to your problem. I don't really have a problem. I go to meetings now. Teach me how to drink successfully. Can I get 2 copies just to check the information? Be reading it in the shitter. Right? Okay. Moderate drinkers.
Bottom of page 20, moderate drinkers have little trouble in giving up liquor entirely if they have good reason for it. They can take it or leave it.
How many are like that here? No? Okay, put a no there. That's not you? Okay. So what about this person?
Then we have a certain type of hard drinker. We may have the habit badly enough to gradually impair him physically and mentally. It may cause him to die a few years before his time. If a sufficiently strong reason, ill health, falling in love, change of environment, or a warning of a doctor becomes operative, this man can also stop or moderate.
How many people here? Anybody have warning of a doctor, ill health, falling in love, all these things, right? Change of environment. How many people has changed their environment here? I like in Bill's story. I had a friend in Montreal who still had money that I felt entitled to. We're real pieces of work, aren't we? Okay, so, well, we've had all this, right? Like, the warning of a doctor becomes moderate. This man can also stop or moderate. How many people try to stop or moderate? So that's not you either, eh? Put a no. Oh, boy, then where do we fall in? Well,
underline the word real alcoholic.
But what about the real alcoholic? And a lot of people start getting jammed in. And what do you mean real alcoholic? Well, there must be a different potential alcoholic looks like an alcoholic, but given good reason, they could stop or moderate. How many people try to stop or moderate? How many people are hoping they're a type that can moderate? Right. Okay, what about the real alcoholic? So they go through this. Then on the next page, they talk about here, why does he behave like this? We're coming near the end here. Just bear with me. Then you'll get your exercise, okay?
Page 22, middle of the page. Why does he behave like this? If hundreds of experiences have shown him that one drink means another debacle.
Not 1 or 2, hundreds.
With all its attendant suffering and humiliation, why is it he takes that one drink? Why can't he stay on the water wagon? What has become of the common sense and willpower that he still has sometimes, or that he still sometimes displays with respect to other matters? Perhaps there will never be a full answer to these questions. Opinions vary considerably as to why the alcoholic reacts differently from normal people. We are not sure why. Once a certain point is reached, little can be done for him. We cannot answer this riddle. We know that while the alcoholic keeps away from drink, as he may do for months or years, he reacts much like other men.
So we hear like, oh, the main problem the alcoholic centers in his mind. You ever hear that? That for fundamental reasons we think and are different than the human race. We're not. We just have an illness, right? And at a certain time, this component resurfaces and we find ourselves drinking against our own will. Now, we may have had all different experiences in life that causes different things, which is part of the human race. Nobody's exempt from life. Some of us a little more hardship than others. I mean, I wouldn't trade places to some of the, experiences that what some of the people are having around the world right now. I'll keep my experience, regardless of how horrific it is, to trade places with some of them right now. I'm good. You get what I'm saying? We don't hold the market on grief. That doesn't make us alcoholic. What makes us alcoholic is the physical part, right? But what makes us a real alcoholic is the progression of this illness, and they're going to get into that puts us beyond human aid. They said we can't fully answer the riddle, but we're going to give you the components as we see it. We're going to explain it as what we think the problem is. Right? Go ahead.
I lost myself.
We know that while the alcoholic keeps away from
years, he reacts much like other men. You're equally
for months or years. They're able to say, a lot of us are able to stay sober for months or years. Yes? Given good reason. And we think we got it all under control, and then we find ourselves drinking, and we're baffled. How does this happen? And then we tie an excuse to it, yes? It's because of this, because of that. No, it's because it was lying dormant. You never did the work sufficient enough the first time to have an experience sufficient enough for you to recover. So what you were really is in between drinks. Oh, got quiet. Better keep moving. Turn into
We
a
are
lynch
equally
mob.
positive that once he takes any alcohol, whatever, into his system, something happens, both in the bodily and mental sense, which makes it virtually impossible for him to stop.
How many people agree with that? So they got our attention. They're talking to us now, right?
The experience of any alcoholic will abundantly confirm this. These observations would be academic and pointless if our friend never took the first drink.
True. If I never took that first drink, would I have had that experience where relapse and all the debacle and all the pain, suffering? If I would have stopped the first time that I tried to stop, would my life look a lot different than what it's looking like now? Right? So obviously there's something going on in the mind rather than the body. I'm allergic to pistachios. Right? It's not the first time I ate pistachios that I found out. Somewhere along the line, I started having a reaction to it. I didn't know what it was. And as time went on, I had started having more severe reaction. Yes? And then I ended up in hospital. My throat was closing. I drove myself there. The nurse said, "How did you get here?" I drove here. She said, "That's not a good idea." I said, I've driven in worse conditions. She didn't find that was funny. My throat was closing up, so they hooked up the IVs and all that stuff, and I'm sitting there in emergency, and she starts to explain to me my condition and about EpiPens. How much do you think I listened to when she was sharing? Every word. I didn't hear anybody else in that facility. I was watching her lips move because my life was on the line. When she explained the severity of my situation, it had my attention. And so when she explained the EpiPen and all that stuff, I got 2 EpiPens. One that I carried, one that I wanted to make sure I had an EpiPen because I didn't want to die from this thing, right? So would you say it got my attention? 3 months go by. I'm feeling better. I'm only carrying 1 EpiPen now. And after a little while goes by, I'm not even carrying that EpiPen. I got a 3-month chip now. The desire for pistachios have left. I don't even think about it. Then I'm going down Young Street, 3.5 months off pistachios. And they have these vendors, they heat up the chestnuts and all that stuff, and they're heating up these pistachios. And I look, and they don't have the red dye on them. I said, maybe it was the red dye. I grab a bag of pistachios. I eat them. I end up in hospital. They send my file over. They said, weren't you in hospital 3.5 months ago? Yeah. Didn't we tell you then that didn't you say you were never going to eat them again? I said, yeah. Then they talk again about their severity. This time I mean it. Oh, the other time I meant it, but not as much as I do this. Now I'm surrendering. I surrender to the fact that I can never eat them again. I'm doing a total step one around this. Yeah? So 6 months go by. I'm in Belize. And it's beautiful there. If you've never been there, it's great. And I walk by this ice cream parlor, and they have these plaques on the wall. World renowned for their ice cream. But a certain type of ice cream. What kind? Pistachio ice cream. And it's 2 scoops for the price of 1. And these pistachios are from Africa. The other ones were from Brazil. No wonder I had a problem. Right? I had 2 scoops. Well, I end up in the hospital. They send my file over. And there's a long hesitation. As they read my file and look at me, read my file, look at me. Then they leave, and these 2 guys come in with the white jackets on. And they want to talk to me about my mental health. I felt a little disturbed about that and a little insensitive. But who would I talk to, a dietitian or a psychiatrist?
AG Dr. Freud.
Yeah, like, I mean, because there's something going on up here that fails to keep me, yes? So now when we look at our history in addiction, yes? So it's this. So the main problem centers in my mind. It's not my body anymore. It's secondary. I'm allergic to it. Why the hell would my brain think it's a good idea and rationalize it to the point? 10 minutes earlier, I was never eating them again. Anybody? Oh, now those last 2 experiences were horrific. Never again. Oh, look, ice cream. It may sound funny, but that's kind of go. Okay, go ahead. Centers in the mind.
Thereby setting the terrible cycle in motion. Therefore, the main problem of the alcoholic centers in his mind rather than his body.
So let's find out what they call this. So in the body, they called it a what?
Allergy.
Allergy. So let's see what this condition of the mind is. So, once in a while,
he may tell the truth. Love this. And the truth, strange to say, is he usually has no more idea on why he took the first drink than you have. Some drinkers have excuses with which they are satisfied part of the time, but in their hearts they really do not know why they do it. Once this malady...
Okay, so what are they calling it? Malady. Who's got the dictionary beside him? Look up the word malady for me. Once this malady...
has a real hold, they are a baffled lot.
Why are they baffled?
They're drinking against their own will.
You get it? How many people have been baffled here? And then after you're baffled, thought, never again am I going to be baffled because this time I really mean it. But the doctor says what? It's coming again, and who's the only one that don't know it? Us, because we don't understand the illness, right? And so they say, once this malady has a real hold, they're baffled. There is the obsession that somehow, someday they'll beat the game. What are they talking about? The idea of keeping myself sober. Right?
What's that?
What's that?
Out loud?
Malady in the dictionary says a disease or disorder of body or mind.
A disorder in the mind. What do they say the main problem of the alcoholic is? Centers in the mind. In association to what? The first drink. Not my whole mind in regards to life, in regards to there's something ailment up there. They don't know how to define it. So they call it a malady. They know it's present, but they don't know how to define it. And this is the characteristics of it. They're drinking against their own will. But there's the obsession that somehow, someday they'll beat the game. I'm never eating this again. I'm never doing it again. And look at everything I'm doing not to do it again. Anybody? How many people's relapsed here? How many people came in and you told us what you're going to do different this time? That's the obsession. So what's your first obsession?
Me.
And how we could be our own solution. Right? And this is how they go on to do it. We're getting good now. Ready? The tragic. Oh, no, back up. How true this is. Few realize, even within our own fellowship, because we don't carry this message. We carry the obsession. Why do we like the obsession? Because we can do something about it. Right? Okay, so go ahead.
How true this is. Few realize, in a vague way, their families and friends sense that these drinkers are abnormal. But everybody hopefully awaits the day when the sufferer will rouse himself from his lethargy and assert his will or his power of will.
Okay, so here's the exercise tonight. Describe how many times you've relapsed and that you didn't want to. Just point form, like me. So if you ask me, April 8, 1989, that afternoon, that noon meeting, I gave the best talk I ever gave of a guy who's going to stay sober forever. An hour later, I was drinking. This malady, this without defense, took place. I was drinking against my own will. I didn't consciously make the decision to drink. I just found myself drinking. Write down those episodes of how you tried to keep yourself sober and then you found yourself drinking. 1 or 2, right? And then write down how many times you exerted your self-will never to drink again and how well has that worked for you. You trying to keep you sober based on your ideas, thoughts, and actions. Does that kind of make sense? So what you're looking for is a time when I was without defense against the... So what this means is, if you go back in your drinking history, everybody go back in your drinking. How many people want to see if they've done step 1 yet or not? Nobody? Here's how to know if you've done step 1 or not. This is part of the exercise. Don't tell me or anybody. This is between you and the piece of paper. Go back to your last relapse. Everybody there?
Got a pen?
And write down what you would do different given the opportunity. Don't tell nobody. Don't share with nobody. Write down, you're back in that moment, just before you're about to relapse. Write what you would do differently. Yes? Meditation, 7 o'clock in the morning with our friend Renee here. Breakfast at 8 till 9. And 9, we're back in here taking your inventory. I mean, helping you with your inventory. God bless you then. Let's get started. Let's open with the serenity prayer. What do we need for a good meeting? God, grant me the serenity to accept things I cannot change, courage to change things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Okay, so we're going to get rocking and rolling. Breakfast was great. Hey, dinner last night was pretty awesome. 4 bowls kicked in this morning. So we're going to get at this. So if you go to page 23, we left off with the introduction of the main problem of the alcoholic, which was what?
Me.
It's not me. You weren't here, so you can't kind of. So because it's very specific, right? The mind, because they separate it, because a lot of people like to put it together, and it's not together. The doctor introduced us to the idea that there's 2 separate things happening here, right? There's our experiences as humans and desire and wants and hopes, and then there's the illness that dictates our lives for us. And as long as this component's here, this one won't live up to its full potential. You know, our dreams, hopes, and aspirations, right? We all agreed on that, right? And so the main problem of the alcoholic centers in the mind, and they call the second symptom in alcoholism is the malady. The first symptom is the allergy. So when they talked about the allergy, they went on to describe this phenomenon of craving, these allergic types, all in association to that, right? And so here when they use the word malady, they go on to describe that as a part of the real alcoholic that places one beyond human aid. But then they followed that with here, but there is the obsession that somehow, someday. And most people associate that with drinking. But they've already clarified on the page before that, if we never took the first drink, we'd never set the terrible cycle in motion, right? So we know, as long as I don't drink, I won't set that terrible cycle in motion. As long as I don't eat pistachios, I'm going to be okay. But if there's another part going on that places me beyond the ability to recognize that in the moment, there's something serious going on. And they call that the malady. But there's the obsession that I'll be able to exert my will, to rise from my lethargy, exert my power will, to what?
Stay sober.
Stay sober, not drink. And how many people has tried that here? And that was part of, and celebrated with another 24-hour chip. The most common thing said to people nowadays is welcome back, right? So the next story You wonder why over here they're going to start this next story here. And they talk about on page 26 a certain businessman. Why they dropped the story in here, as you read through it, it's about somebody. Let's see if we can kind of get the gist of why they would drop this story in here based on what we just read about. So when they talked about the malady, they went on to explain the loss of power of choice, right? So actually we'll back up a bit here. So on page 24, right? The fact is, Dylan, how are you this morning?
Good, Dylan, recovered alcoholic.
Morning, Dylan.
Top 24. The fact is that most alcoholics, for reasons yet obscure, have lost the power of choice in drink. Our so-called willpower becomes practically non-existent. We are unable, at certain times, to bring into our consciousness with sufficient force the memory of the suffering and humiliation of even a week or a month ago. We are without defense against the first drink.
True. Would we kind of agree? And looking back now, how many times we've drinking and kind of after we go, what am I doing? I can't believe this is happening. And the doctor talked about that. You see the building blocks here. They talk. This is repeated over and over and over, and so we see that, and that's why a lot of us end up in AA or go to treatment, because everything that we've tried to do hasn't been sufficient enough to keep us on the path that we're hoping for. Does that kind of make sense? And so at the bottom, they clarify the malady. This is an association to what part of our illness?
Bottom paragraph.
The mind, right? And so here's the clarification on that.
Bottom paragraph?
Yep.
When this sort of thinking is fully established in an individual with alcoholic tendencies, he has probably placed himself beyond human aid.
So when this sort of thinking is fully established, what sort of thinking?
Insanity that precedes the first.
The insanity that precedes the first drink, because we already agreed on page 22 that we can't control it. We all agreed if I never took the first drink, my story wouldn't look the way it does, right? Continues over and over. So we see that the main problem centers in the mind rather than the body. And we don't know how long we'll be able to stay sober based on our own experience. That riddle is, we could go months or years. That's why it's very deceiving when we achieve sobriety. Here's a test. How many people's had periods of sobriety, thought they were doing really good, then relapse, and then you come back and you think, look how much time I got the last time. Instead of, oh my God, look how much time I got the last time. We think we were successful the last time. See how the brain works? You weren't successful the last time. If somebody built a house for you and it collapsed after 3 months, would you want them to build you another house because it lasted 3 months the last time?
6 months.
This time it'll go 6 months. Right?
I came back telling you I knew what to do.
Yeah, and that's it. And we talked about that, is the obsession, right? We come back and we start telling everybody what we need to do. I need to do more of this, more of that. I need
We
to do
ever
this.
know what not to do?
Well,
Yeah, don't pick up.
but the whole idea is we get all this useless information that we think is useful, right? And if you're suffering from this illness, they talk when this sort of thing is fully established, we don't realize that we're beyond human aid. Nobody's ever come. I've never met anybody who's continuously relapsed, come back to the fellowship, who's ever went, oh my God, I think I'm beyond human aid. What they say is, this is what I'm going to do different. Let me tell you how smart I am. Let me give you all this crap information that's absolutely done nothing for me. But this time I'll put a little more emphasis on it. And then, let me impress you with what's killing me. Anybody? And then you hear other people that sound like you and they go, oh, I really like what you had to say. And the old timers are going, what the hell did you say? We get this jargon of impressive bullshit. Right? We become salesmen. Who's the first one that has to believe the bullshit? Brent? Ourselves. And then we get other people believing. That's why newcomers like hanging out with newcomers. These two are so impressed with each other. Go for coffee. Start an AA relationship. I like what you had to say. I like what you had to say. Think we should have kids? Oh, some of you identify, eh? Okay. So then, they talk about there is a solution, which is pretty awesome here at the course of action. But here we go. A certain businessman.
Top of page 26. A certain businessman had ability, good sense, and high character. For years he had floundered from one sanitarium to another.
Or one treatment center to another. One halfway house to another. One same
home
thing,
group.
right? One home group to another, right?
He had consulted the best-known American physicians. Then he had gone to Europe, placing himself in the care of a celebrated physician, the psychiatrist Dr. Young, who prescribed for him, prescribed for him. Though experience had made him skeptical, he finished his treatment with unusual confidence. His physical and mental condition were unusually good. Above all, he believed he had acquired such a profound knowledge of the inner working of his mind and its hidden springs that relapse was unthinkable.
So here we go. Relapse was unthinkable. He's feeling good. He's dealt with some resentment, some fear, some conduct, some harms, right? He has a good understanding of the working part of his mind. Relapse is unthinkable. So he admits he has a problem, yes? But has he done step one? No. Right? Because he still believes everything he's doing is going to be enough to keep him sober, yes? Relapse is unthinkable. How many people have been there? Look at everything I'm doing to keep me sober. Look how good I'm working the steps. I'm working steps 9, 10, 11 every day. I do steps 10, 11, and 12 every day. It doesn't say to do that anywhere, but it sounds good, doesn't it? If you just told me you're lying. People who say, I do 10, 11, and 12 every day, they're lying. They're not doing 10, 11, and 12 every day. And you'll find out later. I'm not going to tell you now. With that, just put that back in the brain of.
That sounds like a
So what happens is this guy's really impressed with his ability to keep himself sober? Yes. Is this? So why are they using this example? Is the obsession? Look at everything he's doing to get himself sober. Yes. He's obsessed with the idea of being his own solution. Yes. So something needs to happen to get his attention. Yes. Because otherwise he's doing good, right? You hear people all the time, 4 or 5 years sober, 10 years sober, talking about everything they're doing to keep themselves sober, and there's no mention, like yesterday, let's take everybody's inventory here. When we were all talking about our experience, nobody was really concentrated, really, on their connection with a power greater than themselves, were they? They were all very impressed with our own story, yes? Come on, let's be honest, yes? And then the odd person, well, I come here to get a better connection because good sponsorship. No, because we know that wasn't his idea. No, right? But that's the whole, it's not our idea. We get presented that idea of, oh, let's look at this different, or, oh, I never seen it that way, or, oh, that makes more sense, right? So we add that to our understanding on what I need to develop. Is that kind of, we don't come up with it by ourselves, right? We hear how other people's experience, we see it makes sense, right? And so we need to move forward. So let's see what happens with this guy.
Nevertheless, he was drunk in a short time. More baffling still, he could give himself no satisfactory explanation for his fault.
So there we go. So he can't give himself any satisfactory what?
Explanation.
He doesn't know why. In spite of everything he's done, here he is loaded again. How many people have been there? Right? It's the baffling feature. So now, what they talked about over here, when this sort of thinking is fully established in with alcoholic tendencies, he's placed himself beyond human aid. He's just had an experience here of, oh my God, this has happened again. Anybody happen again here? Yeah. In spite of your thinking? Like I remember, I remember one day I'm in like getting sober. I'm doing great. I'm in the Baptist church. I'm in the choir. I'm looking at Baptist college. Like things are going good. Ask me. I'll tell you, things are going good. Like, right? Sober a while, cutting my hair, looking good, got the suit on, things at church on Sunday. You know, meeting Friday night, sitting there, meeting makers make it, surrender, acceptance, things are, oh boy, me and God are tight. I mean, I'm in church every day reading the Bible, things are fantastic. Yeah, I'm like this guy. I said to myself, self, what do you think? I think you're doing good. Yeah. And how many people have had that conversation with themselves? Oh, yeah. There's no obsession. Things are fine. The promises are coming true. This is Brenda. And this is Susie. No. This is my job. This is my money. This is my bling. This is mine. All the promises are coming true. Hallelujah. Putting checks in the bank. Got some bling happening. If you want what I got, here's my number. Huh? Come on. Most people talk about the promises as all external, right? Right? Can't wait to get to a meeting to show off. Look how good I'm doing. Right? Oh yeah, and God. Oh yeah, we'll throw him in there just to sound good. So I'm in the choir, things are good. The phone rings. And back then, no pagers or cell phones. That's way back then. So phone rings, and it's this girl looking for me at my buddy's house. We're at whatever. He's another guy in the church in the choir. It's over at his place. And I get on the phone, and I could tell she's drinking. She was in the church, too, trying to get sober. She was doing really good, and something happened. She was drinking, and I could hear it in her voice. And something clicked without me knowing it. It was like, you know, when they ring the bell, what are the Pablo's? Yeah, you know. So the bell rung, something shifted in my thinking. I was unable to see it. All I could hear was her voice. She says, can you come over? I said, I'll be right there. My buddy goes, you want me to go with you? I said, no, I better go alone. Right? If you would have told me, oh, you think you'll be drinking? I don't know. Something took over. There was a shift in personality. Sunday I was in the choir. Wednesday I'm in an abandoned car with her. I don't know what happened from Sunday to Wednesday, but I'm in this half-abandoned car in a field, right? In the back seat. I'm drinking out of a 26er. She's huffing glue. And I'm thinking, I think I'm in love. How am I going to introduce her to Mom? Last time I seen her, she was getting arrested, and then so that ended that relationship. But anyways, so the click, right? So am I alone in that kind of stuff? Maybe. Okay, move on. So here he goes. He's kind of like perplexed. He has that baffling thing. So here we go.
So he returned to this doctor, whom he admired, and asked him point blank why he could not recover. He wished above all things to regain self-control. He seemed quite rational and well-balanced with respect to other problems, yet he had no control whatever over alcohol.
See the separation there? So we like to think, no, we're the problem. No, we're not. We have the ability to think. We have the ability to reason. We have the ability to work hard. We have the ability to better ourselves when we put... But this thing has him doing something against his own will, and he's baffled by that. He wants to recover. He doesn't want to drink, right? There's no obsession. There's no desire. He's doing good. Life's fantastic. And he's asking the doctor, why is this? Right? He knows he has a problem, but he has yet to have a step one experience. He's about to have a step one experience that everybody needs to have in order to get to the next phase. Unless you get this experience, the rest of it's just kind of all the first part of this. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Self-based recovery. I call it tier one recovery, right? So the first stage one recovery is all about you. And you can hear it all the time when people share where they're at. Are they in stage two recovery or stage one? Stage one recovery is all about you. Stage two recovery is something else that we'll get into a little later. I don't want to ruin the surprise. Go ahead.
He begged the doctor to tell him the whole truth, and he got it. In the doctor's judgment, he was utterly hopeless. He could never regain his position in society, and he would have to place himself under lock and key or hire a bodyguard if he was expected to live long. That was the physician's opinion. But
this was the great physician's opinion.
My bad. But this man still lives and is a free man. He does not need a bodyguard, nor is he confined. He can go anywhere on this earth where other free men may go without disaster, provided he remains willing to maintain a certain simple attitude.
So, giving you a bit of good news before it's all bad news. This is, don't want to get you, you know what I mean? We're going to tell you something pretty serious. So, I'll give you a bit of good news. There is hope for this, but now here comes the bad news, right?
Some of our alcoholic readers may think that they can do without spiritual help. Let us tell you the rest of the conversation our friend had with his doctor. The doctor said, "You have the mind of a chronic alcoholic."
Okay, so what does that mean? You have the mind of a chronic alcoholic. The malady. What does chronic mean?
Deadly.
Not fixable.
Well, chronic offender means over and over, right? Chronic, continuous, yes? In this aspect, it's continuous. It's something continues to happen in spite of all your efforts for it not to happen. Chronic, continuous, hopeless, all that stuff. But in this case, it's continuous. Chronic. You keep on relapsing. You're a chronic relapser. Who else was a chronic relapser? Well, but Bill. But see, he got the diagnosis after going to treatment twice. He's going back for the third. How many people have been to treatment more than twice here? Welcome to the club. How many people has tried to get sober more than a couple times?
Prison count?
Welcome, well, you know, welcome to the club. Do you see what I mean? But if you were to ask us, do you think you're chronic? No, just misunderstood. Well, not chronic. I'm not chronic. Well, how many times have you drinking against your own will? How many times have you still thought you could be your own solution? How many times did you think you learned your lesson? How many times did you think it was different? Interesting. There's a theme here, right? So now the doctor's laying it on him. What his problem is, getting into the malady, getting into the idea that the step one experience is never going to change for you. You're probably going to die an alcoholic death. Does that give you a warm, fuzzy feeling? Right? But what happens is we delude ourselves into believing that this time is going to be different and I'm going to be sober for the rest of my life. You just told me you haven't done step one yet. Right? So this guy's about to have a step one experience. Let's see what it looks like.
You have the mind of a chronic alcoholic. I have never seen one single case recover where the state of mind existed to the extent that it does in you. Our friend felt as though the gates of hell had closed in on him with a clang.
There we go. Is this way different experience than the page previous to that? Right? Like the gates of hell have clanged in on him. So how does that translate? And anybody, I remember going to one of my boss's houses. Beautiful place. Just absolutely wonderful. And I'm in there and the toilet gets plugged. And the water's starting to rise. Anybody ever been in one of those situations? You feel the panic set in, and you're talking to a toilet. Come on, please. Come on, no, don't. And you watch it getting closer to the edge, and you're watching the log get higher and higher. And how many people have felt that overwhelming anxiety and panic? That's kind of like step one. Right? There's nothing you could do about it. And you're praying for a situation to change, and it ain't changing. And it's getting worse. And the water is about to come over the ledge. Right? You had no idea that flush was going to create that situation. And that's kind of like our sobriety. We have no idea when it's going to happen. So this thing is like an aneurysm in the shape of a drink. It's there, but you don't know when it's going to happen. So, like, when you have that kind of anticipation that all your efforts based on your power, based on your trying is going to get you the same result, that you'll do a full circle and you'll be at that place again of, oh my God, how did I get here? And a lot of people, probably a few of these people in this room is going to die from this thing. There's a lot of people, so there's two talks that happen in AA. The one you're going to give at your cake and the one we're going to give at your memorial. Which one are you going to invest in? Right? And so this is the course of action that creates the different story than the one we're having. So you hear people say, get in the middle. You ever hear that? Get in the middle of AA. Right? This is the middle of AA. The book is AA. The rest is the fellowship. The whole design of this thing is to get people going through this course of action to have a different experience. Like I said, I've never met anybody who's ever gone through this and maintained it who's ever relapsed. I've met a lot of people who hasn't gone through this and relapsed. How many people has relapsed as the result of this course of action? Well, how many people has relapsed as the course of not doing this course of action? So there's something here. And it's funny, too. Then you get people say, I've done it. Good, show me how to do it. I don't know how to show you. Then you haven't done it. Pretty simple. Like when you come to one of my job sites or in the movie where I work in the movie industry, right? You learn certain things in that trade when building sets and all that other stuff. When I went there, I didn't know a lot of what they were building, but I had the basic principles on how to do what they were saying. And as they taught me, I became more efficient in it. Efficient? Right? I thought I made up another word there. Okay, so... And so when new people show up, they have the bases, they have a half-decent understanding, but they can't build at the same standard, right? So they have to go through a course of action or regime or training. Does that kind of make sense? To be effective of what... And that's the same with us. So this is our manual where it becomes a working part of the mind. That's why they spend so much time doing this, right? So then the doctor says... So what happens with it? So he gets that information, which is step one. Then what does he say?
He said to the doctors, "There's no exception." "Yes," replied the doctor, "there is. Exceptions to cases such as yours have been occurring since early times. Here and there, once in a while, alcoholics have had what are called vital spiritual experiences. To me, these occurrences are phenomena. They appear to be in the nature of huge emotional displacements and rearrangements, ideas, emotions, and attitudes which were once the guiding forces of the lives of these men are suddenly cast to one side, and a completely new set of conceptions and motives begin to dominate them. In fact, I have been trying to produce such emotional rearrangements within you."
So here we go. So he got bad news. He's feeling bad, right? You got to watch how the human nature happens here. It's really good when you so he's feeling bad. No, first he's feeling good. Then he realized now he's feeling bad because he gets the truth about his situation, right? It's like feels like he knows now he's in trouble, right? He knows the outcome that all his best efforts are going to get him loaded again. The step one experience or promise is I'm going to drink again. Yes? How many people are still here?
Yep.
Okay. Then he gets to, was there any exceptions? And then the doctor tells him about this experience that's available. He knows about it. He's heard about it. To me, they're a phenomena. If somebody wants to look on their phone what phenomenon and phenomena means, we'll get back to it. And the dictionary. So whoever want to grab their phone.
Science that can't be explained by science.
What was that? Speak up.
Something of interest by science that cannot be explained by science.
One's plural, one's singular.
Yeah.
One's singular, one's plural. So which is plural?
Oh God, here we go.
Phenomenon.
Phenomena. So here, they're talking on an unexplainable event that they explain as an experience. These people who've had this thing, this is the experience, what it looks like, right? The phenomenon of craving. This is what it looks like for those who exhibit it or suffer from it. So the phenomenon that happens in the mind, right? So there's three of them, right? Physical, mental, and spiritual. Unexplainable events that they go on to try to explain in the collective experience, which is interesting, right? So they're trying to explain something in the best way to help those who may be afflicted and those who are looking for a solution. But they really don't know how to explain it. It's something you have to experience, right? And it's something you really don't understand because those that went before you said they've experienced, and you see it like when Bill was looking at Ebby at the front door, and then he talked to him, he said there's something different about him. Couldn't really explain it, but he said how he got this experience, and Bill's his whole ideas of miracles were revised right then and there. And he's seen it was possible to get what his friend was experiencing if he did what he did. Because remember, he said there was no more power in him at this moment than there was in me, but yet there's something happening within him that's not happening within me, and we're both dying of alcohol. Go ahead. Sure.
Phenomenon is a observable factor, event, and outward sign of the working of a law of nature.
Beautiful. So then he gets, the doctor tells him about this thing. Upon hearing this, now he's hearing about this good, about the solution. A lot of us do this. We hear what the solution is. We bypass the course of action, and when we go look for God, we go look, we stop doing the work and we go on our quest. Anybody here? I'm going to go look for God. Well, why did you stop doing the work? Because I got to get God first. That's what we think step 2 is. I got to get God first. That's not step 2. Step 2 is the solution of step 1, outlined in the course of action, right? That brings about this result. So the confirmation of step 1 is relapse. The confirmation of step 2 is step 12, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. Where did we get the idea of these steps? Was in step 2, right? That was the previous page when they were talking about there is a solution. They talked about this course of action they did to bring about this change. So when you have a problem, you need to know what the problem is before you can come up with a solution, yes? Like my truck, I could tell there was a problem with it. I didn't know what the problem was, so I got on the phone with my buddy here, and we went over it, and then I was able to see what the problem was. No, my bad. There was a wire disconnected back by the fire. Spark plug wire connected to the disconnected.
Just dangling.
So it was by the fire. So I was able to reconnect it, right? But unless I found out what the problem was, I wouldn't know what the solution was and the course of action to fix it. Does that kind of make sense? So step 1 is what's the problem? Step 2 is what's the solution? And in that solution, there's a course of action that I have to engage in to bring about this result. But a lot of us bypass this, and this is this guy's thinking. Ready? Go ahead.
With many individuals, the methods which I employ you are successful, but I have never been successful with an alcoholic. Your description. Upon hearing this, our friend was somewhat relieved, for he reflected that, after all, he was a good church member. This hope, however, was destroyed by the doctors telling him that while his religious convictions were very good, in his case, they did not spell the necessary vital spiritual experience.
That's why we don't care what you believe. I know somewhere along the line people think we care what you believe. Do you understand what we're saying? Because your belief system isn't working for you. Like everybody wants my understanding, nobody cares. Nobody asked you. Right? Right? Came to believe that a power greater than itself could restore us to sanity. What power are they talking about? I don't know yet. Right? They haven't explained that, but they're explaining their experience as the result of obtaining this thing. So a lot of us think it's the belief. It's not the belief, it's the experience. Because a lot of us have belief, but it doesn't create the change necessary to bring about this result. So he gets feeling good again. Hey, I believe. I have an understanding of God. How many people have been there? Right? And then you get stuck on your idea and your belief system, and you don't do the work. And then that doesn't spell the necessary spiritual experience. Okay, so we're going to move on here. So we're going to go at the bottom of page 28.
In the following chapter, bottom of page 28.
So right here. Ready? We think.
Okay. We think it no concern of ours what religious bodies or members identify themselves with as individuals. This should be an entirely personal affair which each one decides for himself in the light of past association or present choice. Not all of us join religious bodies, but most of us favor such membership.
It's personal. It's up to you. It's none of our business what you're doing. That's why we share in a general way, right? We have the consensus is, or the collective experience is a power greater than ourselves. What you define that as is totally up to you. But the basis is a collective understanding. You need to understand what the collective understanding is to have your own conception. Otherwise, you're like this guy. He has his own conception, but it's not sufficient enough to bring about the change necessary, right? And you can't pass that conception on to a newcomer because they might not, right? So if you pass on the collective understanding, it will make way more sense. We'll get into that in a second. Okay, go ahead.
In the following chapter, there appears an explanation of alcoholism as we understand it.
Okay, ready? As who understands it?
Those who have been through it.
We first 100 people.
So, right? So when they read step 3, what do they say is who understands it? As we understand it. They're explaining how they understand it. But people change it and says, how do we understand it collectively? If it's a collective experience, then we need to all agree on it. It's not individually. Your own conception's individual, but collectively we all understand what the problem is, what the solution is, and the course of action as we understand him. Do you understand what we understand? Yes or no? Most people say no because they start thinking. Because people pour sponsorship without realizing it. Before they give them our understanding, they say choose your own conception. Nowhere has it told you to do that yet, has it? Right? So when did Bill choose his conception? Before talking to Abby or after talking to Abby?
A few hours.
After a few hour conversation, after Abby told his experience, Bill seen it was only a matter of being willing to believe. Right? Czars of the heavens, the universe, whatever you call it, was secondary. But the basis is, do you believe that there is something greater than you and it's obtainable through a course of action? He said, yeah. It was only a matter of willing to go through this course of action to have the same experience his friend did. Right? Because did Bill have a belief system? He did. Remember he signed a pledge card. He back and all that other stuff. He back on his religious teaching. He thought Christ was a great teacher. Some of the information that was, and the rest he disregarded. He had a belief system. Would that have been sufficient enough to create this change? If he went with that, would we have the experience that we're talking? No, he would have died an alcoholic death. Right? So it was a shift in the story, a shift in the understanding of the willingness to see something different and then to pursue that. And then it probably later on tied everything together, but it gave him a different experience. Does that kind of make sense? Okay, so go ahead.
In the following chapter, there appears an explanation of alcoholism as we understand it. Then a chapter addressed to the agnostic. Many who once were in this class are now among our members. Surprisingly enough, we find such convictions no great obstacle to a spiritual experience. Further on, clear-cut directions are given showing how we recovered.
Okay, ready? Further on, clear-cut instructions are given. These are not the clear-cut instructions on how we have recovered. They're information steps. The first 3 steps are information steps. Nothing changes in the first 3 steps except understanding and willingness. You hear people say, I do steps 1, 2, and 3 every day. You just told me you do nothing. You're misunderstanding what you're saying, or you're not representing what you mean. But if you look at the understanding is, every day I get up, I admit I have a problem. Okay? Every day I get up and I admit there's a solution to that problem. Every day I get up and make a decision that I'm not going to do nothing about it. And that keeps me sober. So you just told me that the problem doesn't apply to you then. Right? Because if you had a problem with your car, right, and you admit it, does it change anything? If you put a piece of black tape over the red light, does it change anything? Huh? Well, it doesn't change the symptoms or the effect of it, right? Right? Anybody ever have a problem in their car and thinks it went away and you get relieved and it comes back and you're surprised to come back because you did nothing? You get upset with the car because the problem came back? Anybody? You turn the stereo off. But you get what I'm saying is when the problem's there, you're kind of like, anxiety and all, and then it stops and you kind of go, good, it's gone away. But you've done that. And then it comes back, you get upset. Then it goes away like anybody. And then you ask everybody around you about this thing that nobody knows about. And then you're down there with a hammer banging shit, right? Does this work? So then you go to mechanic. Anybody ever bring their car to, or been to a dentist or doctor? Or, what's the problem? Based on your symptoms, they'll diagnose the problem. And then what will they do?
Tell you how much.
No, they'll give you a course. They'll give you a course of action necessary to fix this problem, and they'll go through it with a detailed course. The dentist, doctor, all that stuff. Give you a prescription. Yes, you follow this, and this should take care of that problem. Right. That means you got to go from point A to Z to have the results as discussed it in 2. Yes, walking away with that prescription or that manual or the report, does it change anything?
Yeah.
But at least you know what the problem is now. Then you need to ask yourself, am I willing to do what's necessary to have this problem fixed? Or am I just going to live with it? And some people decide to live with it. Like my brother, I know a lot of people said, you know what, I'm good living the life I live. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's like, I phoned my brother, I said, hey, ran into this guy, he reminds me so much of you, right? He said, other than he has a crack problem, right? You know, the same thing. You know, like obviously the guy, my brother goes, what makes you think he has a crack problem? I said, it's evident to me. He said, but does he think he has, maybe it's not a problem for him. Maybe he's enjoying what he's doing. I didn't know what to say. Everybody stand up and stare at him. No, I'm just joking. So, do you know what I mean? So you could decide to do nothing about it, and your story will continue to be, I'm sober for a little while, relapse. I'm sober for a little while, relapse. I'm dead. And then we'll read about you or hear about anybody hear this story all the time. I just seen the guy, he was doing good. Well, he's not here anymore. I've met guys who I've talked to about this stuff, and they just never had the step one experience. The step one experience is that feeling there's nothing I can do, and I'm going to die from this thing. That's the step one experience that everybody in this book has had. They've gone from being obsessed with the idea of fixing themselves to the realization they can't based on the information that's given them, proper 12-step work, right? And then having the step one experience sober, this guy's sober, having the step one experience, looking back, say, oh my God, I'm in trouble. Is there anything I could do about it? I've talked to guys that, man, I mean, the one guy, his landlord realized there was no more hot water in the tank, and he had a couple hours. It was weird. So he went up to the apartment and was banging on the door. He could hear the shower, and there was no answer. Kicked in the door. The guy was all crouched down in the shower for 20 minutes with the hot water on him. 20 minutes. They revived him, got him out of the shower, revived him. He was dead. They revived him, went to the hospital, came back, talked to me. I got my wife, my kids. I can't believe I've done this. And this was the second time. The first time he hit the floor, and they revived him. He said, never again. I'm never doing that again. Like, oh my God. And then the shower, and I talked to him about this, and he wasn't buying into it. You want to nudge him? He wasn't buying into it, right? Because he thought still he could manage, or still it would be different, or it's just a bad batch, yes? And now he's not around anymore. And I went to his memorial with his kids and his family and all that. Do you think he would like a redo? Yeah. You think he would like to do it over again? This is your redo. If you're here, there's something greater than you looking after you and giving you the opportunity for a redo. You either take it serious or you don't take it serious, but there's only one thing that will change the event. So on that questionnaire thing I gave you the other day, of what can you have done about your last relapse, the answer is nothing. If you would have said, call somebody, not pick up, then you haven't done step one. The truth is, if you have this malady and it has you and you find yourself drinking again, what can you have done different in that moment? Nothing. That's the step one promise. You'll be drinking against your own will. If you could have done something different, you would have. Right? But what can you have done really different if you think about it? You could have done the work. You could have done the steps. Why do you say that? Well, they conclude this here on More About Alcoholism. They talk about these two people here. They give More About Alcoholism, where they go through this. They talk about what? Page 30.
Top of page 30?
Yep.
Most of us have been unwilling to admit we were real alcoholics.
What does that mean, having this condition? Yes? Most of us have been unwilling to admit we have this condition. How many people would say that's true? Yeah. Oh, I could admit I'm an alcoholic, but I'm doing this. To be a real alcoholic means I'm doomed to an alcoholic death. Most people don't admit that. What makes you say that? Because they take their time getting into the steps. I've never seen anybody that could swim really good put on a life jacket in a wading pool. You know who wears a life jacket in a pool? It's people who can't swim. Right? This is how most of us go through recovery. Get in a boat. They say the life jackets are under your seat or over in that compartment. If you're a good swimmer, you feel good, you know where the life jackets are. Not realizing if there was an accident, you'd never be able to get the life jackets. Right? You banged your head or something, you'd die from the... But, oh, I feel good, there's the life jackets. Oh, there's the steps. There's the big book. There's my step study. There's God. There's all over there, I'm good. But if you don't know how... If you're not a bad swimmer, you'll take the life jacket and you protect your brains and you'll sit on it. You ever see people sitting on a life jacket? They feel comfortable about the fact they have a life jacket. Right? And it may sound funny, my wife can't swim. When we go, I nearly had a near-death experience drowning. So when I have a life jacket, I sit on it. Gives me comfort. My wife puts it on, and she don't care who's watching. She can't swim. She knows if something happens, right? Oh, you see my wife with the life jacket. We're in Vietnam. We're going there. We got pictures. Here's my wife with a life jacket on it. And this big boat. She's happy. She's just thinking, hey, laugh at me now. Anyways. And so that's like the life jacket's never saved anybody's life sitting on the wall. It needs to be something that's fitted and experienced with it. And that's what we need to go through the rest of our life. We need to get this kind of spiritual jacket that we wear for the rest of it, because we'll never learn how to swim. We just won't do it. So we need something to protect us from the elements, because life is the water. Does that kind of make any kind of sense? So most of us have been unwilling to admit we're a real alcoholic, meaning no person what?
No person likes to think he is bodily and mentally different from his fellows.
So how many symptoms have we been talking about all along here? How many symptoms are there in alcoholism? So is it a twofold illness or a threefold?
It's not origami.
So you hear a lot of people say threefold. And it isn't, because if it was, you would say that here. Who cares to admit they're mentally, physically, and spiritually different than their fellows? Wouldn't they? They talk about a spiritual problem later in regards to resentment, in regards to the human condition. But here they're talking about alcoholism, right? What makes one an alcoholic? Right? Because it could get confusing if you thought the spiritual malady was a part of it, because a lot of people would never identify with that. Right? The guy over there, the guy who went to treatment, did fantastic. Say, oh, you're an alcoholic because you're mentally, physically, and spiritually different. You suffer from a spiritual malady. What would he tell you? I'm feeling great. He met with the best psychiatrist in the world. He's doing pretty good. In the workings of his mind, he's at peace with himself. Things are good. Yes? Pretty hard to convince him otherwise, right? Took a relapse to convince him otherwise. So, okay, go ahead.
Therefore, it is not surprising that our drinking careers have been characterized by countless vain attempts to prove we could drink like other people. The idea that somehow, someday, he will control and enjoy his drinking is the great obsession of every abnormal drinker.
What's the great obsession?
Control your drinking.
Control and enjoy our drinking. So, this person who they're talking about, who still thinks they can control and enjoy their drinking, have they done step one?
No.
So the obsession, according to the book, is a pre-step one condition. It's not a step one condition. But we like it to be a step one condition, because who could be in charge of that then? We can. The real alcoholic has no idea when they're going to drink again. Right? This person with an obsession, they're battling with, there's got to be a way I can drink. So the next page is dedicated to all the different ways we've tried to control and enjoy our drinking.
You can ask the reader to go
Right?
try some.
That's what the next page is all about. So more about alcoholism is more about alcoholism. The two symptoms in regards to alcohol, this is the physical and mental part. The first part of this is the physical part. So when they talk about the obsession, they're obsessed with the idea that they don't have the physical component, that they can control and enjoy the drinking. It's just a matter of managing themselves well. There's got to be a way I could drink without consequence. Yes? Anybody been there? Right, but what gets your attention is that you can't. Now you're finding out why, because I have this physical factor. So what's the solution in regards to the physical factor of this obsession?
Just don't drink.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on a second. I never asked you what you think. Did I ask you what you think? I won't be asking that any time from now on. We're going to read something. We're going to say, what does the book say is the solution to that? And then we'll ask you what you think. Does that kind of make sense? So what's the solution to this problem? We don't know yet, do we? They're going to tell us. They're going to tell us. If they haven't told us, that means they're going to tell us, yes? So what's the solution to this problem? Let's find out. Or here's one. This is going to be probably the hardest thing you're ever going to learn how to say. But you're going to learn it here today with me. Ready? Brace yourself a bit. Take a breath in. It's going to be a little difficult. It's going to be a little difficult, but we're going to do it together. Everybody ready? We'll do a piecemeal. I don't. Ready? No. Everybody okay? Everybody check? Buddy check? Everybody good? I know. Wow. That was deep. Yeah. You can throw something in there, but we're not ready for it right now. Okay, go ahead.
The persistence of this illusion is astonishing. Many pursue it into the gates of insanity or death.
A lot of people will die from this illness that don't have the consequences at the level where they need to seek help. I know a lot of people who continue to drink. They work, they go home, drink, go to bed, get up, work, and they shorten their life, but they're happy doing what they're doing. As long as they don't have no consequences that get their attention. They're just drunk all the time. And they're okay with that. And they seem to function. I'm not okay with that. Anybody okay with that? But some people are. So that will shorten their life, or they'll go and say, or die from some association with alcoholism, right? Go ahead.
We learned that we had to fully concede to our innermost selves that we were alcoholics.
So what do we have to do? We what?
Concede.
Learned. That's the first. We need to learn about the illness. We're finding out about it. We're given the description of it, and then the reader, has to concede. What does concede mean?
Admit that something is true or valid after first denying or resisting it.
Right? And so what we're going to do now is take a 15-minute break. Okay, so where we kind of left off at, more about alcoholism. And so the book's broken up into two sections, right? The first section of more about alcohol deals with the physical aspect, right? That's why they talk about smashing the obsession. So the obsession is a pre-step one condition, yes or no? According to the book, if you still have the obsession that you can control and enjoy your drinking, have you done step one yet? So the idea has to be smashed. Who does the smashing? We do, based on education, truth, and experience, yes? And if you don't believe you have the obsession, the allergy, step over to the nearest bar. Try some controlled drinking. But most people who are in the book already know they can't drink, right? Because those who still think, they may have a problem are in 12 and 12 studies. Most people who are in 12 and 12 studies don't need to do the big book. They can stay sober based on their own experience. They don't really need a psychic change of spiritual experience. What they need is just to work on themselves every day and tell everybody how great they are. Because the 12 and 12 is written by who? Well, it's written by Bill and a couple other people who helped him influence reading it. How many years after the fact did he write the 12 and 12 when he wrote the big book?
13.
So he got 13 years application. So you're telling me, by you, who's done nothing, sitting there talking about Bill's experience, could have the same experience by reading what he wrote?
No.
That's like reading a form magazine and think you know what you're doing. for those that are old enough to know what a Form magazine is. Reading about an experience and having an experience is two different things, right? It's like sex. It's always better with a partner, right? Okay, but, you know, whatever you're into. So what happens is you can't have Bill's experience if you didn't do the work he did to get it. Yes? But they don't tell you that. So a lot of people sit in 12 and 12 studies thinking they're doing the steps and they're not. They're doing a highlighted version of a highlighted version. And right? So anyway, I'll leave it alone at that. So then they get into smashing this idea. So then they go through the physical part, and then over on page 33, they do the shift into the mind. And now they start talking about this thing that happens here in... I got lost where I am here for a second. Okay, back up. Page 35, here we go.
Or 34.
34.
How then shall we?
So, if we're planning to stop, everybody see where that is? So this is the conclusion in regards to learning about the allergy and conceding to having the physical component of the allergy. Yes? So they're doing the conclusion. What does conclusion mean? The finishing, right? So summary, right? The finishing thought, right? And then they're going to start a new topic, right? So this chapter is divided into two. What two components are they talking about in this chapter? The physical part and the mental part. No person likes to think they're bodily and mentally different than their fellows. See how they said that? So they dealt with the body part, the physical component that makes one an alcoholic, right? So is it possible to be an alcoholic before you drink?
No.
You have to drink. Alcohol doesn't cause alcoholism, it reveals it. May sound kind of weird, right? Just because you're an asshole before you drink doesn't mean you're an alcoholic. I had the isms before I drank. Well, that's humanism. It's not alcoholism. I had problems before you drink. We all know that. Okay, here we go. Everybody know the if? Biggest word in the book, if.
I don't know,
Page 33.
if we are planning. If we are planning.
That's it, just to see, make sure you're paying attention. 33.
If
If.
we are planning.
If. Everybody there?
If we are planning, middle of the page, one sentence up from the paragraph. If we are planning to stop drinking, there must be no reservation of any kind, nor any lurking notion that someday we will be immune to alcohol.
Conclusion, yes or no? I can never safely drink again. That's important, right? Because if I think somehow, someday, then what step haven't I done? Step one, the guy who they're talking about, of the guy of 30, right? He never did step one, but he admitted he had a problem. He admitted he could be his own solution, and he prolonged the agony. He took a drink again, and then he was dead in a short period of time. Everybody know the story? Okay. Go ahead.
Young people may be encouraged by this man's experience to think that they can stop, as he did, on their own willpower. We doubt if many of them can do it, because none will really want to stop, and hardly one of them, because of the peculiar mental twist already acquired, will find he can win out.
So what do they call it now? Peculiar mental twist, right? In association to this condition of the mind, right? Peculiar mental twist can win out. Even though they want to stop having problems, but they don't really want to stop. Anybody been there? And you won't be able to, because this thing that keeps on happening has you going back to it. I made a firm resolution on Monday. Friday, I forgot what that resolution was. Then I was reminded again by Sunday. Okay.
Several of our crowd, men of 30 or less, had been drinking only a few years, but they found themselves as helpless as those who had been drinking had been drinking 20 years. To be gravely affected, one does not necessarily have to drink a long time, nor take the quantities some of us have.
So that's why it's you hear people, it's not the amount you drink. Well, it kind of is. right? But it doesn't matter how long you've been doing it for. That's the thing, right? Because it's the amount we drank that really got us here. The inability to control the amounts we drink that causes problems and all that stuff. And then the inability to stop. So they talk about three different types of people come to our fellowship. Those who can't quit drinking, those who are looking to stop drinking, and those who are looking for fellowship. There's a lot of people in our fellowship who enjoy our fellowship who are not alcoholics. I know it may find it hard to believe, but how many 12-step fellowships are there? Hundreds. What other fellowship has the amount of meetings and support that we do?
No.
None. Not even churches have it 7 days a week. Right? So where would, if you were looking in some form of recovery, where would be a good place to go hang out? Right? What's the only requirement for membership? What's the only requirement to go to an open meeting? None. And there's a lot of people in open meetings sponsoring alcoholics.
Dangerous.
Just don't drink. What's the matter with you? Meeting makers make it. They give you a recipe outside this one. Right? We hear it all the time. Right? And then we get back to shaming people, which is kind of crazy. Anybody ever remember coming back after a relapse and you let the group know? And what do these people that don't understand alcoholism, they start shaming you. You need to do this. Yeah, I guess you haven't had enough yet. Thanks for experimenting for us. Thanks for going out for us. Thanks for not letting us know it doesn't get any better out there. Well, they never said that stuff to me. I crack them right in the head.
Humility.
Right? Throw a chair at them, right? And who are you talking? I remember, I know it's hard to believe looking at me now, but I wasn't that well when I got here, eh? I was in Toronto trying to get sober, and I came in and I was in bad shape, and I sat at the discussion meeting, and everybody's talking this. I don't understand anything what anybody's saying. Or they're talking all this. It sounds good to them. I don't understand. And this guy's looking right at me, and he's going on about the stuff. Well, you need to surrender. You need to do this. You ego. Blah. Now, I'm wondering who he's talking to. I said, "You talking to me?" He says, "Yeah, I'm talking to you. You gotta take the cotton out of your mouth." So I jumped up and said, "How about I just smash your head in right here?" And he goes, "Oh, the newcomer." I said, "They'll be next." Like, that's right. The guy who 12-stepped me took me out of the meeting. He says, "Let's bring you to a different one." I said, "Okay." Like nuts, because they were talking to me, right? And it was shame-based guilt. I had that up my whole life, but when I heard guys talk about their experience, I went, "My God, I'm like that guy." So when these guys were sharing in the meeting over here, they weren't talking to me, but they were talking to me. Does that kind of make sense? They were talking about what they were like. They're talking about what happened to them. And they're talking about the life they're having now, made it appealing. Because as soon as I was in those shame, I call them shame-based meetings, let's talk about step one. Let's shame the new person more. And as soon as you start focusing on the new person, we forget that we stop listening. Anybody ever talk to you? You don't hear a word they're saying? That's a newcomer sitting in a meeting when you're talking to them. But when you're talking about your story, they kind of go, "What? That makes sense. Wow, I could have that experience." See the difference? How many people know the difference in that? So remember that when you're in a meeting, right? And if you're in the home group or your business meeting, suggest that maybe we should stop talking to them. Because it doesn't ask us to do that, does it?
Sure, experience.
It makes a big difference whether they come back or not. Because you hear people say, "Oh, I had too much shame or ego." No, it's really, you didn't want to, a lot of people didn't want to face the repercussions happening within our own meeting. How crazy is that? Like, where else are you going to go? Right? AA is designed for relapsers. How many people find that surprising? It's not designed for people who can stay sober. It's designed for people who can't. Oh my God, really? Yes, it's designed for people who can't stay sober. Right? Because if they could stay sober, we wouldn't be calling it AA. We'd be calling it SA, but that's a different meeting. Okay, so some got it.
Where were we?
Where were we? Okay, moving along. Okay, so
Jump around.
30. Here we go. So let's go at the bottom of 34.
For those?
No, for those. Let's go there. For those,
Middle of 34. For those who are unable to drink moderately, the question is how to stop altogether.
altogether, including
We're
weekends,
assuming-
holidays, and birthdays.
We're assuming, of course, that the reader desires to stop. Whether such a person can
So
quit.
hold on. So that's important. Is it our job to talk people into sobriety? If a guy comes up and says, I really want to drink, okay, go drink.
Have fun.
But I don't want to drink.
All right.
Okay, then come walk with us. It's not my job to talk you out of something you're talking yourself into. It's not my job to talk you into the steps. My job is do you want what we have? Are you willing to walk with us? Are you willing to go to any lengths?
Yeah.
I don't got enough time to talk you into this. If I got to talk you into this, you're not staying anyways. You're going to talk yourself out of it.
Already did.
Anybody? But if you want to come walk with us, I'll walk. I'll walk into the fire to walk you out of it. But I'm not staying in there with you. Okay, go ahead.
Desire to stop. Whether such a person can quit upon a non-spiritual basis depends upon the extent to which he has already lost the power to choose whether he will drink or not.
See the theme there? They've mentioned that a couple times now, right? Can you stay stopped based on a right on your own accord? How long can you stay stopped for? Many who to this book appeals to, they can stay anything sober like a year. Some will be drunk after making their resolution. Right? They go on and on. Try leaving liquor alone for a year. Try it. But if
And
you're
no
an alcoholic
fellowship.
of this, not with support in AA, they're talking outside of AA, on your own. Because some of us, if you're far advanced, you won't make it anything like a year. And a lot of people ain't making it anything like a year in AA with support. So that's the indication, right? So what's the solution?
Many of us felt that we had plenty of character. There was a tremendous urge to cease forever, yet we found it impossible. This baffling feature of alcoholism, as we know it.
This is the baffling feature of
My bad.
alcoholism.
Sorry.
So this is the second time they use the word in association with this characteristic. You hear people go on, say, oh, Bill didn't like to use the same words twice. Anybody ever hear that? He does when he's talking about the same thing. The baffling feature of alcoholism is called what? The malady that centers where? In the mind. What's the baffling feature of alcoholism? Hello, how many people are here right now? The malady that centers in the mind, that places us beyond human aid. That's the baffling feature of alcohol. It's not the obsession. It's the malady, an unexplainable event that happens within our psyche that places us beyond human aid. They call it a phenomenon, this thing that parallels with our sound thinking. It shouldn't give you a warm, fuzzy feeling to have that characteristic, to realize you're going to die an alcoholic death. If that makes you feel good, you may need a little more help than we have to offer. Go ahead.
This is the baffling feature of alcoholism as we know it. This utter inability to leave it alone, no matter how great the necessity or wish.
Right? And just because you left it alone for a period of time, returning to it is what they're talking about. Oh, you did a year, good. You did 2 years, oh, fantastic. You did 5 years, but you return to it. Right? You don't have the recipe of longevity. Right? There's a difference here. What we're looking for is the recipe of longevity. Right? We're not looking just for today. I need a solution for the rest of my life. Longevity. I want a solution that I'm no longer afflicted with this illness anymore, that I can be free of it. Right? Enter a daily reprieve where I'm no longer suffering from alcoholism. What sounds more appealing, that you're working on untreated alcoholism every day, or that you could recover from this and no longer dealing with alcoholism?
Recover from this.
Yeah, I mean, if I had, how many people would like to do a life sentence in Alcoholics Anonymous, or how many people would like to start life in Alcoholics Anonymous?
Start life.
Big difference, right? So when people say, I deal with alcoholism every day, either you don't know what you're talking about, or this doesn't apply to you, because we can't survive if we're still dealing with alcoholism, right? Remember, we deal with alcohol, cunning, baffling, and powerful. Without help, it was too much for us. Where did they give us that? Where did they say that? How it works? Remember, we deal with alcohol, cunning, baffling, and powerful. What's the most important part of that statement?
Remember.
Remember, we can't remember. Remember? Oh, yeah, now I remember. Right? And that's what they're saying here. If you have this thing, you won't remember. So they're going to get. So they're saying, man, we better explain this a little more in depth because we know the audience. They've started thinking. They started feeling. So let's explain it in a little more in depth. So we're going to talk more about alcoholism. Go ahead.
How then shall we help our readers determine to their own satisfaction whether they are one of us?
To whose satisfaction? To our satisfaction, whether we are one of who? Them, the collective. So just because you have the allergy doesn't mean you're beyond human aid. Yet. Right? Because if you look at the first time you started having the allergy, when you look back in your drinking history, it happened a long time ago when you started thinking about the next drink before you're finished the first drink. Yes? That's alcoholism. Normal people don't do that. I found it surprising too. Anybody ever been to a social here? Watch people in a setting? This is funny. You got to watch this next time. You could start telling who we are in the crowd. They don't know who they are, but we could tell who they are by watching their characteristics. So during a dinner engagement where they sit around on a big table and there's a waiter involved, right? So they'll all be sitting there drinking their wine. There will be certain people waiting for other people to drink before they drink. They're trying to pace themselves with them. You ever watch them? You ever try that? Now the waiter's coming around and they still have a quarter glass of wine left. The person beside them with a quarter glass of wine, because they're pacing themselves, will give the waiter, will top it up. The potential alcoholic will say, wait a second, finish the wine and then get them to top it up. You see the difference? They don't know what they're doing. Like I've watched people do this. Wait a second, gulp it down. Try to be by here a little more faster the next time, right? Anybody ever see that? Anybody ever do that? Oh yeah, good. I knew you, my people. Okay, so how shall we help our readers to determine to their own satisfaction whether they're one of us? Well,
the experiment of quitting for a period of time will be helpful, but we think we can render an even greater service to alcoholic sufferers and perhaps to the medical fraternity.
Okay, so after you read this book a while, study it, they have dark humor in it. I don't know how long how many years I was doing a study when I caught what they were saying. The experiment of quitting. The experiment, because we know it's an experiment, because you'll be doing it again. If you're like us, we already know. Because if this didn't apply to you, you wouldn't be reading it. You'd be in a 12 and 12 study somewhere. That ain't working for you, so you're here reading this. How many people thought it was a great idea to read this when they first got here? How many people got to the necessity of, boy, I better get into this? So you thought it was a good idea to read this when you first got here, or the second time you got here? First time? That's good sponsorship. Unless you're new. New, okay, yeah. Somebody gave you the idea you should be reading this. Nobody thought it was a good idea. How many people's done the steps off the wall without doing the book? Come on. You hear somebody share something really good about off-the-wall sobriety and you're sharing their experience at the next meeting. How many people's done that? How many people still doing it? How many people lying right now?
So
we do it. They're reading the steps off the walls. Oh, yeah. And then you're sharing it. It's like your idea at the next meeting, but you have no idea that they didn't have an idea. Now there's two of you that don't have an idea. And then there's three, and then there's a whole group of you really telling each other how great you're doing. And then somebody who's actually done the work sits in your group, starts talking about the actual work, and you don't like that guy anymore. Because he knows that you know now you know that you don't know, right? And he's the problem, and he's got to go. Right? He's going to talk about a book again, that big book guy. You know that guy?
crux of the problem.
Okay. Anyways, so we shall describe
Some of the mental states that precede a relapse into drinking. For obviously, this is the crux of the problem.
You hear people now, like, you hear so much shit in our fellowship, like, it's mind-boggling. Either they don't know what they're talking about or it doesn't apply to them. You hear people say, relapse isn't a part of my story. You ever hear that?
Yeah.
Either you don't know what you're talking about or this doesn't apply to you. Right? Because relapse is a part of all our stories. The inability to stay sober. If you're able to stay sober, then step one wouldn't apply to you. If you could do step one every day and it keeps you sober, does step one apply to you?
If relapse wasn't a part of my problem, I wouldn't be sitting here every day.
But the whole idea, hear the question. Ready? You hear people say, I do step one every day. If that's able to keep you sober, if doing step one every day can keep you sober, would step one apply to you?
No.
Because what you're admitting is you're beyond human aid, right? And a part of that step one experience is the inability to stay sober, yes?
Yeah.
And a part of that means relapse. I'm relapsing. And people say, because I didn't go to a 12-step fellowship, it doesn't count. Yes, it counts, right? Because anybody ever try to quit smoking? And then you relapse, you start smoking again? Oh, it doesn't count because you didn't go to a 12-step fellowship. It's ludicrous. We make up our own language and ideas in here. My wife kind of sat in a couple of meetings. She goes, what the hell are you people talking about? You got your whole own language here. We got our own language. To the rest of the world, it makes no sense. How does admitting a problem solves a problem that fixes a problem that reminds you of the problem that you're able to do something about a problem based on nothing? Did that make sense to you? Welcome. That's our own language, right? Yeah, I get that, man. Okay, sorry. So we shall describe some of the mental states that precede relapse into drinking. For obviously, this is the crux of the problem. So, what are we looking for here in the next part of the book?
Say it a little louder.
The mental states that precede a relapse.
Right? Not the behavior before it, the mental states. So the first person is Jim. Remember Jim? Everybody likes Jim. Mm-hmm. Ounce of whiskey in the milk. How many people know that story? Come on.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Love it. Oh, we love it. Why? Because we see he's irritable, restless, and discontent. We see he's resentful. We see he has problems. We see why he drank again. Yes?
Nervous disposition.
Oh, nervous disposition. Look, this guy's got problems. No wonder he drank again. So he has a behavioral problem. So if none of this external stuff was happening, then he wouldn't drink, right? Oh, that's what they tell us. He drank because look at all this shit going on in his life. They say, we know the way you think. Right? The problem is, it says suddenly.
That's the big word.
Suddenly, something came over him. This malady resurfaced that was lying dormant. This aneurysm in the form of a drink represented himself. Said, hey, why don't you put an ounce of whiskey in the milk? He thought it was a great idea. If he was watching him do that, he would go, wait a minute, what are you doing? That's insane. Because he knew he was an alcoholic, yes? He knew he'd be in deep trouble if he ever drank. He knew, right? But yet that didn't stop him. So we look at the behavior around our drinking. Yes, come on. How many people's analyzed that and looked at his behavior? That's not the point of the story. The point of the story is we should look at some of the mental states that precede a relapse into drinking, and what was the thinking that preceded a relapse into drinking? It was the
Suddenly.
What does suddenly mean? Boom! Suddenly, I was standing there minding my own business, and the car came right through the door. Suddenly, something that happens without warning. Yes. So then they talk about here. Oh, this is good. Huh?
Next pair, you may think.
Yeah.
Mental phenomena.
Go ahead.
34. 37, second paragraph down. You may think this is an extreme case. To us, this is not far-fetched. For this kind of thinking has been characteristic of every single one of us. We have sometimes reflected more than Jib did upon the consequences. But there was always the curious mental phenomenon that paralleled with our sound reasoning that inevitably ran with some insanely trivial excuse for taking the first drink.
So there we go. So they're explaining the malady that they introduced as the second symptom on page 23 as the main problem of the alcoholic, right? What are they calling this malady now?
A mental phenomenon.
A phenomenon, an unexplainable event that happens in these people, the characteristic. On the previous page on 22, it says we can't answer the riddle that once a certain point is reached, little or nothing can be done for these people. The doctor, in the doctor's opinion, said this: once this desire comes back again, this is what they're talking, this malady. Unless these people can experience an entire psychic change, there's very little hope of his recovery. He uses the irritable, restless, and discontent because he works in a treatment center. Most of the people he deals with are of that state, right? But here they're talking about the collective experience of the first 100 men and women, where they kind of went, wait a minute, it's not the obsession our problem. There's something beyond that. That we seem to have this condition that's different than these people that they're able to treat, they're able to work on, and they're the focal point of their own life. They're always working on themselves. They're in stage 1 recovery. They're the primary focus of their own lives. I'm working on this behavior. My old behavior is this character defect. I'm working on this. I'm working on that. What's the focal point of their sobriety? Themselves. And they're able to redefine their lives, right? In the spiritual appendix, how many people's read the spiritual appendix here? The focal point is their relationship on this experience, and we'll get into that in a second. So what do they call this condition of the mind? They call it a phenomenon, an unexplainable event. So how do they explain an unexplainable event? They show you pictures of what it looks like. This is what it looks like. This guy, Jim, was suddenly. Yes? So keep reading. This is good.
Our sound reasoning failed to hold us in check. The insane idea won out. Next day, we would ask ourselves, in all earnestness and sincerity, how could it have happened again? How
So anybody?
could it have happened?
Anybody? Yeah. So, anyways, we go on. It's really good reading here. So on page 39.
That may be true.
Here we go. So here, they go on talking about his experience and all that stuff. You need to read through it. But here's a summary of that experience with Jim and all that. So that means, so,
Top of 39.
oh, sorry, it's just 38. Some of you are thinking.
Uh-oh.
Any thinkers in the room? We give you the information what alcoholism is, and you start thinking, well, what does it mean to me? Nobody cares what it means to you. Do you understand what we're talking about? Do you understand the characteristics of alcoholism? Do you understand the components that places one beyond human aid? Do you understand the malady that they're talking about, that they're presenting here? Right? So some of you are thinking, what does it say?
Bottom of page 38. Some of you are thinking, yes, what you tell us is true, but it doesn't fully apply. We admit we have some of these symptoms, but we have not gone to the extremes you fellows did.
So that means, okay, I heard your guys' story. I have some of those symptoms in the past, but now I've taken over. I'm in charge again. I'm focusing on me, and it can't happen again based on what you guys are telling me. So I'm in a meeting. As long as I don't drink, I'll be okay. Oh, no, you won't. If you're one of us. If you're not one of us, you'll be okay. If you're one of us, you don't know you'll be drinking again. We know you'll be drinking again, but we don't tell you that because we like lying to you. Right? When next time you're in a meeting and they ask for a topic, say step 1. Right? And then when they ask you, say the promise that we're going to relapse. Step 1, we're going to relapse 100%. You want to watch people lose their shit in a meeting? Tell them the truth about step 1. Step 1, yeah. Step 1, firing a gun off. Firing a gun, yeah, I said it. Had enough of you. so I remember saying that in a meeting once. Say step 1, the promise of relapse. People were losing their minds. You can't tell the newcomer that. What are you doing? Oh, you're going to say I'm going to relapse again? Yeah. You can't say that. Yeah, I can. I just did. Right? Our job is to disturb people about the question of alcoholism. What do we try to do to make people feel better? You're not feeling bad enough yet. Just because you get here feeling bad, you're not feeling bad enough yet. Let us help you with that. Right? We need to get you to oh my God, I'm in trouble. What do I have to do? Yeah. Most people are telling us what they have to do. You need to get to that place of, oh my God, What do I have to do? How many people do you hear say that in a meeting that are new? Nobody. Nobody ever says, oh my God, I don't know what to do. I'm going to die. I need some help. Finally, step one. Right? That's step one experience. Most people are, oh my God, that was close. Glad I got here just in time again. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Jump to 39.
Yes. Oh no, did you read it? We told such things cannot happen again. We have not lost every. Yes, go ahead.
Where
Yeah, that may be true. 39.
Yeah, that's what I said. Top of 39. That may be true of certain non-alcoholic people who, though drinking foolishly and heavily at the present time, are able to stop or moderate because their brains and bodies have not been damaged as ours were.
Where else do they talk about that? Page 2021. Again, they're talking about they're different than us. So far. All depends where they are in the progression of alcoholism, right? Okay, go ahead.
But the actual or potential alcoholic, with hardly an exception, will be absolutely unable to stop drinking on the basis of self-knowledge. This is the point we wish to emphasize and re-emphasize to smash home upon our alcoholic readers as it has been revealed to us out of bitter experience. Let us take another illustration.
So how many people, when you hear them talk in a meeting, listen, so how many people are awake right now? Put your hand up. Okay, good. The rest of you just meditating with your eyes closed. Okay, so when you get this information, and then now you reflect, and even on your own sharing, how many people talk about self-knowledge? How many talk about everything they're doing to keep themselves sober? How many yesterday talked about the knowledge of getting more knowledge? The basis of most people's pursuit is, I want to learn how to do the program better. Not what does the program get me so I can do better. They want to learn the mechanics. They want to learn the talk. They want to learn the mechanics of it. A lot of people in AA know the mechanics of it that can't stay sober. Right, Brett? A lot of people learn the lingo. I'm one of those people. Like you, it was just I learned the lingo. And I didn't know because the people around me were all sounding the same as me. I was surrounding myself with people who were like me. The people who I work with, I listen to them in meetings and I don't ask them their permission to work with them. Right, Brett? So right, Doug? Right, I just start working with them. They either start complying or they avoid me. But I don't stop working with them. I don't stop phoning them. I stop. Huh? That's it. They just, my job is to carry this message. If you show up at a meeting that I'm present at, you've just given me consent to work with you.
Ready?
I got your consent. I didn't have to ask you to be my sponsor to work with you. I just start working with you. And then you'll come back to me and think it's your idea. It's beautiful. I like it. Work six months later. Would you like to be my sponsor? Okay, I got nothing better to do. 6 months working with you. You think it's your idea. Okay. So, here we go. So, we talk about Fred here. We read the story. We kind of go through, which is really interested here. So, they talk about... Okay, you know what? It's worth reading again. Let's go with Fred.
Fred?
Yeah, his story is worth reading because it covers all the aspects of what we're talking about, and it covers every single one of our stories here. Every single one of us is a Fred. Every single one of us is Jim. Every single one of us, because we have the same characteristics, even though it may be different. Ounce of whiskey and milk, so, oh my God, I can't believe you did. How about ounce of whiskey and Coke? Oh, that's different. That's the same thing. Same thing. You know what I mean? So why are we looking at these two stories? Is we're looking for the common. What's the common denominator in these two stories? Why they're using it as an example at this point in the book?
Suddenly.
Malady?
The malady and the thinking process that precedes the first drink. That creates relapse, yes? That's what we're looking for. But because we're keen intellectual people, we like to look why. That's why we like Jim's story. That's why, oh, he's irritable, restless. How many people's heard that? So they said, oh, we know how you think. You're going to tie excuses to why you drank. So let's look at Fred. Right? Let's
Middle
look
of
at
page
Fred.
39. Here we go. Fred is partner in a well-known accounting firm. His income is good. He has a fine home, is happily married, and the family of promising children of college age. He has so attractive a personality that he makes friends with everyone.
Well, he can't be an alcoholic. Because he doesn't look like he's suffering from alcoholism. He doesn't have the isms. He's not spiritually sick. He doesn't have all these problems. The guy's doing good. But he has an illness, yes? Okay, that was fun.
Yes. If ever there was a successful businessman, it is Fred. To all appearance, he is a stable, well-balanced individual, yet he is alcoholic.
You know, when I first read this story, I thought, my God, that's me.
We first saw...
Sorry.
Lunchtime.
We're on it. Okay, go
All
ahead.
right, here we go. We first saw Fred about a year ago in a hospital where he'd gone to recover from a bad case of jitters. It was his first experience of this kind, and he was much ashamed of it. Far from admitting he was an alcoholic, he told himself he came to the hospital to rest his nerves. The doctor intimidated strongly that he might be worse than he realized.
So it's interesting because he's gone to probably Towns Hospital. I'm not too sure the history there. But it's sufficient enough where the doctor had some people come and visit him. So that would be public information or PI, like work in hospitals. What we have now, we have people go 12-step people, put on meetings, hospital treatment centers, all that public information, right? Or 12-step calls. Somebody will phone central office and say, you know what, there's this person in the hospital, because somebody go see him, or someone will call, hey, I need to see somebody. And so that's how we do 12-step calls. Back then, these people went to see this guy. I remember, this guy, somebody phoned me from emergency. It was in White Rock, the hospital. And they said he was lying on a stretcher, and somebody put my card in his gown. It says, if you need help, call this number. And the guy called me. I never met him before. He had no introduction, nothing. From the hospital, went and visited him and 12-stepped him, went into treatment, helped him through the whole thing. The guy's doing fantastic, first time through. So this is kind of like the same thing. Visit him, tell him all the information, and let's see what Fred does with that. See what we did with that.
For a few days, he was depressed about his condition.
Anybody?
He made up his mind to quitting drinking altogether.
Anybody?
It never occurred to him that perhaps he could not do so, in spite of his character and standing.
Anybody?
For Fred would not believe himself an alcoholic, much less accept a spiritual remedy for his problem.
So there you go. So he has a problem, but it's not an alcoholic problem. It's not a problem where he needs to actually have to do the steps. It's a problem that he could apply himself to with a bit of meetings and support. And as long as he don't drink, he'll be okay. Does this sound like a theme in anybody's life? You hear this message a lot in AA? 90 meetings in 90 days, you'll be okay. No, you won't. Okay, go ahead.
We told him what we knew about alcoholism.
Which is step one. That's what we're doing here, right? Yes?
He was interested and conceded that he had some of the symptoms, but he was a long way from admitting that he could do nothing about it himself.
What's our first obsession? Fixing us with us based on our own knowledge and understanding. Yes? Would we agree to that? That's the first obsession that has to be smashed, right?
Or get more knowledge so you can do better.
Yeah. And how are you doing so far with that?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
All right.
Okay, go ahead.
He was positive that this humiliating experience, plus the knowledge he had acquired, would keep him sober for the rest of his life.
How many people
would
been
fix
there?
it.
We say, I'm never drinking again. How many people? I'm convinced this time. I mean it this time. I'm never doing it again. You just told me you never really did step one because it would be, my God, I'm going to do this again, and what do I need to do not to do this again? Is he there? Is this guy there? He's like most of us when we first get to AA. Yes, come on. I listen to everybody. Sounds like I could be my own solution. It sounds like I could apply me to me. Sounds like if I go to the right meetings. It sounds like if I get a girlfriend, a job, and some money, I'll be okay. Yes? I got to get the promises. Got to get busy. I got my list. What's that? Job, relationship, nookie, huh? Preferably with another human being, right? Get all the promises coming true, and then talk about how great you're doing based on you. Come on.
We heard.
Yes? Hi, Fred. How you doing today? You start calling newcomers out. Hi, Fred. After they share, how you doing, Fred? My name's not Fred. Oh, you don't think so? But we hear Fred all over you. Okay, go ahead.
We heard no more of Fred for a while. One day we were told that he was back in the hospital. This time he was quite shaky. He soon indicated he was anxious to see us. The story he told us is most instructive. For here was a chap absolutely convinced he had to stop drinking, who had no excuse for drinking, who exhibited splendid judgment and determination in all his other concerns, yet was flat on his back nevertheless. Let him tell you about it. I was so much impressed with what you fellows said about alcoholism, and I frankly did not believe it would be possible for me to drink again.
Anybody been there? Come on. How many people have been there? You haven't done nothing, but you believe you're never going to drink again based on your experience with the pain, the suffering, and all that stuff. That's going to keep me sober. I've hit bottom.
Never gonna do that again.
I'm never doing that again. I finally hit. You hear people say, I finally hit bottom. I have the gift, the desperation. And then they start all on this bumper sticker, throw a slogan at it, talk. You're trying to convince themselves that this time's different. And what they're telling you, if you have an ear for it, they don't understand alcoholism. And they're crying out for help because they don't know that they're in deep trouble.
And they actually believe what they're thinking.
100% pass the lie detector stuff because they have no information contrary to that. Whose job is to inform them of step one in the process that's outlined in this book?
Fred.
Our job. It's our job in meetings, right? Not to do the status quo and to appease the masses and go on with the catchphrases and all that and sound like you're going to make. It's about making people uncomfortable, right? But they know why, because you have an answer. Like this guy here. These guys told him the truth. He didn't like it too much, but he didn't believe it was, right? It applied to him, yes? So these guys, he knew they told him the truth. He agreed he had some of the symptoms, but it didn't apply to him, nor did he need to do what they did to stay sober, yes? So he's admitted he has a problem, but he hasn't conceded he has step one. Right? We all agreed on that? Let's see what he does with that.
I rather appreciated your ideas about the subtle insanity which precedes the first drink, but...
Subtle insanity, not the obsession. They never explain the obsession as one of the characteristics in alcoholism that makes one powerless over alcohol. That's a treatment center idea that's picked up, right? And the 12 and 12 and all these other influencers, but collectively, they don't use that to explain as the characteristic or the problem out in the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. The collective understanding is the obsession is not one of the characteristics that make you powerless over alcohol.
But
yes? No?
yes.
Okay.
But I was confident it could not happen to me after what I had learned. I reasoned I was not so far advanced as most of you fellows, that I had been usually successful in licking my other personal problems, and that I would therefore be successful where you men failed. I felt I had every right to be self-confident, that it would only be that it would be only a matter of exercising my willpower and keeping on guard.
Ready? Go to page 23.
23?
Yep.
Yes. Yep.
Once this malady has a real hold, they're a baffled lot. There's the obsession that somehow, someday they will beat the game. But they often suspect they are down for the count. Go ahead.
How true?
Yep.
How true this is. Sorry, fuck my brain.
Okay.
How true this is. Few realize in a vague way their families and friends sense these drinkers are abnormal, but everybody hopefully awaits the day when the sufferer will rouse himself from the lethargy and assert his power of will.
Interesting how they revisit this theme again, eh? Yes? Again, so the book continues to build on certain thoughts and ideas. Here is an example, again, of a person exerting their own will, right? It was only a matter of exercising my will and keeping on guard. He's the basis of his sobriety. He's obsessed with the idea that this time is going to be different based on his experience. How many people been there? All of us. We tell people around us how it's going to be different this time, and this is why. Look how great I'm doing.
And people ask you, well, what are you going to do differently this time?
And you tell them, boy, everything. And so, right? And so what happens is people who understand this don't ask you those questions because they already know what you're going to say. If good sponsorship doesn't ask you what you think, because they already know what you think.
Too much.
Right? They smile when you talk. And then keep on trying to direct you down this path, like these guys are talking to this guy. So we're going to, what?
I just want to say, I mean, Fred had a right to be wrong because he did not have the first step experience of the relapse, right? So from the information I get from the book, this is the first time I relapsed. He thought he could do this on his own, right? That just based on...
Actually, that's not necessarily true, right? Because he admitted he had some of these symptoms. He's experienced this in the past, right? Relapsing, drinking against his own will. But this time, based on his experience, he thinks he can do it because he doesn't think he's beyond human aid, because he's comparing himself to the people that are 12-stepping him. And the people who are 12-stepping him are low-bottom drunks. He's still very successful. So when they were talking about their experience, he's going, no, that's not my experience. So I should be able to be okay where you guys weren't because I haven't lost everything or have gone as far as you guys have. See what he's saying? He doesn't understand the characteristics of the illness, right? So what has to happen is the illness has to get his attention again. Same like us. We have to have a step one experience. Once he understood what alcoholism was, he then had a step one experience. And that's what we're going to... So let's keep on reading before we start thinking. Because we're looking at his story, his experience, and then we see how it relates to every single one of us. Right? It has to. Right? Because you have to get to this stage to move to the next stage. Because if you just stayed at this stage where he was thus far, you'd never move into our solution or go into a big book study. You wouldn't do it. You'd be in a 12 and 12 study.
You love that line.
Well, because why? Because I was dying in a 12 and 12 study for 11 years. Somebody took me through this once, and I've never looked back. Now I understand the 12. There's actually a lot of alcoholics dying in a 12 and 12 study, sitting there thinking they're doing the steps. So go ahead.
In this frame of mind, I went about my business, and for a time all was well. I had no trouble refusing drinks, and began to wonder if I had not been making too hard work of a simple matter.
And this is what it sounds like. The obsession is gone. What you just told us, you don't feel the need to do the steps anymore because the obsession is gone. You think the characteristic is something you can see, feel, and touch. And when you can see, feel, and touch it, you'll do something about it. Right? You don't believe you're dealing with something that's beyond your ability to see, feel, and touch. That when it's happening, you'll be without defense against it. So when you hear people say in a meeting, the obsession is left, I don't think about it anymore, they're actually saying to you they feel comfortable with the idea that they're not thinking about it anymore. And that's a good indication to start 12-stepping them, to see if they are like us, because they have no idea that the main problem of the Alcoholic Center is in the mind, and this is a form of a malady, of something called a phenomenon, and that they may be in deep shit and don't realize it. Right? This guy knows the characteristics of the problem, right? And he's going back over. So he's relapsed, and they said, tell us about it now. tell us about this thing. So he's continuously telling us. That's the story, right? Go ahead. I'll get back to you in a second. Go ahead.
One day I went to Washington to present some accounting evidence to a government bureau. I had been out of town before during this particular dry spell, so there was nothing new about that.
This particular dry spell. There's been other dry spells.
You guys gotta announce the page every time you change it.
No, it's the same. We've been
We've been
following
continuing
along.
on. We're on the top of page 41 right now. We haven't left.
23 to 41.
Oh,
That's the only one.
I just went there and then back. Okay, as an example. Okay.
You gotta announce it every time, please.
very good. I had been out, top of page 41. I had been out of town before during this particular dry spell, so there was nothing new about that. Physically, I felt fine. Neither did I have any pressing problems or worries. My business came off well. I was pleased. I knew my partners would be too. It was the end of a perfect day, not a cloud on the horizon.
Ah, not a cloud on the horizon. A lot different than Jim, eh? That's why we don't like Fred too much. Most people talk about Jim's story because we could see why he drank there. Oh, Fred, not a cloud on the horizon. Why? Oh, the reason he drank, he was too happy. That was it. You can't be too happy. You're successful.
Didn't I ask you this yesterday?
Yeah. So remember, I told you the book will answer itself. Interesting, eh?
Here we go.
Here we go.
I went to...
Here you go, Fred. Hey, Fred. Fred, you paying attention? Hey, Fred. Fred, you paying attention, Fred?
Here we go. I went to my hotel and leisurely dressed for dinner. As I crossed the threshold of the dining room, the thought came to mind that it would be nice to have a couple of cocktails with dinner. That was all. Nothing more.
As he crossed the threshold to the dining room, what? This parallel thought became the primary thought. He didn't see the shift. He didn't see the shift. This thing is taken over. His alcoholic mind seems normal to him. He hasn't seen something has taken over, right? Remember in the doctor's opinion, to them their alcoholic life seemed only normal. This thing's happened. He's in conversation with it. It's a great idea. Yes? The twist, suddenly, the thought that precedes the drink, right? Not a cloud on the horizon. So if he did a self-check-in, how would he be checking in? He'd be checking in pretty good, right? I'm not thinking about it. I don't want to do it. My life's pretty good. I'm doing fantastic. I'm never drinking again, right? Who been there? Who talks like that? It's people who don't understand step one. Because I hope I never drink again as long as I maintain these ideas that keep me connected to a power greater than myself, keeps me in a daily reprieve. Because you know what? The truth is, I don't know when this illness left me. I don't know when it left. And I didn't know when it comes back. But I do know the last time I suffered from it was April 8, 1989. At 3:30 in the afternoon, after the noon meeting. An hour after that noon meeting, I was drinking again. That was the last time alcoholism presented itself in the form of my mind where I was without defense against the first drink. That's alcoholism. I went through a course of action. I recovered from that condition, that I no longer suffer from it. It's been removed. And now I have the human condition that I apply these spiritual principles to that keep me in the daily reprieve. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
Because when alcoholism comes back again, will I have a defense against it? No. Will I know when it returns?
No.
Yes, I'll be drinking. How many stories have you heard? Guys, 25, 50 years, whatever. I heard this one guy, 45 years, something. He was going back to his home country, and the lady was going down the thing with a cart. He says, yeah, I'll have a double, scotch. Like, another lady, 26 years sober, she's sitting in a restaurant. She said, nobody knows me here. I'll have a bottle of wine, please. She's back sober again. So anyways, let's finish here. Go ahead.
Best part, we go for a walk. I ordered a cocktail and a meal. Then I ordered another cocktail. After dinner, I decided to take a walk.
You know why you went for a walk, eh? Why would you leave the bar back then? No pagers or phones.
Okay. Yeah.
You're going to go look for somebody. You're going to go look for a friend. Okay.
When I returned to the hotel, it struck me a highball would be fine before going to bed. So I stepped into the bar and had one. I remember having several more that night and plenty the next morning. I had a shadowy recollection of being in an airplane bound for New York and of finding a friendly taxi cab driver at the landing field instead of my wife.
Yay!
The driver escorted me about for several days. I know little of where I went or what I said and did.
Nobody like that in this room, eh?
Then came the hospital with unbearable mental and physical suffering.
Nobody can identify with that here? You see the story? Right? So now he's going to give a summary on looking back. Earlier in the book, it says, as we look back over our drinking history, we look for these characteristics. Right? So he's looking back now, based on the information he's given. We look back and see we've exhibited this problem all along. That we've been living or we've been suffering, or this illness has had us a lot longer than we anticipated. We always thought we had it, but we realize it has us. Big difference. What's the difference? You ever been in a headlock?
Humiliation.
You ever have somebody in a headlock? Who has the position of
Advantage.
The headlocker.
That's right. When you got your in a headlock,
Where I want you.
right? That's where alcoholism has you, is in a headlock. But we're so arrogant, we think we have it. We're in a headlock going, you're going to give up now? You're going to give up? No, sorry. You surrender? Yeah. Go ahead. Yep.
As soon as I regarded, bottom of page 41, as soon as I regarded my ability to think, I went carefully over that evening in Washington.
As soon as I regained
My ability to think. I went carefully in. Not only had I been off guard, I had made no fight whatever against the first drink. This time I had not thought of the consequences at all. I had commenced to drink as carelessly as though the cocktails were ginger ale. I now remembered what my alcoholic friends had told me, how they prophesied that if I had an alcoholic mind...
Okay, hold it. If I had an alcoholic mind, what did they call that before was a real alcoholic? Real alcoholic, chronic alcoholic, and an alcoholic mind. So the summary, if I had an alcoholic mind, meaning what classifies as having an alcoholic mind?
Thinking that I might drinking.
Huh?
Thinking that I might drink normally again in the future.
Beyond human
That could be the obsession.
Beyond human aid.
Huh? The malady. Where did we learn that? On page 23. What's the main problem of the alcoholic? So they call it the malady, right? And when you use the word malady, you have to use the centers in mind, because most people will think you're talking about the spiritual malady.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's what the people have taught, that's the problem, is that we suffer from a spiritual... No, we suffer from a mental form of illness beyond capable of explaining. Right? So he says, if I had an alcoholic mind, the time and place would come when I drink again. So an alcoholic mind meaning having the malady. He didn't believe he had the malady. Yes? That creates an alcoholic mind. Right? So what's the purpose of the steps? Is to have a psychic change or spiritual experience. Yes? Once you have a psychic change or spiritual experience, do you still have an alcoholic mind? No, that's the whole purpose of doing this test. Because if you still have an alcoholic mind, you'll be having this experience.
So what's your defense against not having a defense against the first drink?
Having a drink.
Experience?
Okay, ready? So we're going to get into that. Follow along. You got a pen? You're going to want to underline this. Go ahead.
Continuing this now.
Yep.
I had an alcoholic mind. The time and the place would come, I would drink again. They had said that though I did raise a defense, it would one day give way before some trivial reason for having a drink. Well, just that did happen and more. For what I had learned of alcoholism did not occur to me at all. I knew from that moment that I had an alcoholic mind.
Again, the alcoholic mind. Learning about alcoholism is not a defense for alcoholism. So when you hear people say, think it through, if you're able to think it through, you're not having an alcoholic moment. If you're having an alcoholic moment, the way they're describing, what are you doing? You're drinking again. Because you're without defense. Right? So they're not going to leave you hanging. Right? They're going to do a whole summary on the process now. So he now reflects and saying, oh my God, I remember what they told me. I've experienced now, again, but I've experienced it before, but I believed it wouldn't happen to me again because self-knowledge would fix it. A lot of us are there. So now he has to have a step one experience again. He's already had it. He admitted to it, but not on the level that he's beyond human aid. Yes, I have some of these symptoms. I've experienced it in the past, but it can't happen again. Obviously, it can't happen again. Now that I know about it, I'm never doing that again. Well, then you just told me you haven't done step one, right?
Lunchtime.
Go ahead. 11:30. Just keep going. I'll let you know when to stop.
Very good. I saw that willpower and self-knowledge would not help in those strange mental blank spots. I had never been able to understand people who said that a problem had them hopelessly defeated. I knew then it was a crushing blow. 2 members of Alcoholics Anonymous came to see me. They grinned, which I didn't like so much, and then asked me if I thought myself alcoholic and if I were really licked this time. I had to concede both propositions.
There they use that terminology again. Had to concede to both propositions, right? So now he's had a step one experience and they're confirming it, right? Just before he said he couldn't see how a problem had them licked. It was a crushing blow to his ego. Like he's had the step one experience. He reconfirms what step one is that he's beyond human aid, right? So now you got the 2 members. That's what we do as sponsors, reconfirm if our sponsors, the people we're working with, understand step one. That's what they're doing here. When we speak in meetings about step one, this is a summary of step one. This is what we should be talking about, which most people don't talk about. Most people don't talk about step one when step one is brought up as a topic. It may be hard to believe, but they don't talk about it at all. And they don't know they're not talking about it because they don't know what step one is. Otherwise, they'd be talking about it. Go ahead.
They piled on heaps of evidence to the effect that an alcoholic mentality, such as I had exhibited in Washington, was a hopeless condition.
What's the alcoholic mentality here?
Malady.
The malady. The same thing, to revisit it. If you've had this malady, it looks like this, the inability to stay sober. You're drinking at certain times when you thought you'd never drink again. You're doing fantastic and you drink again. You're doing shit and you drink again. It doesn't matter what's going on around you. You could be living in AA and still drink again. How many people find that surprising? AA and meetings is not the solution to alcoholism. Just because you're here doesn't mean you're staying here and doesn't mean you are here. A lot of people are visiting that don't know they're visiting. Every time you sit in a chair in a meeting, you're sitting in a chair that somebody else sat in that thought they'd be here forever that are no longer here. So every time you sit in a chair, there's a lot of humility tied to that thing. When you think of all the people who sat there hoping for something different that never had the opportunity for something different. Pretty well. How many times have you guys sat in that chair hoping for something different and nothing came?
Could be this time.
It's pretty wild, eh? And then you got hooked up with somebody that took you through something different than your understanding or their understanding. They took you through a collective experience, and then you started having a collective experience. It no longer became your story, it became the story of Alcoholics Anonymous. When I look around this room, that's what's happened to a lot of people that I know personally, that I've worked with or helped indirectly. They have the story of Alcoholics Anonymous now. They have an amazing story. Before that, it was pretty shit. Yes? But they thought it was great until you started talking to them. Really, this was kind of like outhouse sobriety. Go ahead.
Middle of page 42 still. This process snuffed out the last flicker of conviction that I could do the job myself. Then they outlined the spiritual answer and program of action, which 100 of them had followed successfully.
What step is that? Step 2. First they did step 1. You notice the sequence there?
Oh, yeah.
Then they did step 2.
Outlined.
Most of us are doing step 2 before we've done step 1. We're telling people, come up with your own conception of God. Don't worry about God. What step is that? Step 2. Have you noticed when people ask me questions about where we're not at, I say, relax, the book's going to answer itself. Why don't we be where we're at? How many people notice that? Relax, the book will answer that. And then we get there, it's like, oh, isn't that interesting? Right, Fred? So, and that's the beauty of the book. It doesn't leave you hanging. It answers itself if you go through with the guidance of somebody else. It's pretty cool, right? Okay, now we're going to get into some real cool stuff. And I'll have you out of here by 11:30, but it's important that we get the sequence happening while this is happening. Go ahead.
Continue on with it?
Yep.
Continuing on. Though I had been only a nominal churchman, their proposals were not intellectually hard to swallow. But the program of action, though entirely sensible, was pretty drastic. I meant I would have to throw several lifelong conceptions out the window. That was not easy. But the moment I made up my mind to go through with the process, I had the curious feeling that my alcoholic condition was relieved, as in fact it proved to be. Quite as important was the discovery that spiritual principles would solve all my problems. I have since been brought into a way of living infinitely more satisfying and, I hope, more useful than the life I lived before. My old manner of life was by no means a bad one, but I would not exchange its best moments for the worst I have now. I would not go back to it even if I could. Fred's story speaks for itself. We hope it strikes home to thousands like him. We had felt only the first nip of the ringer. Most alcoholics have to be pretty badly mangled before they really commence to solve their problems.
And the mangled part is to have the step one experience. Because really bottoms don't create change. We adapt to the bottom that we create. Anybody remember their drinking stories become more... You can't change what you're doing, so your life changes to what you're doing. Does that kind of make sense? Pretty soon your whole life is surrounded because your inability to stop what you're doing. So everybody around you is suffering. And then you start losing everybody around you because they can't watch you suffer anymore. Right? And you can't change what you're doing, so everything around you changes to accommodate what you're doing. Pretty wild, eh? So here it says you have to be pretty mangled. It's something about pain and hearing that go hand in hand. Anybody ever notice that? You ever notice the more pain you're in, the better you listen? And the more better you feel, the less you listen? You ever notice that? I don't. I know, buddy. I like it.
Close this up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Closing up the chapter, continuing on, many doctors and physicians agreed with our conclusions. One of these men, staff member of a world-renowned hospital, recently made this statement to some of us. What you say about the general hopelessness of the average alcoholic's plight is, in my opinion, correct. As to two of you men whose stories I have heard, there is no doubt in my mind that you were 100% hopeless, apart from divine help. Had you offered yourselves as a patient at this hospital, I would not have taken you, if I had been able to avoid it. People like you are too heartbreaking. Though not a religious person, I have profound respect for the spiritual approach in such cases as yours. For most cases, there is virtually no other solution. Once more, the alcoholic at certain times has no effective mental defense against the first drink, except in a few rare cases. Neither he nor any other human being can provide such a defense. His defense must come from a higher power.
Okay, I'm going to take it from here. Put on your seatbelts. Ready? You got to pay attention. We're going to kind of go through fast to get to the point where we're getting there. So what he just said there was, our biggest problem is we're chameleons. Right? We could go in, we could adapt, we could look like we're getting it, we could look like we're doing. My buddy here works in a treatment center, probably watch a lot of people come. We'd probably be the most promising people in the place. We learn the language, we learn this, we get the shine, everything's fantastic. Leave the treatment, we're relapsed within the day or within 30 days of leaving the treatment center. And people are baffled. Right? And everybody, well, I thought you were doing so good. Anybody, I thought you were doing so good. And he's talking about these types of people with this condition are heartbreaking because we see the potential, they get the chips, the things are fantastic, their kids, everybody's being restored, but nothing sufficiently has changed in the mind. They haven't had a psychic change or spiritual experience sufficient enough to recover. They don't even know it. And they're not here anymore. And that's why relapses continue. So relapse is the only indication that I didn't get this thing. because I can't feel, see, or touch it. So the problem has to be removed. How does it get removed? They're saying these types of people, through a spiritual course of action, have this problem removed. What problem? This malady, alcoholism, and they're left with the human component. And based on how much damage you've experienced will determine your approach to life. Bill, he experienced a lot of damage. So he was plagued with depression, right? Self-pity, yes? Nearly drove him to drink, but his mind would say drink, and he'd say smash that idea based on his spiritual condition, go work with other people who saved it. He learned the recipe. So here they're saying the only thing that's going to stand between us and the next relapse is our higher power. Our defense must come from a higher power. Neither us or any other human being can provide such a defense. Our defense must come from where? Power greater than ourselves. So the question is, how do I get that relationship? Yes? So on the next page, they talk about here, they give us the summary. In the preceding chapters, you have learned something of alcoholism. Yes or no? Yes. We hope, who? They hope we have made clear the distinction between the alcoholic and the non-alcoholic. Have they done that? Yes. If you honestly want to, you find you cannot quit entirely, or if when drinking you have little control over the amount you take, you are probably alcoholic. Yes or no? Yes. So when drinking, can you control the amount you take? No. And can you stay stopped based on the idea that you can't drink? There's the two questions. You understand what that means now because of the allergy and the malady, right? So if that be the case, you may be suffering from an illness which only a spiritual experience will conquer. Holy shit, I don't feel good about that, right? So they go on, that's it. So they've dealt with alcoholism, right? In the preceding chapters, everything we needed to learn about alcoholism was there, yes? And then hopefully we've read the spiritual appendix. So during lunch, you're going to read the spiritual appendix and you're going to kind of go over what that means and what they mean by a psychic change or spiritual experience and how to obtain that. They talk about in a psychic change or spiritual experience, all our members have tapped into an inner resource of strength. All our members, not some of us, all our members. The more religious members identified as a God consciousness, but they've tapped into something. And they also talk about what usually takes place in a few months can seldom have been brought about by years of self-discipline. So this is a crash course creating a shift in our thinking sufficient enough to recover from alcohol, which is a phenomenon. When you think about it, to have a rearrangement of your ideas, outlook, and attitudes sufficient enough for you to recover, that's a byproduct of a connection with something greater than yourself. So over here they talk about lack of power. That was our dilemma. Why? Because we can't create the change necessary, right, in order to recover from this illness. Oh, we could create change of an illusion, get a job, get a relationship, get things back, feel better, right? Get the bike back, this back, get the girlfriend back, let everybody around you know how great you're doing. Yes? Anybody been there? And then you're gone. Lack of power is our dilemma. We had to find a power by which we could live. And it had to be a power greater than ourselves, obviously.
Longest sentence in the book.
That's right, longest sentence in the book. But where and how were we to find this power? There's a question mark there. The question mark is not for you to answer. This is not where we stop and go, oh, I wonder where we find this power. I'm on a quest now. Step 2 is not a quest. Right? Step 2 is not a quest, but everybody looks at it as a quest. Everybody thinks step 2 is about your understanding of God. That is not step 2. Step 2 is the solution to step 1, about accessing power through a course of action that creates a psychic change or spiritual experience. What's the confirmation of the idea presented in step 2? Is step 12. Having had a spiritual awakening is the result of this course of action, yes? Of these steps, right? So that means I've had to do this. If you're talking about the insanity in step 2, you don't understand step 2. If you're talking about your relationship with God in step 2, that's not step 2. How many people find that surprising? Nobody finds that surprising? Not anymore. Used to, yeah? So, well, I need to find this power to create this change, this shift. Where and how, where was it? Well, that's exactly what this book is about. Hot damn. I don't need to go nowhere. I just need to go through the rest of this, yes? Makes sense. If I want what they have, I need to do what they did. Well, where did they lay out the path and what they did? That's what this book is about. It will enable me to have this experience that they've had, right? To tap into this power. But I need to understand what they mean by that. Lack of power is my dilemma. I had to find this power. Where and how was that? Well, that's what this book is about. Yes? So now, we agnostics deals with the thinking apparatus of the human being and the alcoholic. How we have the ability to reason, how we have the ability to look at things. And what we're looking for here is the willingness to change our point of view to see what they're presenting. Right? They're going to give us their understanding of a power greater than ourselves. Where and how to find that. Where and how are we to find this power that they're talking about. That's what this book is about. So that means if I do what they did, will I get what they got? 100%. 11 years doing it the way I heard about doing it, that made sense to me. Got taken through this that made no sense to me, and I've been here ever since. So if it's making sense to you, maybe I'm explaining it wrong. No, sorry. So as they go through this, they talk about their conceptions and all that stuff. We need to, on page 47, we need to ask ourselves but one short question. Do I believe, or am I even willing to believe that there is a power greater than myself? Not to have a relationship with God, but do I believe that there is a power greater than myself? Am I even willing to believe? Yes or no? Right? As soon as a man can say that he does believe or is willing to believe, we emphatically assure him that he is on his way. It has been repeatedly proven among us that upon this simple cornerstone, a wonderful and effective spiritual structure can be built. What that means to me is I'm within a different energy field. My energy is shifted. How my whole demeanor is shifted. My energy. Instead of that dark cloud I walk around in before, now I have a different, like this building is a structure, yes? Keeps us safe from the elements and all that other stuff. This is an energy thing within inside of me that I live within. A structure. So here we go. Let's get there. So we're going to go right over on the next page. 50. Are you ready to kick in here?
Top of 50.
Nope.
What? Instead we looked at human defects?
We're going to go on one proposal.
Middle of page 50. On one proposition.
Yep.
However, these men and women are strikingly agreed. Every one of them has gained access to and believes in a power greater than himself.
Gain access to. Moving from the cheese factory into an experience. Gained access to. If this building was not hooked up to the power grid, how well would these lights work? So this building got access to the power grid that enables us to live comfortably within it. Yes? So it's pretty wild, right? Okay, go ahead.
This power has in each case accomplished the miraculous, the humanly impossible. As a celebrated American statesman put it, let's look at the record. Here are thousands of men and women, worldly indeed. They flatly declare that since they have come to believe in a power greater than themselves, to take a certain attitude toward that power, and to do certain simple things.
And what are those simple things at this stage of the game? Go through the rest of the book. What's the purpose of the book? To get you connected to the power grid, to get access to it, that you can have your own experience on what they're talking about. Yes? What are you going to do during the break? You're going to read the spiritual appendix in the back of the book to get a better understanding on who's talking about.
They are.
What they're talking about. And has anywhere in here asked you your opinion yet?
Not yet.
And so far you're doing better, right? Okay.
There has been a revolutionary change in their way of living and thinking. In the face of collapse and despair, in the face of total failure of the human resources, they found that a new power, peace, happiness, and sense of direction flowed into them. This happened soon after they wholeheartedly met a few simple requirements.
Flowed into them. You got to look at the wording. It's pretty interesting. A current. Once a current started happening, there was a change, an experience started happening, right? You ever have an extension cord with a break in it? You're plugging it in, you're turning it on and off. There's no current. Once you fix the brake and you turn on the light, it's pretty amazing stuff when you think about it. Click, wow, that's pretty cool, right?
Once
Yep.
confused and baffled by the seeming futility of existence, they showed the underlying reasons why they were making heavy going of life. Leaving aside the drink question, they tell why living was so unsatisfactory.
Okay, so next page 52. We had to ask ourselves. That means they did. They had to ask themselves, right? And then you'll probably have to ask yourself, but this is what they did to get this experience. We is who? Them, yes? Have I did it yet? No. They're still talking to the reader. They're talking to us about what? Their experience. Yes, no, maybe?
Yes.
Okay.
Middle of page 52. We had to ask ourselves why we shouldn't apply to our human problems.
Not alcoholism. Why
same,
we shouldn't apply to our human problems.
the same readiness
Yep.
to change our viewpoint, our point of view.
What does that mean? To have a different point of view means one other than your own. Most of us just have our own point of view. No, here they're giving you a different way of looking at something, and then there's your way of looking at something. Am I willing to conform to what's being presented to see things differently? Yes, that's what it means. Here we're giving you a different way of looking at things. I don't want to look at things differently. Good, suffer. And when you suffered enough and our life looks appealing to you, then you'll do what we did. But it's not my job to talk you into it. I don't need to talk you into it. You'll do that. That's your job. That's why we applaud you when you come to meetings. Oh, what a great job. Holy shit. They look totally shit kicked up. the flames are out and they're still smoking. Great job. Good to see you. Coming in hot, baby. Coming in hot. And you ever notice the worse a person looks, the happier we are to see them? You guys are sick. No, right? Because we know. We're happy to see anybody. Remember how these people are so happy to see me? It's like, what are you people happy about? Because we know something you don't. We know the life that's available for you here if you're willing to walk with us. We know exactly how you feel, but you don't know how we feel. And we want you to have the same experience that we have. We're willing to go to any lengths to help you, but you need to want it first, right? It's pretty cool, man, when you think about that. Anyways, before I get carried away, go ahead.
The devilments. We were having trouble with personal relationships. We couldn't control our emotional natures. We were prey to misery and depression. We couldn't make a living. We had a feeling of uselessness. We were full of fear. We were unhappy. We couldn't seem to be of real help to other people. Was not a basic solution of these bedevilments more important than whether we should see newsreels of lunar flights? Of course it was. When we saw others solve their problems by a simple reliance upon the spirit of the universe, we had to stop doubting the power of God. Our ideas did not work.
Our ideas did not work. Our ideas did not work. Some of us are trying to hold on to our old ideas, and the result was until we let go absolutely. Let go meaning, you know what? Okay, I'm going to trust what you're saying is true, and I'm going to move in the direction that you're offering. The GPS says go this way. It doesn't make no sense to me, but I'm going to trust it and go with the GPS because I don't see the danger ahead that the GPS is aware of. I don't see it. It's all red along that path, and it tells me to go this way. I'll go this way. And anybody not listened to it before? Oh, I should have listened to it. And then you're stuck on Highway 1 for 6 hours because the dump truck, and there's nowhere to go. If you would have only listened, right? How many people have those moments? So here we go. Ready? Here comes your exercise. Page 55.
We finally...
Okay, so where and how were we to find this power? Most of us think it's outside of ourselves, so we go on the quest to find God. Anybody? Reading inspirational books, going to church. I'm going to go find God. How many people thought that's what step 2 said? Come on.
Yeah.
It doesn't say that. How many people do we hear say that?
Yeah.
Lots, because they don't understand. Step 2 says we have a course of action that will tap you into a power greater than yourself that will create the change, enabling you to recover through this course of action. That's what this book is about. How many people do you hear say that in regards to step 2? Nobody, right? That's step 2. Step 2 is this course of action to bring about this change so I can have a psychic change, a spiritual experience. But the first thing that needs to happen is I need to get access to this power. So the first thing is the power. Then the symptom of that access is the psychic change or spiritual experience. First the relationship, then the experience. Does that kind of make sense? So we need, you got to follow along on this one. How many people have a cell phone? We're pretty dependent on it, eh? But so what happens is we get that phone based on other people's ideas on the phone. So we go get the phone. We get the different things on it. We get the plan. We get the hookup. You have the phone. You have the hookup. You have all that stuff. But the phone's no good to you. Why? Because what needs to happen? I need to get service. I need to get hooked up. I need the data plan. I have it all, but I need to get it connected in order to enjoy the services. Yes? Does that make sense? Right? So what the phone has inside of it, it has a connection, a receiver to the transmitter that enables this to happen, whatever that is, satellite, whatever, right? It has that connection. It's already built in the phone, yes? We have the same thing, right? And so now we're going to read what that is, right? So when you have a GPS, how many people use the GPS or been in a car where they use a GPS? So you punch in the coordinates where you want to go. I would like to have a psychic change or spiritual experience, please, sufficient enough to recover from this condition that's killing me. And then you push enter, right? Then when you have your location where you want to go, then what does the GPS do?
Gives you a line.
I don't know.
Direction.
Ready?
I don't know.
I don't know. You know, but you don't know because you started thinking again. Right? You got to go back to the basics. That's what the book is about. It doesn't say, what is the basics? What does a GPS have to do in order for it to get you to where you're going?
Find out where you are.
Has to find out where you are.
Have you done step 1?
Right? But that's not... This is in regards to connecting to the power. So if I need to know I need a starting point to come back to all the time. Yes? The GPS, if you get off course, it finds out where you're off course and it finds out where you are to get you back on course. Recalculating, but it always has to know where you are to successfully get to where you're going. Does that make sense? We are the GPS, and what we're going to use is God's prayer system.
It needs an operator.
Well, it needs to be connected.
It needs an operator.
It needs to get you connected.
Without the operator, it's useless.
Well, there's no operator. There's just the connection. My phone gets me connected to maps, right? And it's hooked up to this thing that I don't know how exactly it works, and it gets me located. Next week, you could run the study, okay? This week, I'm running it. So what happens is it gets you kind of connected. I don't know exactly how it happens, but in order to be successful, it has to connect you to where you are. Yes, do we agree on that? To keep things simple? So let's read where the connection is.
It was a question.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. I'm trying to get through this. We can talk after, okay?
Actually, are we?
Yep.
Which actually?
Actually,
we were, page 55, near the top. Actually, we were fooling ourselves. For deep down in every man, woman, and child is the fundamental idea of God. It may be obscured by calamity, by pomp, by worship of other things, but in some form or other, it is there. For faith in a power greater than ourselves and miraculous demonstrations of that power in human lives are facts as old as man himself. We finally saw that faith in some kind of God was a part of our makeup. Just as much as the feeling we have for a friend, sometimes we had to search fearlessly, but he was there. He was as much a fact as we were. We found the great reality deep down within us. In the last analysis, it is only there that he may be found. It was so with us.
So the last analysis means the last place we look is deep down within. Yes? I would never thought to look there. How many people would have thought to look there? That this connection is already within me. right? So if it's already there and it's in every man, woman, and child, how do I know what this connection looks like? Well, I'm going to help you to discover what that looks like, because the guys who sponsored me through this helped me make this connection, that I had this connection all along without realizing it, this life force. So during the break, what I want you to do is think back over your life. After you read the spiritual appendix or before, think back over your life where something has talked to you deep down within to try to give you guidance. Something that said something to you like, hey, what are you doing? Call this person. Or you ask for help. This thing inside, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? Anybody have that voice? And think about how many times this thing has talked to you or you have talked to it deep down within. And an example I'll give is one time I showed up at home. I don't know where I was, or where I was probably 16, 17. And I ended up at home, and I came to on the floor, and my mom was washing me down with cold rags and stuff like that. And then I ended up downstairs on my bed, and I was sleeping on my back, and this voice deep down within said, turn over. Otherwise, you're going to die. Turn over. So I turned over, and I vomited in my sleep. And I came to in the morning. That's all I remember from the 3 days, was that voice that said, turn over. Right? And there's a lot of other episodes like that. So that this deep down within, that's the connection. It's there. It's an intuitiveness. So think back and write down different things where that was made a difference in your life. Does that kind of make sense? Where you're in despair, something said, phone this person or go there, and it created a shift within inside of you. Where you had despair, you had a shift, and then you felt hope. Yeah, anybody remember the shift that happens inside of you? Yep. Think about those times during the break. Then we'll come back. Okay, so how many people read the spiritual appendix? Wait on. How many people did the exercise of that voice or that intuition or something that you recognize other than your own voice that has talked to you, said something to you? And
I'm not admitting my schizophrenia.
Yeah, well, you're all welcome to be here. We put extra seats out. So what happens is the reason of that is, okay, there's something going on there, right? There always has been something going on, but somewhere along the line we kind of lost touch with it. But it comes back at intervals. Anybody ever have a moment of clarity? And you see yourself as you are, and it's really, and then the voices call somebody, get some help or something. Anybody ever think about somebody and they call you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So there's something at work here. There's something going on here, right? So we had wireless connection before they even invented it, right? You ever a situation or a person, and man, there they are, right? So one of the things here is, as we go back, we're looking at step 2 now, the solution. So if you look at page 25, it's kind of interesting. At the bottom, it says the spiritual, the appendix there, or asterisk, says fully explained on appendix 2. And then if you look at page 27, the other asterisk, for amplification, see appendix 2. And then if you go to page 47, because they know the audience, which is funny. They know who they're talking to. So they told you twice already, right? Read this, right? So far twice. Then we get to page 47. And now, sponsor, please be sure to read appendix on spiritual experience. Like in case you didn't get it the first 2 times. So you wonder why we go over everything 3 times here, right? Yeah, get off my back. You don't have to tell me more than once. No, I know, 3 times.
And
right?
That's because it wasn't included until the 2nd edition?
Well, I mean, for point, I think it was in the 1st edition that they added the 6th edition. Spiritual appendix in the back of the book. So asterisks. So if you look at spiritual, let's follow along here. So if we look at the spiritual appendix in the back of the book, right? When you read this, the gist of it is a common experience, and explain it differently. There's the suddenly, and that's for the real sick people, right? And that's to get you at a place of starting this thing, so you could comprehend and start maybe participating in this thing. I've had a vital spiritual experience, April late 1989, but not sufficient enough to keep me sober for the rest of my life. It was the beginning to start this course of action. I've had a few in my life, but I never followed up on it. And of course, the malady returned and the insanity. So they talk about here the two different things. And all the way through here, down to page 567 or whatever it is in your book, they talk about all different words describing change. Yes? And I think the most important part here, among our rapidly growing membership of thousands of alcoholics, everybody there? Such transformations, though frequent, are by no means the rule. Most of our experiences are what they call the psychological, William James called the educational variety, what we're doing here, because they develop slowly over a period of time. What's that period of time that they give?
What does it say?
Huh? How many read the spiritual appendix?
Well, it says a few months, a few lines later.
That's right. So they give you slowly over a period of time. Because they didn't ask you, what do you think that time is? We would have said, you get these people a step a year, a step a month. If you want to kill somebody, that's the way to do it. But rapidly, like how fast you go through this. How fast can you absorb the information and put it into practical, right? Do the instructions. That's how fast you go through it. Right? If you can't comprehend what's being said, then somebody should guide you through this. But technically, you can go through this pretty fast. Seriously, and then you continue going over and over and over again. So what they talk about here, this is interesting, the educational, because they develop slowly over a period of time. Quite often, friends of the newcomer are aware of the differences long before he is. That's a lot different than most of us, eh? How many people go around trying to convince everybody how much they changed? Come on, how many people's done that here? And the people around you going, we're waiting. We're waiting. We're hoping to see what you're seeing. And no, you can't have $20. Right? Right? So long before he is himself. Right? Long before he is. He finally realizes that he has undergone a profound alteration in his reaction to life. That such a change could hardly have been brought about by himself. Why? Alone. Because lack of power is our dilemma. We can't create the psychic change necessary to recover. We could bring the willingness, we could do all the other stuff, but unless we have a specific course of action, we're pretty much hooped, right? So, what often takes place in a few months could seldom have been accomplished by years of self-discipline. With few exceptions, our members find that they have tapped an unsuspected, what's that big word? Inner resource. So we just read this thing. It's interesting when we read in We Agnostics, right? Who does that apply to, that section that we read about where and how to locate this power? Everyone. So it's kind of interesting. Most people, when they look at the chapter We Agnostic, they kind of run it through the cheese factory whether it applies to them or not. Right? And a lot of people won't read it because they don't think they apply to it because they already have an understanding or blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, We Agnostic sets up the whole foundation, right? The whole foundation to the whole thing. It shows you where the purpose of the book. It shows you what we're lacking. It shows you what we need to get access to. It shows you where it's fundamentally located. So it's really the beginning of the understanding of step 2 is in where? We Agnostics. Yes? So they talk about here, as we go through it, inner resource, which they presently identify with their own conception of a power greater than themselves. So their own conception means you could describe it as something, whatever, I could call it a frequency, but we're all saying the same thing. We got access to a power. How you define it is entirely based on your experience. Some people find it really important to say, God as I understand him. Oh yeah? Good. Glad you understand it, right? I'm still trying to, wow, I got access to this thing that allows me to have a different experience, right? So then you kind of look at that and they go on to read this stuff, which is pretty cool. But most of us think this awareness of a power greater than ourselves is the essence of a spiritual experience. So what's the essence of a spiritual experience?
Awareness.
Awareness of what, though?
Power greater than yourself.
Located where?
Inside.
Inner resource. So we've moved from the thinking to the experience, right? And we haven't done anything yet, but we understand that's the basis of it. We understand that receiver is within us because we've experienced it, right? When people talk to you about hope, how many people got the feeling of like, yeah, that kind of relief that, you know what, it's a lot different than the idea of dying, isn't it? So if something happens inside, you ever go to a meeting or go to a place you're so depressed that you're at home weaving a rope and you're thinking, this is the day? You go to a meeting, people go, how are you? You say, fine. Turning over, letting go, reading page 417. But meanwhile, you kick the cat through the screen door, right? You're just nuts. Right? Anybody live those two different personalities?
Yep.
Yeah, right? And so here they're saying this thing that moves from up here to in here is what creates the change up here. It's not the other way around. Most people think what happens up here changes what's happening in here. But it's actually what's happening in here changes up here. The reason you're stuck is because you're not moving back down into where the source is. You're trying to be the source. Right? And the brain's not designed to enable you to tap into this thing. It understands it. It could reason with it. It could look at it. It could create a euphoric feeling. But this thing, this energy, this shift happens inside. You ever notice when you're in a lot of pain, where does it hurt? In your chest. Kind of weird, right? Like buckle, you almost take the air out of you. And when you're in so much pain that you caused other people pain, it's almost crippling. It's kind of weird. You ever notice nobody hangs on to their head and go, oh, it hurts so much. Only when you're thinking too much, it hurts too much, right? So when you kind of go to 25, they're going to give you the outlay of step 2. Are you ready? You awake now?
I'm awake.
Hey, good. So this is Dylan rejoining us with some more enthusiasm. Carry us through. Ready?
Yeah, Dylan, recovered alcoholic, page 25. What, there's a solution?
Yeah.
There is a solution. Almost none of us like the self-searching, the leveling of our pride, the confession of shortcomings, which the process requires for its successful consummation. But we saw that it really worked in others.
So, okay, so interesting. What step are they talking about here?
Solution 6
There is-
or 7. 2.
What does it say?
Ready?
6.
You're talking to a new person. They just described the problem.
Yeah.
Now they're describing the solution.
Step 2.
Step 2, right? And in step 2, they give you the course of action you need to do to experience the change. Yes? Yes? Right? Remember when the two guys approached the guy, they went over step 1 with him again, right? Yes, and then they outlined the spiritual program of action that they took. And he seen he needed to take the same thing, yes? So they're doing step 12, but the receiver is doing step 2. Right? Is when the Sirius FM gets connected, they're already operating. What they need to do is get connected to my receiver. The serial numbers are there. I'm reading them the serial numbers, and they punch them in, and it connects to my vehicle. Does that kind of make sense? And then through the connection, I have the experience that everybody else is having. But I need to go through the format to get that. That's kind of like same with the phone, same with the fundamentals, and same with the experience that these people are having. So then they're going to confirm that. Go ahead.
But we saw it really worked in others, and we had come to believe in the hopelessness and futility of life as we had been living it.
So what's our only example of this?
Our own?
No. We know what your example is. Welcome back. So, but you get it? That's everything that we've tried end up in the same place again. Even though our motives were right, we felt different, we're going to have a different experience. It's always the same experience. We find ourselves back to where we don't want to be. Anybody? Then they're saying we see another group of people. So when Bill was sitting with Ebby, what was Bill doing? He was drinking, dying of alcoholism, right? So what was Ebby doing? 12-stepping him, right? So Ebby, what we understand, was talking to Bill about, Ebby's doing step 12, but he's talking to Bill about what step? Step 2. And the course of action he took. See the conversation here? So successful consummation means what? Once this is done, I could expect the same thing that I see in these other people. So the only thing that motivates me is not my experience. I can't create what they're having. It doesn't make sense what you're talking about. You said you've done these things and you're having this experience. I've thought about those things all day. I'm not getting this feeling. Right? Anybody? I've done this. I've talked at great lengths about these things. But I've never had the experience that you're talking about. Obviously, why? Because I can't seem to have the level of enthusiasm and promises that you're talking about. You're amazed with your life, and I'm not even somewhat thrilled. Right? But I'm talking about the promises anyways. You ever see people talk about the promises, and you want to go, hey, you want to tell your face? Like, you know, they're talking about experience that they haven't had, but they talk like they've had it. Oh, how did you get it? What do you mean, how have I got it? Well, the promises come true by just showing up in meetings. Oh, they do? Yeah, I was hoping that too, right? How many?
They say halfway through step 9, a lot of them say.
I know, they say. Okay, go ahead.
When, therefore, we were approached by those in whom the problem had been solved.
By those with whom the problem had been solved. So who are these people with whom the problem had been solved? Recovered alcoholics are approaching who? Those who have yet to find a solution. When we were approached by them, they didn't find us, we found them. Because you know what? Most of yous who are new are not attracted to us. Oh, you like the story, but you really don't like us because we know you're still full of shit. And you don't like to know that two of you know now. Right? Anybody? How many people sat in a meeting, you see that guy coming in all happy, or all happy, joyous, and free, and they're just glowing and life's just fantastic? Doesn't it kind of make you just pissed off? Well, when you're new, right? You see these happy people, they're going to talk about the book again. They're going to talk about God again. Don't get them to share. And whatever you do, don't go to that big book study. It happens, right? It happens, right? So when we go through this, we approach those with whom the problem hasn't been solved yet, and you could listen. And when you listen, you don't ask them for permission. You just start working with them. It's pretty wild section here. How many people just read through this before and never got the gist of what they were saying? So that's why we do studies. That's why this is our manual. We keep going back to it. We get the basis of it. Guys who've drone here on the bike. So you come through, you stop at certain points the first time. Then the second time, you take a little longer trip. You start doing a little sightseeing. You know what roads to watch out for. You know what I mean? The hit and miss, and what truck stops to start at, where the food's at. And as the more you go along that path, the more it increases. The more you see things that you would have never seen just left to your own devices. That kind of makes sense? Okay, go ahead.
There was nothing left for us but to pick up the simple kit of spiritual tools laid at our feet.
What are these simple kit of, what's that?
Steps.
Yeah, the process, right? Yes? And where do we find those things?
In the 12 by 12.
So that door's open for a reason. If you two would like to help. No, but in all seriousness, in the first portion. So what's the main purpose of this book? Follow along here, guys. Hey, what's the main purpose of this book now?
Have a spiritual experience.
Well, to show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered. And what's the main purpose of this book?
Recover power to connect.
To get access to power. So that's why we stick with the bouncing ball, right? A lot of people say, oh, I'm alcoholic. Well, what does that mean? I'm powerless. Well, what does that mean? we're not just throwing slogans and sayings out. Everybody go, oh, yeah, we all talk. What does it mean? What do you mean, what does it mean? Yeah, what does it mean?
Please don't give me alcohol.
Well, it doesn't matter. We don't have, hold on. Okay? What it means is that's not it. Don't give me alcohol, because that has nothing to do with it. Right? Like, in all seriousness, it has nothing to do with other people. Right? Nobody needs to give me alcohol when I suffer from this thing. I'll find it. Right? So what they're saying is before I went through this course of action, it doesn't matter where we go, we're not going to be okay. And we're the only ones that don't know. But now we know it because we've gone through the process so far. We understand the malady. So that means I'm in trouble no matter where I go. Yes? Now they're saying no matter where they go, they're okay. No matter where they go, they're okay. See the difference? What's the difference between these two people is one's still afflicted with the illness and one isn't. Right? Which person do you want to be? Right? And so that's where we got. Right? So go ahead.
We have found much of heaven, and we have been rocketed into a fourth dimension of existence of which we have not even dreamed. The great fact is just this, and nothing less, that we have had a deep and effective spiritual experience.
Do you know what that means?
Yeah.
How do you know what that means? We read the spiritual experience. You notice it doesn't say, what do you think it means? So when you ask somebody a question and they throw an answer out, say, well, where did you get that understanding from? Can you show me what you're talking about? That'll probably be the last time they talk to you. Right? So here they're talking about sharing an experience and showing you what I'd done to get that experience. Pretty cool, right? They're not just talking out of their hat, right? And they're not doing a sideshow, a snakeman sale, and all that other stuff. They could actually show you what you've done, and it will reflect. The people that I've seen go through this, there's something different about them. Right? There's something fundamentally different. Everybody notices there's something different about them. Right? And the people who haven't quite gone through this, we want everybody to think there's something different about us. Yes? Two different stories. Okay, so when we get into this thing, one of the things is when we look at over here, in We Agnostics, it's quite interesting. If you look at another one of these things that get kind of mixed up a lot, on page 53. They talk about here, we'll kind of read it, and we'll see what it says. So, because people, what they try to do is, a lot of times is people will doctrinize this thing. You know what that means? To doctrinize something? A lot of religious people, they'll take a passage of the Bible, they won't read what's before it or what's after it. They'll take a passage and they'll make a whole thing on it, right? A sermon and that's where you got Nazarene, you got Baptist, you got Pentecostal, you got all these different people because they've taken certain things that suit them, but they haven't looked at the whole thing. Because if they looked at the whole thing, they'd all be agreeing on the fundamentals of it, wouldn't they? Instead of peaceful. And so some people do that with the passages in the book without realizing it. Because somebody taught them this is what it means. So that's what they teach what it means. Instead of looking at what it means. Big difference. So in order to see what something's actually saying, how would you do that if you came up to a paragraph like the one we're about to read and you didn't understand what it meant? What would be suggested that you do?
Maybe read 2 paragraphs before it and 2 paragraphs
That's
after.
it. Read 2 paragraphs before it and 2 paragraphs out, because it'll lead you into the thought, and then they'll follow up on what they're saying. Does that kind of make sense? So let's look at this. So
Middle of page 53. When we became alcoholics, crushed by a self...
53, yeah.
53. Middle of page 53. When we became alcoholics, crushed by a self-imposed crisis we could not postpone or evade, we had to fearlessly face the proposition that either God is everything or else he is nothing. God either is or he isn't. What was our choice to be?
So question mark. Who's the question for? You or them? Who's going to answer that? They will. Remember, they're sharing their experience, strength, and hope. So earlier, they said all that was required was a willingness to believe. No, they're going to Shanghai you now? Say, well, what is it? And people think that's what they're saying, right? You need to make a decision now. Do you believe or don't you believe? And God, well, just before that, you said you didn't want to get married. Yeah, but now we've had sex. Now we're getting married. That's entrapment. Right? That's entrapment, right? It's like that song, Will You Love Me Forever, Meatloaf? You know that? Yeah, it's kind of like that, right? So depending on the moment and the intensity will always on your answer. Of course I'll love you forever. Until after it's kind of like, what did I do? Anyways. So here, arrived at this point, so they're going to answer that question based on how they thought it was, like black and white, like that, right? And they're going to kind of say, well, wait a minute, right? Arrived at this point, we're squarely fronted with the... So let's see what it says.
Arrived at this point, we were squarely confronted with the question of faith. We couldn't duck the issue. Some of us had already walked far over the bridge of reason toward the desired shore of faith. The outlines and promise of the new land had brought luster to tired eyes and fresh courage to flapping spirits. Friendly hands had stretched out in welcome. We were grateful that reason had brought us so far, but somehow we couldn't quite step ashore. Perhaps we had been leaning too heavily on reason at the last mile and did not like to lose our support. That was natural, but let us think a little more closely.
Okay, so they're saying on that statement, let's investigate this. Let's look at it differently, right? So it's not that black and white of God either is or isn't. Like it's like, do you want to get married or not? I just met you. You know what I mean? I like you, but I like the idea of it, but I just met you. I don't want to go get married, really. Like, oh my God, it kind of gives you a bit of anxiety. And that's what would happen if the book was to Shanghai you like that, right? And so what happens is, it said earlier, all I had to be was willing to be willing. Why would you throw this at me a couple pages later? That's why they're saying, relax, it's not that black and white. Let's look at it a little more deeply and what they're saying, right? Does that kind of make sense? Let's see what they're saying in regards to that type of thinking, right? Either is or isn't, everything. Let's see what the book says. What does it say?
Without knowing it, have we not brought to where we stood by a certain kind of faith?
So I guess they start talking about the human thinking now and how we function, how we operate, how we use reason, where we spend our attention. So they're saying basically you've been operating with these guidelines, either is or isn't, everything or nothing, without realizing it. You've been directed by a certain kind of energy, thought, or belief system, but it hasn't been working for you. So when you kind of look at that, right? Reasoning, our own reasoning. Did we not?
Oh, and we're at the bottom here.
Right at the top.
For did we not believe in our own reasoning? Did we not have confidence in our ability to think? What was that? A sort of faith?
Right?
Yes, we had to be faithful.
Yes? Is that like we have reason? We look at the information being passed to us. Yes, I'm going to go there this weekend because I'm hoping to get this out of it. Yes, I'm going because I heard these things. That's a certain, you kind of reasoned the information. You looked at, I'm going to make a commitment to do it. What did you make that decision on? Based on the information you received. You put it through the human kind of thinking process, and you kind of said, I've seen the benefits of doing it. You made a decision based on the information, and you believe certain things, and certain things would happen as the result of your actions. Yes?
What was that other sort of faith? Yes, we had been faithful, objectively faithful to the God of reason.
Oh boy.
So in one way or another, we discovered that faith had been involved all the time.
So what they're saying is, you've been operating on the same principles that we're going to reintroduce you to, but what you're going to do is shift your energy and to align it with this power that's available to create actual change. Does that kind of make sense? You believe already, but your belief system doesn't seem to be working for you. So you're going to take that same energy and put it over this way. You're going to look at it over here, and it's still exerting your same energy. You're doing the same thing. You're using reason. You're taking a look at the information being processed. You're going to put it through, right, and act on it, yes, and hopefully bring about a certain result. So it's kind of like step 2 is, if you're willing to go through this course of action, it'll tap you into this power and create this change, and you can recreate your life. How do you know that? Is by the people who are introducing you to this solution that they've experienced. They're introducing you to, look, how about this? You've done it your way, everything's worked. This is what you continuously got. Why don't you try it our way? Let me explain to you what our way is. Does that kind of make sense? You look at the information, you kind of, So we're going to utilize that same kind of thing, but along spiritual lines. It's pretty cool. This is one of my, I think, favorite pages in the book. Go ahead.
We found, too, that we had been worshipers. What a state of mental goose flesh that used to bring on.
Whoa. Who's a worshiper?
We all worship alcohol, didn't we?
Well, we worship a lot of things. What does worship mean?
Idol.
Well, to spend a lot of energy and thought on, yes? As soon as I get, oh, look at that car, boy, when I get that car. Oh, boy, when I get that car. Oh, look at her. Oh, look at him, whatever you're into, right? So you know what I mean? It's like, oh, worship. As soon as I get, oh, look at that job. As soon as I get that job. With the idea, of covenant, right? As soon as you get it, your life will be way better. How much time do you spend on worshiping those things? How many people in the last couple days? Boy, I'm going to go fishing. I'm going to catch a big fish. But your health might be at risk. It doesn't matter. It's a big fish. Everybody around you says you better not do it. You just had heart surgery. What do they know? It's a big fish. I've been talking about the study here for the last hour. He's thinking about, how can I get down that rope? Maybe there's 2 people to help me down to the river. That's a real friend. Getting you up when the stretcher might be a little different. But the whole idea is you see, when they talk about worship, isn't it interesting how much time we spend on things that are not happening, hope that they will happen to change our lives? Anybody play the lottery here? Anybody gamble? Anybody dating? Anybody married? There's a whole, where you spend your energy. So how many people would say they spend their energy on a lot of other things that aren't happening right now? Right? So isn't that interesting? So we see we're already doing it, but what it's really leading to is our demise instead of our betterment, because those very things that we worship cause us anxiety, fear, and anguish. And then when they don't come to fruition, is that the right word? Fruition. Thank you. Seeing who is listening. So, Tony-isms. Okay, so then it creates anxiety, right? And fear. Yeah? And then we need to cause a deterrent, a distraction. And back it would be drinking, it would be sex, it would be gambling, it would be fighting, it would be conflict, yes? Yeah. And sometimes we involve other people. A lot of us, when we have conflict, we even have conflict alone. Anybody been in conflict alone? Anybody ever hear you in your apartment or bathroom thinking you're talking to somebody else? And you're alone? You ever notice it gets so loud that you have to start talking out loud? You know why you got to start talking out loud? Because the energy is getting too built up. You have to direct the energy somewhere. So that's with our lives here. You're directing the energy along these lines and it's not working. Right? So that would create an irritable, restless, discontent, dissatisfied, because the reality of your thinking is a little, what does the doctor say, a little maladjusted, full flight from reality and downright mental defectives. I could find myself getting upset because I didn't want to win the lottery and I already had the money spent. I'm probably the only one like that here, right? Yeah, okay.
Have we not variously worshipped people, sentiment, things, money, and ourselves? And then with a better motive, have we not worshipfully beheld the sunset, the sea, or a flower?
Anybody have the awe in that stuff? You notice something happens inside when that happens? It's like, anybody ever look at pictures? My mom has all these boxes of photos. Part of the ritual, I'll be going to see her next week, is that every year I go see her and I drive around and see her family, and I was part of the living amends. I go see her family. She's too old to travel on a bus. So I drive her around for 5 days. And part of that is I become her home care worker and all that. It's a long story. But she takes out the photos. And as we go through the photos, I see her demeanor changing. Some will bring joy just by looking at a photo. Some will bring old memories of not so much, like a little discontentment, a little pain. Some pictures, you have people cut right out of them. Right? Because it brings out a certain, right? Anybody? So it's interesting how something like that could have so much power over your moment. How it could shift from one experience to another just like that. The internal. So that's what they're kind of saying here. Isn't it interesting that the things that really govern us is directly proportionate to what's happening in here? Kind of interesting. Okay, go ahead.
Who of us had not loved something or somebody? How much did these feelings, these loves, these worship have to do with pure reason? Little or nothing we saw at last. Were not these things the tissue out of which our lives were constructed?
Which our lives were constructed. What things? All these things that we just talked about is the human experience, are they not? Right? Our belief system, the things we worship, the things we cherish, the principles that we live by, the codes that we live by, how we were taught to respond to life, how we react, how we think, is who we are. Yes? Different groups of society, different groups of people. We see it all over the world, and it's all based on belief system and what they worship and what they cherish and all that other stuff, right? So you go to different parts of the world based on what they were taught. They will believe and understand life differently than we would. People who raised on the streets will understand life differently than those who were raised in a quote-unquote somewhat normal family. Right? A dog that was raised in the wild will be way different than a dog that's raised in a domestic home. Yes? You throw a domestic dog into the wild, it will probably adapt. Right? And then if you rescue it again, it has a basis to come back to. Yes? But a dog in the wild that you try to domesticate will always be wild. But it'll learn to adapt. Kind of interesting, right? So the basis, the fundamentals, and that's where later we'll get into the character, right? Character defects and character and all that other stuff. But this line here is the most interesting line. So all these things here, what's the sum result of all these things we just read? Is what?
Did not these feelings, after all, determine the course of our existence?
Did not these... Say it out loud, it won't hurt. It's all men here, you can say it. Feelings. Right? And so did you know an anxiety is a feeling?
Oh yeah, there's secondary and primary feelings.
Yeah. So what happens is you get these things that determine our life. And then based on our thinking, we'll intensify these emotions that are happening in here. The fight or flight instinct, anxiety, fear. You ever judge a group of people you've never met, but you sat in a room and you take all their inventory like some of you did yesterday? Got quiet there. we look around. No, it's okay. We're taking your inventory till you got here. So, but the whole idea is we do that. So how we see things, how we respond, will determine how we feel. So if I'm in a constant state of discomfort, it's because my thinking is in a constant state of anxiety. Because I'm in a constant state of worry. Why am I in a constant state of worry? Because of all these things that I spend my energy on.
Or you're letting your thinking go awry.
Well, then you're not letting. You can't stop it.
Yeah, it'll just keep.
It's not like saying, I'm going to let my thinking go this way. No, your thinking says, we're going this way.
You're not focusing on
And you just sit and follow along, right? So what they're saying is if we could control our thinking, how many people feel proud of getting to AA? That's what I'm thinking. Like, you know what I mean? We got here because there's no other place to go. Right? How many people are proud of the things they've done to people? How many people would like a redo in a lot of areas of their life? Right? So that's why we're going to get into a 4. We didn't go, oh boy, I can't wait to do this. It's just the way we function. We'll get into that later. Okay, go ahead.
It was impossible to say we had no capacity for faith or love or worship. In one form or another, we had been living by faith and little else.
Right? Yes. I never looked at it that way before, yes? So if you were to recreate all these areas in the shifting, do you think you'd change the outcome of the fabric of the tissue of your existence? If you have had that spiritual experience that they talk in the back, would you be governed by the same things that they're talking about on this page? You'd still be governed, but it'd be shifted along different lines. You'd still be spending energy, you'd still be spending time, you'd still be spending thought, but you'd be governing it instead of it governing you. Anybody like that recipe?
Could you repeat that?
No, I forgot what it was. So, right now they're saying these things are governing you. On this page, that's what it's saying. These things are governing you. Wouldn't you like to govern it? So if you're changed where your perception was, or the things that you worshipped, or the things that held value, right? Commodity, our greatest commodity is time. Where do we spend most of our time? In stuff that's not happening. Yes? And then you achieve one thing and you want another thing. We're discontented, right? Because we're going to get into it. I don't want to get ahead on it. So does that make sense? So I need a new way of learning how to function? Yes?
Yeah.
If the fabric, if I'm the sum result of the fabric of my existence, did not these feelings after all determine the course of our existence? So if I need to change the course of my existence, I need to change the things that govern it. Yes? The fabric. I need to change the story that governs me. I need to change how I think about things. I need to change how I look at things so I can have a different experience with them. And what we're doing is the educational variety. Right? It's just, it may sound kind of weird, but if there's 2 chocolates on the table and you didn't know one was X-Lax and what it did to you, right? And you ate the X-Lax first, you'd think both chocolates did the same thing. Right?
Yeah.
And then you see another group of people really enjoying themselves over here eating this chocolate, and you went back and ate the same chocolate again, and you're getting this shitty result, and all you got is 1 ply. It's not turning out good, right? So you'd be a little, look how hard I'm doing. Why am I enjoying life the way these guys are? Why am I enjoying this stuff? Because your perception and understanding is different than theirs. They know what that is, right? But they know what this is, and this is way better experience than that is. Does that kind of make sense? And once they explain that, where would your energy start focusing? Over to the better chocolate, yes? And then once you experience that, you'd have a whole different experience. You're still eating chocolate, but based on where you spend your energy, time, and the actions you take will determine the outcome of the experience. Does that kind of make sense? I don't know how better to explain that, right? I'm talking to men here, right? The difference between outdoor plumbing and indoor plumbing. If you grew up with outdoor plumbing your whole life and you didn't know there was such a thing as indoor plumbing, you think you got it pretty good out there, right? Oh, we got a lid on it. Look at this. Hey, it goes up and down. Look at that. Isn't that nice? Oh, check for spiders. Right? Hold your breath. Oh, my God. No matter how many times you use an outhouse, it's not a good experience, is it? No matter, you ever drive along the highway and you see those things, it's like, oh, my God. Where you get in there? Just look for bodies down in the hole. Or is it just me? Okay, and then somebody introduces you to, like, if you're out there and using outdoor plumbing all the time, like it's like, ew, how many people use an outhouse here? nothing pleasant about it, especially if there's been 100 people before you, right?
Community Country and Western Festival.
Yeah, so what happens is, then somebody goes to you, why don't you use the indoor? You go, indoor? What are you talking about indoor? And then they take you in, they show you what indoor plumbing is, the whole bathroom, the shower, and the whole thing, and wow, what an experience. The fan and all that other stuff is like, wow, this is nice in here. You sit there and, nice warm toilet seat, and it's good. Maybe a duvet. Woo! Whatever the situation is. Too far, too soon? Okay. Oh, bidet. Oh, good day. Is it a good day or bidet? You're supposed to reel me in, man. Okay, so now you got two different experiences. But how do you have this experience? Because somebody explained it to you, right? And once you have the indoor experience, you always have the option of doing outdoors. But based on where you spend your energy, time, and direction will determine your experience. Does that kind of make sense? So if you know that outhouse is out there that you've always been used to, but all of a sudden you know what's in here, it's kind of pretty nice, eh? So it's like recovery. Where are you going to spend your energy now will determine your experience. But if you don't know, do you? Okay. I don't know where we're going to go with this stuff, but we go. Okay, so how it works. Oh. Beautiful. So here we go. So they're talking about their experience there. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. The first half of how it works talks about you're pretty much hooped. Page 58. They're talking about you're pretty much hooped here unless this change happens. Right? And then they tell you the basis of the change. Is their connection with a power greater than themselves? God, may you find them when? Now. When's now mean? Now. Yeah. Not to us, though. Now means, okay, I'll be there in a couple days. Now means now. So it's accessible now, right? And we'll get into what they mean by that shortly. Half measures availed us nothing. We stood at the turning point. We asked his protection and care with complete abandon. We asked, so what step did they just do there? Step 3. This is what they did, yes? This is, who's talking here? Them, right? That's right. Here are the steps who took. They took. And since thousands, they're going to talk about that. Which suggested as a program of recovery. Everything here is in past tense. So when they say we admitted we were powerless over alcohol, it doesn't apply to the new person. You cannot have the same experience that they're talking about. They're talking in past tense. You talking you are powerless, and they're talking they were powerless. They're talking about a course of action that they took that you've yet to take. And behind all these summaries, there's a whole bunch of information. You would never, I don't care, I'll give anybody $1,000. If you can give me one newcomer without any influence from anybody that could read this and tell me what it all means. Now, most people will hear what somebody else says about it off the wall, and then they'll say, it's a we program. It's a we program. Look, as I understand him, they bastardize the shit out of this, and nobody knows they're doing it because the other newcomers go, whoa, that's profound. They don't know that guy's 2 weeks sober, but he's sounding way better than he is, and now he's sharing it. Pretty soon you got a whole bunch of people sharing stuff that nobody knows what it means. But they think they know what it means. And when you go, can you show me what that means? Or can you show me where it says in our basic text that the program of recovery is in the first 164 pages? How many people heard somebody else say that and you started saying it? And you haven't even been through the first 164 pages. The only thing you know about the book so far is how it works. And you don't even know that's in the book because you're reading it off a piece of paper. And then let's read the promises. Oh, they're coming true. How come? Oh, because I've been really trying hard. So we don't really understand what we're saying, but there's a lot of that, right? There's no depth and weight to the information being presented in it, right? It's really, anyway, we'll leave that alone. So here's the course of action they took. Here we go. What is the purpose of the steps?
Connection to power.
Step 12.
Connection to power.
Connection to power. That's what this book is about, yes? So the steps are to get you connected, right? It's important. Step 12 reads, what does step 12 read, Dylan?
Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps.
The result. It's not NA. NA says as a result. AA says the result. They changed the wording. Changed the wording, changed the meaning. Yes?
What's the difference in this?
A result is suggesting that you
There's
experience
multiple-
multiple.
multiple results. There's a result, meaning you're going to have multiple different experiences and different things from this. This is stating that there is only one result.
Specific.
The result.
Of what? These steps. Then it shifts. Watch the conversation here. But what happens is the fellowship hasn't shifted, right? Which is interesting. Sorry, am I interrupting something?
Well, I was wondering what the result is. Or is that going to be?
We just said the result of having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. What's the result of these steps?
Spiritual awakening.
Yeah. What's the purpose of doing the steps? To have this spiritual awakening, to get connected. Yes? Okay, let's pay attention now. Okay. So, we tried to carry this message to alcoholics and to... Why doesn't it say practice these steps?
Because every one of these steps is a spiritual principle.
No. Ready? The purpose of the steps is to get connected. Yes? That's the purpose of the steps. Once I'm connected, then what does it ask me to do? Practice these principles. Where do I learn these principles? They're in the process in the back of the book that keeps me connected. This whole thing is about what?
Honesty.
No.
Access to power.
Okay, so relax. I like your enthusiasm, but relax for a second, okay? Let's follow the bouncing ball, right? What's this whole thing about? Connection. See how the brain starts going off to all this bullshit we hear in the fellowship about all that stuff by itself won't save your life. Right? We're the only group of people that don't know we're full of shit. Because we believe our own shit first. We do. We're just like that. That's why we need to go through a process that reveals the things that are governing us. And we can't see it. If we could see it, then we would change it. That's why the doctor says we're a little maladjusted, full-fledged from reality, and we're know-it-alls. Right? We really are. The hardest thing we have to say is, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I really don't know what this thing is about. I really don't get it. I think I know, but I really don't. And we've been following along. Like, I don't mean to get excited here, but you see the mentality we're dealing with. We've been talking about one thing all along, haven't we? I'm not explaining it right?
It's fine.
What's the one thing we've been talking about? Getting connected to power. What's the purpose of this book? Power. What's the byproduct of the symptom of that is having had a spiritual awakening. So what happens first is I get connected, I have an experience, and the byproduct is psychic change or spiritual experience. Yes? What's the purpose of the steps?
Power.
Get access to power. That creates the shift. Then they're going to tell us once that access happens, it's not about working. The question was, why doesn't it say here, we tried to carry this message to alcoholics and to practice these principles in all affairs. You don't hear people talk about, you hear people talk about working these steps all the time. Yes? They're not shifting with the book. They're staying with treatment center mentality. They're staying with you, working on you and concentrating on you. It's not about working the steps. Nowhere in here does it talk about working the steps.
Working with other alcoholics.
So, okay, wait. The book is going to answer itself, right? So what's the purpose of the whole process? Well, let's read what it says. Go ahead.
Many of us.
Page 60.
Many of us exclaimed, "What an order! I can't go through with it."
Who exclaimed that? They did based on their experience going through this process, yes?
Do not be discouraged. No one among us has been able to maintain anything like perfect adherence to these principles. We are not saints. The point is we're willing to grow along spiritual lines.
What's the point?
Willing to grow.
Right? To grow along spiritual lines. Right?
The
The
principle.
spiritual kit we've set out every like to pick up the spirit. So the whole thing is a spiritual group of principles that we put into practice through a course of action, right? And I'll get to that in a second. Go ahead.
The principles we have set down are guides to progress. We claim spiritual progress rather than spiritual perfection.
So where does that begin? The spiritual progress.
As soon as we get there.
Okay, ready? Who don't know the answer to that?
We don't.
Oh, well,
Not all of us. Don't throw
so
me under
so
this
when
bus.
I want to ask you a question, it's so perfectly okay to say I don't know where this spiritual progress. I heard where it starts, but if I had to ask you to show me, can you show me what they mean by that spiritual progress?
Step 2? No.
Well, step 2 is an idea. What kind of spiritual progress is in that? Right? It's like having a date that you don't know she doesn't know you're having a date with. It's one-sided, right? So the spiritual progress would be somewhere in the process, yes? So to have progress, you'd have to see how far you got based on you, yes? Any life run on self-will can hardly be. So you got to see what you got you based on you, what we read on page 54. My plans, designs, and ideas, my emotional state. What did it get me? In my relationships with people, places, and things in my life experience, right? So that means I'd have to have a new governing set of ideas and principles to have a new experience, yes? So that would mean the change would actually start happening as we start in 4, move into 5. Right? Because now we're being governed by different ideas that we're going to get into in a minute here. Like I get a little adamant sometimes because I've been dealing with groups like this for a long time. And some people are just so smart that we kill ourselves. And I'm one of those guys that were just so smart that the guys who got a hold of me, they really let me have it. I'm being really gentle with you guys. These guys really let me have it. But I listened because I knew my life was on the line and I was a know-it-all. 11 years of it, I had it profound knowledge. It's totally useless, but it sounded good. And everybody around me, treatment center, everybody, wow. People, you want to sponsor me? Yeah, I'm just coming back, but I'd love to. But the talk, right? So George and these guys who saved my life, that brought me through this, to have a new experience meant that I had to start the set-aside prayer that Renee did this morning. Instead of everything I know, am I open to a new understanding and a new kind of experience? Like my friend was saying here, he says he's been studying this book for years, and some of this stuff he's just hearing is kind of like, whoa. Anybody else like that here? It's like, whoa, that's been in the book? But if you already think you know everything, how open are you to learning something? I'm facilitating this meeting to teach some of my experience, strength, and hope as it was taught to me and enhanced over 35 years. 35 years of studying this thing. I don't think I know everything about it, but I haven't met too many more people that know more than I've learned through this thing. It's pretty, you know what I mean? So what I would have is my doctorate in this text, right? 35 years studying something, right? Where my wife has her master's, she could go on to get her, right? So 35 years studying something, I came in with a grade 8 education, reading and comprehension, right? But now I got a 12.5 grade average just by studying and reading this thing.
And applying it.
And deep, yeah, of course, through the application. Otherwise, I would never survived here.
Theory then.
So it taps us into the 4th dimension, right? So get back here. Why it says, so here we go. So when you look at this, it's kind of like, well, what do you mean by, how does it turn from steps into principles? You ready? Who would like to know that? So here we go. Because if I said right now, what is the principle of step 1? I don't want no answers. Most of the people would say surrender or honesty. And that's not the principle. You read that somewhere, you heard that somewhere, but the principle of step 1 is assessment. To assess. What is the problem? The principle of step 2 is, what is the spiritual solution to this problem? Step 3 is the ability to make a decision. Do I want to pursue a spiritual answer to this or take it my way? Step 4 is, what are the blocks that block me out from the source that create this change? 5 is the humility to discuss it with another human being. 6 is to see the shortcomings that I still carry from past events determining today's aspects. 7 is the reallocating of my commitment. And 3, to have God determine my life, good and bad. To remove the obstacles that stand in the way of my usefulness in this moment. Right? 8 is a continuation of looking at the harms I've caused and the continue of being service to people in the world around me. To fit myself to be of service and the people around me. 9 is not about me. 9 is about allowing other people to find peace, happiness, and contentment to the stuff I did to them. To carry a message, to be of service as an example of what's available here, that they in turn can find healing. Wow. 10 is the transition into the understanding that I must develop in the spiritual realm to grow an understanding and effectiveness of my relationship with something greater than myself. 11 is the only step that has the 24-hour clock in it. If I'm doing step 11, I'm doing all the steps. If I'm doing 10, 11, and 12, I just told you I'm not doing 11 and 12. Because 11 covers everything. And people who argue about step 10 don't understand step 11. If it's all about my relationship with something greater than me that enables me to save me from myself, the daily reprieve, what's the most important relationship in my life? My relationship with this power. Because if I get cut off from this source, by blocks becoming back paramount, then I can't see it. And it's subtle. It's like a ship turning in the night. And pretty soon I'm talking to myself instead of talking to God. Pretty soon I'm not working with people anymore. Pretty soon I'm griping about life. I'm becoming discontent. I think if this stuff don't work, I look for me as my own solution. So I start doing things I shouldn't be doing. Now I'm causing more guilt, shame, and remorse. And I'm spending money I shouldn't be spending because I'm looking for some satisfaction because I'm getting disconnected from the source again. Right? And so the humility is the recognition of that by doing the disciplines of 11 that they ask me to do on a daily basis. Why do they ask me to do it on a daily basis? Because I could deceive myself ever so slowly that I start believing what's happening up here. Right? And now I know the difference because I've seen it in the 4, what it looks like to be up here without any other guidance. And the capability I'm capable of doing to people, places, and things left to my own devices. And I'm not going to sit here and talk about those things. I know what they are. Left to my own device, what I'm capable of. Based on a Neanderthal instinct-based living absent of the presence of God. So my 4th step is technically what my life looks like outside of God's grace. Outside of this connection. I'm instinct-driven. Being convinced any life run on self-will could hardly be a success. So now that I've tapped into this thing, into this source that I got through this process, right? My job is to grow an understanding and effectiveness of that. But in order to get there, I got to see the things that are standing in the way of that. Does that kind of make sense? So when they talk about this here, the example I was going to get, how many people have the driver's license here? Or ever had it? How many people know somebody with a driver's license then? How's that? So when you go to the driver's license bureau, what's the first thing they give you? They give you a booklet. Yes?
Yeah, knowledge book.
A knowledge book of what everybody else knows that you don't know. You've seen all these things, but you don't know what they mean. You can guess what they mean, so most people, I don't need to read the book. I've been in cars watching these signs all my life. So you go do the test. And you're surprised you failed. Right? Anybody?
I don't get it. I took the practice exam.
Yeah, so then you go and read the manual. You read the manual, you go do the test, you passed. Oh my God. Now you know what all these other people know. Now you get in a car, technically, and somebody needs to show you the fundamentals, yes? The first thing they really get you concentrating is on the brake. Anybody ever notice that? Hit the brake, hit the brake, hit the brake, hit the brake, go a little, hit the brake, hit the brake. So it becomes, so as soon as they sit, and then they teach you the gas a bit, right? Gas, brake, gas, and then you put it into gear. Put your foot on the brake. Anybody remember somebody teaching you how to drive? Anybody ever tried to put the car in the old, right, with your foot not on the brake, or trying to put the car in park with your foot while it's still moving? Right? Or driving with a clutch. So somebody else teaches you the fundamentals of all the different aspects, all the step where the mirrors go, all that. So you're learning every step in order to achieve your license. Does that kind of make sense? You got the manual there, everything's saying, you got the steering wheel, you got all these different things. You're learning everything about this car, all 12 steps. Now you're comfortable with it, and now you go for your license. When you go for your license, how well you understand the previous 12 steps will determine whether you have a psychic change or spiritual experience or get your license or not. Yes? And once you get your license, is it about doing that test every day? Is it about reading the manual every day? It's about practicing the principles that got you that test. And how do you practice those principles? Is out on the road. And life will let you know when you're not practicing. Now you got the speed up too far. Or you got a camera, take a picture of your car, you got the police pull you over. How are you today? I'm good. Why were you on your phone? Well, I was ordering pizza. Oh, good. It's a $500 pizza. Here you go. You know what I mean? Life will, and that's kind of learning spiritual progress. It's the same thing. So you're not driving with the manual beside you. If you got in a car and somebody had the manual beside them, and you said, what's that there for? I'm just practicing left turns today. Come on in. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Unless the car's stolen, which, it's a different story. So, but you understand? So when you get your license, how often do you have to retest for your license?
Not until you're senior.
Until you're a senior.
You never do.
When you're senior.
At a certain aspect, because life will say, hey, there's something going on here. Somebody say you have to go for a retest, right? But more than likely, if you're 16 and got your license, you'd never have to worry about redoing a test again, would you?
As long as you don't lose it if you let it explode.
Yeah.
Well, can you follow the bouncing ball, buddy? Huh? A lot of fresh air happening over there. Listen to the question, right? If you followed the principles that you agreed to, right? And you enhanced your driving. What you learn is how to drive. Yes? Do you have to redo the test again? No. So you learn, that's the same thing we're learning here. The driver's license is a psychic change or spiritual experience. The principle will enhance that as you go along. Life will determine, right? So when life happens, what will your focus be is where's my relationship with this power that creates a change? Yes? So the more I go to accessing this power, the more my life will change. The less I access this power, the more my life will resort back to what it used to be. Yes or no for those that have been around a while, right? Yeah. And so there's nothing wrong with self-will if it's redirected along spiritual lines. You will always have self-will. Always. That's your greatest gift. What you do with that. So, ready? Here we go. You guys got me sidetracked. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah.
I don't need no help, man. You like that? So, ready? So page 60, being convinced. We were at step 3. Right? We were at step 3. You got to look at the wording. Why is that important? Well, over on page 63, we were now at step 3. Isn't it? So this is going to get you ready to do step 3. Interesting, right? The wording? They're going to, what do they say here? Go ahead.
Being convinced we were at step 3, which is that we decided to turn our will and our life over to over to God as we understood Him.
Okay, so what's our what is it? Our will in our lives. Anybody want to practice? I don't know.
I don't know.
Thoughts and actions.
Just what do
Thoughts
we mean
and
by
actions. That's our will in our life. Our life is a direct result of all our actions based on all our thoughts. We read that on page 54, right?
Yeah.
Yes? We're some result of all our decisions we've based on the logic that we initiated to make decisions and the outcome of our lives based on that stuff. Yes? No? Yes? So being convinced that if I keep doing what I've been doing, I'll always get what I've gotten. It's never gotten better. It's always gotten worse. Anybody? So, okay, because the sum result is we need to recover from alcoholism because then we keep on relapsing, right? Okay?
Just what do we mean by that, and just what do we do?
Who's going to explain that? They're going to explain it. And they're going to talk about this is the human condition they're talking about now and all the problems humanity has in general. Any human being over the next couple pages, they talk about this. But then they're going to talk about, on page 62, which is interesting, selfish, self-centered.
That's the root. Selfishness, top of page 62. Selfishness, self-centeredness, that we think is the root of our troubles. Driven by 100 forms of fear, self-delusion, self-seeking, and self-pity.
So if you're driven by 100 forms of fear and self-delusion, who's the only one that don't know it? So how do you know what's not a delusion and what's actual reality? If you have 100 forms of self-delusion, you're the only one that don't know it. The people around you can see it, but you can't see it. So you need to be able to see what these things are that's driving you, to be driven by. Right? That is pretty well when you think driven. The things that propel you through life. Nice, eh? And again, it's in correlation with page 54. Did not these feelings, these thoughts, these energies, these worships, these, right? Where we spend our determine how we conduct ourselves? Right? And then, so as we see this, as we go to see it, this is usually the outcome. Go ahead.
We step on the toes of our fellows and they retaliate. Sometimes they hurt us, seemingly without provocation. But we invariably find at some time in the past we have made decisions based on self, which later placed us in a position to be hurt.
Who's making this discovery? Okay, ready? They are. You're incapable of seeing it. You feel the consequences of it, but you don't see how it's what's causing it. Because most of us are all victims. I don't know why they treat me like this. I can't believe this has happened to me.
Again.
Why don't they want to talk to me? Why did they block me? Why? Anybody? Did I say why, or why? I forget what it is. Same thing. But the whole idea is life doesn't treat us well. Look at how right? And we don't know why that is. Go ahead.
Continuing on. So our troubles, we think, are basically of our own making. They arise out of ourselves. And the alcoholic is an extreme example of self-will run riot.
Who's an extreme example of these things? So does everybody have these things or just the alcoholic? Everybody, the whole world. That's the human thing. Remember the doctor talked about two different things? Those who are afflicted with alcoholism and the human condition. Right? So we have two things going on here. We have this pile up of the human condition because we found no way to cope and deal with it, right? Because of our avoidance of life, right? And that's why we come in here and we have so many problems with, right? The government, people, places, things, money, rip-offs, lies, resentments, fear, conduct. Like it's a real Smith rifle. Anybody ever look at the carnage that causes? Kind of almost overwhelming, isn't it? And to face some of these people, no, that ain't happening. I do not answer block call numbers. I still don't let people know where I live. And when anybody knew, hey, I get nervous when police are driving behind me. Right? I don't let people know too much about me in meetings, as I still got warrants for my arrest. Right? But how are you? I'm good.
Happy Joyce.
Happy Joy, letting it go, turning it over. What's your name? Brenda? Yeah, yes, I want what you have and willing to go to any lengths to get it. But that's the shift, right? It's not, God, I need to do these steps, I need to get through them fast. It's, I need to get a job. I got problems. Boy, it'd be nice to have a relationship because I'm lonely. Boy, it would be nice, to have more money. Boy, it'd be nice to have this. Boy, it'd be nice to have that. Boy, right? I have to do all these things. Remember the story, right? But not realizing if I don't get sober, I won't have any of these things I desire. because I haven't been able to accumulate them and maintain it at a level of happy, joyous, and free, right? Because really, you can have all the things that money can buy, and still, I knew this guy that God rest his soul. I remember thinking early sobriety, I was thinking, man, it'd be nice to be a millionaire, right? Multi-millionaire. And then I met this guy, multi-millionaire. The guy was worth like 16 mil, and plus all his assets and his things, and he was a big part of a big, huge corporation. And when I met him, nice, kindest guy, great guy. I worked with him for a year, traveled on his yacht, very generous, very thing, but he couldn't get past self-reliance, couldn't get past this thing. And the more he tried to access this happiness, so he looked at me one day and says, all the money I got can't buy what you're experiencing. And I kind of realized, and I thought, isn't that wild? That what I got, he's looking for, and he can't buy it, and he can't experience it. And what I have, I could enjoy what he has, if that makes any sense, and still keep this level of peace, contentment, and happiness. The guy died basically alone. And he had everything going for him imaginable, but he couldn't make the shift. There's two ways to leave this earth. There's only two ways. It's either shaking your head in regret or passing in contentment of a life well lived. Because we're all going, I've watched people, and then there's the tragedies, but I'm talking about through at the end of life's journey, right? I've watched people just total regret of a life wasted. Does that sound appealing to anybody? And then if you were on your deathbed now, how many people would have that feeling of regret and my God, I missed something, right? And then surrounded by people that you would have wished you would have had a different experience with, a different kind of outcome. You would have experienced life a little different than the way you were experiencing it. And that's what they're kind of saying here, right? We have this opportunity to have this thing where you come in here with regret, but you leave here satisfied. When I remember George, when he passed, I don't know why I'm talking about this, when George passed, he was a guy I used to watch to feel better about me and my relapse. He had a big red nose. The veins were sticking, and he was successful. He had house, money, cars, and he couldn't get sober, and he was dying of alcoholism in AA like me. And he would shake all the time. He has psoriasis, and he'd shake like this, and he'd go, anybody coming back, he would put up his hand. I'd put up my hand, and I'd look at him, and I thought, if I ever get that bad. My liver sticking out of the side, I'm puking green bile, 26 years old. At that time, it's 10 years in and out. Dying of alcoholism, looking at him, thinking, if I ever get that bad, right? And then if he would have died, he was full of regret, full of dissatisfaction, resentment, fear. Me and him were really related. And then somebody 12-stepped him into a big book study. It was Machine Gun Jerry, Steve, and Rick, right? If you looked at Machine Gun Jerry, you wouldn't think much of him, but he had an eye for 12-stepping people. And they'd get you into a home, and they got George into a home, and they took him through this course of action, and he had a profound experience by doing what they told him to do. He didn't say he didn't argue and didn't like it, but he did it. And he had this experience. And then he focused on me. I was the first guy he started focusing on. I never asked him to start working with me. But Rick and Steve and the other person told him, go find the sickest guy you know. That guy was out of town, so he started working with me, right? And then I remember first time he'd ask me questions and I'd have all the answers. Then he would say, show me, or what does it mean? I'm not liking George anymore because he's calling me out. I don't know. I have all this catchphrase, useless information. I didn't know it was useless till that moment when he called me out on it, right? And so he says, hey, why don't you come into this big book study we're doing? I said, no, that's my Tuesday night meeting. That's my trapland. That's my home group. Because my priorities were women, money, prestige, getting back on my feet, getting some bling, getting the car. That was am I alone in that?
No.
Okay, you guys all looking at me. Oh, I'm letting out the secret. Sorry. So what happened? That was because I didn't know any better, right? And I was like this, driven by 100 forms of fear and self-delusion, self-seeking. I'm stepping on the toes of all these, and I wonder what their problem is. I'm not getting invited nowhere. I can't see what their problem is, right? And I was very intense back then, very intense. right? And like, if you know, now this is calm. This is relaxed. So Alex, anybody know Alex? Alex, my sponsor, right? Since Chuck passed away, he's on fire for this thing too. And I was in the Step 8 meeting with him. When I came out here in 87. So it was 25, right? And that was a whole different, I came out here because I had the sergeant of the Toronto division ask me to relocate. I drank myself out of Toronto. There's in a feat. Because he said, not everybody makes it to the station. Do you need that explained to you twice? I said, thank you for coming and giving me the message. And I was out of there, right? They were going to give me a ride to Cherry Beach. And I was totally misunderstood, but that's another story. So what happens is, George started focusing on me. I was so ill, I couldn't see what he was talking about. I couldn't get it. Because when I sat in that meeting with Alex, and it was the 12 and 12, the wine and snivel meeting, it was Step 8, and this is at this time was, I think, 8 years or 9 years of in and out and 12 and 12 studies. After 9 years of 12 and 12 studies, I'm sitting in this state, which probably been through it twice already out here, and I was on Step 8, and everybody talked about the list of people they had harmed. And I listened to all, and I kind of, okay, yeah, I see that. I can see how that. And they came to me, and they said, would you like to share it tonight? I said, I don't really have nothing to say. They said, well, sure. What you want? I said, I never did nothing to nobody that didn't have it coming to them. I have a list of a couple of people I need to get even with, but I don't know anybody in amend. And you couldn't tell me different. Based on the level of delusion and the defense and the belief system I had, I grew up with 3 strikes. Everybody got treated the same. Here's the guidelines. You step out of those lines, you got nipped really fast, and you got in order. Man, woman, child, didn't matter who you were. You took your shots, you took your hit, and you got up and you started acting accordingly. So when you grow up with that kind of mentality, I paid my dues for whatever happened to me, and the people who wronged me got their dues paid, and the ones who still got left to pay. How are you going to talk to that mind? You're not going to talk to that. You're not even going to try to, right? Because then I think you have a conflict with me. I mean, you got a problem now, right? They wouldn't even have me as a door greeter. They tried I think I made 3 people. The third person was shaking my hand in a way I didn't like too much. And we're having a problem at the maritime group. Some people know me before I got when I was really well. But the whole idea is they weren't trying to talk to me. So George says, man, you've been around a long time. I said, yeah. He says, why don't you come and help us out? I said, okay. I went to that meeting, so I went to Chuck. Chuck was teaching me the traditions. He was a kind man. He was pretty profound. He was an amazing man. He's the guy that took me to go buy me glasses because I had like plastic glasses like this, and I had the 79 Le Mans, like, you know, the lock that you could unscrew. The silver thing was on my glasses, and it was holding my glasses up like that. And I didn't know you could just go buy an arm for it or glass. I didn't have no money, right? I was just like, so my glasses were all scratched from sliding on the pavement because I'd have a lot of misunderstandings in the fellowship, right? And I didn't know how to talk too well, and most of my talking was done in Braille, like hands on hands. Let me explain to you what I'm saying, right? So that's what I'm dealing with, but I don't know I'm nuts. I think I'm the nicest guy you ever wanted to meet. Driven by 100 forms of... So where I'm going with this is George was like me. George got me into this big book study. He saved my life when I didn't know what he was doing by inviting me there. I said to Chuck, these guys want me to go help them through the steps. And Chuck goes, because he was very protective of me. He said, who are these people? I said, Machine Gun Jerry. He says, I think it's a great idea that you go help them. I knocked on the door at George's place. This is the first time I got invited to anybody's place other than Chuck. And at this time, I was 2 years in and out. First time I got invited to somebody's house. Give you a rough idea, right? I knock on the door. The lady answers the door. She's kneeling on. Her eyes were like this. She was like, oh, my God, he knows the address, right? I thought, what a weird-looking lady. But she had the Al-Anon at the Willington Heights meeting where I was fighting guys in the other hall. And they're having a meeting over there, and she'd come over and I'd get mad at them. Like, I was nuts. I know it's hard to believe looking at me now, but like, my cheese and cracker weren't on the same plate. She'd come over and go, she goes, hey! We'd go, what? We'd stop fighting or throwing chairs around, and she goes, what's the matter with you people? I said, what do you mean what's the matter? She says, we're having a meeting over there. I said, what kind of meeting? She says, Al-Anon. I said, what's that? She goes, you three new? I said, yeah. She goes, I don't got time to explain it 3 times. So she went back in the room. Then I found out what Al-Anon was. And then what I would do is every time I went back by them, I would go, you're welcome. Because they were there because of us learning a new way to live. And I would say, you're welcome. And they would all scowl, right? Like, that's not well. And I'd sit in old-timers' chairs. You know how old-timers like their chair? I'd go there early just to sit in their chair and see what they're doing. Let's see how serene you are. What are you going to do about it? I'd heckle people from the podium. So anyways.
Happy Joyce and Free.
Happy Joy. I did. I was. So driven, there are those two. I was one of those guys. So George knew if he can get me through this, that I would have the experience that they're talking about. So I went through this, and the guy saved my life. I had a profound change around 5. And I continued through this, and it gave me the elements to make these amends that I'd never make. It changes my whole perception of life. Anyways, at the end of George's journey, he died of cancer, and he was in the Burnaby Hospital. We went to visit him, and he was totally contented. We did the Serenity Prayer. He was so happy where he got in his life with his kids, his wife, his dog, all that other stuff. And then he passed away at total peace. Chuck, same way. When Chuck passed, he was worried about his sponsees and making sure everybody. And he told this other guy, he says, you make sure you look after Tony for me. He says, that guy needs supervision. Right? And he passed at peace. Damon, same way. When Damon passed, he says, I have a heart condition. I have 3 valves that don't work. He says, I forget, John, Tony, and Steve. Right? He blamed his heart condition. And he passed that peace and contentment. So it's pretty awesome what's available here when you kind of think about that. So getting back to here, they talk about, so our troubles we think are basically of our own making. They arise out of ourselves. I can't see that. How they can see that is because they've already been through a process. Right? They're convinced based on their inventory what created their problems. If you can see that, then you wouldn't have to do an inventory, would you? Would you? Okay, so.
The problems of our own making?
There we go. So, and the alcoholic is an extreme example of self-will run right, though he usually doesn't think so. Anybody here?
More humor. I love that.
Extreme example, a self-will run right, though we usually don't think so. So there's our version of our story, and then there's everybody else's version of our story. And a lot of times, our story and their story don't match up. My understanding of me and their understanding of me is 2 different things. Anybody ever notice that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that everybody seems to have a different version of me than I do, and I'm in conflict with their version of me.
That's why I'm here right now.
Anybody? Yeah. Offended. Yeah. Here we go.
Above all?
Above everything.
Oh, above everything.
Just the black parts.
Above everything, we alcoholics must be rid of this selfishness. We must, or it kills us.
What's selfishness? What's our first obsession? Self. And how the world relates to who? Us. And how those sons of our bitches aren't doing what we need to be happy, joyous, and free. If only. Bill, dying of alcoholism. I have a friend in Montreal that still has money. He just told you he thinks he's entitled to his friend's money. Didn't he? Isn't that what it means? You thought of a friend, he's still got money. Anybody remember you're at dire straits and you're thinking, you got the Rolodex in your mind, who can I get money from? Who can I work? Who can I get a place to stay? Who can I work an angle with? Who will still talk to me and have something to do with me? Anybody?
Yep.
There's nobody left. Oh my God. There's no more angles to spin, no more cons to do. And then what do? We come to AA and start conning and manipulating the people in AA. Working on their kindness, working on this. And you don't know you're doing it because you can't help it. All you can see is what you can get out of the show. And these people that want to love you, want to look after you, want to care for you, will go out of their way to do more for you than they normally do. But because they want the best for you, and they thinking you want the best for you, and what do? We burn them. We treat them like shit. We talk behind their backs. I know nobody in this fine crowd. Right? Huh? Anybody? Look at that guy. Who does he think he is? 3 big book studies a week. Who does he think he is? Mr. Big Book? You know, that's what they call me. Why do these guys, he smokes cigars and he has a foul sense of humor. He's twisted. He's not right in his head. But man, that looks attractive. If I could only get that kind of crazy, I'd be doing so. That's the guys who I sobered. I used to think, oh my God, if I could just get that kind of crazy, I'd be so happy. It looked like they were nuts, but it was appealing. It was a goal to reach for, just to get to that level of crazy. Get my cheese and cracker on the same plate. Oh, wouldn't that be nice, eh? Instead of putting a gun in my mouth. Okay.
We must or it kills us. God makes that possible. And there often seems no way of entirely getting rid of self without his aid. Many of us had moral and philosophical convictions galore.
That's what I thought I had, because I lived by a certain code. I had a group of people that were grooming me in Toronto that were outside the AA kind of thing, but there were a fellowship of people that had a certain belief system and conduct themselves in certain ways, and they lived by certain rigid rules. Right? And you know, when they're telling you to go back to AA, you know you got some serious problems, but that's another story. That kind of hurt my feelings when I kind of think back of it. Tony, you're a nice guy, but there's something seriously wrong with you when you're drinking. You can't come around here anymore. That kind of hurt it. You guys said you were the only ones that understood me. Now you don't understand me because... Anyways, you're too crazy for us. Thanks for coming out. We're rescinding your application. Okay.
But we could not live up to them, even though we would have liked to. Neither could we reduce our self-centeredness much by wishing or trying on our own will or on our own power. We had to have God's help. This is the how and the why of it. First of all, we had to quit playing God. It didn't work.
Meaning being directed by our own thinking. That's what we're doing. We're playing God. Remember what page covered that again? Page 54. Thoughts, ideas, right? Emotions, things, desires that are governing us. Yes? Is that not a form of worship? Is that not a form of God? Is it? We pray to these things, meaning pray is I negotiate with these things in my mind to obtain them. Is that not a form of prayer? Yes? As soon as I have this thing, we spend time, how am I going to get it? What am I going to do? And we pursue it, and we cause conflict not only within our own life, but within other people's lives. And then when we don't get what we want, we go rob them. Nobody like that in here, I know, all upstanding people. But we're the only group of people that put robbers in charge of the seventh tradition. It's kind of funny. Oh, you'll be great at the seventh. You know how to count money. It's kind of funny when you think of the people that we put in trusted positions compared to the people that we used to be. It's kind of funny when you kind of think about it. Yes, he's a greeter today. Oh my God. Well, so what's the big deal? You should have seen him before. Okay.
Next, we decided the hereafter in this drama of life, God was going to be our director.
He was going to be our director. What does the director do? Direct. If you ever worked on a movie industry, what they do is they got a lot of different scenes happening in this movie. This is important, right? So over here, they got one scene. Over there, they got another scene. The people who are building the sets don't know exactly what those scenes are, but the director does. The director says, we're shooting over here today, then we're going over here. But this shot over here has nothing to do with what's happening there in the movie. This is near the end of the movie, but it seems to be happening now. But there's a reason why it's happening now, to put it all together. So once he has all the scenes shot, what it does, it goes into the can, right? And then what they do is they snip it all together, and it produces a movie. It's interesting, right? They snip it all together, and then they all watch it, and then they add sound, color, and they tweak it and all. And that's like our lives. If we're trusting and relying on God, well, why am I going over here? You don't have to know why you're going over there. You'll find out when you get there, or you'll find out later why you went there. The director knows why you're going. And when do you get direction? Once a week? Every day. Every day. So I got to make sure I'm in tune to get those directions. Does that kind of make sense? So they're giving you a way of looking at something. Next.
God was going to be our director. He is the principal. We are his agents. He is the father, and we are his children.
That's pretty interesting. We're his agents. What does that mean?
I don't know.
We do his bidding. We're his agents. It means, hey, can you go do this for me? Can you go do this for me? We're carrying out the subtle direction of an agent. I'm representing something greater than me. I'm doing his bidding or his work. Pretty cool, right? So I have a new employer, which is good. Go ahead.
Most good ideas are simple, and this concept was the keystone of the new and triumphant arch through which we pass to freedom.
What's a keystone? Yeah, so what that kind of means is, and real fast is, what they're going to teach you is how to move from one reality into the other. From one experience into another within inside of yourself. So that means when I gave you the exercise, when you had that feeling of despair and somebody gave you hope, did it create a shift inside of you? Anybody ever feel so much despair that you know, I need to get to a meeting to feel better? You go to a meeting to get rejuvenated, so you go there with the idea of changing something within inside of you? But you had to go through that whole mechanics for that to take place. And sometimes it takes place 3/4 through that meeting. Sometimes it takes place 2 meetings in or 3 meetings in, right? Before the shift happens, it's temporary. Then you're waiting for you when you leave the meeting. Oh, I wonder how long you're going to be in there. Where were we? So what happens is that shift inside of you, they're going to show you how to get access to it. In other words, how do we get through we go through that doorway there. So that means if this room becomes too smoky, you go in the other room, or you're going to have a different experience in that room than this room. But you're still in the same structure. Interesting. So you're able to create a shift within inside of you that changes your whole perception and reality and outlook. And you have done nothing but you tapped into this inner resource of strength that gets you kind of connected. Interesting, right? Okay, go ahead.
Top of page 63.
Okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take a fast smoke break. Okay, we're going to get started again. So, one of the things here, when we get into it, I don't have a format that I'm not one of those speakers where you listen to the tape and then you come and it's the exact same theatrical thing, right? It's not one of those things. What I do is I pray and I meditate. And I ask God for direction on which way to go. I listen to the questions you guys ask me, and I know where you're at based on your sobriety or your struggles. And just by the things you ask me and the things that you share, I know where you're at based on my experience when I went through those things. So when I ask God for direction, He directs me through the book, right? And the theme of this is to get you to a certain place that you can start doing this. There's no way cover everything in the book that's in the book. I'll reiterate this again. What I do is hit the highlights that when you're reading it and going through it or want to enhance your understanding, you know the gist of what they're talking about. It's like when I explain to you that's the kitchen and the purpose of the kitchen, right? I haven't explained everything in the kitchen, have I? when you go in there, you'll kind of go, oh, isn't this interesting? And you get more familiarized with it. When I talked about the bathrooms, how many people assume the showers were in the bathrooms? Then you say, hey, where are the showers? And then we say, oh, they're over here. Right? And so as you need to know it, explore it, you'll discover it. Does that kind of make sense? And so what we're going to do is we're going to change the energy a bit, and we're just going to do the serenity prayer. What do we need for a good meeting? God, grant me the serenity to accept things I cannot change, courage to change things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. So one of the things is, I haven't been doing this long. I've been doing it, come up to almost this April, 36 years. Studying this. I've done tons of groups like this, right? But no two groups are the same, right? Because the axiom, where people are at, their understanding, their experience is all different. I don't have to know what all those things are. All I have to do is trust and rely on something greater than me and be an agent to that power and follow the directions that I believe that are being directed to me to share in this meeting. Does that kind of make sense? And as we go along, I could see where stuff is registering with people and where stuff is not. And what's really the most important to me is new people having an experience with this. Right? So there's a couple times, right, when people say, oh, don't forget this, don't forget that, don't forget this. I'm not forgetting anything. Right? When we get there, how many times have I said, are we there yet? The book always explains itself, yes?
Yeah.
How many times have I said that?
Enough.
Right? When you had a question, I said, wait, the book explains itself, right? Let's keep reading and see if it answers your question, yes? The book's designed that way. So where we left off on was on the bottom of page
52 or 62.
62. And what was the gist of what they were talking about? We had to quit playing God. And there's giving us a new idea on how to look at this. He is the father, we're his children, right? We're his agents. He's the director, right? He's the principal, all in positions of guiding people. In all these positions, those guidance happen in the day. Anybody ever work construction here? There's a lot of different aspects happening in that construction thing, but you're given certain instructions to fulfill the outcome, the overall outcome. But what's happening is a lot of different phases and things are happening. It's like the first time you look at a field and you say, a building's going here, you go, building's going there. Everything's in place for that building to go in there. And then they put out all this parameter stuff. And while the 16th floor isn't up there yet, but they already know what's going in the bathroom. You don't know because it's not your job to know. Right? But when you get there, you'll be able to say, oh, wow, look at this. Isn't this interesting? So they give an example here. Most good ideas are simple, which is a problem for us, as we can see. And this concept was the keystone, the new and triumphant arch which we passed to freedom. Now they're going to give us an example. When? Right? It follows the sequence. What do they mean by this thing? We're his agents, he is the father. What does that look like? Now they're going to give us a story connected to that. Does that make sense? Every time they've done that so far, haven't they? Okay, what's the story here?
Page 63.
Yep.
Top of page 63. When we sincerely took such a position.
Okay. When who took a position? When they took a position. Those guys. Right? When they took this position, right, what happened?
All sorts of remarkable things followed.
Followed or happened? Followed what?
Taking such a position.
Or the decision to do the rest of the work, right? The decision that he is the father, the decision that we're going to quit playing God. It's all, we're moving this way. I'm not going this way anymore. I'm moving in a new direction. Is that kind of what they're saying? The direction that's laid out by them, by those who went, with whom the problem had been solved. Remember we read that earlier? See how it's all coming back around the building blocks? Yes? Okay, go ahead.
We had a new employer, Being all powerful, he provided what we needed if we kept close to him and performed his work well.
So that's pretty powerful statement when you think about a new employer, right? Because when you think about new employers, when they asked me to think about, they said, think about working for Apple or Microsoft and having an unlimited expense account and the company card. How wild would that be? Would you have everything at your disposal? Would you be able to do cars, money, travel, everything looked after? Just plug the card in, run it by, and everything's looked after. You'd feel after a couple weeks, you'd feel pretty secure in your position, wouldn't you? Wouldn't it be wild? So they're using it that way. And as long as you performed your work well within that company, you'd keep your position, yes? So you'd have to learn what your position is and what the work is that they're requiring, that you could fulfill your commitment, and they will fulfill their commitment with keeping you employed and your expense account. Remember about the driver's license? So when we look at things like that, it's kind of like, okay, I can see what they're talking about over there. Now take that scope and put it in your own life, and then replace the employer with a power greater than myself. Then we start going, oh, I don't know how that's going to work. We could see that with an employer, but now we talk about God. I don't know how God's going to do that. Anybody ever have a problem here? They said pray about it, and you thought they said think about it? And you thought about it all week. So I thought about it all week. I don't know how God's going to do this. How many people thought that? I don't know how God's going to take care of this. I thought about it all week. Interesting, right? So as soon as we say this element, this power, that these people had a way of living that answered all their problems, because we haven't experienced yet, we go, what are you talking about? Because I don't have that same experience of understanding of that person has that all paid expense account, that their employer takes care of everything that they need if they perform their work well and they get bonuses and all. I've never had that job, so it sounds too far-fetched until they offer me the job. And then they show me how to do the job. And once I start experiencing it, I'll be pretty amazed about the job, won't I? I'll be like, holy shit, this is a pretty good job. It's not bad. I got a good employer. I've had the same employer for over 35 years now. I've worked for different people, but I've only had one employer. My relationship. So that's what they're going to talk about. When they sincerely took such a position of what? God was going to be the father. We're going to be his church. That kind of relationship, right? When you think about, anybody ever have kids here? Or know people with kids, uncles? So what happens is if you watch a parent, what does in a normal functioning home, right? What does the kid have to worry about? Nothing. When I raised my kids never worried for nothing. Renee, what did your kids worry about? Me. Oh, other than you. But really, nothing. These kids are well looked after. My kids were well looked after. My job was to prepare them for life. But my daughter never went to bed wondering if I'd be there in the morning. My daughter never went to bed wondering if there'd be food in the morning. My daughter never went to bed wondering if she'd wake up with clean clothes. She'd never wake up or go to bed with the idea of having anxiety whether she'd be relocated in the middle of the night. She never woke up with the idea that somebody's sneaking in her room. Never woke up under the terror of the police kicking in the front door. Right? I took care of all her needs. Right? Lunches, supper. And so, is Dad going to be here after school today? I don't know. She never worried about that. Is Dad going to be there to protect me? Is Dad going to help me through the hard times? Is Dad going to... Never worried about any of that. I am the father, she is the children. If I could create that kind of relationship and she could have that kind of dependence, it's pretty wild stuff. So is it possible that I can have this kind of relationship with a power greater than myself? What I have to do is formulate that. And that's what they're talking about here. Their experience of having made a decision. What the decision is, step 3, and the course of action they took. And this is a summary of their decision and the course of action. Because you notice it said followed, not happened. Right? Remember I said earlier, the people who say they do steps 1, 2, and 3 every day to stay sober, either they don't understand what they're talking about or they're not explaining it correctly. Right? Because it's like saying every day my toilet's plugged, I didn't get a plunger, and I'm going to take care of it. Is your toilet still plugged? Are you going to do something about it? Yes. When? Soon. Okay, go ahead.
Established on such a footing, we became less and less interested in ourselves, our little plans and designs.
Okay, ready? Established on such a footing, the footing of what? He's the father, we're his agent. He's now the director, right? We're going to quit playing God. We have a new employer. Established on such a footing, establishing this relationship, we became less and less interested in ourselves. What was going to kill us? We must get rid of this selfishness or it will kill us. Who makes that possible? So as they went through this course of action that didn't make sense, they started having a new experience and they seen the benefit of having this relationship. It's like you don't see the benefit of having a job till you have a job and start making good money. Then you see the benefit of it, right? Anybody? Okay.
More and more, we became interested in seeing what we could contribute to life.
Is that not a shift? What we could contribute to life instead of get from life. Big difference, right? Ready? Watch this. Watch the wording.
As we felt new power flow in,
As we felt new power flow in, what was our dilemma? What's the purpose of this book? His main object? To gain access to this power. And as we gain access to this power, more and more we got to see the benefits of utilizing that. Yes? As we felt new power flow in, what was the byproduct of getting tapped into this power? What was the kind of the things that followed? And based on a spiritual experience, they're saying you won't notice it as much as the people around you will notice it. Like when Bill noticed Ebby, I'm sure Ebby didn't see himself the same way Bill seen him. Does that kind of make sense? Bill kind of went, whoa. Ebby went, what? Right? Bill seen there was something going on with this guy 2 months sober. There was something going on here. And why was that? Because Ebby tapped into this power. He was lit up from the inside out. It's pretty wild stuff in a short period of time. So as soon as we get plugged in, when and how were we to find it? May you find him now. And it starts with a willingness. It creates a shift of the possibility of a different story. So what we're really hoping on now is I'm going to obtain the story of Alcoholics Anonymous in my life and have the same experience as all these people that went before me because they said they used to be like me. And they're no longer like me. What created that shift is this course of action. So if I'm willing to go to any lengths, and where are those lengths that they're talking about? Within. Where's my biggest obstacles? Within. What's my biggest opponent? Within. What's the biggest adversary I got? Me. And I can't overcome me with me because lack of power is my dilemma. Right? Now, that's a dilemma. That's a conundrum, right? What the hell? So they're saying, hey, don't worry, we got something for you. If you're willing to do these things that don't make sense, this is what you could expect. Go ahead. As we felt.
new power flow in, as we enjoyed peace of mind.
What happened first? Connection to power. Then we started experiencing peace of mind, but most of us will tap into the experience of the peace of mind, didn't realize it's a byproduct of the power. We'll realize, hey, remember Bill was alarmed by it? Imagine being alarmed because you're feeling so much peace and serenity that it scares you. And it does happen. You get alarmed by the level of experience that you have. It's almost alarming. It's kind of, it freaks you out because you've never experienced anything like it. It's kind of like, whoa, this must mean I'm going to die now. And it's pretty wild. Okay, go ahead.
As we discovered we could face life successfully.
Wow. Well, how cool is that? I'm answering those calls. I'm answering the door. I'm walking down the street. I don't mind who I see from my past or the future. I don't worry for nothing anymore. I'm answering the phone. I'm not worried about this person, that person, what they said, this said. I have a new freedom and a new happiness. I wonder where they talk about that. I will not regret the past nor wish to shut the door on. I think I heard that somewhere before. See how our experience can benefit us. This sounds like a really short version of of all that stuff we read. This sounds like a short version of the spiritual experience. This sounds like a short version of the promises. Do they happen individually or simultaneously? These three different experiences, what they're talking about here, the promises and the spiritual experience, simultaneously, they all happen together. How cool is that? Okay.
As we become conscious of his presence, we begin to lose our fear of today, tomorrow, or the hereafter. We were reborn.
So as we became conscious of his presence, this thing that happens inside here, right? It's pretty wild when they talk about that. We've tapped into this inner resources that's available to us. It's there. It's right there within us. It's available for an experience beyond anything you could ever imagine. It's like sitting in a room in the dark when you got a power outlet. And you're stubbing your toe on everything. Someone says, why don't you turn on the light? What, there's lights in here? Yeah, it's on the wall. Oh, is that what it is? Oh, the other day, remember? It says, oh, the lights aren't working because it says when it's blue. It makes sense. You look at it, the instructions, it says, oh, they're on a timer. Well, let's read it again. It doesn't make sense. And then if you're an alcoholic, you'll push the button anyways. Oh, look, it changed color and the lights came on. Wow, I've never seen this set up before. But if you went with your own understanding, you would never investigate it, right? But if you went and investigated, you'd have a new experience based on the investigation. Does that kind of make sense? And that's what we're doing now. They say this is available, these things are happening, so let's investigate based on everybody else's experience. Maybe I could have the same experience. So we're reborn. That kind of sat with me for a long time. I always had because I had that evangelical kind of, right? But to be reborn is to look at life differently, have a clean slate, a clean start. How many people, that's what we want, right? Yes? No? I want a different story than the one I came in here with. Am I alone on that one? Or how many people want their same story? Yeah. No, we're convinced, man. If I keep going the way I'm going, it won't be a drink, it'll be a rope. Or I'm going to kill somebody or something. Right? Anybody? Maybe I'm alone. Maybe you find people who've never experienced that level of stuff. Right? But like the mind is unbelievably powerful. It could have you believing stuff that isn't true. And we'll get into a little more of that shortly. But what happens here, now they say, we are now at step 3. Now we're going to show you our experience of what we just talked about, right? My good friend Renee asked me to remind everybody that this isn't the step 3 promises. It's a summary of what's available through us through a course of action. So for some reason we've said, this are the 9-step promises. No, it doesn't say the 9-step promises. They're talked about in the 9th step. What we could expect is this phase of our development. It's the ground crew while the art department's still working, and the city, there's all these different things happening, and all those things together make this experience happen. We'll suddenly realize that I'm doing for me what I could never do for myself, right?
God is doing.
That God is doing. There we go, right? A couple of people, yeah, I'm doing for me what I got to do. So when we talk about the problem, we talk about what we're doing, what we're experiencing. Not suddenly realize I'm experiencing these things because of my relationship or connection to power. That's what they're saying here. First, they got connected as we became conscious, and that's the exact same thing the promises are saying. The promises happen as the result of all the steps, not 9 of them. The steps were never meant to be segregated. Then one leads right into their compound, like your driver's license. Like, how many people got in the car? No, I'm just working on turning left today, and we're not doing brakes or gas. It doesn't make any sense. One leads you in the other, so you can have an overall experience. Yes, the faster you get in that experience, the faster you can start learning. The faster you get into this connection, the faster you no longer have to worry about dying of alcoholism. It's paramount. It's important, damn it.
Imperative.
that I have this change or else. But also in pursuing this, it's like two-pronged. I'm pursuing a solution for alcoholism. We don't treat alcoholism. What we have is a solution for it. And in doing so, by applying these principles to my human condition, I have two things happening simultaneously. How do you like that word, eh? Is at the same time. One, this condition's being removed, and two, I find an answer to all my problems.
All my problems.
All.
All.
All. Let's say it together. Okay.
We were now at step 3.
Oh my God. Now, yep.
Many of us said to our Maker, as we understood him, God, I offer myself to thee, to build with me and to do with me as thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may be better do thy will. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those I would help of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life.
Another
May
summary.
I do thy will always.
Another summary of their overall course of action. A lot of people say these are the step 3 promises. It doesn't say these are the step 3 promises. This is what we could expect if we make a decision to go through the rest of the steps. Because if you could experience this in step 3, why would you need to do the rest of the steps? If you could be relieved of the bondage of self and all your difficulties are taken away.
Fuck that inventory.
Yeah, that's it, right? So this is a summary of what we could expect. It's an idea of the possibility of this experience. Yes, and a lot of people get upset with that. It says further on, right? We'll read it. What is step 3? Right? The overall summary of step 3 is a conclusion of a synopsis of from steps 1 to 12. I have a problem. I can't fix it. This connection can. I can experience these things. Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of this, I can carry this message to other people. That's a summary here. And the steps, the process will teach me how to have this experience. Go ahead.
We thought well before taking this step, making sure we were ready, that we could at last abandon ourselves utterly to him.
What does that mean? We thought well, meaning I know what I'm up against. I'm on a life and death errand.
And what we have to do.
If I don't experience this change, I'm going to die an alcoholic death. Abandon myself to the course of action that's being presented. Abandon means to move in a new direction, right? Move. Abandon ship. Abandon ship means what? Go down to your room and get all your luggage and your things, grab a toothbrush, comb your hair. Abandon ship means get in a life raft, leave everything behind. Your life depends. Abandon ship, right? And it's a vessel from that ship to safety. Right? That's what we're getting into. Now we're getting into a vessel to move us from the demise of our own existence to safety. So the steps are a vehicle to get us connected to the mothership. No, but to safety, right? And there you go through a whole bunch of things. So who's ready to do step 3? Nobody. Anybody ready to do step 3?
Oh, there we go.
Okay, so here's what it was explained to me. God don't care how you do it. The wording's quite optional. That's what so long as you express the idea. That's what it actually says. Anybody ever read that? So long as you express the idea, then I need this experience, I need this connection, and I need to go through this course of action. I have a tremendous ego. I know none of you people do, but I do. But the point is, I know I do. And the second point is, there's only one thing I humble myself to, other than my wife, is God. I know that relationship is paramount. Without that, I have nothing. Nothing whatsoever. So when I did step 3 with the group I was in, right, I did mine on my knees. Why? Because it humbled me. God didn't care, but I cared. It created a euphoric feeling of humility to get on my knees. I broke a sweat because I thought everybody was staring at me. And you know what everybody else was thinking? Everybody's staring at me. That's the self-centeredness that they're talking about, right? I'm about to participate in the course of action and participating in the saving of my life, and I'm worried what I look like praying on my knees. Come on, really? Really? But shit myself and banging my head is okay, right? Anybody? So I'm gonna do this. We're gonna do this third step prayer. I'm gonna do mine on my knees. You can do yours any way you want. Just a form of humility. You hold hands. Do whatever you want, man. But this is kind of what we're kind of doing here is making a commitment to ourselves and to God that I'm willing to move in a new direction and to participating in saving my own life and willing to go to any lengths and follow the instructions I'm about to engage in. And the beginning of this contract is, God, I offer myself to Thee, to build with me and to do with me as Thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do Thy will. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those that would help Thy power, Thy love, and Thy way of life. May I do Thy will always. Okay. What time is that? 4:30? Nice. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so how do we confirm this decision? It says here, remember we kind of read this, right? The wording was, of course, quite optional, so long as we express the idea. So we express the idea. We get lost in this thing, the wording. The wording is this experience that's available to us. So long as we express the idea that I can have this relationship with this power, that I'm able to experience these things, right? So step 3 is an idea, right? That if I pursue the rest of it, I could have this experience that they're talking about. Where's the confirmation of this idea that I could have this relationship and have this experience? Ready? It's simple. Ready? If step 1 confirmation is relapse, that confirms step 1. And the confirmation of step 2 is the experience outlined in step 12 through a course of action. And the idea of having a relationship with this power that will solve all my problems, that He's the employer and we're His agents, right? He'll provide what we need if we keep close to Him, meaning I'm in relationship with, that I'm able to seek counsel with, I'm able to seek direction with, I'm able to tap into an inner resource, I'm able to find that sixth sense or that thing that seems to govern these other people, tapping into an inner resource. What's the confirmation of step 3 of this experience? Step 11. Step 1, I'm walking alone. Put your hand like this. Step 1, I'm walking alone. Step 11, I'm no longer walking alone. And it creates a pillar. 2 pillars which create an arch. And I'm in the middle of that. The keystone. I can never create that. But when I unite with this power, so what I'm doing actually, and it's very important, I'm not surrendering to it. I'm not giving up to it. What I'm doing is making a conscious decision to align myself, make an allegiance or alignment with this power so I could overcome the obstacle that's killing me. I'm formulating an alliance. So what's a bigger principle of that? And this is roughly, it was explained to me and made so much sense. When I went through the Army, I volunteered. Canada, I volunteered. Some places you get drafted, I volunteered. Some of the Canadian forces in history have some of the greatest acts of valor because they're volunteers, right? It's just one of those things. So during the Second World War, this country, without getting into politics, this country was over dominating all the other countries. They were falling in bondage and difficulties, right? Right? They were falling under a different regime. Individually, these countries that this country was conquering couldn't conquer them. So they started forming certain alliances, but they still couldn't beat them. They wanted to get the states drawn into it. The states didn't want to get involved in it because they felt they weren't being affected by it. They're in denial, right? They thought they had the obsession that they could still enjoy their peace and their life and their livelihood. They didn't come to the conclusion of doing step one yet, that they were in deep trouble unless they joined alliances with this other powers. Does that kind of make sense? So having assessed the situation, and after having been bombed, right, they got dragged, they seen they couldn't beat the power alone, so they joined alliances. And then they formed the UN, right? So this alliance is what keeps a lot of the world order and peace. It may make sense, but all these countries, they volunteered to join into this alliance, yes? And that's what we're doing. We see that I can't overcome this thing within inside of me, and this other thing is going to dominate and kill me. But if I join alliances with this power, right, it will remove this threat. It will remove this thing. Or if you like, we're entering witness protection. May sound kind of funny, but, when the guys 12-step meeting and said, he says, what you need, Tony, is witness protection. I said, from who? They said, from you. You've been trying to kill yourself for years now. You need somebody to save you from you. And I kind of went, but first you're going to have to rat yourself out. I don't like that idea. But your life depends on it. Right? And we're going to have to give you a new identity, a psychic change or spiritual experience. I like that idea. We're going to have to relocate you. I like that idea. We're going to give you new freedom, new happiness. I like that idea. Nobody will be trying to kill you anymore. I love that idea. And you'll make peace with your worst enemy. I love that idea because that worst enemy is me. Right? And so I joined this alliance because I seen the benefit of having this alliance. Right? So I volunteered for this hookup. God don't matter. He says, you know what? You can do what you want. But if you want this experience, I'm here for you if you want to join alliances with me. Right? And it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Because you don't have to do this, do you? You're doing it under a voluntary thing to see the benefit of joining alliances with this power where you have an experience with it. Well, you call it a secondary, God, creative, intelligent universe, power within, sequence, whatever, frequency. It's all the same thing. Get access to something that gives me a different experience. So how do we do that? Next. Well, we start off with Next.
We launched out on a course of vigorous action. The first step of which is a personal house cleaning.
Well, the first step to bringing this about. So I got the phone, I got the plan, I got the hookup, I got the number to get it all done. What do I need to do? I need the phone now. Get it hooked up, right? I need to access my phone. That's what they're saying here. The first step of which is a personal house cleaning. Got to get rid of all the stuff that gets in the way of that, put in PIN codes and all the other stuff so I can utilize all the benefits of having this phone. And all the things that everybody told me it can do. Wow. I like that. And swipe, Twitter. Ooh, plenty of fish. Everywhere you go. Wow, my own phone. I have sponsors that talk about that all the time. Followed by pain and agony. But that's okay. Okay, go ahead.
Which many of us never attempted. Though our decision was a vital and crucial step, it could have little permanent effect unless once followed by a strenuous effort to face and to be rid.
Once. Wording is very important. Unless at once. Followed by a what?
Followed by a strenuous effort to face and to be rid of the things in ourselves which had been blocking
A
us.
strenuous effort to be rid of the things that have been blocking us. Blocking us from what?
Power.
This power. So really, this is interesting, this is kind of it. This power is uninterrupted within inside of you. There's the fourth dimension, right? Universal. They talk about that on page 164, right? We're in the fellowship, this fellowship, and then we go into a different fellowship, the fellowship of the Spirit. We're all connected differently, right? The group the traditions talk about as God as He may express Himself in our group conscious. We're governed by different ideas and principles, right? We're governed by the greater good. So just say hypothetically, this is the main connection. Does that kind of make sense? And then all humanity is connected to it from birth. You ever watch a kid being born? They change color. the moment they take the first breath. Life force comes on them. So there's this. I just got chills. There's this prayer. It's called. It's old. As far as they can remember, it's called Yahweh. And it's the two words that you say, the first word and the last word. But it's not a word. It's when the first word is, right? That's the connection to God. The last one you breathe is, it's the most powerful prayer you can think when you think about the meaning of that. The connection, life force, change color, connection, you become your own identity, your own spirit, life force, and then the release. You return to the source. Pretty wild, right? Yeah. So here's us as human beings. Some people, this connection's there, right? But what we have is all these blocks to the connection. Where's that black? So what we have, here they are. So we have all these blocks to this connection. What I need to do is find a way to remove these blocks because the power source never changes. Stays the same. That don't need development. What it needs is access to. If I took paper mache and covered this light where you couldn't see it anymore, would that mean the light's no longer there? It's just I can't see it.
Just blocked off.
It's blocked. But as I start peeling the paper mache away from it, will the light reveal itself? Yeah. So did the light just show up or was it always there? It's always there. So in every man, woman, and child is the fundamental idea of God is deep down within. And it's in the last analysis it could be found. So we're going to tap into this life force that's been asking you questions about what you've been doing your whole life. What are you doing? You ever have the conversation in the mirror? What are you doing? What's the matter with you? How many people's had that conversation? What's the matter with you? What are you doing? You ever wonder who you're talking to? You ever wonder who's asking the question? The thing that wants to stay alive in you is going, whoa, buddy, what are you doing, man? And you go, what? No. And you go, I don't know what I'm doing because it doesn't make sense what I'm doing. And what we're doing is this life force got a bit in there in that moment to get your attention. And it was just like, what are you doing? And you're like, and it's not your voice, it's a different voice. Right? And now you're questioning, what are you doing? And you're having a conversation, you don't know what you're doing, but now you know what you're doing. You were driven by an illness that had you and you didn't have it, yes? And this thing, this illness, this thing here, this entity, this foreign invasion, whatever you want to call it, this thing that has us governed, right? Whatever you want to call it, goes undetected up here. It's the malady. And you're saying the more I get access to this, the less this thing will be present. It'll be removed. But if these things come back, this comes back with it. It's like aliens, like the Dark Force or something like that. It's something that I don't know how to explain it, but it comes back. And we don't know when it comes back, and we don't know when it leaves. That's why it's phenomenal. That's why it's so really, when you think about it, it's kind of like if you went to the doctor and he told you you had an aneurysm in your brain, you'd want to know what size it is, right?
What difference does it make?
Because it differently on the size will determine the rupture and all that, will it kill you or not, right? So how far advanced it is, right? And whether they can do something about it. And that's kind of like this. This thing is there. You can't see, feel, and touch. It's been there all along. And you've been starting to have side effects from it. It's like a friend of mine. She has epilepsy, right? She didn't know she had it. When she came to, people explained to her what happened to her. But she didn't know what it was. Something overtook her. She ended up on the floor. She had a seizure. Right? So she let it go because she didn't think it was that serious. Right? Because she came to, she didn't really see the effects of it. And then as time went on, they got worse and worse and worse. Then she went to the doctor, and then they increased, even with medication, they couldn't help it. Right? So she knew it was there, she knew it would happen, but she didn't know when it would happen or how. It just come like that. So that's kind of like, oh, you have that because you're spiritually sick. No, it's an ailment. It's an illness beyond her ability to control, function, and live with. Does that kind of make sense? So they had a treatment for it, didn't work. So what they ended up doing was freezing half of her brain, disconnecting half of her brain that causes the seizures. She doesn't have as many anymore. She's hooked up to a wire system and all that stuff to get her brain functioning different. Pretty wild, eh? When you kind of think about that. So it's something that affects her. She knows she has it, but she doesn't know when it comes back. And she doesn't know when it's going to happen, and she knows it's there, and she knows it could kill her. When you think, if you were diagnosed with that, would your approach be a lot different than it is to recovery? Oh yeah, you'd be like, hey, but we've just given you the same diagnosis. How long is this going to last for? Is this going all day? When's our next break? Will you be talking the whole time? When can I share? We'll have a fire meeting tonight. But you see what I mean? See the mentality? What happens? It's interesting, right? So what happens is, what are these blocks? So we're going to look for the common manifestations. So one of the things here is they're saying we don't know how to assess ourselves. We really don't. So the first thing I need to learn is a way to look at myself that I've never been able to see myself. But it has to be along spiritual lines, right? So they're going to introduce a new way of looking at my life and why I have to do it. And they're going to use it in the form of a business thing. They like giving us scenarios where you look at it and kind of that makes sense. And then we take that what we're looking at and we apply it to our lives. We seem to work better that way. I don't know why that is. Like, let's look at this scenario, this idea, and then we'll make it personal. It seems to work a lot better when they did these scenarios. You ever notice that? They give you these scenarios, and then they say, now look at your life, and you're able to see it better? Because if they just said, here, let's just look at you, we shut off. So let's see what they say. Therefore,
top of page 64. Therefore, we started upon a personal inventory. This was step 4. A business which takes no regular inventory usually goes broke. Taking a commercial inventory is a fact-finding and fact-facing process. It is in effect to discover the truth about the stock and trade. One object is to disclose damaged and unsaleable goods, to get rid of them promptly and without regret.
So there you go. So my friend was here. A lot of people, our liquor was but a symptom. I mean, symptom to the malady, to the allergy, it's what's killing you. It's an illness. And as long as that illness is present, it's going to kill you. There's nothing we can do about that. So we're going to treat the human condition with spiritual principles to get access to this power that removes that. I don't know how to get access to this power, so they're going to show me a way to apply it to my human situation. So I need, you ever work on an engine? There's talking about an engine, then there's wrenching on an engine. Does that kind of make sense? If I'm going to teach you about hand tools, I need to give you something to work on. Does that make sense? Yeah. So we don't got nothing else to work on except you. We got these spiritual principles, kit of tools. So we're going to apply it to the human components. And so we need something to apply it to. So we're going to apply it, and that's what they're kind of, so let's see what we could apply these spiritual principles to, that you could have an access to this experience, and then you can make it personal, where it becomes personal, and then you're motivated by that. I don't know how that, because we don't treat alcoholism. And if we're doing good, it's pretty hard to apply spiritual principles to things that are good, because I need the experience of seeing how this works or manifests itself. Is that the right?
Manifests.
Yeah, good. Just checking to see who's still listening.
Very
right?
good.
How it exhibits itself, to see the benefits of it and go, wow, isn't that interesting? It's like I knew my engine wasn't working well, right? So I had to plug that component back in, and when it wasn't working well, I said, oh, now I see the importance of the application of these wires and how important that is. So these spiritual principles are the same thing. So we need something to apply it to. And when you're feeling good, you don't need to work on spiritual principles, do you? Well, none of you would be seeking a spiritual solution to you feeling good, because I just got paid Friday night, right? Hey, you ever notice when you got your paycheck? Well, you're spiritual, eh? Huh? Huh? She picks up the phone when you call her. Well, you're spiritual, eh? Huh? She comes back and says the rabbits died, not so spiritual. That's what I used to say for a failed pregnancy test back in the day. Anyways, papa. Okay, keep going.
If the owner of the business, middle of page 64, if the owner of the business is to be successful, he cannot fool himself about values.
Okay, so this is a fact-finding, fact-facing process. It's an effort to discover about the truth about the stock and trade, as they talked about on page 62. One object is to disclose damaged or unsalvageable goods to get rid of them promptly without regret. To get rid of them promptly without regret, not work on, carry on, talk about it excessively, to get rid of. If something is rotting in your fridge, do you keep it till the neighbors come over so they can look at it? Science project. Anybody see cucumbers in the bottom of your fridge? Bah! Sour milk with lumps. Do you keep it? You drank it. But the whole idea is you get rid of this stuff, becomes promptly without regret. Like it's like, oh my God. Right? Promptly without regret. Like, let's get rid of this stuff. And that's what they're saying. This stuff is not working for you, but you hold some form of value to it. You're holding a value to this thing that's not good for you because you think it's important. Me and my buddy Brett always joke about this reel. It goes back and forth. But if you ever seen, like when I do the online Zoom, if you ever look behind me, I have a whole display of things. Little knickknacks and little plastic Indians and cowboys and all that from way back in the day. And you go, it's like a little museum of all these different things I've collected over the years. You look at them, they mean nothing to you. They mean a lot to me, some of those things. Remember my wife opened this one box, she goes, oh my God, what's all this junk? And I was offended. I said, that's not junk. I said, that's my brother's stuff, my brother who died. That's all he had left to his name. That holds value to me. It's important. I covet it. It's mine, right? So when I look at these little things, it reminds me of my brother. Does that kind of make sense? It's important to me. So these things that I'm valuing and covering, these things I'm hanging, are actually killing me. I need to see the truth about them. But I can't see them because I hold value to these things. So I need to find a new way of looking at them to see the truth about the stock and trade and how I'm killing myself with these very things I hold value to, I create energy with, I have a story around. Remember our story when we got sharing? You notice the story got deeper and deeper and deeper. That's our belief system around our story that we have. These are the things that we're going to look at differently. Go ahead.
We did exactly the same thing to our lives. We took stock honestly. First, we searched out the flaws in our makeup, which caused our failures.
Flaws, right? In our personality or makeup, right? Caused our failure.
Being convinced that self manifested in various ways was what had defeated us. We considered its common manifestations.
So what are we looking for?
Common manifestations.
And what had defeated us? They're going to show us what those things are. The common manifestation of self which had defeated us. We had to get rid of this self, otherwise it kills us. This self-centeredness, this value, this lock that we have, this relationship we have with our mind. It's killing us. But we're not sure. But the only evidence of that is the life that we're living. It's become unbearable. So I need to find out the things that I'm participating in that's causing my failure. Oh my God. You mean I'm a sum result of all the things I've invested time in? Yes. You're a sum result of all your thinking, feelings, emotions, and ideas. Doesn't that give you a warm, fuzzy feeling? Huh? Okay. So, what's the first common manifestation? Is resentments.
Resentment is the number one offender. It destroys more alcoholics than anything else. From it stems all forms of spiritual disease.
Where does the spiritual disease come from? Resentments. It's a human condition. Anybody with the amount of resentments that we're carrying around is going to be filled with toxicity. They're poisoning themselves. What that happens is when you have a rotten tooth, right? It's the abscess on the tooth that kills you. When they talk is but a symptom, the symptoms are what's killing us. These things. Alcohol was but a symptom. So is these things are a symptom to the manifestation of the things that are defeating us. Resentment creates this poison within inside of us that creates that spiritual malady. From it stems all forms of spiritual disease. What?
We aren't there yet.
Okay, go ahead.
From it stems all forms of spiritual disease, for we have been not only mentally and physically ill, but we have been spiritually sick. When the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically.
Malady, unexplainable event, but we know it's present. Ready? This guy taught me this, and it took me a while to see it, and it makes sense. Our human condition, I'm spiritually unwell, my energy, my connection, not the source. This source, the power, is not sick. My disconnection from the power is what's causing my ailment. Right? The life force that's within me, my disconnection from it is what's causing my problems. What's in between me and that life force is resentment, common manifestation, fear, conduct, harms. So the purpose of the 4-step is to discover these things, and they have an exercise there on the sheets. So if you grab your worksheet, right, the first one,
Starts on a spare piece of paper. Spare piece of paper.
or a spare piece of paper. Well, right now we're going to do the exercise here. You got the resentment sheet? It's on the second sheet.
It's the title should be more
Okay,
about
you know what?
alcoholism.
And then we're gonna have dinner. Lucky you guys. Back just after dinner. All right, why don't we open up with the serenity prayer to remember what this is all about? What do we need for a good meeting? God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Okay, so here's the deal. I need you to pay attention, right? I know what you have to say is really important, right? And if you can't wait, I could pause the meeting so you could share this wonderful idea that you need to express. But you need to really listen here. And with your marker and your pen, you could hit some highlights. We're taping this weekend, so that way if we go through it too fast, you could revisit the idea. And if you're actually willing to do a 4-step, there's workshops on the site that will take you really meticulously, is that the right word? Like that, let's take a moment. Right? Not bad for a guy that grew up on the streets of Toronto, eh? So, the biggest word I used to know was, what was that? No, so what they talk about is what the hell. It's broken down, and if you follow it, it'll take you through the whole, because it's really laid out to bring about a certain result. What I'm going to do is go over it, right? So, ready? You can have your dessert. Ready?
Yes.
So resentment is the number one offender. They give you the idea, from it stems all forms of spiritual disease. Okay, new way of looking at it. Right? So the resentment is causing the toxicity on one of the common manifestations that caused our failure. So what are we looking for? The human component that blocked us off, right? That caused our failure. Yes, we're looking for the common manifestations. Yes? Yes? As the things that have defeated us. Yes? You'll see the theme here. You got to really follow this, right? So we're looking for the common manifestations on the things which had defeated us. Yes?
Yes.
Resentment is the number one offender. Yes?
Yes.
So it asks us, what we're trying to do is have a connection to this power. So what I suggest is you always do the 3rd-step prayer. You kind of wording is quite optional, but it sets you with the idea that you're trying to have this connection, this relationship, to have this experience of the release of the bondage of self and the taking away of the difficulties and the victory over these things that you can bear witness to others through the experience. Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, what message are we carrying? The spiritual
Awakening.
experience, same thing, right? That as the result of this course of action, I am now experiencing this new freedom and this new happiness. So, in dealing with resentments, we set them on paper. What's after paper?
Sponsors.
Huh?
Sponsor.
Period.
Period.
So you do that instruction. Period means stop. So you take a piece of paper like so. Fold it in half. Right? How you fold it in half, I do not care. Do not walk up to me afterwards. Is this the correct way to fold it? Right? Yeah. So fold it in half. So you have 4 sections to it. Sit down and ask yourself, who am I resentful at? If you're a genius type mind as me, I wasn't resentful at anybody. My sponsor said to start with a list of people you got to get even with. I have some of those. And how about people you used to be angry with? You know what? I had some of those too. Angry with because I didn't understand resentment to refeel, rehash, or to carry, to hold value to the energy or the thought I held with these people, places, and things. So what they said is just write down whatever comes to mind. So it's interesting. What I'm learning how to do right off the hop is start to meditate. What am I meditating? My conscience is going to tell me, if I'm trusting and relying on something else, this entity that I'm not unaware of is going to help me direct me through this thing because I'm asking it for direction. I don't know how it works, but what happens is my conscience will start telling me these people I'm mad at. Anybody? And when we talk about resentment, how many people are thinking about some person, place, or thing? See how that works? And what you're doing, but you're going through the whole story, and that's not the point of the exercise. The point of the exercise is just to make a list, like a menu. Right? What?
You stopped at the line before. We listed people, institutions, and principles. You just stopped at the line. Never mind.
Did you want to go from here? Or you...
I'm good.
Okay, just okay.
Talking about the line before.
Okay. You finished, or you want some more time? What did I ask you to do? Eat your dessert. If you're eating your dessert, you wouldn't be talking this, and you wouldn't be getting in trouble, and then I wouldn't have to pay attention to you, right?
Very good.
Okay, eat your dessert. Now go sit over there. Okay. Now, to bring you where we are.
Eating.
Okay. Eating, good. Okay. Hell, you made me forget where I was. No, okay, so in dealing with resentment, we set them on
Paper.
Oh, here we go. Everybody give him a... Thank you. That's where we're at. So I'm listing people, places, and whom I'm at. It doesn't matter the order. It's whatever comes to mind. So mine was my mom. I know nobody here is resentful at their mom. My dad, the kindergarten teacher that had me expelled in junior kindergarten, right? So I got expelled. The principal, they used to, I split a guy's chin open with a chair, but that's another question. The principal, they used to give me the strap all the time, right? He was on there. The dentist in school was there because the dentist, right? It didn't matter the story, but the dentist was there, right? The guy with the blue cap. Do you know who I'm talking about? I know who I'm talking about. But yeah, because you know the story. So this is interesting. So the important part is I know who I'm talking about. So as soon as I see the blue cap, I know the story connected to that, yes? So then I have a list of all these people, places, and things. If you're really Welsh, you'd hit about 120 of people, 120 people, places, and things. And then you just categorize them as complete schools and police departments and whatever, instead of individually. Just put them all on there. And then you realize, holy shit, I'm kind of toxic. I'm kind of mad at everybody. But I'm taking their inventory. That's the point here, right? Because now I get to take their inventory, those sons of a bitches. Right on, right, eh? Huh? Put them on the list. Huh? You made my list. Okay. Then, oh no, what happens? Oh my God, we asked ourselves why we're angry. I know why I'm angry. Oh yeah, I'm liking this inventory. This is not bad. First I write down the sons of a bitches. So, you see the resentment thing? You see there's all these columns? So in the first column, the first square, I put the first person. Don't do nothing else. Then in the next column, I write down why I'm mad at them. So on the next page it says we're usually defined as this example. So this is what it looks like. You ready? We're going to have fun here. So over here is my piece of paper with all the names of people, places, and things, right? It's a separate piece of paper. Yes?
Yes.
I have the 4-step inventory column. I take from the first name. So if you look at this like this, I'll get the first column, right? There's a whole bunch on there. I put the first name, right? So the first name would be the dentist. Hypothetically, say if it was it, right? So I put the dentist. I asked myself why I was mad at him. Well, the first reason is he used to give me fillings without freezing them.
Yeah, son of a bitch.
There's no freezing, and then you sometimes strap your hands to the table, and then they would while you were a kid in school. He deserves to be on the list, doesn't he? Okay. Then, so I can't think of nothing else with that person, so I got 2 things there, right? So then I'll put down mom. Mom is a little different. Her boyfriends, her lifestyle, where I was raised, the choices she made, right? Put me in harm's way. Never protected me. Like, see how this is taking up all this stuff on the second column? And it's to the point. It's not a big story. I know what the story is around that, right? So what happens is, it says, Mr. Brown. You see on the next page? His attention to my wife. And so it creates a story. So when I do my 5th, I'm able to get into the whole story. But here I fill up the entire second column. If I was to put my mom first and then the dentist, then I block myself off from writing everything down. You see what I mean? Does that make sense? Yeah. And so when I start living the story again, is that the purpose of this? The mind's taking over. I'm refeeling, replaying. It's to stop, interrupt, and do the 3rd step prayer. And to remind ourselves the point of the exercise. What am I looking for in the 4th step? Is the things that block me off and the things that cause my own demise. Right? The things that have defeated me. Right? So I don't know how this works on that, but I need to find something to apply these spiritual principles to see how they work. And when I see how they work by the relief of these things, by creating a shift, then I could see how it would work in all my other areas of life. Because I need to see how these spiritual principles are connected to something that causes something tangible to have a shift where I can go, oh, wow, isn't that interesting? Because I can't get a shift when I'm already feeling good, can I? So we need to see how this thing works. Right? It's like training how to fight and having a fight. 2 different things. You can train all day by yourself, but when you get in the ring, it's a big difference. Do you train for 1 round or you train for 18 rounds? If you always train for 1 round, you'll be in trouble the 2nd round, right? Does that kind of make sense? Yeah. So we're looking at the longevity here, right? And we're going to see how these things stop me from achieving the goals that I want. So this is it. And then the next thing says what?
We asked ourselves why we were angry. In most cases, it was found that our self-esteem, our pocketbooks, our ambitions, our personal relationships, including sex, were hurt or threatened.
So I don't have time to go all through that, but you need to see what those mean. They're the basic instinct of life that make up the human experience, right? There are things that make us human, right? There are instincts. And based on one of these things, so you see how they're all in columns? Right? All these different aspects. What it was, a social, security. So we have these different titles, and underneath it, I don't have my glasses, so we have here, so we have the social instinct, security instinct, sex instinct, and ambitions. So here, social instinct, this is a social event. And sometimes, when I said a couple of remarks, anybody take a bit of offense internally? You can be honest. As socially, because of your reaction, what you think other people felt. So internally, you felt angry. Right? That's a social ambition. Security is if we're friends and I say something to you, and it affects our relationship, like how you perceive I think about you now. And, right, it gives you, does that kind of make sense? Security. So sometimes how people treat us will affect us because we're afraid we're going to lose the friendship or the relationship. Anybody married here? right? So when the wife starts giving you a hard time, you get a little anxious, right? And so the stuff like that. So here you go with self-esteem. You go all the way down through all the pages. So once you finish the name, all the causes, name, all the causes, name, and you finish that first 2 columns, then you move to the 3rd column, and you just do 1 row at a time. Why do you do 1 row at a time? You don't change your mind. And subconsciously, you said, did this affect my relationship or not? What you're kind of getting ready to do is listen to your subconscious. You'll say yes or no, whether it affect your, right? Your self-esteem or your security. Then if you're unsure, you leave it blank, you could discuss it in your 5th step. Right? Then you move over to the next column, do the same thing all the way across. Right? And so then it talks about on our grudge list, we already did that, right? So where a lot of people get mixed up is the sex instinct. Right? And so because a lot of say you're resentful at an ex, she's on there, her attention to somebody else, blah, blah, and then it gets to the acceptable or hidden. What's the difference between acceptable and hidden? So you could be in a relationship with someone where it's acceptable between you two, but if somebody else was to find out about it, there'd be a problem. Anybody ever have those relationships?
Oh, yeah.
That's hidden, right? So that means if somebody else was to find out about this conduct or this relationship or that I'm engaged with this person, there's going to be complications and problems with it. So that would be hidden. Or another one is they used to joke about this thing when I was doing it. It made sense to me. It says, oh, Tony got married and he was on his honeymoon and he had sex with his wife. And it's like, what big deal is that? Yeah, but there was a sheep with them. So it just became acceptable and hidden, right? Is that kind of, well, yeah, I mean, whatever you're into, it's hidden. Acceptable between us, but hidden to the world, right? So that's why later when we get into the conduct, we're not the arbitrators of anybody's sex conduct. That's your own business. What you need to find is where you're acceptable with it and you're not doing things that cause you guilt, shame, and remorse. Right? Because anybody engaged in things that used to cause you shame, guilt, and remorse, your conduct would hurt other people, and at the time you're not, but afterwards, we'll get into that after, right? So, then you get to this thing, you go through, here's the example. We look back through the list for it held the key to the future. And then it talks about the summary here. It is plain.
On page 66, first paragraph down. It is plain that a life which includes deep resentment leads only to futility and unhappiness. Excuse me. To the precise extent that we permit these, do we squander the hours that might have been worthwhile. But with the alcoholic, whose hope is the maintenance and growth of a spiritual experience, this business of resentment is infinitely grave.
Infinitely grave. Is that a serious word? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
We found that it is fatal.
Is that an interesting word? And they're like back to back here. Like you're in the ring with Tyson here. Right? Like you're getting back to back kind of, right?
Yep. Sorry. Keep going?
Yep.
Thank you. For when harboring such feelings...
Okay, so for when harboring... No, it's interesting. For when harboring such feelings... Remember, we're looking at this in a general way. We're looking at the common manifestations, right? So they're giving us a general idea how to look at these things. Resentment is the number one offender, right? Because we could see the story attached to it. But then they say, when harboring such feelings, the same feelings that cause resentment that may not be resentment. It may be self-pity. It may be whatever the case may be. These things that cause this emotional disturbance in us that we create. Anybody relate? Anybody ever talk smack with themselves? Right? And you create that even though there's nothing attached, but you can't get past that self-talk. We beat ourselves up, right? That's when creating such feelings, it creates the same thing as the resentment. It creates a toxicity within inside of us that we're creating. We're poisoning ourselves. What we're doing is the abscess has gotten to a place where it's become so uncomfortable, it's creating a poison, right? In our emotions, our feeling and outlook, and it's determining how we react. When you're in a lot of pain, are you very comfortable to be around? You see your reaction to life is contingent on the pain that you're feeling. And it's the same with the emotional state. So when these things are emotionally crippling you, right, you're not really a lot of fun to be around, are you? Oh, you think you are. But you don't realize the extent of the energy that you transmit. You ever be around, remember, you can't see so much yourself, but have you ever been around somebody who's really angry or full of toxicity? They can't see it, or self-pity. You ever feel the energy they have just oozing, dripping? And you get in that energy, it's kind of like, whoa, whoa, right? You ever walk into a kid's party where they're having fun? You ever feel your energy when you walk in there? It's like, wow, and everybody's smiling and having fun. You ever walk into a room, you don't know what's happening, and everybody goes silent, and your energy just goes, whoa. Yeah. Like, there's something going on here, but you don't know it, but your insides tell you, that sixth sense, there's something going on. It's interesting, these feelings and emotions, and if they're mixed up, you could misread situations and react to situations that are not even happening. I know nobody's guilty of that here. Right? But you think it's happening, but it's not happening. So when harboring such feelings, what happens?
Right there, sorry.
Shut ourselves off.
Remember with the pencil pen?
I know.
It is plain that a life which includes deep resentment only leads to futility and unhappiness. To the precise extent that we permit these, do we squander the hours that might be worthwhile. Hours, days, and months. But with the alcoholic whose hope is the maintenance and growth of a spiritual experience, this business of resentment is infinitely grave. We found it as fatal. For when harboring such feelings, take it from there.
For when harboring such feelings, we shut ourselves off from the sunlight of the Spirit. The insanity of alcohol returns, and we drink again.
This is interesting. A lot of people miss this. It took me a while to see it because a lot of people don't talk about the mechanics of the four-step. They just talk about the four-step. They don't talk about the mechanics they're talking about here. So if you get this thing, what they're talking about here, it's kind of interesting, is they're talking about this experience that's available to us, the sunlight of the Spirit, that connection, that power, that life force, right? And they're talking about an instinct-driven life. I call it the Neanderthal. When you're living within the Neanderthal, you're instinct-based and you're reactive to life and you're on the defense, gathering, conquering, and it's self-based, yes? So, but when you're in the sunlight of the Spirit, you're more connected to everything, you're more connected to people, places, and things. The sky looks better, everything looks better, everything's... You ever have those days? You wake up and wow, it's like, wow, it's nice to be alive. You're kind of connected. You see the mountains, you see everything. And then you get up and you get up half an hour before you do. And you're waiting for you to wake up. And then you start on you. And you walk out and things aren't looking so great. It's not so great of a day. It's not so bright. You don't even know if there's snow in the mountains or anything. You're looking at your feet. You're looking at the ground. You want to go sit down, lie down, but you don't want to be mobile. You don't want to interact with people. Stop me anytime. Anybody getting that? That emotional state is robbing you. What's the difference between those 2 days? Is what you're allowing to happen up here. That's the difference between those two realities. Is this emotional is now taking you hostage. It's cutting you off from what's available for you. Now you've gotten lost in the maze of your mind. And you're participating in it. You're allowing it to happen. Why? Because now you have a solution that you could interrupt that, pray, maybe go help somebody else, call your sponsor, tell on yourself, do something, get active, right? But a lot of us, when we get like that, you see the phone ring and you don't answer it. You look at it, yeah, that's my sponsor. We'll let that go to voicemail. Come on, how many people's done that here? Because you really want to participate in feeling like shit. And it takes a lot of effort and work. And I don't want no interruptions. Right, buddy? I want no interruptions. You're going to a meeting? No, I'm going to stay at home and cultivate this motherfucker. Because it's mine. It's all mine. I'm gonna pet it. It's like, yeah. And that's what it sounds crazy, but when you think of the effort and energy you put into feeling like shit, it takes a lot of work. Don't interrupt me. Don't come around me being happy and talk about God and all that other stuff. I got some shit to do. The wife comes around, good to see you. I want to share this with somebody.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody like sharing the misery? Oh yeah. Hey Doug.
Harm people.
Right? So that cut off that instinct base, right? So how many people like that example? I see y'all smile. I hope that's a smile of identification and not what I think it's saying. Go ahead.
And with us to drink is to die. If we were to live, we had to be free of anger. The grouch and the brainstorm were not for us.
So what keeps us sober is the connection. It's the separation where the insanity returns, not the obsession, the insanity. And what defense do you have against the insanity? You don't have any. So that's why it says, see to it that your relationship is right. How do you see to it your relationship is right? That's what this process is about. What we're learning here, this may sound weird, we're learning spiritual martial arts. Right? But it's really like spiritual martial arts. What we're not taking it straight on. What we're doing is we're learning. Anybody watch Steven Seagal? Well, what we're doing is stepping out of the way of it. We're not fighting it. We're stepping out of the way to allow it to continue. We're not grasping it. We're not confronting it. We're not taking it on. We're not analyzing it. We're not putting it on the table to dissect it. I can't afford to have it. Right? So I need something to intervene, which is prayer. Right? And we're going to get into that. You'll see the attachment, right? We're going to get into, I need to get access to witness protection to save me from this thing that I've never been able to beat before, and that's my own mind. I've never been able to outthink my own mind. It entraps me every time. Right? It's like squeezing a balloon. You only think you got a handle on it. Right? Okay, go ahead. That was fun. I enjoyed it.
The grouch and the brainstorm were not for us. They may be the dubious luxury of normal men, but for alcoholics, these things are poison.
The grouch and the brainstorm. Brainstorm is not a good idea. That's what, we're brainstorming. That's not what they're talking about. How many people have watched The Wizard of Oz here? You know when she's looking out the window and sees the tornado? The cow, the lady riding the bike. Right? And she's, look at that. And they're like, that's the storm. Everything's flying. Everything's in chaos. Flying debris. Nothing comfortable about that situation whatsoever. Could you imagine being in one of those situations outside of yourself, like those hurricanes? Could you imagine living externally in one of those situations? You notice I said externally because you've already been living it internally. You've been ricocheting off your own internal mechanism. So what your mind sounds like, you ready? You ever seen a bag of marbles? You know those big bag of marbles? Now take a big circular dryer. Put the marbles in the dryer and push play. Bing, 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 bing. And you're looking through there. So all you see is your face stuck to the glass. And those marbles, bing, 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 bing. How are you? Your eyes look like a pinball machine. You go, how are you? Oh, I'm good. I'm good. Huh? Just eating my dessert. I'm good. No, I'm just but you know what I mean? So during the meeting over the last little while, anybody have those over binging marbles? So this process starts with removing some of the marbles, and the ones that are left, we're going to throw some towels in, which is prayer. So the impact of the marbles, even though they're still there, they're less impact because of the prayer, because of the towel, and then you're able to concentrate on other areas of the house because you're not hearing that insane sound coming from your dryer. Does that kind of make sense? But we're used to the sound in our own mind. We think it's normal. If somebody else was visiting your mind with you and sitting in your living room up there, they wouldn't stay long, would they? It's like, oh my God, how long you been living like this? Living like what? You ever visit anybody live by the train tracks and the airport? When the train, you ever watch those movies where the subway goes, the whole house, and the people live there for a while, watching TV, eating popcorn like nothing's happening. They don't even realize that the train's going, but the visitor's going, holy shit, how long you been living like this? They go, living like what? Because they're used to the noise in the neighborhood. Right? In New York, there was this video. They said, how do you tell visitors to New York? Right? And they're having a little thing. And the guy goes on, and the lady started screaming unconditionally. Some people started, and all the people that twitched, they said, there's the visitors. The other people didn't even twitch. They kept on walking, like shots fired. Right, anyways, okay, that was fun. Yeah, go ahead.
Bottom of 66. We turn back to the list, for it held the key to the future. We were prepared to look at it from an entirely different angle.
Ah, there we go. So we see how we operate based on self. Now we're prepared to look at it from an entirely different angle. What angle are we looking for? For the things that cause our demise, cause our failure, cause our poison, the ill feelings that we fabricate through our thinking and attachment of value that we hold on to these things. These things are causing me my demise, but there's still some energy or attachment or importance to it that I hold to. This resentment I hang on to because I'm nurturing it. It takes a lot of work to hang on to resentment, yes?
Oh, yeah.
And when they tell you to get rid of it, well, let's see how you're poisoning yourself at the expense of these other people who are not even in your life anymore. It's like, whoa. When I see all this stuff, it's kind of like, whoa. So it held the key to the future, right? So if I see where I tripped in the dark before, now I'm going to shine a spiritual light on it. I could see where the problem is. And as long as I see this dimmer where this light that shines like a night light, it may sound kind of weird. You know, when you get up, it shines the floor up. You ever see those things? That's kind of like what we're doing here at this stage. We're looking, I see why I fell there. I see why I stubbed my toe there. I see where the problem is, where I couldn't see this before because I didn't have the tools to look at it. I'm looking at a different way of assessing these things that I carry. If the owner of the business is going to be successful, he cannot fool himself about values. What's the business? We're the business. And if we're going to be successful, we need to have a new way of inventorying and looking at our life, yes? So now we're prepared to look at it from a different view. So how do most of us look or read things is from left to right. So from a different view would be from right to left, wouldn't it? Yes, that would be a different view, right? Okay, let's see what this different view looks like.
We began to see that the world and its people, really dominated us. In that state, the wrongdoing of others, fancified or real, had power.
Fancied or real? What does that mean?
Imagined or made up.
Yeah, some of this stuff I don't like. I've made up. I didn't know I was making up to fabricate, but I believe it to be true. So my mind, based on where I grew up, I would always have to watch for people who were conspiring against me, who were maybe plants from other people, or you know what I mean, without getting too deep in it. I'd always have to be kind of watching who was who that was new in the community that I was in, who was trying to befriend us. So there was always a state of paranoia, right? And sometimes I would believe something that wouldn't be true, but it had enough power to actually cause my demise. And what does that mean? Fancied or real? So I'm sober before that stretch that I was trying to get sober without doing the steps. So I'm doing all this stuff. I think I'm getting 3 months, 6 months. I got a relationship, somebody a couple years sober, they're helping me through sobriety. So I'm in a relationship with it. We're at the sober dance. We're dancing, having a great night. she's smiling a lot. Music's happening, she's smiling a lot. And there's a table, a load of guys over there that are also smiling. And I looked at her in my mind. I said, "You think I'm an idiot? Huh?" And dancing and smiling. I said, "Oh, yeah." And I look at those guys at the table. I said, "Oh, yeah. I see what's going on here. There's nothing going on. But there's something going on now." Right? And in my mind, I'll say, I kick that table, I'll pin that guy against there. I said, I'll plug that guy, knock that guy, and I could do all 5 of them within 30 seconds. Smiling, right? That's what I'm doing in my mind. And these guys are all smiling. We're going to show you funny. I'm creating a toxicity, and I'm smiling. The music stopped. And I said, "You like that? You think I'm an idiot? You think I don't see what's going on?" And she goes, "What?" I involved her in my fantasy that you couldn't tell me different. Then when I did my inventory, what I found out, which we'll get into later, it was step 6 stuff, unresolved from my past, that was determining my present based on past events that I thought was reoccurring. But this time I was going to get a jump on it and not be humiliated by these people conspiring against me. Wow, that's pretty powerful, isn't it? Sober. Having a good time. Everything's going great. This person has no idea what's happening up here, and I have no idea what's happening up here isn't happening. Anybody? Oh, yeah. Driven. So you know what I mean? Even if something's good, it's just a matter of time before I get involved.
Yeah.
Right? And I'll get the jump on you every time. Anybody? I've talked myself out of so much happiness in sobriety, it's unbelievable. Relationships, friendships, situations, home groups, all because of what I think's happening created up here. Huh? So I need a way to assess that, to investigate without reacting or involving other people. So we're prepared to look at it from an entire different angle. So what do? Go ahead.
How could we escape? We saw that these resentments must be mastered.
Mastered. What does that mean?
Destroy.
So how many people has ever played hot potato here? An actual hot potato. So what happens is a hot potato is this thing is in tin foil. It's hot. And so the idea is to move it before it starts burning you. Yes? But if you don't know how to play the game, the first time you get the potato, the heat, you're panicked, and you hang on the potato, and everybody's saying, throw it, you're going, it's hot. Yeah, anybody? Come on. Right? So this is like you got this resentment. To master resentment means this energy is coming at you. You're going to harness it, and you're going to redirect it. How are you going to redirect this energy that's happening inside of you? Well, there's more to it than that, right? There's more to it. What I need to see is how this has me hostage from perceived, fancied, or real. This situation that's happened in the past, because I'm looking at the past events, how it has me hostage, and how it still has me hostage, right? So I need to look at it from an entire different angle. Why do I have these things? Right? And what can I do about them? So they're going to show me how to master resentment. What am I going to do with this energy? Right? Because I got to do something with it. Remember we talked about it earlier? Is when you're thinking so much that you start to have to talking out loud. That's energy. Right? So this energy is rising up in front of you, inside of you, because you're getting the fight or flight. And we're being reactive. What we need to learn is how to pause. There's actually 3 instincts connected to that. Most of the people talk about 2 instincts, fight or flight. You ever hear that? But the third one that we're missing is called pause. Don't move. Freeze. Don't move. You ever what? Yeah, free. Don't pause. Don't move. Because to run would cause your demise, right? And to fight would cause your demise. But if you stay, don't move. You ever watch that in the animal kingdom? So it's funny, there's one, the mouse is standing against the brick like this, and the cat's looking for him. And as long as he don't move, that cat won't find him. But as soon as he moves, the cat's going to find him. That kind of make, and so that's here. So pause. I feel this happening. I'm going to learn how to master this because all the other times I've been reactive to it or self-imposed on it. Meaning I've involved somebody else or I've turned on myself with that energy. Yes? I either get resentful. The opposite of that is self-pitying. I know nobody has that here, right? Or silent scorn or remorse or bitterness directed toward me or directed toward somebody else. You see how that energy happens? Anybody ever have a resentment where you're alone waiting for the other person to show up so you could finish your conversation with them? They come in through the door and you're finishing a conversation that you've been having with them all along, but they're just getting involved with you. They go, what? You know what? No, I don't know what. Yes, you do. Anybody?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we're having fun. So, what do we do with that? Well,
But how? We could not wish them away any more than alcohol. This was our course. We realized that people who wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick.
not alcoholic. People that wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick. Right? Go ahead.
Though we did not like their symptoms, the way they disturbed us, they, like ourselves, were sick too.
So, how did their symptoms disturb us? Selfish, inconsiderate, self-centered, right? Reactive, angry, whatever the case may be, right? The bedevilments, maybe they're suffering from that involving us, or they're doing things for their betterment that's causing my demise, right? Or putting me in harm's way from their inability to see what they're doing is causing other people problems, just like I couldn't see what I was doing was causing people problems. Interesting, right? So I'm looking at these people that I'm still carrying or harvesting these emotions with, which would be mom, dad, business people, or associates, or people that caused us. We feel great injustice, but I'm still carrying this toxicity toward them, poisoning myself, robbing myself of the opportunity to be free of these things, but I don't want to be free of it because I hold value with the story because my identity is attached to that story. And if I get rid of the story, then who will I be? Who you're meant to be. That's who you'll be. You'll be something beyond anything you could ever imagine. You hear people say that all the time. It says, boy, I would have sold myself short if I would have wrote my own story. If I made a list, you ever hear that stuff? I used to think, oh, what a bunch of horseshit. Well, 35 years later, if I would have wrote my own list, right? Like the life I have is mind-boggling by doing stuff that didn't make any sense. Okay, go ahead.
We asked God to help us show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience that we would cheerfully grant a sick friend. When a person offended, we say to ourselves, this is a sick man. How can I be helpful to him? God, save me from being angry. Thy will be done. We avoid retaliation or argument. We wouldn't treat a sick people that way. If we do, we destroy our chance of being helpful.
Okay, so here we go. Ready? We're applying this prayer or this idea to what?
People that are spiritually so that we feel wrong.
Well, we're not applying it to the people. We're applying it to the situation in our mind that we believe to be true. We're changing our view of this situation by starting to look at them as sick people like we were sick people. And as we go through our list, the things that we did to people that we feel remorseful at, that maybe they feel remorseful at, that they can't help doing what they did like we couldn't help doing what we did. We involved people not because it was personal, they just happened to be in harm's way. Anybody who was in that situation would have had the same story, right? So, which is really interesting, that we're going to finish reading here and then I'm going to give you an example of that. Go ahead.
We cannot be helpful to all people. If we do, we destroy our chance of being helpful. We cannot be helpful to all people, but at least God will show us how to take a kindly and tolerant view of each and every one. Referring to our list again, putting out our minds the wrongs others had done, we resolutely looked for our own mistakes. Where had we been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened? Though a situation had not been entirely our fault, we tried to disregard the other person involved entirely. Where were we to blame? The inventory was ours, not the other man's. When we saw our faults, we listed them. We placed them before us in black and white. We admitted our wrongs honestly and were willing to set these matters straight.
Okay, so we're going to go backwards. Where are we willing to set these matters straight? Yeah, within ourselves. I'm changing the story that I've held on to so I could be free of it. Because I'm attached to it, I'm chained to it. So, I'll give you an example. My mom, I got locked up. My dad nearly killed me at birth, right? It caused severe trauma. Ruptured, I was black and blue, and I was in shock. He nearly knocked my mom out, nearly killed me when I was at birth. And then I went through a whole life of trauma as in association to this secret that happened. Right, I found out when I was 17 what happened to me. I became a custody of the children's aid when I was 8.5 for knocking out a teacher. Right, from the time they tried to mix me in the school system, I've been fighting and clawing. You couldn't touch me. I'd go into blackouts, and the more I'd go into blackouts, the more I became a spectacle of the school system, people, places, and things. They would have me in my own. They'd put me in a like a closet room with a desk in it. They'd open it and show all the kids, this is what, basically an animal looks like. And they'd treat me like that. And so they'd all worthless, senseless. And then my mom would be telling me, you can't trust anybody. Can't trust anybody. Nobody. Right? He says, if you have to depend on somebody, you're going to be in trouble. You got to be self-reliant. She used to say, she says, I need you to be self-reliant because I might not make it home based on the lifestyle that I'm living. Right? So me and my sister would be self-reliant. She says, in other words, she might end up dead. And if she does, I want you guys to be able to look after yourself without getting into it. Right? And at 8.5, these 3 people beat me senseless, 3 adults. Right? And threw me down a flight of stairs, and I ended up, I came to in the bed, and I had like black eye, cracked ribs, fat lip. Without getting it, it was like I was watching a Christmas special, and they were making a lot of noise, and they were drinking vodka, and I just asked them if they keep it down so I could watch the TV, and that's all I remember. The lady said, you gonna let that little punk talk to us? And they were heroin addicts. They were shooting back then with eyedroppers and the wine. So the environment I lived in, there was a lot of fur coats, wigs, and people, and jewelry, and long bikers, and all that. So I grew up in a place that a lot of people end up in. I grew up in. The bottom you guys used to talk about ending up in, I grew up in. So I'm the product of those who came to AA looking for help. That's the environment I grew up in. So the level of resentment I had at my mom for the harm that happened, because at 8.5, she said, when I went to her, I don't know why I'm going here, so I haven't talked about this in a long time. So when she came home, I ran downstairs, and I remember grabbing her around her waist and hanging onto her in her fur coat and the wig, and I felt the dew of the rain of her coat, right? And then she pushed me back. I said, look what they did to me. She pushed me back, said, you probably deserved it, and I shut off, right? And then I became a custody of the ward. So now I got to do an inventory of these people, right? And that resentment carried to a point where in blackout, I've had my mom by the throat off the ground. And she says, little French woman, right? Hated her, right? Hated my dad. These people, they're supposed to protect me, look after me. My dad, when I was 16, I met him. He was going to be my hero, right? Finally, somebody I could trust on my list, right? And I'm going to church. I want to be with my dad. I want to be fantastic. I ended up getting a breach of probation for going to see my dad. He says, don't worry about getting a lawyer. I'll look after you. I'm in this courtroom with his life testimony, member of Alcoholics Anonymous. At that time, he was 5 years, waiting him for show up to represent me in court. And I'm talking about what a great dad I had, right? Ended up in jail. Lost my job, lost my position, lost everything. But what I lost most was the reconfirmation that I can't trust anything or anybody. Now you're on my list. What am I going to do with these people? Pray for them? Not likely. Right? Love them? Not likely. But you're dying, Tony. So I had to look at them differently. I had to look at, why is my mom the way she is? I investigated her story. And the more I investigated her story, the more it represented my story. And then I started having compassion for my mom. You know, in 1962, when I was born, she just lost her first kid. She lived with that guy who was a biker. He was a real piece of work. He was a danger to himself and everybody around. He got locked up in society for being a menace to society, a danger to society. Got locked up in a nut house, right? A danger to him and everybody around him. That's where he found God and all that other stuff many years later, right? So when I found out about that, when I found out what he did to my mom, you know, what he did to me, and what the sacrifice my mom had to do to keep me, she got disowned by her whole family because I'm mixed, I'm mulatto. I was born in a Roman Catholic family in 1962. French, Anglo-Saxon, and Quebec. Unheard of, single mom, mixed race kid. She got disowned. So she left Quebec with me in hand, no money, no nothing. And I hated this woman. And she came to Toronto, she was trying to feed me. They wouldn't give her welfare. They shamed her, they guilted her. Right? A French woman didn't know how to speak English. She went in to steal potatoes to feed me. The guy caught her and he gave her an ultimatum. And that started her life the way she went back then. And then I looked at the sacrifice and all the things she did based on her story and all that stuff. And I started having compassion for this woman. Really weird. I started praying for her. I started doing it from the place of hating and despising her. I started to see the sacrifice she made for me and the things she did to feed me and the things she did to house me, the things, and I started saying, oh my God, you know what I mean? I started, you know what I mean? And so it took a little while. I think I was 2 years sober the first time I touched her compassionately in my entire life. I touched her arm and it was the first moment of compassion that I had for my mom. It was pretty well. And since then, that relationship has built to a place over the last 10 years. Every year I'm gonna go do it again. I go pick up my mom. She's 86 now, and I drive her around for 5 days in a car in motels. You wanna see how spiritual you are? Go hang around with your family for 5 days. And I listen to her and I keep my mouth shut and I be the son that she always wanted to be. And I love her. And a couple years ago she was here, and this may sound weird, but there was a time when I used to walk with my mom and I wouldn't walk with my mom. Last time she was here, I took her down to Steveston and I got her a big tower, 3-layer seafood tower. You know how big my chest was? And then watching her smile and eat this thing, a little French. And when I walked with her, I held her hand. I was so proud hanging on her hand. It was amazing. That's what this stuff does. It creates a shift inside, and I love my mom with all my heart, as you can see, right? Just the idea that I treated her the way I did was based on the ignorance that I had, right? And so the freedom of this is that when she does pass, I'll be free of everything attached to her. My buddies talk about that all the time, that when they're with people they used to hate and despise, they found a freedom and a forgiveness beyond anything they ever, and then when they're a part of their passing, they are also free. Is that a gift or what? How many people want to hang on to the story, or how many people want a new freedom and new happiness? So the relationship I have with my mom is started by rearranging the story here, 6 and 7, by rearranging the things that hold me prisoner, and the continuation in step 11 that has me working toward the freedom. And like when Renee did this morning, he talked about the step 11 exercise. I see where I fell victim to my own ideas and emotions today. I did inventory tonight. What could I have done different? How could I avoid this pitfall tomorrow so this doesn't define me or my story anymore? Right? Like who I am today compared to who I used to be is I could have never created this. Society tried to create this shift within me since junior kindergarten. Like when I was locked up for 4 years trying to get me to be social enough to go back into the school system. Like, I had a lot of problems, grave and emotional disorders. And then you started adding alcohol to that, and my belief system would cut me off from everything and everything. So I was like, it may sound funny. You ever see that Sarah McLachlan commercial with the dog? I remember I was sober for a little while, and I watched the dog, and it was like all in the corner, and he was all covered, and it was, oh, no, I wasn't crying for the dog. I was crying for me. So, oh my God, that's me. Self-centered still, right? Most people would go, oh, poor dog. I said, oh my God, that's me. I thought I was the dog. And then, so it may sound kind of weird, but I needed rescuing, but I didn't know I needed rescuing. I was so disconnected. And now I rescue Dobermans, right? And they're in bad shape when I get them. They're in bad shape, like really. And what I do is the same thing that was done for me. It may sound kind of weird. I just love them, regardless of what they're doing. And I start sending them on a discipline, right? And I go through it, and it also disciplines me because I want to treat them how I used to treat them, right? Dominance. And my wife says, you got to be kind to it. So I'm learning how to love these dogs. And just, I used to feel nothing, like a diagnosed borderline sociopath, like nothing. I used to mimic my emotions off of other people, right? The first time when I worked at triage, I found a body upstairs, and I saw, oh my God, he's dead. Went and checked, yeah, he's dead. There's bubbles. I said, okay. I walked downstairs, I went, hey, the guy in room 7, he's dead. What? Everybody, oh shit, maybe I'm underreacting here, right? So I started acting like them. Oh my God, yes, he's dead. Meanwhile, I was like, oh no, he's dead, right? And the guy beside me was concerned about my response, and then I got concerned about his response in regards to my response. So I figured, I don't know how you're acting, so I can mimic how you're acting. Anybody? Yeah, so going through this process, I don't know why I'm going here, but I'm going here. So when my mom, how cut off we are, a lot of us, some of us, we don't know how cut off we are. We're in turmoil with ourselves, right? Because we're stuck between two worlds. There's the world we want to be living and the world we think we have to be living, right? So we're in conflict. Anybody been in conflict internally? What that means is this. So I guess I guess God has me going here for a reason. I guess somebody needs to hear this. I don't know who, but it made a shift in my life when I looked this inventory, because I had to look at the battle I had. So this one time I was trying to get sober in Toronto, and I got the job. Life's good. I'm going to meetings, right? And I'm going to this job. I got a new leather coat, and I'm so proud of it. You're sitting there, and I'm on the bus going to work. I got my leather, and things are great. And I'm going home. It's Friday. They got a young people's dance happening back then. I'm looking so excited to going down to this young people's dance. I'm going to go home. Actually, no, I had the leather jacket, so I was on my way to go do that. I'm on the bus, and things, I'm just so great. And there was a seagull in the middle of the 4-lane road on Dixon Road. There's 4 lanes going this way, and it was injured, and nobody was doing nothing. And I don't know why I did it, but I screamed, stop the bus. And he wouldn't stop, and I said, stop the bus. He stopped the bus. I took my leather jacket off, and I had no concerns for nothing or nobody, and I threw it over the seagull, right? And I carried it, I was nurturing it, and I phoned the SPCA. They said they wouldn't be there for a while, and then a cop comes up, 2 big cops, and he goes, what are you doing? I said, oh, this thing's injured, and it's in my new coat, and it's shitting in it, and I don't care. You know what, I don't, for some reason, I didn't care, right? I felt something, a connection to this thing. And the guy goes, why didn't you just wring its neck? And I got angry. I got that thing. So I masked who I was to appease, so I wouldn't, fear of how I was being perceived. And I said, why don't you do it? So it may not sound like much, but that one incident got me ready for the next incident. Right? So the next incident is some time past, I'm drinking down with my buddies by the water on Lake Ontario, and there's a seagull in the water with a broken wing, or the wing, he can't get, he's stuck in the water. My buddy goes, oh, poor thing. And I said, yeah, poor thing. I walked in the water, I grabbed it by the neck, and I snapped his neck like that, and I threw it in the garbage. And I went back to drinking. That wasn't me. That was my response to life and the world around me. Right? That's not who I want to be. Right? That's who I became. So see what the struggle. So I'm so far removed now that my dog, when I was a kid, we had a dog, and I got him. His name was Cookie. He was a little miniature Irish setter. Beautiful. I love this dog. And then I found this other dog that had a tattoo in his ear. And I found out this other dog was worth $500. And this dog was a mutt, Cookie. My mom says you could only keep one dog. As a kid, uninterrupted by the world, I kept Cookie. It was more valuable than the monetary gain of this dog. I don't know if that kind of makes sense. But when I went with the inside and how I was uninfluenced by the world around me, in that moment I would pick that. Now if I got shamed and guilted by that, then the next time I was given that opportunity, I would take the dog with the money. Does that kind of make sense? Yeah. And if you look at life like that, that's kind of like that. So then, this is kind of weird, is that my dog, I got into a fight on Lakeshore with a couple guys, and I went through a picture window. Right? And when I went through the picture window with these two guys, my dog was sitting outside because he was well trained. He took off and he got ran over. I didn't know he got ran over. Right? And so I had to go to hospital, get stitches and all that. It's a long story. In my back, I just cut a whole bunch of gash open. So totally numb, didn't feel nothing. I didn't think it was a big deal. But anyways, this is another story. So I told, my mom said the dog got ran over. It cost $500, it broke its hip. It's cost $500 back then to fix it. You know what I told my mom? If the dog would have listened, it would have never happened. Didn't even flinch. Didn't even look in my mom's eyes. Didn't even know nothing. Nothing. Totally cut off from the whole world. Right? So really now we go 180 degrees. We go through. I've gone through this project and all this other stuff. My first rescue was Cosmo. Now when I got Cosmo, he was a Doberman. He was a year old. And he was a train wreck. He was all hunched over. You can count the vertebrae in his back. He would submissive pee all over the place because the people who owned him before us had him on a shock collar set at 99. Right? And he was terrorized of everything. He didn't know he was a Doberman. Anybody would come up, he'd just start submissive peeing. And I built a relationship. So I started taking him through the steps. I started loving him. I started introducing him to the idea. And somewhere along that idea, he found out he was a Doberman. Right? Somewhere along the idea of this process, you'll find out you're a human being, you're living the life that you're meant to live. You're not subjected to the life that you used to have. You have a new freedom, a new happiness, and you have this like when the UPS guy, he come up, I don't know why I'm going here, but I'm going here. When the UPS guy first seen him, like a lot of us, he looked at him and went, whoa. The dog was all hunched over, submissive, peeing all over the place. He said, whoa, that dog's in a lot of trouble. I said, yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. He'd vomit all the time. He couldn't keep his food down. He was a wreck, right? We started loving. That's what we do here with each other, right? We get in with a group of guys. We start hanging around. We start loving on each other. We don't call that. We start hanging around each other, right? Well, we start loving on each other, right? We start, hey, man, good to see you. I know your story, right? How's your kids? How you doing? Good to see you. We start going through a process of healing with each other. We learn how to be safe and a little more vulnerable. We start going through this. We start having a different perspective on things, right? So this dog, a short period later, within 2 years of having him, at 3, right? So he's 3 years old. I've had him 2 years. The same UPS guy came around the corner, and my dog was all teeth and spit. That person was saying, he went, ah! He says, holy shit. He says, somewhere along the line, he found out he was a Doberman, right? He found out his full potential from the thing, you know what I mean? So it was a pretty amazing dog. And what was really amazing, by a different perspective on this here, it's not only in this, but when life happens, when life happens, the ability to see things different regardless of how you interpret them. That's what mastering resentments is. And what that looks like is this. As you go through this, and step 4 is the foundation for step 11. And as you incorporate this recipe, life will happen. And there will be crippling things happening in your life. And how you look at it will determine your response to it. Like a lot of guys I've talked to, like a lot of life situations. How can we look at this differently? How could I be the son that I was never? How can I bring something to this situation? How can I go to this funeral and be of service, to be of help. How can I be different than I'm used to being, right? So on my birthday, the one that just passed, April 6th, my dog's 5, right? We're like this. I'm watching TV with my wife. He's on my lap, and he died in my lap of DCL. Fuck. You know how hard that was? Give him CPR, blowing, talking to God, negotiating with God. My dog, over a dog. I cried more for my dog than I have any other. 3 days of crying and allowing that healing to happen and not feeling embarrassed about it now. The human experience. Now I could get angry, right? Look what happened to me. Regroup. Yeah, let's look at it. This dog came to you. You gave it the best life you could have anybody could have possibly given him. He lived his last life, right? Living, because he was going to die of DCM. He was going to die of this thing anyways. What a better place to have passed than in my lap, peacefully at home, watching TV. And the gift of having this dog in my life, I started thanking God for a situation I would have cursed God at. Right? When all in perspective. Am I willing to look at something different? It takes a lot to look at some things different, right? And some of these things on my 4th step, it was hard to admit that I allowed some of these things to continue to happen out of fear, low self-esteem, out of situations, unacceptable, keeping secrets, not telling, being conditioned, right? When everything, so how does that happen is fear. A lot of us don't do things out of fear. Anybody?
100%.
So we rob ourselves still today out of fear. Instead of how can I bring the best to this? How can I look at it differently? How can I not allow my brain to get the best of me? So that's mastering resentment. I think that's pretty cool when you look at it and not rob myself of that experience that I had with my dog. So I said, we need to get another dog. My wife said, what? I said, yeah, we need to get another rescue. Why? Because why would we rob ourselves of the love that we had, regardless of the pain that's going to come anyways, because the thing will probably pass again. But why would I rob myself? Same with relationships, same with jobs, same with opportunities, same with friendships. Right? How many of us talk ourselves out of something that could be pretty wonderful because we're still stuck to something that's determining our past is still determining our present? Anybody? So that's what they mean by mastering resentment. The ability to step back, to look at something differently, and invite God into it for clarity. And when we get that, is to correct our thinking around it. And fighting against those emotions is, where do I spend my time looking? Do I want to go back to how I used to look at things? Or do I want to look at things in a new light? It's pretty cool, eh? I don't know why I went there, but there you go.
Like revolutionary change.
Yeah, so then, you want a 5-minute coffee, a smoke break for those who are in addiction? After all that emotional stuff, I need a cigarette. All righty. Everybody did their prayer and meditation, all relaxed now. Got a little emotional there for a second, eh? Remember I was checking in with God. I said, God, you sure you want me to go there? He says, yeah, go there. I don't want to go there. Okay. So anyhow, thank you for allowing me to share some of that with you, right? I had no idea I was going to do that. So here we go. So, I'll turn back to the list. We saw we need to master resentment. Now about fear. Back alongside the difference with Mr. Brown, this short word somehow touches about every aspect of our lives. Everybody there? Page 67. It was an evil and corroding thread. The fabric of our existence was shot through with it. It set in motion trains of circumstances what brought us misfortune. Right? We felt we didn't deserve. But did not we ourselves set the ball rolling? Funny how that side, again, ties into page 62. Right? They talk about how did they come to the conclusion on page 62? They did the inventory. They seen it, right? They seen these things that they talked about on page 62 because they did the inventory. Does that kind of make sense? Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to see it. So they talk about here, set the ball rolling. Sometimes we think fear ought to be classified with stealing. It seems to cause more trouble. We reviewed our fears thoroughly. We put them on paper, even though we had no resentment in connection with them. So these are one of the manifestations, right, that caused our failures, fear. The reason we started with resentment first is that we wouldn't be able to see the fear. So actually, fear sets the ball rolling for resentment. It's the other way around. But we couldn't see it that way because most of us harbor resentments. They're our feeding ground. They're where we hold value. That's where our story is. That's where we kind of revisit as an excuse for our existence. Yes? Come on. Pet nurture. That's slimy. Drooling. Okay. So now 68. So this one here, you get a whole bunch of photocopy, a whole bunch of these resentment fears. This one here, you write down in the center column, one in each column. You list your fears. So for me, I did the 3rd step prayer, right? God give me direction, and I wrote down my fears. It may sound kind of weird, but I wrote down whatever came to mind. I didn't analyze it. Seatbelts. Wearing seatbelts going over the bridge used to cause me a lot of fear. When I was newly sober, I used to undo my seatbelt all the time in case the bridge collapsed. May sound crazy, it gave me comfort. And I'd think how I'd get out of the vehicle when it crashed into the water from the bridge down here. I'd be living the whole thing, going over the bridge, going to a meeting to talk about acceptance. Nuts. Nuts, right? So my brain used to occupy with all these scenarios all the time. It was so normal I didn't think it was a problem. Sticking my finger in a saw. I used to have this thing that says, put your finger in there. I have a fear of actually doing it, even though my brain says, do it. I said, no, I'm not doing that. And I'm talking to myself in front of the saw. Huh? Wow. You think it's weird, but that's the way we think. One of the guys I was working with, he goes, what are you doing? I said, I'm having an argument with myself. He says, argument about what? I said, part of my brain wants me to stick my finger in the saw. And the other says, what are you doing? He says, you have that too? I said, yeah, we're not normal. We've caused some damage through the lifestyle that we live. We've caused some grave emotional and mental disorders. We're not right. Far-fetched, from reality and downright mental defectives. All our firing pistons are not on the same cylinder. Some of those wires are touching, creating sparks. And that's from the damage in the life that we live, all the horror, the nightmares, and everything we watched, everything we've been through. It's all up there, and it gives us the worst scenarios that we buy into, yes? Anybody's brain come up with the weirdest scenario? So I put falling on picket fences. I'd see it picket fence, and I'd imagine what it'd be being drunk and tripping on it and falling on it. And I'd think of what it'd feel like. I don't think normal people do that, but I do. I think of mobs. I think of group mentality. I think of being beaten up, shot, stabbed by groups of people. Anybody? Betrayed. Right? Being in a relationship, not being in a relationship, dying, living. Like, whoa. So I just rate that list. Right? I just wrote the list all the way through. And then when I got caught up in the emotion, I would pray. God, save me from myself. This isn't the purpose of the exercise. I need to see a clear picture of me of what drives and motivates me. That was my prayer. Save me from myself. And then I'd continue the list. And now here's the good one, which is interesting. Joe and Charlie used to have a different set. When you look at the book, we changed these sheets probably 18 years ago to represent the big book, right? Joe and Charlie has the same thing. They're always trying to tie it down to cause and condition. The book is very specific. It changes its approach and its presentation on what the problem is here, right? And so watch and see if you can see it. Ready? Go ahead. You with us? We reviewed our fears thoroughly. Let's go there.
Top of page 68.
Yep.
We reviewed our fears thoroughly. We put them on paper even though we had no resentment in connection with them. We asked ourselves why we had them.
Ready? We asked ourselves why we had them. Not because of what happened to me when I was 6 or what happened to me when I was 7. Fear could only be experienced in the moment. It's not transferable. You only experience it now. Your brain will take you into a fight or flight situation, and your brain will concoct the possibility of something happening in the now or in the near future that you're going to experience. Does that kind of make sense? Yeah. Right? And so when that creates, so.
Wasn't it because self-reliance failed us? Self-reliance was as good as far as it went, but it didn't go far enough. Some of us once had great self-confidence, but it didn't fully solve the fear problem or any other.
Okay, so column 2 is our instincts. That's our self-reliance. You ever go on the job feeling really good, but you're afraid and you're acting cocky? Self-esteem? Right? And when you're on the job, you think they're all talking about you? They are, because you're drunk. No, sorry. They're all accusing you of stealing because you're stealing. Okay, so why do I have this fear? Well, because of my self-esteem. Right? I'm affected by my thinking in regards to how I think about myself, and how I think other people think of me is going to interfere of how I think about you. If I already know how you're thinking about me, and I don't like the way you're thinking about me, how you think I'm thinking about you? Yeah, anybody?
Wow, I wouldn't want to be in that head.
And well, what happens is it's powerful, and you don't know how powerful it is because you actually think it's happening. And so, when I was in Toronto, there was this guy, the nicest guy I ever met. Like in AA, like I was detoxing, and I had a emotional panic attack. Sorry, I never had one of those panic. And I left the meeting, like I was reading the traditions. I ran out of the meeting because I started hyperventilating because I was detoxing. And there was 200 people at that meeting, and nobody in that meeting came out. Not one person. But this one guy came out, and he put his arm around me. He says, "It's okay, man. I've been there. We got you." And that's not so great of a story, but the story is that's the same guy that for 6 months of me in and out, I'd look at, I was at his 1-year cake, and this guy beside me goes, "Boy, you don't want to mess with that guy. He's a Golden Gloves boxer." Every time I seen him, I go, "You think you're a tough guy?" I'm smiling at him. He's smiling back at me, but he's not thinking. I say, "I'll take the street to you, man. I'll show you tough. I'll go you anytime, anywhere." Yeah, good to see you too. I'm creating a case against this guy, and he did nothing but take his first year cake. All because of something this other guy said. Anybody?
Yeah.
And he was the first guy that came to my rescue to help me. How weird is that? Be careful of the people you're willing to throw out of the boat today, because they may be the only people willing to pull you back in tomorrow. You never know who it is. We're in this together. Right? When we're in the boat, who gets to decide who gets out of the boat first? None of us do. We all got to be in this together. That's why we're so happy to see each other every time, because anything could have happened between the last meeting and this meeting. When you understand, you ever wonder, you just seen me yesterday. Yeah, that's right. Good to see you, because I know what you're working with. Good to see you. And some of you even a hug every day. You hugged me yesterday. Yeah, good to see you. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
When it made us cocky, it was worse. Perhaps there is a better way. We think so, for we are now on a different basis. The basis of trusting and relying upon God.
Okay, so here. So we go through, now this time we go through the inventory from left to right, across the page. I have this fear of not being liked. Nobody has that, right?
Just you.
Just me. So why do I have it? Well, because of my self-esteem. Why else do I have it? Because of my personal relationships that I'm experiencing. Not a lot of people like me when I got here. I know it's hard to believe. I did not know what their problem was. And because of my material and emotional. I was materially and emotionally tied to a lot of people. I depended on them for security. Money, self-esteem, self-worth. Right? Emotionally tied to them. How they felt about me determined how I felt about myself. Anybody? Interesting. Right? You say we don't have power over people. Well, obviously you haven't done an inventory. Right? Because what we could do is we could work towards somebody's demise or betterment just on how we treat them. Because if they're already fragile, it won't take much to push them over the edge. But if they're good, it doesn't matter what you do. They're going to be okay. Unless you're close to them, of course they'll be hurt. Then they'll take into consider what was going on. So then they talk about here our sexual instincts. Do I have fear in that area? Am I doing things that I shouldn't be doing? Is there things that I'm doing that cause me guilt, shame, and remorse? Is there things I'm doing that if other people found out about it, I might not feel good about myself? Is there things that I'm doing to relieve the fear that causes me pleasure but also causes me shame, guilt, and remorse? Nobody in this room, right? Interesting, right? Ambition, social, security, sexual. Why do I have them? We asked ourselves why we had them. And the question is it because I'm self-reliant or God-reliant? Why do I have these fears and these problems and associations? Because I'm self-reliant. We're not going to family of origin and all that other. It's very simple. Why do you have this? Who are you depending on for security, self-esteem, self-worth, material, emotion? Who are you depending on for you to feel better about you and the world? I'm depending on me. And the more I depend on me, the more people retaliate, the more I step on people's toes, the more angry I get, because the world ain't doing what I want it to do, and I'm not getting my just share. And I'm pissed off of how things used to be that I ruined that aren't anymore. Nobody like that in this room, right? I'm still stuck on the could-have-beens. Yeah, it could have been. That ship sailed a long time ago. What is it like now, and what are you going to do differently? Well, if I'm going to trust and rely on God, then I don't know what the future holds, but it's going to be way better than the one I've created. Right? So now they're going to give you the recipe to, first it was mastering fear, resentment, now it's how to outgrow fear. Right? How many people would like that recipe? They're going to give it to you. You got to pay attention. Perhaps there's a better way. We think so. For what?
We are now on the basis. We are now on a different basis. The basis.
When?
Now.
Now. May you find them now. You found them. May sound weird. You found them. You made a decision in 3. You started the relationship. Are you participating? It's not later. It's now. Okay. Now I'm on a different basis. Okay, what?
The basis of trusting and relying upon God. We trust infinite God rather than our finite selves.
Damn. So I do what's expected of me of today, and if I'm taking care of today's business, how's tomorrow going to look? Better than it did today? And pretty soon I'm starting to have a different story because I'm trusting, relying on something else, and I'm living more in the moment, and I'm conducting myself in a manner of seeking counsel. Right, which goes into step 11. Many times each day, we pause when agitated or doubtful, asking for the right corrective measures and all that. We're incorporating this idea of this relationship with God. We're not waiting. It's a continuation. You get some whack job. I don't know where the idea came from that you had to do your 9s before you started 10, 11, and 12. That's ludicrous. That's like saying, well, you can't come up for air until you finish the whole length of the pool. Well, I'm not going to finish the whole length of the pool. I need air. Doesn't matter. Yeah, it does. If I'm going to be successful, there's certain elements that I need to have. Perhaps there's a better way. Yes? We're learning that where? In the 4th. Am I going to divert from that? Well, here. You know what? Before they didn't have this safety gear. A lot of people seem to be dying doing this job. So we have this safety gear that we implemented as policy. You have to wear it regardless of what you think. It will save your life. Even though you argue about it, you wear it and oh my God, it saved my life. Does that kind of make sense? Policy. That's what we're learning policy here, how to have a successful life. But maybe I don't need safety gear. It's only 20 feet off the ground. And I just went to a fundraiser for a guy that fell 3 stories. Because he thought he could just lean around and tighten something, and his hand slipped, and he had no safety gear. He comforted himself in believing he'd be okay because he was hanging onto the frame. Is that policy? That's self-will. And that's kind of where we're at with this. There's a better way, but you can do it your way. We think there's a better way. So let's describe this better way. Okay, go ahead.
We are in the world to play the role he assigns, just to the extent we do as we think he would have us,
Okay, ready? What's God's will for us?
and humbly rely on him.
What's God's will for us? How many people are here right now? Okay, we just read the answer. I stopped him, and I asked you the question.
God's will is to rely on him.
What's God's will for us?
Play the role he assigned.
Where do you get that idea? Oh my goodness, we got an answer that's associated with the book. Let's take a moment out to acknowledge this guy. Yay!
Show you where it is.
Yay! How many people want to go with his answer? Nobody. Is he not right? Nobody want to participate anymore? Entrapment. You tricky bastard. I will not incriminate myself. Fear. I will not participate because I don't want to be called out or look like I don't know what I'm doing. Fear. I'm robbing myself of an experience that might be fun. He took a chance. Right? He did it, and he's feeling pretty good about that idea. Right? And some of you robbed us of the opportunity of laughing at you. No, see what but you get what I'm saying? You see how I'm not going to say anything and participate in a group thing because I don't want to. Is that fear or participation? See how subtle it is? Right? Okay.
Continue.
Yeah.
Just to the extent we do as we think he would have us, and humbly rely on him, does he enable us to match calamity with serenity.
Well, to match calamity with serenity. What does that mean?
Peace of mind and joy.
Well, that means regardless of the disturbance in our own mind, because that's where the disturbance is within us, right? Or even some of the external circumstances and our attachment to it, if we're willing to pray and bring God into it and seek counsel with this power, which we'll do in the exercise in 11, we'll be able to match calamity with serenity.
No.
To sit quietly in the storm. To find safe harbor. To match calamity with serenity. How many people could honestly say they've mastered matching calamity with serenity? Remember, I seen the look on your face this weekend. I would put your hand down if I were you. But you don't know, right? We say because we all struggle with that at different times. You had no fear this weekend? You weren't anxiety? Nothing happening?
My nephew took his life last weekend, and I've been with my family and my brother and all of the calamity of losing my nephew.
Yeah, okay.
And I was able to show up here and participate and be a part of and
Yeah.
match serenity with calamity.
That's beautiful.
So thank you.
Yeah, right on. Yeah, sorry for your loss, man. But that's a perfect example, right? But I also heard that you're having some anxiety about cooking and this and that, right? So what happens? So it shows up, and over here we participate in this because it causes a distraction from this. Yes? And then when this gets too much, then we go to prayer, right? So when some of us have a problem, how many people go have a smoke first and then pray about it? So we're still self-reliant. Smoking in recovery is a form of self-reliance. Read on, I'm getting some looks.
Hold on.
That's it, I'm out of here.
Where did you see that in the book?
Says the guy with the cigar in his pocket.
Yeah.
Take a cigar smoking.
Well, see how fast we go? I don't inhale, and I only smoke one of these every couple days. Well, it talks. Well, it talk. Wait a second. Can I take it or leave it alone?
Take it or leave it.
Well, regardless, I'll tell you what. How many people smoke here? I will not have a cigar for the next month. You join me not smoking.
I'm good.
Is that self?
Well, no. We'll see who's self-reliant and who's addicted and who's not addicted. Who's enjoying something, take it or leave it, and enjoy it as something they enjoy to do, or who uses it as a form of self-soothing.
I'll match you.
But you see how fast we go to a defense. What the defense was, the question was, How many people use it as a form of self-reliance?
Yeah.
You can't get honest about that or what? If you have a problem, how many people need to go have... When we go on break, how many people... You can see the skid marks around the corner to go for a cigarette. Come on. Right? Anybody? How many people have a problem and they do some form of self-reliance? Cigarettes, porn, gambling, relationships, conflict, food.
Purchases.
Okay, you see, let's see the spectrum here, right? So if I had this recipe that we're going to talk about, would I start having a different experience of being less reliant on these other things, right? And I started having some freedom from that. And then when these ideas came up about these other things, I could reflect back to there's a threat to one of my basic instincts. I'm looking for a solution for it. Instead of looking for a solution that'll work toward my demise, I'm going to bring God into it. Perhaps there's a better way. Right? And so why I say that, because when I first did let's finish this and I'll show you the recipe. Go ahead.
Bottomish paragraph of 68. We never apologize to anyone for depending upon our Creator. We can laugh at those who think spirituality the way of weakness. Paradoxically, it is the way of strength. The verdict of the ages is that faith means courage. All men of faith have courage. They trust their God. We never apologize for God. Instead, we let Him demonstrate through us what He can do. We ask Him to remove our fear and direct our attention to what He would have us be. At once, we commence to outgrow fear.
Here's the recipe. You'll never hear me apologizing for God. You hear people do that, and I don't understand it. Right? If Dylan would have saved my life in an accident, and I was introducing you to Dylan, would I apologize to introducing you to him as somebody who saved my life? Or would I be going, you know what this guy did? I was dying. He pulled me from the water, resuscitated me, and saved my life. Every time I talked about Dylan, how would I talk about Dylan? Yeah. So that's the difference with your relationship and this experience with this power. To be amazed that the life you're living means from the depth you've been saved from. To know what you've been saved from, you have to have a clear picture of what it looks like. You have to stand back from it and look at it. Holy smokes, because when you're in it, you don't see it. Remember that experience I talked about my mom and the dog and all? It took me standing back to look at it to see how disconnected I was, to see I was disconnected. And it took to see how other people reacted, to see that maybe there was something fundamentally wrong with me, which I found it hard to believe. Based on where I come from, there were survival instincts. I was very good at the life I lived. If it wasn't for alcoholism, right, that destroyed, like when I was in the Army, when I worked at Westinghouse, I had amazing opportunities when I was the top of the game in my platoon. I was on my way to Germany and Cyprus. Alcoholism had its way with me, and it ruined that, along with a couple other things. But you see what happened? To have a good look at it, it was kind of like, wow, isn't this interesting? So if it wasn't for alcoholism, I'd have a way different life, right? Yes? But also, I see this thing has the potential to kill me and rob me of everything I ever had, of sitting in a basement with sheets that used to be white that were gray with the windows kicked out on a flat mattress, owning everything I own in that room with a 40-ouncer and a baggie. Everything I've come to with my liver sticking out, puking green bile, talking to shit. I used to have conversations with a lot of stuff. I'd see things moving in the meeting. Then one day, my sponsor said, it's okay, we see it too. I said, oh. Right on. I'd see trails all over the place. There'd be people calling my name. Tony! What? I'm on a bridge. What? Who's calling me? Nobody here though, right? There's somebody outside my window. You're on the 18th floor. It doesn't matter, I'm looking anyways. Any lookers here? Okay. So ready? Perhaps there's a better way. Ready? Here it is. Here we go.
Now about sex?
Well, no, easy. I know you want to get the sex. You're going to have to relax. Take it easy. Just have a smoke. Okay. So, Here we go. Instead, we let him demonstrate through us what he can do. So, we ask him to remove our fear. In order for that to happen, what's the exercise that needs to take place before we ask?
We have to acknowledge it.
We have to acknowledge there's been a shift in my thinking and my emotions. I'm now in tune to there's something happening. I'm feeling some anxiety. I really want to go have a smoke. I really want to go gambling. I really want to watch porn for the third time today. I really maybe want to involve somebody else. Thought some of you would like that. Maybe not too much energy. Small load. Sorry. Men's meeting. That's on tape. Good. I said it. So there we go. So we ask him to remove our fear. So we acknowledge this is happening. We see one of our instincts are being threatened. We ask for it to be removed by acknowledging it. By praying, we interrupt the energy flow. We're shifting. We're shifting our focus from the fear and anticipated anxiety or participating problem that we're participating in, causing us anxiety. We acknowledge it. We step back from it. We look at it. Why am I having this? I start a new job tomorrow. I'm hanging out with some people. I'm going to a new meeting. I'm going to do my 5th. I got my cake. I got this. I got to pay this bill. I got to pay that bill. I got to talk to my sister, talk to my mom. I got to deal with a situation that used to cause me anxiety. I'm having anxiety. Got to go deal with my mom. Got to go visit her family. I got all these anticipating things that could happen. It's causing me anxiety and fear. Right? So what happens is I acknowledge this. It isn't happening now. So I ask for the strength. By stepping back, I cut my connection to it. And I shift my focus by bringing God into it. Does that make sense? So watch this now. And to direct our attention to what he would have us be. What does that mean? So sometimes when I sponsor guys, it's funny. They'll phone me all panicky. I said, where are you? They said, at home. I said, well, can you know it's too late to go to a meeting? Too late to... I said, did you pray? Yes. I said, doesn't sound like it. Well, I prayed. I said, then what were you supposed to do after? Direct your attention to what he would have you be. He said, yeah. Well, it's that. I'm at home. I said, was the dishes done? They said, no. I said, go do the dishes. Click. They're in there doing the dish. I don't know how this is going to help. Then you're focusing on doing the dishes. You forgot what you were fearful of. Yes, it was causing you anxiety. And if you're a real good alcoholic, you'll go, what was I thinking about before I started the dishes? What was I so... And how many people have done that? What was I fearful of? What was causing me anxiety? So you directed your attention, or maybe phone somebody. Maybe see what somebody else is doing. Maybe you've done the dishes. Maybe do the laundry. Make the bed. Clean your shower. Do something productive. Maybe set the alarm clock and go to bed to get up for work tomorrow to be a working part of your society. If you don't have a job, then go volunteer somewhere. Do something productive. If you're in a depression, you're probably not mobile. You're probably sitting there nurturing it. It takes energy. You can't walk and be in a depression. You can't do it. You want to get out of the depression, go for a walk. It takes a lot of energy to stare at your feet and not trip. Right? So you're creating a shift. So at once we commence to outgrow fear. Why? Because I'm interrupting my attachment to the participation in this uncomfortable feeling. At once we commence to outgrow fear. So what does that mean? Is if I'm trusting God, I'm starting to hear this intuition, especially when I work into 11, that starts governing my life that doesn't make sense. So as I'm doing my 9s, I'm engaged in 11 through the application of this recipe. So I'm doing my 9s. I got to deal with some pretty heavy-duty stuff, or I got to look for a job. I got to do this, do that. A voice will say, "Why don't you go do this?" That doesn't make sense. I just talked myself out of God's plan for me and the role He assigns. If I trust that this thing that is being asked of me, I don't have to know the reason why. I'll just go do it. So it may sound weird in the beginning, then I see how this thing starts unfolding, and I start trusting and relying on it, even though I don't know any connection to it. It's a phenomenon. So when I went through this process, I was, like I said, I was unemployable. Like I had problems in interpreting with the voices in my head. Like I had a lot of demons still, even though I was sober. Like I had a lot of problems. Like I just couldn't function very well, right? I was dry heaving all the time. I was praying. What progress was, I wasn't vomiting anymore. Like I was in bad shape because of the demons and all that other stuff. So as I started to do that, I really needed to get a job. They wanted me to go for a psych assessment at this place called Triage. Go there, get help, go to shelter, go see a doctor, get some help. I told them where to go and how to get there. I went back to my brother's place, so they got the bikes are there. There's pieces on the thing. There's scales. Where I got sober, most people couldn't do it. I got sober in a lifestyle with all these people, right? So my brother goes, "How did it go?" I said, "They want me to go for a psych assessment." He says, "They didn't give you a check?" I said, "No, they want me to go to Triage and stay there." He says, "Well, what are you going to do? Rent's due next weekend." I said, "God's got this." He says, "Oh my God." He walked in the house to my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law was, "How's he doing?" He says, "He's lost his marbles." And I said, "Okay, God, you said you look after me. The contract on page 63, that's a contract I was told between me and God. You said you would look after me and provide all that I need if I keep close to you and perform your work well." Well, you know what? I've been going to meetings. I've been helping out. I've been setting up. I've been talking to people that nobody else wants to talk to. I've been hanging down at the recovery club in the basement where guys are pissing and shitting their pants. I'm cleaning the bathroom. I'm doing your work, buddy. You're dropping the ball. Nobody else talks to God lately? I do. We're in negotiations here, right? And I said, "You said you would look after me. I'm not feeling it." This voice said, "Go get the newspaper." Oh, what? Go get the news? I never looked at the newspaper for, yeah, I'll go get the newspaper. I grabbed the newspaper, looked at the help wanted, carpenter. Phoned it, 10 o'clock at night. "Can you start tomorrow?" It was Friday. I said, "Sure." Started the next day. I worked Friday, Saturday, I think Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Friday, I got a check for that entire week.
Rent was paid.
Rent was paid and I had money. I went to work Saturday for overtime. I got fired for threatening the foreman. Took care of what I needed. It may sound weird. It may sound weird. It may not sound like much to you, but that blew me away. Where else would you get a job and get paid the following Friday where you need the money that it just hooked me up with the right connection at the right time? Just because I prayed, show me. Show me. Another time, the same thing. I said, "God, I need a job. Can you help me out? I don't know what to do here." My brother said, "Hey, can you go return these VHSs, right? Can you?" He says, "You got to go to my place and pick them up." I said, "Oh my God." I said, "Yeah, I can do that for you after everything you've done. I can go do that." So I walk into his apartment and I go grab the
VHSs?
Thank you. Right? And I'm leaving and the phone rang. I picked up the phone and said, "Hey, what's up?" I said, "Hey, Shy." I said, "No, he's not here right now." He says, "Oh, could you tell him it's work?" He goes, "What do you do for a living?" I said, "Oh, I'm a carpenter looking for work." He says, "Can you start tomorrow?" I said, "Yeah, I can start tomorrow." And that job lasted me a little while. Then they were asking me to do things that were unsafe, and I stopped doing that job. I got another job, right? So it was pretty wild. Then I got a job building condos, and I was very successful. But I stopped talking to God. I started talking to the paychecks. Right? Beforehand, "God, can you please help me? I'll do anything for you." There's a theme here. God says, "Yeah, I'll do whatever you need, as long as you keep close to me and perform your work well." This is what I believe. No one else has to believe it. As long as I stay connected, I get to reap the rewards of that connection. When I separate from that connection, I go back to how I used to be. You could have your life back, or you could have the life I have for you. What do you want to do? See to it that your relationship is right. I got it. So I bought a sports car, Subaru, and I'm counting 3 checks ahead. Anybody else? I'm grateful for the money I'm getting. Very little talk to God. At night, it's thank you. I'm going to go meet this chick at the Burnaby Fellowship. Impress her with my new car, my new job, my money, and all that other stuff. I think she was just getting out of treatment or going to treatment. But either way, I was going to be a helping hand. When anyone reaches out, I want the hand A to be there. I was not well, man. I'll be the first one to admit it. And we both were okay with that. So I'm full of myself. Nobody's been there, right? No mention of God anymore whatsoever. Nobody ever have this problem here? This lady blows the stop sign. I smash into her front end. It bends the frame in the car. The impact is so much that I bend the steering wheel around like that. I popped the thing connected to my vertebrae. it was like somebody stuck a knife in my vertebrae. So what's is weird is I couldn't fix the lights in my car. They were like this, so I just hardwired them every time the car came on, the lights came on. So the mom and the daughter said I was driving in the dark and they didn't see me. I told the cop my lights are hardwired. Weird, eh? Weird. Like, it's like the universe knew this was going to happen and it was giving me the best possible scenario that I created. I don't know if that kind of makes any sense, right? And so the cop looked at it and you know what? The lights weren't working. So I think this is a bad situation, right? But I don't know the total outcome from it. So then the crash happened. I couldn't find work. I couldn't lift my hands above my head. It caused numbness. So I had to go to school to learn. Welfare said you got to go to school, or unemployment. I think unemployment insurance said you had to go to school to learn how to go get a job, do a resume. Remember that thing? You have to do a resume. They teach you how to conduct yourself, right? And how to wear a tie, wear a shirt, how to do an interview. I've never done any of that stuff, right? Like to the level. So I went and did that. I filled out 2 applications, one based on my volunteer work, that I got all those community service hours from the offenses that I get, transferable skills, all this community service work, right? So this is weird. So I have my application over here of all my skills and trades that I've done. I've gone to Conestoga College at one of the times I was sober, have a certificate in construction, right? Blueprint reading, design and building and all this. Very impressive resume that they helped me with. I sent out over 50 copies. I never got one call. I had this other resume with all my volunteer work at the clubs and stuff like that, in the recovery club and behind the counter and working with people. I twisted it. And every time I went by this place, it was down at Main and Cobalt. You know where the Cobalt Hotel is? Remember the Bank of Montreal that was there? And beside the Bank of Montreal was a scrapyard. My friend worked there, and every time I went by there to go to the school, something said, go put your application in there. And I said, I have no education. Why would they hire me? I'm not going in there to put my application. That happened 3 times. Go put your application in there. I went in there, gave them my application. They gave me a job interview. It was run by the brothers back then, Brother David. So I'm doing this interview. He says, what can you do for these people? I said, absolutely nothing that they don't want done for themselves. He says, based on your history and training here and aptitude and all this stuff, he says, do you mind working night shift? It's our most dangerous time for the staff and people around. Do you mind working night shift? I said, I don't mind at all. So part of my job was safety, community care worker. I can't write. I don't know how to write. I have a blockage. So what I do is, God said, well, it's the same, everybody has the same story. Just look at this file, transfer that information from that file to this file. Or write smaller so nobody can read it. So I did that job. I worked there 11 years. I became a supervisor at that place. I was the only one that never had a med infraction in the whole history of working there. Not one med infraction. Everybody got exactly what they were supposed to get. Not any over, any under. And I dealt with every possible drug you could think of. No, nothing. Right? Everything. And what's just wild is every once in a while I'd do the med tray and a part of my brain would go, you haven't tried one of those. This is funny though. Wait a minute. What that told me was there's something going on that I can't see. My brain's looking for a solution to something I'm not looking at or dealing with. So I go do 11. I go talk to my sponsor. What's going on here? What happened was I was being dishonest in some of my conduct over here. It was showing up over here. And my brain was looking for a solution because I was lying about what I was doing and the benefit I was getting, but it was causing myself and other people harm. But I was enjoying what I was doing. Some of you may understand what I'm talking about, right? I was enjoying what I was doing. Some of the people I was involved with weren't enjoying because I was being dishonest. I was being self-seeking and all that other stuff. So it was starting to show up. So when the fear is, when that thing, the idea came up of taking this thing, it let me know that there's something else going on and I better pay attention. So I stepped back from it. God relieved me of this because it gave me a jolt that I thought about taking these pills, right? After working at this place, well, it let me know that there's something going. It was like a red light happening. right? It's the same like, and how many people's quit smoking here? Tried. So you ever notice when something's going on in your life, your brain goes, why don't you have a cigarette?
That's where I went and had a cigarette.
Right? Why don't you have a cigarette? It's insanity. It's a form of insanity. You have no defense against it based on looking for some sense of ease and comfort and a self-imposed solution. You take the cigarette, thus starting the addiction all over again. And then now it's even harder to break. Why do I say that? Because I talk out of experience. So if I thought for 1 second that this thing was causing me a problem, I'd never do it again. I'd just stop. Right? I enjoy it. I go camping. I enjoy it. People give me cigars. You don't see me huffing it. How many times have you seen me out there today? No, smoking a cigar. Right? So that take it or leave it. So, but now when I first started getting sober, I was smoking 2 packs a day and drinking 3 pots of coffee. I don't know why I'm feeling jittery. I want to step on something. Just not sure. My sponsor will go, and then I remember going, I've been restored to sanity. He says, hey, wait a minute, come here. You smoke 2 packs of cigarettes a day, and you drink 2 things of coffee. He says, you're getting close, but let's ease up on that. All right? So I did my 5th step. And part of this is through the fear, perhaps there's a better way, is the discovery of the experience that something happens that you couldn't create on your own. That an event or situation happens where you go, hey, wow, look at this. Right? Look at this. So what that means is like the first one I recognized without realizing it is when I did my 5th, right? After my 4, I did the 5th. And I went through it and I was sweating, man. I was so embarrassed, but I let everything out on the table. I just burnt right through it, right? And the guy who I did my 5th with, he was making something to eat, and it was no big deal. Me, it was a big deal. And I revealed everything. And I felt the shame, the remorse, and all the sweating, and there was moments of a kind of build-up and emotion. And I went home, and I was so exhausted, man. I was exhausted. I went to bed. Now, what happened this night is something that hasn't happened to me before, is I slept through the night. And when I woke up in the morning, I was peacefully resting on my back, asleep with my arms crossed. Like I was dead. I was asleep. And I woke up before my eyes woke up. And what I woke up to was the sound of the cars going by. I've never heard that before. And how quiet it was in my place. And I kind of went, wow, isn't that interesting how quiet it was, except for the cars. I've never had that experience before. Then I heard a voice inside of me said, you don't need to do that anymore. And I went, what? I heard it, and I know it wasn't my voice. It wasn't talking. And I went, what? And I was trying to locate where it was coming from, right? And then it said it again. You don't need to do that anymore. I kind of went, like even more listen, like what? May sound kind of weird. And it told me the 3rd time, and I knew exactly what it was saying. It didn't tell me the whole story, but it, by the interpretation, that translated into, you don't need to smoke anymore. I reached over, I grabbed the cigarettes that were on the night table, I handed them to my partner at the time. No withdrawal, no nothing. And I kind of slipped out of bed and I made the bed. See, may not be a big deal. I just folded the sheet and the blanket over and I tucked it in. May not be a big deal to you, but I have night tremors. I've had them since I was 6 years old. They used to tie me to my crib when I was a kid because of the thing that happened to me, right? So I'd have these night tremors, like bad, really bad, right? I mean, when I date girls and they come over, I say, hey, by the way, I have these night tremors. And if I engage in it and you see me standing up, don't touch me. Don't come near me. And just say, Tony, it's okay. Right? I mean, I'm fighting 4 or 5 guys. It's really happening in my place. I can't keep, on and on. It stopped a while ago. That's another story. So the whole idea is that I stayed relief-free of that for a long period of 5 years. Then I started having some self-imposed crises, meaning I started living in a little dishonesty in my relationships, the way I was conducting myself. I was dating 2 or 3 girls. I wasn't being forthcoming, right? I was sloughing off on my child support and acting like a big shot, right? And I was doing conduct that was unbecoming, you know what I mean? Just self-engaged stuff. You know what I'm talking about, right? And then I was sitting in the club, and I walked in. There was 4 of them sitting together talking. I spun around fast, man. I left there like really fast. This one girl came running after me, and I knew that was the one that loved me. So, but what happens is I was sitting there, and I was cold. What am I going to do? Like, it all came to a crunch. My life is crashing down. And I looked at this guy having a cigarette. My brain said, just have one. Because I seen a solution in it. I took that cigarette, I took a draw off of it, and for 5 years I couldn't quit. I was on the gums, I was on the patches, I. So then in my meditation, perhaps there's a better way. Why don't you let him demonstrate through you what he can do? And I started thinking about that. And then I said, well, you relieved me of it once, and you relieved me of all this other stuff that was killing me. Why wouldn't you be able to do this? So I started praying, God, you did it once. If you're willing to do it again, I'll give you credit for it every time we talk about it. If you're willing to relieve me one more time of this connection to this thing, I did that prayer for 3 months. 3 months. Patch, gum, cigarettes. Hey, Tony, you quit here. Give me cigarettes. Like, it was bad. I mean, I went to visit my friend's kid who was dying of leukemia in the hospital. Me and the mom went upstairs to smoke a cigarette in the cancer ward, kids' cancer ward. We walked by this double door, and this kid was getting, I don't know if it was a boy or a girl, all bald head, right? Mask on, and the doctor's trying to clear the kid's lungs, and we locked eyes. And the kid, what I heard that kid saying, what I was saying, why are you trying to get to where I want to get? Why are you trying to trade places? I want to get to where you are, and you're working to get to where I am. That was deep. It was just, whoa, trying to get rid of that thought really fast. Went upstairs and still enjoyed my cigarette. Right? And so then one day I did the prayer, and I was standing outside the garage door. My kid was playing inside, and I was smoking a cigarette outside the door, watching my kid play. My kid was watching me smoke. And then this warmth came over me. I don't know how to say it. It just, something came over me, and I went, like, and I looked, I said, what am I doing? I put the cigarette out, no withdrawal, no nothing. It just happened through the prayer of inviting God into a situation that I couldn't handle. You know what I mean? If I'm willing to do that with my problem with alcoholism, and it's able to create a change sufficient enough for me to recover from a condition that was killing me, what would be left? So the only problem would be is my resistance to the receiving of what's available for me. I don't really mean it. Or I have to wait to really get the full impact of what's being granted to me. So that was 15 years ago. My daughter was probably 5, 6, probably. Just boom. And I haven't had a cigarette since. My brain has thought about it. Why don't you have a cigarette? And it's usually associated with pain and discomfort. Self is looking for a solution. I've tried the porn. I've tried the gambling. I've tried everything. Right? Now I'm going to think about smoking a cigar. I've smoked a cigar. Well, let's be honest. If I can get a bit of relief, it's not working, have a cigarette. Then my mind goes, where's God in this? Where's God in this whole scenario? Oh my God, I've been going through this alone. That's where my pain and discomfort is. I'm disconnected. I'm disconnected from the neck down again. I don't have this conscious contact. How does it happen? How does it come back? I go find somebody to work with. God, give me the strength to relieve me of the bondage of self, take away my difficulties so I could go help these people. But I have problems. Yeah, we know you do. Go anyways. Show up half an hour before the meeting. How many people show up half an hour before a meeting? Go find somebody who's just begging to get what you're complaining about. Think about it. What you're complaining about now, you were begging for not too long ago. So what's changed? My connection. That's changed. Okay, how do I get that connection back? It could happen now. It can happen now, and it happens as soon as I acknowledge it. Then I work toward the recipe again. Acknowledge, step back, invite in, work toward the correction of it. What would save today? Working with another alcoholic, right? Don't have to have their permission. Go set up a meeting. Go do something. Go to a detox panel. Go do something. Go talk to somebody. Renee's very busy. You know why he's busy? Because he's busy. I'm busy. You know why I'm busy? Because I'm busy. My alone time is not good time all the time. I spend too much time alone. I start thinking like some of you. I'm not pointing at anybody. And I start hearing how you think, and it starts making sense to me. And I go, I'm at a meeting. It's a topic meeting, and I'm bringing up problems. I'm becoming problem-oriented again. I'm starting to think I'm the answer to all my problems. The woman who I love and adore and who is my life, I start thinking maybe I could do better. I put that on tape. But you get what I'm saying? So why don't we take a 5-minute, and then we're going to get into sex. I want you guys to be ready. I guess this is the theme, is just an overall, and one of my experiences that created a shift and the application of this thing and the way it was attended and working, right? So now about sex. So this is the interesting part. A lot of us think it's an immoral inventory. That's what we get taught, of all the nasty stuff. But there's actually a purpose for the sex conduct, same as the fear and same as the resentment. We need to bring it into an alignment where it doesn't cause us or other people pain, right? It's one of those things that kind of takes more guys out than anything else. They say resentment, but I think Bob was lying. I think it's really sex and resentment around that.
Is Bob married?
But yeah, so we won't get into that. So what happens is they start off by kind of doing a list here. So what they're talking about here now about sex, and then they get into, the different aspects of it, and when you read it and say, so we reviewed our sex conduct over the past, where had we been selfish, dishonest, or inconsiderate, right? That's the first list of all those things that cause me guilt, shame, and remorse, or other people harm. So we've started. So what happens is, what does that mean is I think back, I sit quietly, I do the third step prayer or the fear prayer, whatever prayer I want. In other words, God, direct my thinking. We asked ourselves where we were selfish, inconsiderate, or dishonest. What does it say? We reviewed our own, where we have been selfish, dishonest, or inconsiderate. Anybody think of an episode as I was mentioning those things? So see how your conscience is talking to you now? We'll say, here's an example. And what happens is we go back living in it, and then it causes all those mixed feelings again, and then we don't give an overall view. So right away here, on a separate piece of paper, I'm writing whatever comes to mind. I'm writing my conduct, whatever comes to mind. And it doesn't have to involve another human being. Right? So things that cause me shame, guilt, and remorse, that's the way it was explained to me. So growing up, even though I was introduced to pornography at 9 years old as a sex tool, sex education tool, I wouldn't recommend that. Real to real, it kind of gives you a warped sense of everything. First one is inadequacy. Are you looking at that? I think we have a problem here. Right? And it gives you a warped sense of the whole thing, right? Which is kind of, right? So right away I'm starting life warped. And then I'm being taught, because all these different, the Roman Catholic went through the charismatic movement, right? And so all this stuff of sex, masturbation, pornography was all guilt. You're going to hell. Touch yourself, you're going to hell. But it feels good touching myself, right? So guilt and shame for having an experience of entering sexuality, right? So I'm guilted and shamed around it. Now I'm having mixed emotions about the natural process of development. Does that kind of make sense? So, and then the warped ideas of those I grew up with were passing those ideas on to me. So I would engage in things that younger people shouldn't engage in, right? In the place I grew up in and stuff, like there was something saying there's something wrong happening here. These kids shouldn't be doing what they're doing. We're imitating adults. We don't even know what we're doing. We're causing problems. So when the guilt, shame, and remorse list came, it may sound kind of weird, but I put pornography because it made me feel like some of it didn't make me feel right. I remember how I felt after, right? So they call the slow death. After the ejaculation is the realization of the shame associated to the act I'm performing.
Makes sense.
Being right? So we're driven. The act is complete, and then the realization of,
Shouldn't have done
right? And then now it's mixed because when you're growing up, you're going to experiment and do things, especially if you grew up in a foster care system and whatever, getting into all these other things. There's things happening that shouldn't be happening. People are doing things that shouldn't be happening. Without getting in, who cares? We were engaged in it. We were okay with it. It was experimental. It was all that other stuff. But when it come to light, as I got older, I felt guilt and shame and remorse for what I did when I was younger. Anybody? At the time, I wasn't feeling it. But looking back on it, it brought to light based on other people. So I wrote that stuff down, right? And stuff like that. And so, and even, I'm going there, I had to go for outside help when I was sober for a while because I had two different personalities. Because where I grew up, I got the people who lived a certain way at night, and it was a certain way at the day, right? So when you grow up around now it's a lot more acceptable, right? You got people, they're sitting in a meeting with you, they have their own webcam service happening, and they're living two lives, right? Or they're escorts and all this, so it's a lot more acceptable now than it was way back then, right? And the perception on how to engage in relationships, what relationships were built on, how they were. So I was always raised with the idea part of the relationship was protection, right? You protect your part. That you had a reason for being in a relationship. It wasn't for being in a relationship. You served a purpose in that relationship as a provider, as a man, right, and all that other stuff. Right? You got a problem. I don't know what your problem is. You got food in the fridge. You got a roof over your head. What's your problem? Anybody ever grew up with that stuff? So it's kind of warped because the generation I grew up in, there was a shift where men become more nurturing and more the way they were designed to be. Especially when they started becoming single dads, there was a really warped kind of sense of how do I do this? How do I be sensitive, vulnerable, and teaching and nurturing? I don't know how to do that. I'm crippled by the idea of that. But I need to learn how to do that if I'm going to be a successful dad. And I don't know how to do it because I was never taught, right? So when I did the inventory, I got rid of all that stuff. The RIO, anybody knows what I'm talking about? I know what I'm talking about, right? The Greyhound, anybody know what I'm talking about?
Sex at the Greyhound.
Not the dog. My God, I'm glad you're here. It's amazing what you can do with peanut butter, right? No, the Greyhound bus.
Yeah.
But you don't know what the experience I'm talking about that had me on the list, right? And so these things, and it may sound weird and without saying it, but I'm not going to say it because it might involve people. It might get back to some people who might listen to somebody who knows. So, involving situations that normally you wouldn't involve in, right? That's frowned upon, right? And so you get in it, but at the time you're okay with it, and it's part of growing up, and part of all that other stuff. Go hide and seek. Anybody? Let's play house. Okay, I'll be the doctor again, right? And so what happens is other kids may be at the same age uncomfortable with something that you're initiating. And then they go to the parents and complain about something. They bring it to light. Then you're feeling ashamed by something why you don't need to be ashamed about because they've drawn it out into a public setting. right? You didn't think there was nothing wrong with it till it hit the light of day, and then they shamed and guilt you for it, which they shouldn't have. They should have explained as part of the natural process, but it creates a warped sense of guilt, shame, or remorse based on the pleasure senses you get from doing something that you obviously is against the rules. So now the things that are against the rules are way more better than the things that are,
They're funner.
right? We think. So I make a list of all these things. And then the coercions, the manipulation. You don't want to do it? I know somebody who does. I know none of you fine people are like that here, right? You're uncomfortable with doing that? Well, you better get comfortable with doing it, right? Because the whole relationship's based on this transaction that's happening between us. And if we ain't having what I think we should be having, then this relationship isn't working, is it? Oh, it's kind of quiet in here. Can't believe he went there so soon, right?
I'm quiet because you heard my sex comment.
That's right. And no, I'm not talking about you. But we see how anybody kind of going, oh. So we see we're not that really different, right? So here it's not about, it's just a list of those things that still I have uncomfort with and that I have attachment to. Right? The magazines, masturbation, all this stuff is kind of like used to cause me guilt, but it caused me guilt. So it conflicted. So I put that all down. Then the next list is I subjected each relationship to the test. So a lot of the relationships I have were mutual. Even though they were dysfunctional, we both agreed to be in it. There was no coercion. There was no manipulation. This person provided something. I provided something. We were both in it okay. We were both victims of we both ran together. We both, Bonnie and Clyde, whatever you want to say. We were notorious where we lived. And we both had a reputation. And we had an amazing relationship. It was the most chaotic thing you ever heard. But we enjoyed it. We'd go out on a Friday night. And man, we'd start taking on bars. And at the end of the night, we couldn't get a cab because I'm cut up, she's cut up. And the cab, we couldn't get in the cab, so we get on a streetcar and we're sitting there and we're both looking, people are horrified, we're looking at each other. It's like foreplay. Right? We're both impressed with each other. I love you, you love me, let's go home. What are we going to do tomorrow? So that's acceptable. It may sound kind of weird, but that's acceptable. We both agreed we're okay with that lifestyle. Now, some of the things I did in that relationship are on the upper list. Some of the things I did within that relationship weren't so cool, wasn't so nice, wasn't so caring, loving, or concerning, right? Didn't matter, right? We had a deal. So see what I mean here? So even though the relationship was okay, some of the things I did within the relationship wasn't so hot, right? And then I was in some relationships where it was based on selfish. Well, I didn't really love her or care for her, but she helped me with the rent. And you know, the whatever was really good, even though I didn't like her very much. And she looked really good, so she was more of a trophy than she was right? And a lot of conflict. I stayed with a lot of people that didn't like me too much, trying to convince them to like me. Anybody ever been with somebody that didn't like you? How do you know they don't like you? By the way they treat you? But if you don't know any better, right? So, or the girl you're dating or the person you're dating, whatever, gets kicked out of their place, they have nowhere to live, so they come and live with you? Is that a mutual agreement, or is that necessity? Help out. So you see what she's dependent on you, and you're like, it's kind of weird. So when you look at these relationships, this one's not based on mutual. So the reason for that is, then I get to go back over my history, and what's the purpose of this? Well, one is, right, I find out who we hurted, which is interesting. So when I had Kim on there, right, so I was selfish, inconsiderate, and dishonest. Whom had I hurt? I hurt her parents. I hurt her brother, her sister, the job we were working at, the meetings I went to through my conduct, even though it was me and her engaged. There was a lot of theatricals around that. Her parents were, they started treating me different, yes, because the behavior me and her daughter were involved in, and I couldn't understand why they were treating me the way they do. Some of the home groups I was going to in early sobriety, They started talking to me all the time. Of course, because I was a good-looking guy and I was sleeping, whatever. You know what I mean? It was causing a lot of problems and rift within the fellowship. My conduct was unbecoming of somebody who was engaged with new people, even though we both agreed on it. I was more concerned with my relationship with my penis than them. And what I was looking for a three-way, that we both could be concerned with my penis.
Ideally.
So I had a relationship with my penis, and I was looking for someone else to have a relationship with my penis. The first introduction is this too soon? But that can't be the truth. That's the truth. Because how soon do I want to bring out, Popeye, right? I don't know. I'm trying to say it in a nice way to me. But so see where my most concern is my sex drive. It's not the other person. It's more getting a sense of ease and comfort, more my needs, my wants, and are you here to fulfill what I want? If not, then I need to move on. Am I the only one like that here? So it's interesting. You think that would cause problems within your own life? Then you get to a place where you're lying in a relationship and you're totally lonely because you don't know the person you're with. I remember living with this person for 3 months and I go, by the way, what's your last name? I didn't even know what their last name was, their date of birth or anything. I've come to with people that drinking that I've been engaged with, I don't know for how long, and then I don't see them again. I just move on to another relationship, another situation, like nothing ever happened. Avoiding all my responsibilities, all my things, just move on, just leave. And so how I learned how to deal with relationships was, where I had caused harm was, anytime there was a problem in a relationship, I would start leaving. They go, where are you going? I said, I'm going to go get some boxes. They said, for what? I said, you can't carry all your shit in your hands, can you? That'd be it. It'd be over. They would sit there and start crying, and I'd look at them like, what's the matter with them? I'd look at them like amazed because my inability to feel empathy. I'm dead from the neck down. Anytime I was concerned with pain, it was my pain. It wasn't their pain. I was fixated on my pain, but I didn't know the difference. Right? So when I did this inventory, the way it's laid out at 16 years sober, I said, I got to be missing something here because I did it the Joe and Charlie way. I said, I'm missing something here because I shouldn't be having the experience I'm having if I'm living by certain spiritual principles and engaged in a spiritual life. I shouldn't be exhibiting the pain I'm exhibiting. I'm missing something. So it got to a place I was in so much pain I couldn't go on anymore. So I looked at the book again, and what it says, I miss this. In this way, we tried to shape a sane and sound idea for our future sex life. God, I never did that. I did a 4-step of all the nasty, guilty things, shame-based stuff I did, but I never built a sane idea for the future based on my conduct in the past. So it talks about here, we ask God to mold our ideas and help us live up to them. Now we're in meditation. This sounds like a bit like step 11. Where do we learn how to do step 11? We learn how to do it in 4. For the first time, I'm inviting God into this situation. I'm asking for a sane and sound idea. So what I did was I took all my relationships that I had with every person, place, and thing, and I highlighted the best qualities of that, including my kids, the best qualities I had of this nurturing and all this other stuff. And then I had this list of prerequisites that I was looking for somebody to be in a relationship with. But you know what happened first? I had to be all those things. Because you only attract where you are. Or you attract somebody who's looking to fix you. Let the pain begin. So what happens means is I got raised my kids and I was joint father, joint custody of my kids, and my one daughter goes, Dad, why aren't you in a relationship? Because before that, when I did this, the first time it was, well, I just want to have somebody that I could have fun with on the weekends, but be honest with them because I'm a single dad. I don't want to introduce you to my kids. I don't want to bring you in and out of my kids' life. I just want to have fun with you on the weekends. I don't have my kids. You have kids too. Are you okay with that? I'm not looking for a relationship. I'm just looking for someone to go to a movie, have something. I'm being honest with you about my motives. I'm not telling you everything you want to hear so I can get what I want to get, which I'm used to doing, and it causes pain. Yes? Right? So I realized, okay, so I did that for a while, and then I realized I was lonely. I wanted something more, something with more substance. For all of a sudden, so I started getting into a couple of relationships, and I was having problems in those relationships. Like I said, I'd just go get boxes and then end it. Especially if it came to my kids. You said something about my kid, like the one I was in a relationship with. We're sitting enjoying ourselves, and she leans over, smells my daughter's hair. She's been playing outdoors all day. She's a kid, like a little tomboy, right? She goes, "Oh my God, your kid's hair smells musty." And she embarrassed my kid. I stood up. I said, "Can you come here for a second?" She came to me. I gave her her coat, and I said, "Thank you. You don't need to come back." Just closed the door. That was the end of that. And my daughter goes, "Where's she going?" "She's forgot something at home, honey." Like her manners. Right? So, gone. There was no compromise. But what I was doing was I was picking people that create those kind of situations because I didn't investigate before I went. I put more investigation into a job interview than I did for somebody else inviting into my life and my kid's life. Wild when you think about that, right? So what I was having was fast food experience, looking for a 5-star experience in fast food dining. What that means is I was expecting something different based on what I was doing. I'm doing drive-through relationships. Doesn't work anymore? Next. Because I didn't know how to have a relationship. So I did this recipe. I came up with a sane and sound idea. So now they talk about when to yield would mean heartache, right on the next page. And they give us the formula that when if sex is troublesome, we throw ourselves harder into helping others. So that means this imperious urge that I used to drive me, now I see the demise it causes me and other people. I pray for the strength not to engage in that anymore. Right? Help me not to go through the drive-through. But I'm hungry. I just want a little snack. Just maybe with a side of fries. Nothing committal. Just kind of order at the window. Thank you. Have a good day. Right? If you happen to throw an apple turnover in, by all means, all the better. Right? But definitely no Sundays because I'm on a diet. Okay, so I had to change that mentality. So I got this idea. So this list, loving, caring, nurturing, committed. Right? All these different things. Honest, integrity. Right? Somebody that would stand with me through thick and thin. Somebody that I could have a partnership with. Somebody I could create a bond with. The same bond that I had with my youngest kid. Right? Because I wasn't able to form that with my other kids because, like I said, I was borderline psychopath, sociopath. Right? Absent of emotion and care. Like I was just numb. But I'm starting to thaw out, and who helped me thaw out was my third daughter. My first daughter I just walked away from. Because why? Because I was a danger to myself and everybody around me, and I knew her life would be better without me. Could you imagine that kind of understanding that the best thing you could do for your kid is to walk away from them and the mother of her? That's pretty well. When I look back on it, I think, oh my God, what state was this person in to have that kind of understanding, to walk away from that situation, right? But I did the best I could with what I had to realize that they would be in harm's way being next to me because I couldn't control my emotional nature. I was a danger to me and everybody around me, right? Domestic violence was starting to be a part of my repertoire. Didn't matter who you were. And what the truth is, because I couldn't control my emotional nature, my daughter was just starting to walk, and I was just getting these visits, and I found myself raising my hand to hit my kid. And I was horrified at that emotion that was driving me, and I thought, my God, you're an animal. And you know what? I couldn't share that with nobody. These thoughts and these ideas of hurting this person and and the mother, and I'd get these rages. And I think, my God, what's the matter with you? There's something matter. And I kept that to myself. And what I do is just remove myself from it. Right? Spiritual pride or whatever you want to call it, right? So that I've made amends for and all that other stuff. So my second daughter, I did the right thing. Even though I wasn't connected to a way of understanding, like the connection, but I did the right thing regardless. I showed up with the support. I got her the stuff she needed. I was a show-up dad, and I did the best I could with what I had. My third daughter was the first one I started to feel this connection. This thing that happened inside freaked me out, that I was connected. It kind of broke the seed open of this thing that makes us human, a connection to our offspring. And it was amazing. When she was born, I slept 3 days on the floor that nobody could get near her in the hospital. I slept on the floor so nobody can get near her. It was pretty wild. So I did this thing. I came up with a sound and sane idea. And I had to move toward it. And what that looked like is this. Remember big Christmas dinners? Anybody ever been to a big Christmas dinner? Everybody's spending all that time getting it ready. Everybody's watching, and the whole anticipation and the whole preparation, the cooking, the preparing, the peeling, the doing all that stuff, setting the table. It's a big event, yes? And if you participate in that, it's a pretty awesome thing. But if you go to McDonald's while they're preparing that meal, are you having the same experience as everybody else is? You just robbed yourself of a 5-star experience because you settled for something less than you were hoping for. You wanted a 5-star experience in this 5-star restaurant, but you keep on eating at the fast food. Oh, you go to the the 5-star restaurant, but the chef already can tell you've already eaten. You don't have the same hunger as the other people sitting at the table. You're contented and they're drooling at the mouth. You know what I mean? So, everybody you usually attract fast food people. Right? So, I started this process, and every time the urge would come up or the situation, I said, God, save me from myself and save them from me. And help me move toward the right idea so I could teach my kids the right way to engage in a relationship so I could be an example. That was my prayer. And if I was having problems, then that's why God gave you 2 arms and 1 bar of soap. Nothing like working on yourself, if you know what I mean, right? And then you know, but it kind of stopped the and then go work with somebody, right? In a healthy way, like go find a newcomer, go do a meeting, and so what happens is I'm building an appetite, right? And I'm not settling for anything less. The phone rings, and it's an ex, and it was pretty hectic, toxic, exciting. She says, "Hi, how are you?" I'm fine now. Thank you, Jesus, because I've been praying. And the other part goes, whoa, stop. I didn't turn the voice. There was something, so I said, no. You're doing good. Don't order. Go by the drive-thru. Don't look. Focus. I said, I'm going to the White Rock meeting. I can't talk right now. I wasn't going to the White. Where did that come from? I haven't been to a White Rock meeting in 5 years. Hung up the phone, drove to White Rock. Got on the bike, drove to White Rock. I was sitting in a meeting. I ran into a buddy I haven't seen in years. He's sitting there and he goes, "Hey, how you doing?" We talked. He says, "Let's go for dinner." I said, "Okay." We go for dinner, and I'm telling him where I'm at, what I'm doing, the exercise I did in the spiritual thing, that I'm bringing God into this, and that I'm really trying to hold the right idea. I said, this is the first time I brought God into this area of my life. I brought God into every other area of my life because this area, I thought I was self-sufficient by all the action I was getting in the relationships I was in. I thought I was self-sufficient. I was delusional. So he says, "Hey, why don't you come to the Punjabi meeting?" Right away, I said, no, I want to go to the North Shore meeting because that's where all the girls go. I wanted to go. He says, no, come to the Punjabi meeting with me and try something different. I want to go there. He said, no, you're going to meet me at this coffee shop. I said, okay. Right? We're in White Rock. We're going to the Punjabi meeting. I go meet him at the Starbucks on by where the Safeway is before the Punjab. So I'm there, sitting there, and on the way there, it's a beautiful night, and I'm having a heart-to-heart with God. I'm driving my shovel head. I'm talking to God about this inventory process and the right idea. And I said, God, you know, if this is your will for me, these relationships I've been having, could you make the next one a lot less painful because I can't take it anymore? I got snot running out of my nose. I said, God, I give you this. I said, I seen what I can do. Hand to God, this is what I said. I seen what I can do. Let's see what you can do. I go to the white spot. Starbucks. I'm sitting there. The bikes are my bike's lined up, another bike's lined up, and my buddy's hot rod car's there. And there's the video place right beside it. What was it? Blockbusters? Yeah, I was sitting right beside it. This lady pulls up in a Saturn, black Saturn, track past tractor. She gets out of the car. She's gorgeous. She's lit up. I went, wow. No makeup, no nothing. She's wearing a college t-shirt. I said, she walks by, I said, hey, what's the matter? You don't say hello anymore? One of my best lines. You act like you know them. They go, where do I know you from? So they got to be polite. So here it is. Here it is. She says, I will on the way out. I got to return some videos. I go in, I get a card. I put my name on it. Right? Name and phone number. And I said, redeemable at any Starbucks in my presence. One free drink. Right? I said, cool line. She comes out of Starbucks, stand up. I say, hey, how you doing? Like, you know. She says, I have somebody waiting at home. Guess what I said to her?
What?
No. I said, lucky guy. Thanks for saying hello. And I turned around to go walk away. She goes, no, it's my mom. She's not feeling well. I'm staying home tonight to watch videos with her. She was testing to see if I was a dog or not. Before it wouldn't have mattered. This time it mattered because I didn't want to cause me pain or anybody else pain. And so she was testing to see if I was a dog or not, if I was a player or if I was a respectable guy that she would want to spend time with. And when I passed that test, she said, then I said, in that case, here's my number. Here's my card. Right? Now, in AA, she would have called me that night or the next day. First date would have been, hi, how are you? The second date would have been a U-Haul. AA foreplay is you want to go for coffee. Right? She waited 2 weeks before she called me. Then she called me. She set up a coffee date, not an interview date, we call it. And we met at a neutral place, and she interviewed me on my belief system, where I'm going with my life, and I didn't tell her my whole fifth step. I told her where I'm at, where I'm going, and what I'm doing, and what my belief system was. She's seen it was compatible, and she's seen I was generally interested. Then we had our first date, this thing here. I wasn't trying to introduce her to Popeye. I wanted her to get to know me first. So before we went out on a date, guess what I did? Showered. So I wouldn't be driven by my instincts, right? And clouding my thinking. I wanted her to get to know me and me to get to know her. So we went on our first date. Shane, the guy, a great guy. I told her about this woman I met, how amazing, and she lit up. He says, well, I got some Mariah Carey box tickets. Why don't you invite her to that? And we'll pick her up in the Bentley. And we'll take her to the best sushi place in Vancouver. He says, how does that sound? Sounds like I'm getting married. So I took her on that date. We had this phenomenal date. We had a great time. And then we started courting. And we're going great. She met my kids. And then After a little while, I told her I was in AA and we're going along fine. And then all of a sudden, fear struck me. I said, what are you doing, Tony? What are you doing with this woman? She's way out of your league. What are you doing with her? You're just going to hurt her like you hurt everybody else because you're not worth this kind of relationship. So I was meeting her to tell her it was over. I was going to end the relationship. And so what I ended up doing, something said, phone Milton. I never phoned Milton. Milton's married, and he's going to give me some advice I don't want to hear. I phoned Milton, the line was busy. Something said, phone Milton again. Now, God's orchestrating this thing, right? I don't know why I'm phoning Milton. I don't know why these things are unfolding the way they are. God does. If I'm trusting and relying on God, God knows why they're folding the way they're unfolding. And so what happens is, I phone Milton, and he starts talking to me. He says, oh, you mean Yvonne, that girl I met? What a lovely girl. I said, yeah. He says, what do you want to do? I says, I'm going to break up with her. He says, why? And I told her, because. He says, what's the matter with you? This woman knows everything about you. She loves you, and you want to break up with her? I said, yeah. He says, you're a loser. I said, what did you say? He says, are you deaf too? You mother, old guy, mother, how to go, and now I'm defensive, right? He's got my attention. I'm listening. He says, listen to this. He's lying in bed because he's getting elderly in age. And he put the phone in the air. And I heard his kids. I heard his wife. I heard family. I heard happiness. I heard joy. And he says, do you hear that? And I said, yeah. He says, I'm surrounded by people who love me. He says, why would you rob yourself of that? And I started crying. I've never cried before. Something pierced me with what he said. I thought, oh my God, what's this? And so I had a change of view by what he said. So I went to meet my wife. Well, at that time, the girl I was dating. And I went and visited her in White Rock, and she thought I was leaving her. And as we're in the lineup, this is the first time I've ever felt this for another human being in my entire life. At 16 years sober, it took 16 years of sobriety for this to happen. We're standing in the lineup. She thinks I'm going to leave her. I'm going to talk to her. I'm getting ready to tell her everything's going to be okay. I had to work through something. And she started crying. It's like somebody stabbed me right in the heart. I had to catch my breath. And I knew at that moment I never wanted her to feel that way ever again from something that I was doing. If that's not an act of God, I don't know what is. Right? And then we got engaged. Right? And she showed up at my place one day, and she had a manual. She has her master's in English. Remember? She had this manual with 16 points. She says, I went on the internet, and I got all the basic ingredients for a successful relationship. I can see you're not very good at it. She says, telling me you're going to go get boxes every time something happens is not a way to deal with relationships. She says, that's the way immature people deal with things. What the hell are you talking about? She goes, I got 16 points here that I'd like to go over it with you. I said, have you lost your mind? I said, I don't know what planet you're from, but that don't wash where I'm from. I'm happy to report we've covered 15 of the 16 items, and we're still working on the 16th item. She's my best friend. God has intervened in our relationship beyond anything you could ever imagine. I could talk for the next week how God showed up in our relationship. It's phenomenal when you bring God into the things happen beyond anything you can imagine. Me meeting this woman, where we got married, how we got married, and the events surrounding that real fast. I had to get an annulment so I could get married in a Roman Catholic church. Then we found out I was old Roman Catholic. She was new Roman Catholic. They weren't going to marry us because I couldn't get the annulment in time. One of my sponsors said, hey, you know what? My whatever you call it, delegate or whatever, he says he's going to Rome. Maybe he could ask the Pope. He went there, got my annulment, and sent it back. He went, met with the Pope, got my annulment done, and sent it back. A week before we were going to get married. She phoned her priest and said, we got the annulment. Can we get the marriage done? He says, can you get here so we can go through the ritual of getting married? We got married in her church. A week before we were supposed to get married in another church. God shows up. How much are we willing to bring him into every area of our life? Live long and prosperous. May the force be with you. Okay, we're in the home stretch. beautiful weekend. So we're going to do a little exercise right now. We're going to stand up. We're going to create a circle. We're going to hold hands. And then we're going to go through the Serenity Prayer slowly. Everybody always goes through the Serenity Prayer like it's like, boom, missed the whole point of it, right? So what you're going to kind of catch on to is when you're kind of in the circle, see if you can kind of connect to the energy with the person with you. And then when you do the prayer, connect to something greater than you. And think about the words you're saying. And just follow along as I say it, right? So let's stand up for Sunday morning, last day. And see, on the point of we're getting into step 11 here shortly, what meditation means, right? So what happens is the quieting of oneself, right? The preparation, right? So it's not a race. So it's like, take a breath in. Exhale slowly. God, grant me the serenity to accept things I cannot change. Courage to change things I can. And the wisdom to know the difference. You kind of feel, if you're feeling it, you kind of feel the energy of the person beside you. There's like a bit of a connection there. So we're doing the, hey. We started. It's not a normal meeting. We're kind of started, right? And we're kind of stay concentrated here a bit. And then we it's kind of important, right? This is the last stage of kind of meditating, right? The world is now in session. Are you present? Right? I know, right? So the part of the last day is concentrating, being where we're at, and trying to get through something here, and then absorbing a recipe that you're going to kind of utilize later. We're going to hit the highlights of it and the purpose. So that why would you hit the purpose, right? Well, when you talk about the purpose later on, when you revisit it, you'll know the purpose of it. Does that kind of make sense? Because we hear a lot of stuff. Remember when we started this weekend, I said how people fixate on 10, 11, and 12. They talk about 10, 11, and 12. Those who are fixated on 10, 11, and 12 are not doing 10, 11, and 12. Because it's not about doing 10, 11, and 12. What you're talking about is the mechanics of an idea and your knowledge in association to that, and still fixated on self and the correction of self, and so it's still fixated on self. Right? Most people, when they talk about 10, 11, and 12, who are they talking about? Themselves. Or how,
Them doing it.
It's basically, but you don't know you're doing it because you hear everybody doing it. Right? So what is the purpose? So what was the beginning of the purpose? What was the purpose of step 4? To remove the blocks, right? That stand in the way of this connection that's already there. Right? Remember we talked about the paper mache around the light and all that? And so what was the common manifestations of the things blocking me off from this life force, having me live an instinct-based life? If I'm living an instinct-based life, then I see I'm more reactive, I'm more concerned with me, and I'm more prone to misery and depression, right? Because I'm trying to wrest satisfaction out of people, places, and things, and joy out of sensation at the expense of other people. Yes? And the pursuit of happiness is costing me more than I could afford to pay for it. Some of you, right? Anybody get paychecks, regret, spend this, do this, looking for happiness, and why did I do that? I can't believe it. Anybody have that kind of story? I can't believe I did that. But, so if you could have that kind of foresight instead of after, right? And that was the purpose of the 4th. This is how I am on a non-spiritual basis. It's not how I used to be. You hear a lot of people say that. My old behaviors. If you're still doing it, it's not old behaviors. Whoa, that's deep. So, it's an indication. It's an indication that there's an absence of a connection, and you've taken over again, and you're looking, pleasure-seeking to create some form of ease and comfort, right? And as we know, we're not very good at that because as it increases the seeking, so does the pain and anguish of people, places, and things. Because it's the diminishing of energy. And usually other people's energy. Usually anybody married here, when you're in conflict, you ever feel the conflict? when you're in the energy that shifts? You ever feel when you're talking to somebody and you're starting to get, your instincts are starting to get interfered with? You didn't know it then, and you're starting to get, and your energy shift, there's a shift, and you start feeling the fight or flight, and you're going to respond and react, and the brain's grouch in the brain starts happening. Isn't this interesting? I was never aware of the shift before. Right? And they talk about that in the fourth, to the precise extent that we permit these things. But if you don't see the accident coming, then you're always investigating. It's WCB after the accident. We want to take care of it before the accident. Everybody always talks after, making amends after. Well, if you were doing 11, the more you do 11, the less you're doing 10s. The less you're doing 11s, the more you're doing 10s. Because why are you doing 10s more? Because you're more self-directed. You're in conflict. If you need to do 10 every day, there's something the matter with you. Think about it. If you need to do step 10 every day, there's something seriously going on in your life, isn't there? If you're in conflict with somebody every day, wasn't that what your fourth step looked like before you did this course of action? So hopefully there's a shift if you actually do what the book is suggesting, there's a shift. And what was the purpose of the book?
Connecting to God.
Well, connected to power, right? Because a lot of people say they're connected to the idea of God, but they have never experienced the power or the source that's available to connect you that creates change. Yes? So the point of the fourth was the first part was the common manifestations that had defeated us. What was the first thing we looked at? Resentments. So it said, isn't that interesting? I give you a little exercise there. So when you go back over it, you have the talks, you can go through these sheets. It's not that complicated. The complicated part about it is you got to face some truths about yourself, which a lot of us don't, because we like the fabricated story we made of ourselves, not the truth of ourselves. That means I got to start seeing the world, see myself as the world sees me. Right? So I realized, holy smokes, it's like I remember thinking, all my life I was thinking, all the world had contempt for me. Then I realized, oh my God, I'm the one that had contempt for the world. I was conflict-oriented before conflict even started. I was always prepared for conflict. Nobody in this fine group. And I was like, why am I always arguing with my spouse? Well, what were you thinking before she walked into the room? Huh? Renee was talking about that yesterday with his kids, right? At war with his kids. So what are the kids? You're hitting every instinct they got. Of course they're at war with you. They don't know how to manage. So then he kind of repositioned himself and said, hey, you know what? I'm here. And it changed the whole dynamics of the, right? And so one of the interesting books, when they took me through this thing, they didn't introduce me. 12 and 12 is a good read. It works for a lot of people. But the first book they introduced me to after going through the big book was Sermon on the Mount by Emmett Fox. And they talk about energy and power and creating shifts and the power of prayer. And in the doctor's opinion, how does he end his talk? Though you may remain to scoff, we hope you will remain to pray. There's something about prayer that's pretty wild. Another good one is really interesting is, and it's suggested in 11 that we seek these things, and it's just a suggestion, right? Is Mother Teresa, right? Mother Teresa has this thing with St. Francis prayer, a documentary, and it's pretty amazing these things that happen beyond explanation. Right? And so we're so limited in how we think, right? And what most of us do is analyze, I can't see how it's happening. So we're closed to the idea of experiencing anything beyond our thinking. Would you agree, disagree? When you hear stuff, when I shared my stories at the fire yesterday, how many people said, come on?
I believe it.
But it's serious, it was like, come on, that's too far-fetched, right? Until you experience something but yet when they talk about an entire psychic change, we believe that's possible. But this other minute thing is, that's impossible. God don't work that way. Sorry to hear that. The contract on page 63 says he provides all that I need, not all that I want. Is there a difference? Right? Step 11, we think, it said, sought through negotiation and coercion to talk God into the things that I think are best for me, and asking him for the power to carry that out and giving him instructions on how to do that. So we're praying for things instead of about things. How many people, oh, there's a difference. How many people spend a lot of time praying for things? Come on. He's a point. And then praying about things is different. So as we went through the first one was resentments, learning how to master resentments. Okay, so the best way to learn how to master resentment is through application. Like you can learn martial arts, the theory of martial arts, but unless you're sparring, you're not going to learn the application. And the more you spar, the more it becomes a natural reflex. Bruce Lee said it becomes a working part of the mind. It just becomes instinctual, like the response and stuff like that. So it's like the more you learn how to walk and you trip. Remember the first time you tripped, you fell down? Then after you get better footing and you're able to handle it better, or, hopefully if you're not drinking, then you're just falling down anyways and tripping over nothing. And then the next one was fear. But you notice when we talked about fear, it's already suggested that this relationship is happening. It's happening now, which is kind of contrary to everything you hear, because you always hear the relationship happens later, right? Later. Step 12 is when the relationship is. Step 11 when the relationship is. Actually, it started with the idea, and 3 with the connection. It started. But unless I continue, it's like the first time you see somebody go high. Like the first time I met my wife. It started, and then we had to continue. We went through a whole dating and then engagement and married, and we work and live on certain principles of mutual understanding and commitment. We don't do steps. We continue to work on certain ideas. So, and then the next one was our sex conduct, bringing in an alignment with what's acceptable for me and the honesty of sharing that with somebody else who believes the same thing, right? Regardless of what that is, not about shame, guilt. If you're in the bondage, be honest about it. Nothing wrong with it. Ain't nothing wrong with a good set of handcuffs and a bit of whipped cream, right? Can I get an amen? But you got to be honest about it. And if something causes you shame, guilt, and remorse, then you need to find peace with something, right? And if there's some things that happen from your past, then we have a lot of doctors and psychologists to help you find peace with that stuff, right? But the first thing you need to find peace with yourself, and then there's a lot of people that can help you come to terms with life events, yes? And then it gives you the recipe if it's very troublesome, like these urges or these things or whatever, and when to yield would mean heartache. Right away they start talking about working with other people in step 4. Kind of weird, isn't it? That the solution to our problem, and they say in there when you read it, we treat sex as we would any other problem. So we have a recipe, acknowledgement, prayer, and redirecting our energy and thought life, right? If I'm in a meeting and this is one of the things I did in early sobriety. If a girl asked me for a ride in the truck, clarify that. So I would ask myself, would I do this for one of the guys in the meeting? And if the answer was no, then I wouldn't give her a ride. Then it got to a place when I was in a relationship, I don't bring women in my truck. I don't meet them privately. I meet them at the club, or I get somebody else to give them a ride. Why is that? Because I don't need the problems, the headaches, and disrespect my wife. Right? It's kind of like one of those things, right? We went to Dairy Queen the other day, right? And the girl says, can I get a ride? And I made sure one of the other guys gave her a ride. It just happens that way because most people know if you're a single woman, you're not coming into my truck. If we're good friends and you know my wife, then circumstances is, do you know what I mean? And I got that through my conduct, right? Because you don't want to be in places that create regret. I know none of you have ever been there, right? So the recipe is, so I'm over concentrated on this person, place, or thing. So what it says is shift it to go help work with somebody else, right? And Bill talked about that. What would save the day? Go working with somebody else. And they talk about that right in the 4th step. So then we're getting a shift. So we're learning how to meditate. We're learning how to listen without realizing it. So we're learning all the ingredients we need for a successful life. Right? how to shift from a self-will directed life to a God-directed life. And it shifts just in thought and direction and energy, right? What makes you say that? I'm glad you asked. Page 71. We hope.
Top of page 71.
Before I ruin, sorry. Remember on page 60 it says, being convinced we're at step 3? Remember it says that? Being convinced we're at step 3? There's a purpose for that. They're talking about their experience. The only way I can understand their experience and what they're talking about if I went through the same process that they did to come to the conclusions that they came to on page 60, 62, right? Driven by 100 forms of fear, right? Step on the toes of our fellows. These problems arise out of ourselves. And the alcoholic's extreme example, self-will run riot. A lot of people think they understand that. If you understood that, you understand the consequences, maybe a rough idea, but to actually see it, you need to do an inventory. Because if you're capable of seeing and understanding what they were really talking about, then guess what? You don't need to do an inventory, do you? If you see how it arises out of yourself, if you see how you set the ball rolling, if you see how you initiated and invited this situation to happen and participated in your own demise, damn. People didn't do this to you. You volunteered. How do you feel about that, Warm and Fuzzy, eh? Damn. I'll pass by 6 healthy women to find the one with the red light on her head. Excuse me. Why, hello there. She's causing me so much pain. Sure she is, right? Like you saw her, really took a lot of energy to go find that one, right? Anybody? Yeah, right? These people, look what these people are doing to me. It took a lot of energy to find them, didn't you? It's easy to be a victim, isn't it? Just get in your situations where people take advantage of you. You see it coming, but you're hoping you change them. Why are they doing this to me? Why wouldn't they do it to you? They did it to everybody else. I can't believe this person stole from me. Why can't you believe it? They stole from everybody else they know. Because it's me. I'm special. So then, page 71. The conclusion of the point of the exercise from page 63 to 71 is this.
We hope you are convinced now that God can remove whatever self-will has blocked you off from him. If you have already made a decision and an inventory of your grosser handicaps...
Okay, ready?
You have...
Thank you. You're getting better. One more weekend and you'll be perfect. So
I'll be perfect, guys.
One more resentment,
So we made an inventory of our grosser handicaps. The book doesn't Shanghai you. We go along. Yes? So what was the common manifestations of the thing that had defeated us? Resentments, fears,
sex
conducts, and harms. Makes sense. These things would eat my lunch a lot, right? Okay. I look at them, I see them on paper. So, if you have already made a decision and an inventory of your grosser handicaps, what are those handicaps? Resentment, fears, right? That's what we're looking for, the things that had defeated us. Is this not a handicap? To be rid of them promptly without regret is the purpose of the exercise. So we have a new way of looking at our lives. We need a new process, a new inventory process that we put things through so we can see it differently. Because if we see things the same, then nothing will change. Right? Then we're going to live an instinct-based life all the time. So I need an ability to say, hey, let's go through this process. Let me look at it differently. I need a shift. And sometimes I can't get the shift. Say, hey, Renee, you got a second? Or Doug, you got a minute? Brett, can I talk to you about something? So the people I walk with, we heard that the other day, when I get new guys, I say, come walk with me. Let's walk together, right? And what I'm doing in 12 is teaching them what I learned. Why is it so important to carry this message and train or teach or guide new people? That way we both could have the same conversation after. Because that way, when George was taking me through it, I'd go to him with problems. He says, we got to wait till we get you through this because that way we could have the same conversation. I said, what are you talking about? He says, two of us have two different solutions. I said, what are you talking about? He says, you're still your solution and God's my solution. So he says, when I talk to my friends about this stuff, I talk about how I can enhance these spiritual principles and create a change. He says, when you talk about this, you still talk about what you can do to fix you, to create a change that you're comfortable with without having to do anything. And you think acceptance is the answer to all your problems, and these people should thank you for the lesson that God had you teaching them. Right? It's crazy stuff, right? So I said, okay, that makes sense. So now when we have conversation, our group, what we say is, where's God in this? Are you instinct-based, or where's God in this, right? So the handicaps, I know what these handicaps are, because as long as these handicaps stay present, how successful am I going to be in my life? So if the owner of a business, right, is going to be successful, he can't fool himself about value. So we see these handicaps, these resentments, these fears, and my conduct, even though they're creating my demise and my unhappiness, I still hold value to them. Why? Because it represents my story. I'm stuck to my story. So I have to value these things. Anybody ever talk about their problems is because of this, because of that, because of this? No, it's because my values are misdirected. My attachments are misdirected. I'm seeking happiness out of things I already know that won't cause me happiness, but a part of me don't know that. Right? That's why we have those conversations. I don't want to be doing this, but I can't stop myself from doing it. And then after, it creates guilt, shame, and remorse, and then you do more of the thing you're trying to get away with. Oh, I dropped a couple $100 at the casino. I can't believe I did this. I'm never coming back again. Oh, maybe I'll go in and see if I get that money back. And you're sitting there arguing with the machine. Nobody's ever done that here, right? And then now, because self-will is so running rampant, now you're negotiating with God to change the situation in your favor. And you can do that with every aspect of your life. How many people has negotiated with God to change something in your favor that you created?
Of course.
God, can you kind of take care of this relationship? She seems to have a lot of problems. Yeah, every time she talks to you, kind of weird, eh? I'm always in conflict with her. Why? Because you're not taking care of what's happening up here. Right? And this is determining this, how you feel. And then we're really finding out my connections determining how I think. Because I'm more instinct-based than I am spiritual-based. So I need to learn how to correct what's happening up here in my thought process to seek power to change my perception and the way I handle things. So we see the purpose is the exercise to get connected. Now I'm convinced. Why am I convinced that God can remove whatever self-will has been blocking me? Because I'm getting a shift on the resentments. I'm getting a shift on the fear. My conduct is starting to change a bit. I'm willing to kind of set right these mistakes that how I looked at them other ways. I'm starting to feel a bit of peace and a bit of contentment. I'm starting to see, I don't understand how prayer works, but it seems I get some sort of relief when I pray. Kind of interesting, eh? Didn't say, do you understand this? Are you experiencing it? We hope you are convinced now. So that means if I do the 4-step, the way they suggest, pray and write, right? Pray when they ask me to pray, write when they ask me to write, and apply these principles. And I take care of the brain and the grouch and the brainstorm because before it becomes a storm and a grouch. I take care of the conversation. So I'm re-narrating the narrator. You know the narrator, the part that talks to you? Right now, I'm not allowing I'm not permitting that conversation to continue. I'm saying, wait a second, that's not the truth. Wait a second, I don't want to look at it that way. We're now going to look at it this way. The narrator said, no. Right? There's a new sheriff in town. Right? He's like, there's a new employer, a new direction, new guy. So I'm now talking to that part of my brain that's used to talking, that I'm used to listening to. I don't listen to it anymore. Does that kind of make any sense? So then it reiterates, just in case you missed what was on page 71, they're going to tell you the whole purpose of this again, because there's always going to be this shift. There's a group of people who go through the steps to improve themselves. And the other is a group of people who go through the steps to get a connection with something greater than themselves. Right? And then the fourth step, as you leave it, it'll either become a self-improvement exercise or development of my spiritual, right, connection. It'll be my relationship with something greater than myself or the continued relationship with myself. And when you listen to people, they don't know it because they haven't been taught it. They're still in a relationship with themselves. And when they think it's important, then they'll throw God into it, usually in the morning or night. And most people pray in AA is during a meeting when they close it. That'll be the biggest prayer they did during the day. And they go through it so fast it creates a little bit of a whirlwind in the meeting. Right? So they're saying, in case you missed what this whole thing is about, let's reemphasize what this is about. Page 72, first paragraph.
Chapter 6, into action. Having made our personal inventory, what shall we do about it?
Right? That's the question. What should we do? Is this where you go, burn it? That's what I think we should do about it. Burn it. Right? Burn it. So it's not asking you the question. It's putting out the question people out. Well, and then the question mark means who answers it? They do. What a lot of people do is they go, oh, there's a question mark. Oh, they asked us a question. And now you're going to start talking about something you have no idea about, like you have an idea. You ever been to a study? People will read something, and nobody in the room will share about it. They'll go back to themselves. Well, that was nice. Hurry up, finish reading. I want to talk about me. Can I share? Yes, you can. Right? It's kind of funny. Or this, I think, oh boy, here we go. Oh, for me, right? No, for us, collectively, this is the point of this exercise. When we do it, another guy was talking about level 3 first aid. Me and him have the same training, even though we didn't take the class together. We use the same manual, the same training, and we're certified within BC or I think even Canada, using the same agreed manual and procedures. And we have to pass the test, passing with so many things, and some things obviously I still need to work on or refresh myself. And when I need to refresh these things that I'm kind of questioning how to handle, what do I do?
Refer to the manual?
I go to the manual. That's why they give me a manual. So all this stuff you hear, we say, oh man, you've gone through so much stuff. But I sat on the receiving end of learning this also. So why am I where I'm at with this? Because the continuation of going back to the manual, the application, even when it made no sense, I continue to do it. So here we go. What is it?
We have been trying to get a new attitude, a new relationship with our Creator, and to discover the obstacles in our path.
Okay. What are the obstacles in our path? Right? But if you listen to meetings, now we've gone personal again. Selfish, inconsiderate, dishonest. Those are vehicles. They're not the problem. They're a symptom of the problem, but they're not the problem. Right? Why we're selfish, inconsiderate, and dishonest? Because I'm back to an instinct-based living. And that's how I respond. Is when you looked at the pie, who took the biggest piece of the pie? How many people grab the biggest piece of the pie when no one's looking? You do. Because it's our nature. Oh, why don't you leave that for somebody else? Me. So we have to learn from birth how to get along with other people. I don't want to share my sandbox. You ever watch kids? They're little bastards. They're terror, right? Biting and like the savages. And we go, no, don't do that, Jimmy. Jenny, be nice to Jimmy. Right? Whatever. Right? We teach them how to not be inconsiderate, dishonest. And you hear people say, I wish they taught this in school. They did. You weren't paying attention. Like this weekend. We're teaching it and you're not paying attention. Same kind of idea because you're too busy thinking about yourself. Right? My whole life, people have been trying to teach me how to get along. But if I'm instinct-based, it doesn't matter what you tell me. I can't help myself. Selfish, inconsiderate, dishonest, self-seeking. Who? Because I'm protecting me in my relationship. Why am I having a hard time with my partner? Because I'm thinking about me. Right? I've already started the argument in here. Why am I having a hard time with people, places, things? Because I've already started the argument in here. What I'm looking for is an opportunity to involve you with the argument I've already created. Yes? No? Yes. Here they're saying, I acknowledge that I'm going to create a shift. Right? God, help me look at it different. Even if it's kind of true, help me to respond differently, not react. Big difference. So when I know all my life I was taught how to look after, because the whole world was against me from birth, right on up. Right? All our family, my dad was a Golden Gloves. He used to train with George Savello. Like on and on. He taught my mom how to box. My mom taught me how to box. And then we got into martial arts. My mom put my sister in martial arts. Like on and on and on. And it was all not defense, but aggression. All of it. Karate, kickboxing, judo, all right? Hand-to-hand combat in the Army and everything. So when I got a job at triage, all I knew how to be was aggressive. So I took a self-defense course, and it was in combat kung fu and how to be passive. How to use only the right amount of energy to sustain the people where I wouldn't hurt them, who are suffering from mental health. So instead of knocking them out or breaking a leg, which was the old way of thinking, this way now I would restrain them until they got the help. Big difference. But I had to learn how to do that, and that's the same with this. Spiritual martial arts is the same thing. There's my instant reaction. Anybody traffic? How many people inside of their window looks like it's the outside of the window when it's raining? Phlegm all over it. If somebody look like you're talking on a cell phone, you're going so nuts. Anybody?
Used to. Yep.
Used to. But that's just, it's a good indication like of an instinct base. I got to be somewhere. Look at these idiots. Like sometime when I get like that, I knew it was a deficiency. It would cause me a lot of problems. So I would tell my daughter or my wife, when you see me getting agitated, remind me to pray. So my kid would go, hey, Dad. Yes? Then I start praying, and I realized I was teaching her, without realizing it, 2 lessons. 1, how we are, and 2, we could do something about it. Weird, eh? And then her reminding me, and that's what we do with each other. We remind each other. So then we do the 5th step. And they talk about we may have had certain spiritual beliefs. Page 75.
3. Oh, we pumped our pride.
So it talks about here why you need to read this. You need to explain to the person you find about what you need to do. And their job's not to talk you out of it.
GPS signal lost.
So what you need to do is explain to them the purpose of why you're doing a 5, right? Is to talk about removing the blocks. It creates humility. The lesson of step 5 that a lot of people don't talk about, and the purpose of this whole exercise is outlined on page 73. And there's a purpose for the exercise. It's like, yes, to get connected, yes, to do this, but there's something that is kind of like it's like the icing on the cake or the ingredients that hold everything together. Does that kind of make sense? Right? There's like when you make a pie or make something, you need an ingredient to hold all the ingredients together. Does that kind of make the substance, right? It's like bricklaying. You can put all the bricks down unless you have the mortar to put it together and it's correctly mixed right. It won't stay put. Does that kind of make sense? So we're talking about principles the other day, and this is the outline of all the principles this whole process teaches us. But we don't hear a lot of people talk about it. And let's talk about here. They took inventory, all right. Oh, let's back up. If on page 72, if we skip this vital step.
5 sentences up from the bottom of 72. The best reason first. If we skip this vital step, we may not overcome drinking. Time after time, newcomers have tried to keep to themselves certain facts about their lives, trying to avoid this humbling experience. They have turned to easier methods.
Trying to avoid what?
This humbling experience.
They've turned to easier methods. That's why there's so many different methods in AA that are not AA. And some of them really take off because they're self-based. Drop the rock was a huge thing. Why? Avoiding this humbling experience. The working on self, the over-concentration on self. So what was the theme of that book? Drop the rock, pick up the rock, I'm now smoking the rock. What was it? Yeah. So the whole idea is somebody expanding on something that we're offering here for free. They didn't really like the idea of it, so they expanded on it, creating confusion around the idea instead of the humbling feature of, I need to get this relationship to create the change. If I don't have this sacred change of spiritual experience, I'm going to die an alcoholic death. And I've already convinced myself that I can't create this change on my own power. Right, Josh? Okay.
They have turned to easier methods. Almost invariably, they got drunk.
Why? Because we haven't created a change, we don't have a connection, and we still have an alcoholic mind. Even though I can't see, feel, and detect it, I think I've done different because I'm feeling better instead of getting better. I've done a confession, which is a lot different than doing a fifth step. Confession makes you feel better, but you don't know the causes and conditions. You haven't swallowed and digested some big chunks of truth about yourself. You haven't seen the cause and effect. You haven't seen how you set the whole ball rolling. You haven't seen how you invited these things to happen to you, or you initiated them. Wow. No wonder I didn't like the fourth step. And now the idea of sharing this with somebody, but if your life depends on it, you're not going to argue about the color of the life jacket, are you? But if you're in the boat and somebody goes to hand you a pink life jacket, how many say, I'm not wearing that? My buddies are looking. Come on. Pink with red polka dots. Here, you can have this. I'm not wearing that. How many would say that? If you're in the water, I'll take it. And nobody laughing when they want to grab on with you. And not so funny now, hey? No, right? But you see what I mean? Based on circumstances, if your life depends on it, it's like, what am I going to save, my face or my ass? Maybe there's a way to save both. This is it. This may be it, right? Let's see what it says.
Top of 73, continuing. Having persevered with the rest of the program, they wondered why they fell. We think the reason is that they never completed their house cleaning. They took an inventory all right, but hung on to some of the worst items in stock.
It's just like, like this week we had a lot of good food, a lot of things happening, right? A lot of good food. You got to take care of the paperwork. And that paperwork is one ply. It doesn't do the best job, does it? So you need to be a little diligent, right? Come on. And if you're not diligent, it's going to show up everywhere you go. It may sound kind of weird, right? And this is like the fifth step. Okay, everything's done. It's all out in the open. How well do I want to do a cleaning? Or, right? It may sound kind of weird, but I mean, and then after I need to wash my hands and do everything because one ply toilet paper, I don't care who you are, everybody gets some on them. Look at it, guys. And that's like this, right? Right? Even though you may not see how it's going to affect you, but then you go have lunch and you're now poisoning yourself because of your inability to take your time over here in an area you should have. And what do you call that when you... What poisoning is that? Salmonella? No, when you eat your own feces. Septic. It could actually kill you. Well, no, it could actually kill you. Right? It's pretty. So this is where you said, "Oh, that sounds weird," but you wouldn't do that. But yet we really do that with our lives. We really do that because we haven't done house cleaning. So these things that we're hiding, because we haven't been thorough with the teaching we had, creates the septic within inside it. We get sick and we don't know why we're getting sick, and everybody's trying to figure out why you get sick. Well, it started over here, and it showed up over here. Does that kind of make sense? That's why we have food safe. That's why we watch out for cross-contamination, because they learned these things through bitter experience, yes? That's why we teach our kids these basic things. Why do you use it? Wash your hands, do this, do that, health things. And the more we do those things, the less we have to worry about the other things. And that's what they're kind of saying here. But in this case, this is actually your life. Wow, same kind of principles, right? So we see these principles that they're talking about are universal, but they're in application to us this time. Go ahead.
They only thought they had lost their egoism and fear. They only thought they had humbled themselves, but they had not learned enough about humility, fearlessness.
Learned
and
enough about what?
Humility.
Yeah. And what?
Fearlessness.
And what?
Honesty.
They haven't learned. And that's what we're doing here. Do you remember when we started it usually happens this way. When we first start this and we start asking, everybody knows. Everybody's throwing out answers all over the place, right? Then we start saying, I'm going to start asking you where you get your information from. You notice a lot less answers got thrown out? And a lot of people became a little more quiet. And when some people got challenged, now they're listening and taking notes. That's the humility, learning and process. Me, I had opinion about everything. I know it's hard to believe, right? When these guys, the one guy was pulling his hair out, and the other guy was saying, just keep him going through the process. Don't engage with him. Just let him go through the process. Let God take care of him. Don't engage with them, because I want to get them engaged. Why do I want them engaged? I create a diversion. I create an interruption. And then when I get one guy on the hook, another guy will get on the hook, and another guy will get on the hook. That's why we did that exercise the other day. I said, hey, we're going to share where we're at and what we're hoping to get from this weekend, right? And sobriety days. Was that clear? Did I say that? I left the room, and the sharing started here, and it increased. Everybody notice?
Yep.
And it had,
5 guys later, it was an hour later.
yeah, and then, but the funny thing was, the rest of you guys were waiting for your turn.
Couldn't wait, yeah.
It would have you'd be finishing the meeting now. From Friday. Did you see how that goes?
You said not life story. You did say that.
Yeah, so, but what we're talking about here, left to our own devices, how the mind and the instincts happen. That's what we're saying here. That's why it says we learned. And how do we know we're learning it? I could show you what I'm talking about on the map. People could give directions on how to get somewhere, but can't show you how to get there. Right? Back in the old days, they would open a map and say, well, here we are here, and you got to go here to get there. Remember the old day? Open the map, big thing on the table, right? So I learned, so now when I travel, and same with an AA, if you guys get a hold of this one principle, you'll make a game changer, because you'll find more people who are like-minded and moving in the same direction. If you went, so we went to Paris. We're in Paris. My wife knows how to speak French, and so we'd ask for directions. And I tell my wife, if they answer you with I think, then we need to ask somebody else. Right? So if you're getting instructions and someone says, oh, I think you go this way, that way, that way, do they know what they're talking about? Or you could go find out. And that's the way AA is. Well, I think, give them my opinion, my thing. Well, here, let me show you. Here's the city map. Here, go there. Oh, yeah, I know exactly where it is. I was there this morning. Or, yeah, I know exactly. I go by there every day. And then, who are you going to listen to? So if you're in AA and you got a group of people for longevity, right, who are, I call it in the union, God's union, because this is the probationary period. This is the part where you learn everything you need to learn to get in the union. Once you're in the union, you're protected by a collective agreement. This is the collective agreement. It's the same kind of thing. Most people don't get through the probationary period because they start having a grievance with the union. I don't need this job anyways. So they're not learning humility, are they? Or honesty, or fearlessness to face all these things and get going. So we learned, right? Hadn't learned enough humility, fearlessness, and honesty. In a sense, what?
in the sense we find it necessary until they told someone else all their life story.
So when I did my fourth, when one of them, when I actually did this process with listening to for what was happening inside, learning how to meditate, the first time in 11 years, when I did this process, I did a lot of different processes, and it created more confusion, more disruption within my psyche. Like, it caused me more problems doing their 4 steps than Navalco nearly killed me. It nearly killed me. It was a self-examination of self with self. It was brutal. I couldn't get through it. I got loaded, right? And so when I got this here 4-step, I wasn't going in it alone. I was initiating prayer. Even though I didn't understand it, I didn't have to understand. It's like when a kid asks an adult for something, the kid don't understand totally how the adult does it, but it just seems to happen, right? And that's kind of like this thing. I don't understand this relationship, so I'm asking based on the example that you said. This is what made your life possible. Okay? They said, I'm open. Show me. Right? And so this thing started to happen. So in the 4-step, when they say, tell someone all your life story, so here's the example. So I put in the resentment, the guy with the blue cap. Do you understand what I'm talking about? And then I put the cause, I put the police dog. Do you understand what I'm talking about? And then I put where it interfered, self-esteem, self-worth, all these things across the page that it interfered with everything. And was I willing to look at this differently? How did I set the ball rolling? And so this thing was lying dormant within inside of me, and I didn't even know it was in it. Because I did a thorough cleaning, by moving this one thing, this other thing presented itself, right, in my consciousness. And I just wrote the guy. When I shared my 5th step I shared, when I was living in Toronto, I was trying to get home, and there was an older gang of kids that used to beat us younger kids up. And I was trying to get home before they got a hold of me. And I just nearly made the gate, the 6-foot gate. I nearly got to the gate, and this older kid grabbed a hold of me with the blue cap, and he was pounding me in the laneway, right? And that's all I remember. But what happened was, because I blanked it out, was the next door neighbor's dog was a police dog. Me and that dog were friends. The dog jumped the fence and grabbed the kid by the face. And they put the dog down. That never made any conversation in my entire life or any other 4-step or anything. When I did this way and that thing came up with the blue cap, because the blue cap, I wrote it down. I don't know why I wrote it down. And I seen how that created an emotional block. And then I started seeing all my life was full of these emotional blocks. I thought, wow, isn't that interesting? And I would have robbed myself of the fact of this, because I didn't think it was worth putting on the piece of paper. I would have robbed myself of the experience of all the other things that were connected. Does that kind of make sense? So I need to move past my thinking and my rationale to just doing what's asked of me. And that's learning humility, isn't it? Doesn't make no sense to me. Never asked you if it made sense to you. I don't know how this is going to help. We know you don't know how it's going to help. How do you know that? Because if you did it, you would know how it does help. This is what we did. This is the road we've taken. It was talking about this way. If you want what we have, do what we do. Right? The people if you want to know where you're going in sobriety, look at the people you're following. Simple. If they're all miserable, discontent, and not staying sober, well, guess what? Surprise! I don't know why this ain't working. Okay, sorry. Okay, so we made a list of these things and handicaps and all that stuff. We finished the 5th.
We pocketed our
Go ahead. I'll give you one. Go ahead.
There we go. 75.
Yeah, that's where we were going. Yeah.
I know.
We explained
Second
to our
paragraph.
partner what we're... Okay, here, right there. We explained to our partner. You going there?
Second sentence, first paragraph. We explain to our partner what we are about to do, and we have to do it, and why we have to do it. He should realize that we are engaged upon a life and death errand.
What are we on?
Life and death.
Life and death errand.
Errand.
So we're explaining to them what we need to do, and the point of the exercise is learn humility, honesty, and fearlessness. How many people didn't finish their 4, even start their 4, and they're thinking about their 5th? How many people didn't even have an amends list and you were thinking about your amends? How many people before they started didn't start and said, what an order, I'm not starting? Talk yourself out of something, right? Why are these people so happy? Because we're doing something you've talked yourself out of. Right? Well, we don't know we're doing it because we're under our own power. Now we've tapped into something, we've got momentum, right? Okay, go ahead.
Most people approached in this way will be glad to help. They will be honored by our confidence.
So if you do a 5th step, the hardest part about your job is keep your mouth shut. You're not a psychologist.
As the listener.
You're the listener. Yeah, well, yeah. No, that's a good point. One in every crowd. Glad to see you. Okay, so, anyways.
As the listener of someone's step forward.
Yeah, because, it's not your job to point out, look, you're not all child of alcoholics. Oh, you have abandonment issues. You have this issue. That's not your job. It's not the point of the 5th step. That's not the point of the 5th step, to give the guy a list of deficiencies to make him feel worse leaving than he did going in there. Anybody ever do a 5th step here? Yep. And somebody starts analyzing it. Where's your qualifications to do that? Your job is to listen. And if they're stumbling, give maybe an encouragement or an example of your experience, and the rest is just keep quiet. Because who is it between? You've already admitted to God, to yourself, and now you're doing the completion of the exercise and creating humility by sharing it with another human being. When I did my 5th, it took everything I got to get through it. If this guy would have started yapping, I would have closed down. As I shared all this stuff that I thought I'd never share with anybody, I was sweating. And I was going through at 100 miles an hour. It wasn't a point, it was the point of the demonstration of these things. Does that kind of make sense? The humility and the demonstration of these things, and his being non-affected by it is what made the difference. Because this was the completion of the connection with a power greater than myself. That was the last formula or the last principle that I had to do to complete the sentence, right? To complete the connection. So the first 3 steps are like dating. Nothing really happens. You could change at any time, right? The 4th step is like the engagement, right? 5th step is like the confirmation in marriage, the starting, the completion, the I do. They do. We're in a relationship now. Does that kind of make sense? Okay.
Pocket our pride.
Yep, go ahead.
Here we go, 75. We pocket our pride and go to it, illuminating every twist of character, every dark cranny of the past. Once we have taken this step, withholding nothing, we are delighted. We can look the world in the eye. We can be alone at perfect peace and ease. Our fears fall from us. We begin to feel the nearness of our Creator. We may have had certain spiritual beliefs, but now we begin to have a spiritual experience.
Why? Why are we starting to have a spiritual experience now?
I'm getting honest.
Loaded all that stuff.
Got rid of all the blocks, right? Exhibited a bit of humility. It's not about me anymore. It's about my relationship with the power greater. That's the whole purpose of it. So I'm not leaving there with more shit than when I went there with. And that's the problem that's happening. Like treatment centers, they're designed to do that. Oh, let's look at all the issues created by the issues. Now you got more issues? Good. We got something to work on. For another $15.95, we can give you a booklet to work on each issue. Right? Oh, it sounds like you may need a sober coach. Oh, you need a life coach. Oh my God, you need this coach. My God. How much do you got left in your account? And I think you might need a big book just to carry around with you at meetings to say you have one. Right? So the hard part is this relationship now is between who?
You and God.
Me and this power, God, whatever, right? And the rest of us, kind of accommodate the listening of the humility and watching out for spiritual pride. Anybody know what spiritual pride is?
Ego.
Yeah, basically, I'm not sharing any of this stuff. And then after I've shared it all and I start living my life, I can't admit to anything happening anymore. Right? Anybody ever have spiritual pride here? And so what happens, that starts creating the wedge between me and who again? But I think, right? So it's kind of interesting. So this is a principle that we learned what? Well, we had to learn enough humility, fearlessness, and honesty. In a sense, we find it necessary. Right? So it's quite interesting. Go ahead.
Continue on or go
Yep.
back? The feeling?
Page 75.
Yes, that feeling that the drink problem has disappeared will often come strongly. We feel we are on the broad highway, walking hand in hand with the spirit of the universe.
And if you're interested, it's kind of interesting that this is the starting point to spiritual progress, then spiritual perfection. They close the page on 164. If you look at this, if you go to 164, here's a summary. 164. Still you may say.
Top of page 164. Still you may say, but I will not have the benefit of contact with you who write this book. We cannot be sure. God will determine that. So you must remember that your real reliance is always upon Him.
Always upon who?
Whatever.
Power, right?
Power.
He will show you how to create the fellowship you crave. Our book is meant to be suggestive only.
In regards to what? Creating the fellowship you crave, 12-step work. Not, we only know little about recovery, because it gives you everything you need to connect you to the life source that will save your life and create a psychic change of spiritual experience. I would say you know quite a bit. We have the ability to save other people's lives through our own experience by carrying this message. I would say you know quite a bit. If they didn't know nothing, they would have did that disclaimer on the first page. The story of how many thousands of men and women who have recovered from alcoholism, but we don't know too much. But continue reading. Good luck to you. Thanks for coming up. So if you're not too sure what it means, you hear people bastardize things in here, and you hear people say, and it's to discredit God's work. Right, of the miracle that's available here in the saving of alcoholic lives who had seemed their own demise without this thing. Our book is meant to be suggestive only. Well, it says, if you kind of look at this, it's all talking about a vision for you in 12-step work. Page 163 leads into that. Now watch the following statement, right? It says, create the fellowship you crave. Our book, go ahead.
Our book is meant to be suggestive only. We realize we know only a little. God will constantly disclose more to you and to us. Ask Him in your morning meditation what you can do each day for the man who is still sick.
So what are you doing? Asking each morning in meditation what you can do for the man who's still sick. What are you asking to do? Every morning, we realize we only know little in regards to 12-step work. They were only 4 years sober when they wrote this. So our real reliance is upon who? Upon God in that relationship. And if you have that, see to it that your relationship is right. You see how this is connected? Otherwise, they would say, well, it should be working by now. We're not too sure because we only know little. It's like, if you had an electrician come to your house or a gas fitter, it says, and right, they're certified or had a psychic change or spiritual experience as the result of this steps, and the gas fitter said, I only know little. You're not touching my gas lines. You want somebody who's confident in what they're doing, certified, yes? And that's like carrying this message. If you have this relationship, all sorts of remarkable things will follow. Go ahead.
The answers will come if your own house is in order, but obviously you cannot transmit something you haven't got. See to it that your relationship with Him is right, and great events will come to pass for you and countless others.
So where did we learn how to have this relationship? And 5. The humility of that exercise, the camaraderie of working with each other and walking with each other and breaking the ego, or whatever you want to call it, learning humility by sharing our deficiencies with each other and encouraging each other, right? So you see why this is really a process between me and God, and it's not your job to interrupt that, right? It really is, because as I go along, I'll discover more of the things that block me out from God. If you sidetrack me with issues that I don't even think are issues. Like, imagine if I did my 5th step and the guy would have started saying, well, see, yeah, no wonder you have problems. You have the child within, right? You have abandonment issues. I've just shift my focus to my relationship with God, back to myself, and working on me in these issues, right? Am I the same person when I finish my 5th as I was when I started my 4th? So these are past events. These are past things. It's not about me carrying it in the future. Step 4 is not a group of issues for me to work on. It's to discover the obstacles that stand in my way of my usefulness to God and the people around, or the blocks or deficiencies that cause my demise. And what are those?
Resentments.
Abuse, sex conduct.
And harms. Yes? Here they're saying, see to it that your relationship is right. We begin to have a spiritual experience in step 5, and we're going to learn how to cultivate that in 11 based on the foundation of step 4 and 5. Yes?
Yes.
And then we're going to enhance that by looking at 6 and 7. Oh, say, go ahead.
This is the great fact for us. Abandon yourself to God as you understand God. Admit your faults to Him and to your fellows. Clear away the wreckage of your past. Give freely of what you find and join us. We shall be with you in the fellowship of the Spirit, and you will surely meet some of us as you trudge the road of happy destiny. May God bless you and keep you until then.
Interesting. We feel as though we're on the broad highway, walking hand in hand with the spirit of the universe. Not that I have a whole new list of items to work on. Right? So if somebody's done your 5th with you outside of AA, and you have a list of things to work on, find someone else to do a 5th with. Because when you leave your 5th, all that is like leaving the bathroom. Everything should be left there. You've done the paperwork. How well did you do the paperwork will be determined slowly after you come back from the gym. Okay, so, ready? Here we go. Returning home.
Yes, back to page 75, bottom paragraph. Returning home, we find a place where we can be at quiet for an hour. Carefully reviewing what we have done, we thank God from the bottom of our heart that we know Him better.
Purpose of the exercise.
Taking this book down from down from our shelf, we turn to the page which contains the 12 steps. Carefully reading the first 5 proposals, we ask if we have omitted anything, for we are building an arch through which we shall walk a free man at last.
So, where was the introduction to the arch? Was on page 62. We have the recipes on how to do that now. Create a shift from an instinct-based life to tap into the spiritual life force that's within us. To go from an instinct-based, Neanderthal reacting, right, animal-based kind of response to life to a spiritual base. We're going to evolve. We're the only species that evolves. A dog will never be more than a dog. It'll never evolve past that. A cat will never evolve past a cat. Does that kind of make sense? We have animal instincts. We're very animal-based, and left to our own devices, we could be a demise to our own species and to everything around us. We don't need to explain that, do we? Right? When we become mob mentality, we work against our own, right? We will create our own survival at the expense of yours. Right? It's the history of man. We're barbaric. We're more barbaric than most species. You ever watch those animal kingdom species? You'll see an animal, a tiger, still eating a gazelle or a giraffe while they're still alive. And you go, oh my God. Anybody ever watch that? Oh my God. And you feel sorry for the animal, but that's the way of the world. That's instinct-based living. And then you start looking at what we do. Or people look at what we do and say, Oh my God. And then you look at what we do as a species, living on a non-spiritual or elevated consciousness. Oh my God. And then what's really freaky is the world is proportionally reflecting our consciousness as individuals. I'm capable of every single thing that's happening in the world. I'm capable of every single thing that I've judged other people by. I'm capable of these monstrosities, right? Based on an instinct-based living, mob mentality of survival. We're capable of doing things that they're still talking about through history.
And that are happening right now.
So, and individually, I see it that the world represents the very essence of who I am as a human. So in order for me not to experience those things anymore, I have to rise in consciousness. I have to tap into this inner resource that has me not living an instinct-based like life. Does that kind of make sense? I see that now. Does that kind of make sense? Anybody see that now? It's kind of like, but staying over here is going to take a lot of work. And so now they're going to say, well, let's look at some of the challenges we're going to have on this new road that we've entered upon. Now we're on the broad highway, right? Hand in hand with the universe. What did they talk about? We feel that we're on the broad way, walking hand in hand with the spirit of the universe. So now they're going to ask us some questions. Go ahead.
Is our work solid so far? Are the stones properly placed? Have we skipped on the cement put into the foundation? Have we tried to make mortar without sand?
Mortar without sand, without prayer, meditation, and connection with a power greater than myself. Did I take over this exercise now? Am I now focused on a new group of things that I need to work on? Or am I now focused on my relationship with a power greater than myself? You see the responsibility we have, people doing the fifth step, is critical. To keep the focus on your relationship with a power greater than yourself, right? And you'll determine when these things need to be addressed through your process. It's not for me to determine when they are. They will, as you go along, in order to rise in your elevation or whatever, right, consciousness, you'll see these things that have you being torn down back to an animal-based living or interrupting in your relationships with people, places, things. You'll discover is, here's another thing. Isn't this interesting? And that's what we're going to get at now. What is it that I'm carrying forward that they want me to look at? Does that kind of make sense? So have I admitted anything? What does that mean? Have I left anything out? So if I omitted. So if I'm sitting there, how will I know if I left anything out? Your consciousness will tell you, yes? There's something else talking to you now. You notice that? There's things that, hey, you left this out. Shh, shh, shh. Shh. Quiet. Well, how free do you want to be? Hello? I left this out. Me, it was nothing. I left nothing out. But as my sobriety increased, like time increased, some things started coming back to my consciousness. So I went through the exercise, see where they came from, what was the family of origin, whatever, how did it originate, what was blocking, and I shared it with another human being. And it's so subtle, some of the things I share with people. Sat down with Eddie down by the water, having a cigar. And I did a fifth with him on some of the stuff I remembered from 40 years ago that I forgot or I didn't think much of it. And then I remember, the impact it must have had on these people. I said, oh my God, I owe this guy an amend. Right? Like I used to be a real piece of work, but a lot of the stuff I did I don't even think about it. Right? The stuff like so I remember this thing. I got Eddie. I said, Eddie, I was at this party with my girlfriend at the time, and I was teaching her martial arts, and she used to protect me, and I protect her, and we're like, Bonnie and Clyde. We went to this party, and there was a guy there talking smack about her. And I said, is that the guy there? She says, yeah. I said, hey, I want to talk to you in the hall for a second. So he comes out in the hall. He goes, what's up, Tony? And I said, okay, Kim. Kim just whacked him right in the sack, dropped him like a ton of lead. She smacked him right in the head, gave him a black eye, and then she went to smash a beer bottle in his head. I said, not this time. And then the guy's lying there. I said, okay, say thank you. says, say thank you. He's like, say thank you. I said, yes. He says, for what? Then I'm not beating you up. He goes, thank you, Tony. I said, good. How humiliating is that, right? And then we both stepped over him to go back to the party. I didn't make my fifth step or my fourth. I never even thought about it. And then when I started, I said, oh my God, God's brought you a long way to think this would be a problem now. So, so I have the principles of that exercise, right? In the lifestyle I lived, there was nothing to that. It was everyday occurrences. But to be sober enough to realize, oh my God, what that must have, the impact that had for him, the people around him, and my standing in the community, right? It was pretty wild, right? So anyway, I don't know why I shared that, but I was able to address that again later when I was doing my 11s and this stuff come up, to have enough humility to share it with another human being. Go ahead.
Next page, we finish it.
Okay, if we can answer to our own satisfaction, right? Yes? We then, what's that word?
Look at step 6, top of page 76.
We then what?
Look.
What does look mean?
Don't touch it.
No, touchy. Look at, you're looking at step 6. What are we looking at in step 6? They're going to tell us. We complicate, the reason people don't understand step 6 is because they don't understand 5 and 4. If you understood 5 and 4 and followed the bouncing ball, there's no surprises. They're not going to take you in a whole different direction, are they? They're going to continue the building blocks. Yes, the formula, the foundation, the things that get in our way, the things that cause our demise. Yes, the things from our past. So let's see what it says here.
If we can answer to our satisfaction, we then look at step 6. We have emphasized willingness as being indispensable.
True?
Are we now ready to let God remove from us all the things which we admitted are objectionable?
Stop. All the things we admitted are objectionable. We're asking God, can he what?
Remove.
All what?
Things that are objectionable.
What are the things that are objectionable?
Resentments, fears.
How simple is that? Oh, no, I think we should write a book on it. Let's spend 6 pages in the 12 and 12 where you can start focusing on you again.
It's the same thing as step 4 and 5.
Well,
Resentment,
if this
fears.
resentment, and I'm still hanging on to this resentment, is it going to cause me problems? Is it going to cut me off? So that means, this is what it means, is I'm moving to a new house, it's a brand new spiritual structure that I'm moving into, but I still have attachment to some of the furniture I have. But it smells like urine and it's bug infested. Yeah, but somebody special gave it to me. I'm holding value to it. Anybody that looks at it is like, oh my God, what are you doing with that? Oh, it's special to me. I've been carrying it for years. I'm not quite ready to let go of it because I have value to it. I have a story to it.
Drop the cover.
Right? Like, does it make sense? Anybody looking at this, what? But you're like, oh, this is mine. Furry, sweaty, porcupine, whatever. So then it says, okay, so I see I'm still carrying these things, but this is one of those things I won't see right now for a lot of it. It'll resurface. Because now I may be feeling good, and some of it, I still, but as I go along, I'll say, oh my God, I'm still carrying this. This is not today's stuff. This is yesterday's stuff. This thing's creeping back in where I'm thinking about this person, place, or thing, and how I used to think about them is being reestablished in my mind, and it's affecting my emotional condition, and I'm not correcting it. I'm nurturing it. I'm feathering it. I'm cultivating it.
Do you re-let it go again?
Well, that's where, good question. Let's see what the book says. Right?
Literally.
Okay.
Can he now take them all, everyone?
Can who?
Whatever.
Right? It's not things I work on. Well, the reason you have this is because you have abandonment issues and a child within. Then you did what the ego wants you to do, and you now focusing on you, and you're carrying the couch in, and I'm sure there's a way we could dry clean this thing. I'm sure there's a way, we could de-louse it. But it's too late. It's starting to affect everything else. And the infestation you're bringing with you, like if you live in Toronto, right? More than, if you live in a building, more than likely it's cockroach infested. And you learn to live with it. But the new house you're moving into isn't cockroach infested, and you think because I shook it, pounded, I looked, and there's nothing there. But just under the far corner, there's a whole nest of them, and ready to cultivate. So you're bringing it into your new experience, yesterday's problems. Wow, okay, I know what these are. Okay? So, if. Biggest word in the book. What's the biggest word in the book? If.
If we still cling to something we will not let go, we ask God to help us be willing.
Wow, what does that mean? We still cling to something we will not let go. We ask God to be willing. That means I acknowledge the destructiveness of this situation and my inability to shake it because I'm stuck to the story. Remember, I kind of mentioned I was always raised as if I can't get even with you today, I'll get even with you tomorrow. Sooner or later, I'll get even with you. Remember I told you about those 3 adults that just, whatever. It was brutal from the symptoms I was left with, the beating I incurred. I became silent after that episode with my mom. And I seen those people every day for a long time, and I never said nothing to them. And that lady still remained friends with my mom. And I was 8, and then I was 15. I turned 16. And I was something to be reckoned with. I didn't know it. And so I'm in the house, and Jim says, hey, why don't you give them a ride home? And she says, what, that punk? And I calculated and I realized today's the day. I locked the door. I turned around and I said, now you can try me. Now you both can try me. And they were horrified because I reminded them of that incident. My mom went to stand up to stop me. I said, you sit down. You didn't protect me then, and you're not going to protect them now. And then I showed them what I can do. I didn't touch them. I showed them what I can do, and it was horrifying. All those years carrying it lying dormant that I didn't know it was there. But when it represented itself, like every time I seen them, I didn't think of that episode because I buried it. I don't know if that makes sense, right? But then it represented itself, and what it did, it could have had severe impacts if it would have went another way. It could have went severely wrong and my whole life. So some of this stuff, like with my mom, and my dad, all this stuff's lying dormant. And when some instances, when I'm not doing spiritually well, I'd be reminded of what they did. And I start thinking about it, and it impacts how I feel and my response to them. Anybody? Yeah. Relationship, people are close to you, things are fun. But the certain moments you're bringing up the past and past events, and you want to make them, sure, a trigger. But I would say opening a suitcase that's packed away nicely. Right? And now you're responding to the past, yes? Anybody been in a relationship with somebody for a long time? Yeah. How many people fight about past episodes, past events? How many people initiate with them? Yeah. You're initiating, right? That's step 6. That's yesterday's stuff, determining how you respond today, right? And some of it's deep, some of it's years. My job is to correct it or to acknowledge it, that this festering is still there. And so what happens is an abscess on my spirit. And that abscess has all this energy attached to it. So what happens is the steps, there's step 6 is like a pressure cooker valve that I tap into this thing. So by the acknowledgement of sharing it, drops it a bit. That means I'm not driven by it anymore when it resurfaces, unless I start feeding it. If I start feeding it, I cap the pressure and it builds. And the energy is because, even though it's like it's me and my friend here, right? We're talking, and I remember what he did a long time ago. But I'm talking to him. Well, I'm using an example, right? So we're talking today. He's smiling. Everything's good. I'm smiling. And now I'm not talking to him today. I'm talking to him yesterday and bringing that in. He don't know I'm doing that. My energy is carrying. My brain's taken over. Yeah, remember what he did? Look at this, smiling at you. He thinks, blah, 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 blah. Right? Remember? Now I blow up and he goes, whoa, what's that about? nothing to do with him anymore. It's me and me carrying the abscess. So the willingness is, oh, this is coming up, stepping back, God save me. And as time goes on, right, you get to a place where you know there's something there, but you're not even engaging in because it's scarred over. There's no attachment to it anymore. Unless you want to add, to redo it. Like, oh, let's pump this up again. Right? But it's not. So what that looks like is, as the people you love and the people you're with, and it goes into step 11 stuff, and it's the resurfacing. So step 6 is the stuff that I'm still hanging on from when? Yesterday. That I'm bringing forward. It's now a defect of character. Before it was a resentment. Now it's starting to develop my personality. It's becoming a personality trait, which is a defect from the factory. Does that kind of make sense? You see a defect that's carried through, and they realize, oh my God, this part's defective, so we're going to do a recall. Right? They bring it back in, fix it, right? Replace it, and that's what I see this part's defective, but I can't get it in back to the station, so I'll become aware of it. And as time goes on, hopefully it corrects itself, right? This defect, right? And pretty soon it needs to be replaced with something. So an example of that, and this goes into 11, but since we're here, so the amends with my mom, when I first flew my mom out here, after I did my 4 my 5, I flew my mom out here, and because of the dog and all that stuff. So I wanted, part of the amends was to show her how well I was living, and that she didn't have to worry about me anymore. She used to give me a card with her name and number on it to put in my pocket. And I thought it was funny. They said in case they find you, they know who to contact. And I thought she was being over dramatic, right? So anyhow, I brought her out here, and I treated her good. Brought her to my apartment. I showed her my place and how well I was doing, and I kept my mouth shut. Every time I was feeling, she would try to. I interpreted it as her trying to. I just kept my mouth shut, right? And at the end of the show, I did a step 9 with her, and I was making amends. And she said I didn't owe her any money. I wanted to give her some money, and she said no, it's good. And so I talked to her about some amends and stuff like that. And then when I drove her to the airport and put her back on the plane, she bought me one of those fridge magnets, right? And when I went home, I realized the fridge magnet was backwards on the fridge. I thought, this is weird. I turned it over. She says, forgiven in full. She wrote on it. That was pretty cool. But now, doesn't mean everything's white as snow anymore, because there's a history of really bad. So the last 10 years, I've been driving my mom around. So I was driving this 2 years ago. So this is 2 years ago. I'm 33 years sober. 33 years in sobriety. I'm driving my mom around, and I'm telling everybody, oh, we're looking at the idea of having a kid, either having one or adopting. My wife really wants to have a kid. And every time I said that, my mom would say, I hope you have a kid just like you. I just looked at her and went, feel the energy, eh? God? Day 1, smiled at her. I said, I love you, Mom. Day 2, hotels, driving her around, looking after her, and there's all that. Day 2, hey, talk to my cousin. Hope you have a kid just like you. The 5th day, I pulled the car over, and I said, listen, I don't know why you continue this way. I'm not too sure. But if I would love to have a kid just like me, right? Because I know how I would have, if I didn't, what I said to her, if I didn't endure all the trauma that I had in the environment I was raised in, not that I'm complaining about it now, you did the best. We're lucky to be alive, and we're survivors of the environment and the cards that were dealt us. I thank you for everything, who I am, and everything you did for me, right? I said, why wouldn't I be a great kid? She says, yeah, you'd be a great kid. If, like, your kid would be great if the life you live. So I said, so what do you say? She goes, then she realized because I heard that without responding to her, she says, when I was 16 and I met my dad, I turned to her and I said, I don't need you anymore. I got my dad. Could you imagine the impact as a parent, what that would feel like? And I didn't even give it a thought on my fifth step or my fourth step. But she carried that all those years. A defect that when I talk about kids, it would bring up that hurt or that angst. And how are we the same way? So by sitting there and diffusing it, guess how many times she said that since then? She hasn't said it, because what I did do by me addressing this six-step stuff within inside of me and the willingness to have God take care of these things, I was being willing to listen to her hurt without getting involved in it. Without getting involved in her hurt. Right? Is pretty wild stuff. So we'll see how this carries into 11. And my willingness to acknowledge this thing's still there. I have a couple guys in AA still. And I know they're there, so I don't engage with them. One guy acted like he was my best friend. I was going through where it was brutal. My brother just died. Everything was just happening. And he acted like my best friend. And I'm telling the person I'm separating with without getting into it. And she says, oh, you're friends, eh? She says, your friends aren't so your friends. I said, I'd trust him with my life. She says, that guy been hanging out with you, taking the meetings and acting like your comforter? He's been phoning me, trying to get me out on a date. I stood outside the club. I said, you know what? You don't come from where I come from. She says, how do you know that? I said, because you still got all your teeth. Acting the way I'm sober. Because because you still got all your teeth. I said, you have no idea. I said, what you can do for me is just stay away from me. Right? So every time I see him, I still think about that, but the energy is coming less and less and less and less. And that was over, that's a betrayal. I realize it's a part of my defect that I carry, and I'm willing not to act on it. I've never invited him out for coffee, I don't invite him for dinner, but when I see him, I'll shake his hand, and I'll wish him well. Even though this defect's still present, right? Because it's still, but it doesn't govern my life anymore. Does that kind of make any sense? Okay, so.
Is there forgiveness there, or?
I don't know about all that forgiveness and all that stuff. I'm still waiting. No, I'm still. The point is, the honesty is I don't expect nothing from him. He hadn't even made amends for it. Right?
Forgiveness for yourself.
So it's not even forgiveness for myself. It's like, if you stub your toe on a.
It's discernment.
If you stub your toe on a cabinet, you need to forgive the cabinet. I'm just aware of that possibility of that pain still exists, and I don't give it much thought either way.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the thing there. So all the fancy words, forgiveness. So forgiveness would mean no longer revisit. So I can't say, people say, so wait a minute. People say I forgive, but yet remind you of what they're forgiving you about. People talk about forgiveness and keep bringing up all the list of things they forgive.
You've been talking to my wife again?
Yeah, so you don't forget. So we're gonna answer the book. Okay, let's go back. You guys are gonna get me going down a rabbit hole again. Okay, go ahead.
When ready, we say something like this: my Creator, I am now willing that you should have all of me, good and bad. I pray that you remove from me every single defect of character which stands in the way of my usefulness to you and my fellows.
Every single defect of character. What's that?
Resentment,
harm, all the emotional attachments of yesterday that determines today. Right? So remove from me these defects of character, so when I walk in a meeting, I see that guy doesn't hold my energy, so can't be effective with other people. There used to be a guy, we were talking about it earlier. Man, I used to just talk to my sponsor because he thought he was a tough guy, and I always had a problem with people like that my whole life. So I was the protector and all that other stuff. So he ended up beating up a couple of my sponsees, right? Like one of those guys, right? So I wanted to really take care of him. I was going to go meet him in the parking lot while he got home and just wait for him in the parking lot. And then I said, okay, let's see, you're a tough guy. Let's see how tough you are, right? My sponsor says you can't do this. This guy was eating my lunch. right? Like it stuff that he was everywhere I was going, and he wasn't there. I'd go to the meeting expecting to see him. He wasn't there. You see what's happening? I'd be in the meeting. He'd show up, and I'd just look at him. Right? And then my sponsor says, you got to do some stuff around this. Pray. So I had to pray for him. And then I had to do an inventory. I had to do his inventory. That's the best thing you do sometimes, do people's inventory. What that means is I had to look at where he came from and why he was the way he was and how he couldn't help himself because he has a subtle form of Tourette's, but it comes out in behavioral problems that initiated people in toxicity and how I participate in that. And by being willing to do this prayer every time I seen him or every time this emotion came up, as time went on, he came into a room and I had no shift whatsoever. No shift, no nothing. He no longer owned me or my lunch. Ate lunch with me. Does that kind of make sense? Yeah. So just by willing to, every time this came up, okay, over and over and over. Like when you're in a tent, you just don't kill one mosquito. Okay, go ahead.
Grant me strength as I go out from here to do your bidding. Amen. We have then completed step 7.
So that's in the moment. That's in the moment. That means I still carry all these things. I'm imperfect. I'm defective as a human being. Right? In the moment, what are those things? I don't know what those things are. Whatever it is in that moment, can you remove it so I can be helpful to the next person in that meeting, participate in my life here? Does that kind of make sense? Yeah. It's pretty cool. So who does that initiation? Who does that assessment?
You do.
Okay, we're going to read it again slowly. When ready, we said something like this. My Creator, I'm now willing that you should have all of me. And here's a qualification, good and... Why good and bad? Why not just the bad? When most people talk about 6 and 7, they talk about all the bad stuff. And then they talk about all the good stuff that they're doing. Who are you still talking about? You. I'm working on this. I'm working on that. The family of origin, abandonment. Me. Can I talk to you about me? You want to hear some more about me? You don't want to know why I am the way I am? Let me go over the story again. Did you hear my story yet? Did you hear my story? Let me go over the story again. Who hasn't heard my story? Then you'll know why I believe I am the way I am. My sponsor said, no, you are the way you are because you're not willing to change. I won't tell you what I was thinking because my story defined me. Then who will I be? He'll say, who God wants you to be. How will I know what that is? You'll discover it as you go along. I am a direct result of what I believe is this course of action. My relationship with God has me the ability to be vulnerable with you guys and be okay with that and to show up the next day after what I would feel as an embarrassment and then avoidance. Be okay to come do this weekend and be okay with whatever God has me do. Okay, God, what do you want me to do? Now, is there stuff happening in my life? Yes, there's stuff happening in my life. But those things are not determining what's happening now. So it talks about here, good and bad, the same coin. So if you took a toonie, how many sides are there to a coin? There's 3 sides. Front, back, and the edge. So what we're learning how to do here is like your cell phone. There's 3 sides, right? What you're learning how to do is through prayers, turn the coin sideways where it doesn't obstruct your vision or purpose. So when you're looking at the coin, when you're looking at you, the bad of you, and you're looking at the good of you, who are you staring at? And that obstructs your vision. It becomes narrow. But when you turn the coin sideways, and how could I be of service to God and the people around me? You see everything. You're not obstructed by you. And the most important, what's our greatest obsession? Right? So then they talk about here, can you now take them all? Every one of what? All these things we admitted are objectionable. What things are objectionable?
Holding
resentments, fears, defects of character, these things I still cling to. Remove them all, right? If we still cling to something we will not let go of, we ask him to help us be willing. So you're aware of it. I still want to hang on to it. So my prayer was, yeah, I know this is a defect, but it still benefits me. I still get something from it. Some form of satisfaction, some form of whatever. You know what? I'm engaged in conduct and doing things that are illegal and stuff like that. I said, I'll hang on to this till you have something better for me. I was open to that negotiation. When you have something better for me, I'll let this go. May sound kind of weird, but that was my thing. I know, like I wasn't that well when I got here. I know it's hard to believe listening to me today, right? But in my negotiation with God, I'm willing. You can have this if you have something better for me. What is it that you have for me? Just wait and see. Are you willing? That's all you need to do. Are you willing? Are you willing to change these clothes for these clothes after you've taken a shower? No, I'd like to just change clothes. Then you don't have the benefit of wearing new clothes. You ever let your bathroom go to shit? You look at the shower and you just look at, oh my God. But you take a shower anyways? That's step 6 and 7. I'm willing, but you take the shower, try not to look at it. Right? And then you say, you know what? I'm willing to do 7. And you clean the whole bathroom. And you look at it, how do you feel?
Good.
Yeah.
Keeping it like that.
Yeah, you feel, wow, this is nice. What's the first thing you want to do once the bathroom's all clean? Have a shower.
Look at it.
And it's kind of like, wow, this is good. And then you put on some clean clothes. Hey, and it feels good. You know what I mean? That's 6 and 7. Regardless because it's going to get accumulated again. But in the moment, you're able to do everything you need to enjoy that moment. And then what's the good thing about, you ever make a bed and you got nice clean sheets and it's nice, but you didn't take a shower and you're lying in those clean sheets in the shower? You got to get up and take a shower to enjoy the sheets. That's 6 and 7. Even though your mind's resistant to it, you say, you know what? Okay, I can see the benefit of it. Okay, God, I'm going to do these things that don't make sense. I'm going to go help other people, which would clean the water, so I could benefit that feeling. And you know what? You're going to come back there again and again. But when they say here, right, we have then completed step 7. Does that mean we've completed step 6?
No.
We've completed 7. What 7 means is my agreement in 3. I've just reconfirmed it. Who does the work? My Father does the work. And we're his agents. So I've gone to God. I've gone to my parent with this problem. My parent problem, as I do with my kids, I'd help them navigate through it. And if I could remove that problem for them when they asked, would I do it? Would you do it? And that's kind of the same thing, but my kids have to be willing to participate in the regime or the course of action I have for them to avoid that, yes? And that's kind of like the same thing. Like when my daughter came to me and asked about this, that. She don't know, right? But when I showed her, she kept, this made sense. So let's go for a smoke. I see some of you are Joneses, like my buddy. Okay, we took a break. We're talking about 6 and 7. We talked about 7 being complete. Here's an example. It's kind of the same principle, but it's the same idea. We're doing a workshop here, yes?
Yes.
As I started going a little longer than I would have stopped. Why? Because I started watching the change happen in some of you. You stop listening. You start focusing on the time. Because something else was directing you. You're being governed by something else than being in the moment, which is step 6 stuff. You now started thinking, when's our next break? When am I going to go for this cigarette? You stop concentrating, you stop being present. Now, if I was to stop and get you to write down the last 4 things I talked about, you wouldn't be able to do it because you weren't present. That's step 6. The inability to be present. and something from my past determining my present. My addiction or the withdrawal kicking in, robbing me from being present, and all I could concentrate on was when the break would happen, like you watched your watch like 6 times and within 2 minutes, trying to give me the hint. And I watched you do it.
We're only on 6 and 7.
And that's the other thing, control. Right? Like you hear all week, you talk about trusting God, but hurry up. Right? So if these are the building blocks. This must be serious, because see, the mechanics of the mind is if you don't hear what's being said, you're missing the whole thing. We're building an arch. Is the stones properly in place? Are we building mortar without sand?
Is our work solid so far?
Have
we skimped on the cement foundation?
Sir, so see, but you're so concerned with the mechanics that you're missing the instructions for the mechanics. If you don't know this, then you can't do the mechanics. This is the less talked about and more pontificated on and least understood. This is the mechanics, right? So this here is the shift, and nobody catches on. This is the shift, right, that happens here. What's the shift? Yesterday's stuff coming to volition? Is that? Just seeing who's listening. That's good. It's work. I like that thing, right? It's good. Everybody wants to get involved now, eh? Hey, when it's time to correct me, the whole room speaks up, right? Ask you an answer about the book. It's kind of like, is it smoke time yet? When are we doing 11? Is it smoke time yet? Okay, so here's the shift. Step 6 has to do with yesterday's stuff that I'm bringing forward. Step 7 has to do with today's stuff. See the difference? Step 7 is the renewing of the idea presented in 3 with my participation now. Now let's read it with that in mind. Step 7, what does it say? When ready.
We say something like this. My Creator, I am now willing that you...
I am now willing. Now. When's now?
Right now.
Now. May you find them?
Now.
Now. When does this happen? Now. There's no later. There's no later. Now. Right? Now. What?
I am now willing that you should have all of me.
Oh, all of me. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We got to get to 11. Let's skip over this. No. Let's slow down. If I thought you were ready for 11, we'd be in 11. We'll get there. I still got 2 days left on you. Go ahead. What an order! I can't go through with it. Okay, go ahead.
Good and bad. I pray that you now remove from me every single defect of character which stands in the way of my usefulness to you and my fellows.
And when does the usefulness to you and my fellows happen? Now. There's no tomorrow. There's no yesterday and stuff, unless I'm carrying stuff that determines how I act today based on yesterday's stuff. An example of that, we're in the now, but you can't stay present from now because something that you determining what you do. You lose your concentration. You're looking at the time. You're too busy trying to figure out where I should be and what I should be talking about. I want to go for a cigarette. We should be in 11. We've been in this stuff too long. You're too busy talking into yourself. You're not even present anymore.
And you can't even help it.
And you can't help it because you don't know you're doing it. I pointed out, and I'm starting to get all these sour looks now. Everybody take a look what you look like by looking at your neighbor. I don't like this guy. As long as you didn't make it personal, it was good. Can we go back to talking about how wonderful we are? And I work 10, 11, and 12 every day. And boy, ain't I fantastic. Yes, we'll get to that in a second. We're going to have that meeting at 1. As you drive home, you could remind yourself in the mirror how wonderful you are. Okay, so we have completed step 7. Why completed? That means this goes over into the transition, and we're going to cheat. Right? So, no, we're not going to cheat. So I'm going to go through this fast. You paying attention?
Aye, aye, Captain.
Sit up. Pay attention.
I'm listening.
Okay. I like that authoritarian figure.
Now,
Okay, ready? Watch the wording of this. This is wording important. Chuck used to say, it doesn't say that. I said, it does say that. He says, go read it again. I go read it again. Oh, go back and tell him what it says. He says, it doesn't say that. Go read it again. Shit. Sometimes I'd have to read something 10 times. I go back and I say it, and he'd go, it says that. So we hear a lot of stuff in meetings, and you don't know if it's true or not. It says that because you've never studied and read it. You just go by, it must be true. I heard it in meetings. Then I would question it. Because if you're new and agreeing what you're hearing, then, wait a minute. Because most of the stuff you don't agree with is the stuff you don't like that's usually the truth, right? And the stuff that you really like and agree with is usually bullshit. If you're driven by 100 forms of fear and self-delusion, the stuff that's most appealing to you is the stuff that has you sitting here. Oh. So how do we get... I go through, I'll swallow and digest some big chunks of truth about myself. I see how easily deceived I am and misled by myself. And my story, and my version, and my dialogue with me and my narrator. How much time I spend talking to this person that don't like me, creating a story, and then creating a discomfort. And then I see I'm on this emotional roller coaster based on my participation. Right, buddy? And now when we point it out, it's like, wow, it's way different than my understanding Friday. How I came into this Friday and where I'm at now is kind of like, wow, there's something that could be done about my whole reality and my existence and the experience that I'm having. That's pretty cool stuff. I've now been given a recipe. It's pretty interesting. So now let's read on.
Now we need more action, without which we find that faith without works is dead. Let's look at steps 8 and 9.
What are we doing?
Looking.
We're looking. We're looking at 8 and 9. This whole thing is about preparation. Step 4 was a preparation, yes? Step 3 was an idea. Step 4 was a preparation. Step 5, you need to do step 4 in order to do a 5, yes? You need to do a 5 in order to look at 6 and 7, yes? Right? So it's kind of preparation. So step in 8 and 9 is not about shanghaiing people and rushing out. It's about preparation. It's about preparing yourself, looking at, correcting, right? And then, so there's a theme that happens. So from here, it goes right into step 11. But if somebody taught you different, you wouldn't know that. The steps are in order for a reason. Yeah, we're going to look at 8 and 9. It doesn't say we do anything about 8 and 9. Right yet. We're looking at 8 and 9. Go ahead.
Let's look at steps 8 and 9. We have a list of all persons we had harmed and to whom we are willing to make amends. We made it when we took inventory. We subjected ourselves to a drastic self-appraisal. Now we go out to our fellows and repair the damage done in the past. We attempt to sweep away the debris which has accumulated out of our effort to live on self-will and run the show ourselves.
So who's the problem? Self-will and run the show ourselves. Undirected. So why would you rush out and do 9s unless you're directed by something greater than you? Why would you go it alone? It makes no sense. These people say you do your 9s before you do 10, 11, and 12. Do not know what they're talking about, and you can tell them I said that. I'm not hard to find. Every Thursday night, I'm online. I'll give you my phone number. You can give it to them after they've done their amends. No. But the idea here is and it'll remind us, because it constantly go to remind us, because self wants to take over all the time. Yes? It's like when you do a 5th step and you want to correct people and inform them of what their deficiencies are. Is that not self taking over again?
Yeah.
Right? You tell some guy's not ready to hear something you see about them just might cripple them. Right? If they don't tell you, you don't drag it out of them. right? They're not ready. Then they have to be ready. They have to be willing. They have to see it. You don't drag it out of them. You say, is there anything else? Is there anything else you need to talk to me about? Right? And then if it's in step 6, then you see they're still carrying something that's causing them problems. You say, well, why don't you get some outside help on that? Maybe you need to look at it a little differently, or professional help, because I'm not professional help. Because I'm not qualified to open Pandora's box with you, because I don't know how to close it. And you may be feeling good after leaving me. I think I feel good because I helped you work something through something that you deceived me on, and then you go kill yourself. Or you go relapse, you go do did I help toward his demise or his betterment? Whoa, are we to put stumbling blocks in front of our brother? That's not our job, right? That's between them and God, right? And if somebody would have done that with me, it probably would have, like my whole thing has been my relationship with God, and as time went on, more and more these things got revealed that I was carrying, or the deficiencies. Like I went out for outside help. When I was doing my 8s and 9s, I realized there's some stuff going on here. As I looked at this, I went for outside help. 7 years sober. 8 years sober. And I'd go out for outside help in a heartbeat if there was something beyond my ability to deal with, or, a couple of screws not quite tight enough and I can't reach them with spiritual principles. Sometimes that rattle needs some outside help, right? Go ahead.
If we haven't the will to do this, we ask until it comes. Remember, it was agreed at the beginning we would go to any lengths for victory over alcohol. Probably there are still some misgivings as we look over the list of business.
There's probably some misgivings. We're prepared, meaning we're getting ready. We're getting ready for a move. We don't call the moving truck before everything's packed, right? Well, normally, right? It's the preparation. When you go on a trip, when you came here, you prepared for the weekend. You had a list of things that you need to bring and were prepared for if you followed instructions. Sorry, Pete. So, but you know what I mean? And if not, then you found out what was necessary. Then you went and got supplies to be involved. Yes? Preparation. No more Shanghai. Okay, go ahead.
As we look over the list of business acquaintances and friends we have hurt, we may feel different about going to some of them on a spiritual basis. Let us be reassured, to some people we need not and probably should not emphasize the spiritual feature of our first approach. We might prejudice them. At the moment, we are trying to put our lives in order, but this is not an end to it in itself. Our real purpose is to fit ourselves to be of maximum service to God and the people about us.
Why are they reminding us that now before we even started doing our 9s? We haven't started our 9s, have we? We're reading about it. And they're saying, hey, we're looking at this stuff, and remember what our real purpose is to fit ourselves to be of maximum service to
God and the people about us.
That means if I'm an agent, right? If I have a new employer and I'm to set out to do tasks within that employment and I'm unsure on how to do that, should I notify the employer? If I'm working on a movie set and I'm not sure how the movie set should go, should I notify the director? Should I ask for direction on how to approach this? If I'm uncertain that something doesn't look right and I won't be able to do it the way I think I should be done, should I seek some counsel in doing it? Or should I go it alone and see what happens? That's what happened in the first place. Remember, we're trying to straighten out this stuff that I went it alone. I'm trying to straighten out this stuff that when I was doing it, I didn't know I'd have to make amends for it. Because that wasn't my aim. My aim wasn't to hurt these people, places, things, but that was the outcome. Right? Because I was driven by all these things. Interesting, right? So it reminds me, our real purpose is to fit ourselves to be maximum service to God and the people around us, yes? And then they start going through all different scenarios that who went through? They went through, and they give suggestions on that. And one of these things that they talk about through here, some of it's about prayer and seeking counsel with other people and God. Right? And then when we get to page 83, it reminds us what this is all about. It kind of gives us a summary of what we used to be like and what happened and what we're to be doing now in step 9. But a lot of people don't read it that way because they just gloss over it. If we're looking at something, right, the time we're looking at and preparing, yes? Then it tells us our real purpose is to fit ourselves, right? And then they give us a reminder of, hey, this is the way we used to be like, and this is what we're trying to achieve. Ready? So we're going to look at page 82. The alcoholic.
The alcohol, bottom of page 82. The alcoholic is like a tornado roaring his way through the lives of others. Hearts are broken. Sweet relationships are dead. Affection has been uprooted. Selfish and inconsiderate habits have kept the home in turmoil. We feel a man is unthinking when he says that sobriety is enough. He is like the farmer who came up out of his cyclone cellar to find his home ruined. To his wife, he remarked, "Don't see anything the matter here, Ma. Ain't it grand the wind stopped blowing?"
Yeah, or what's the matter with you? Why are you acting like this? Why you treat me like this? I'm sober 2 weeks now. I'm going to AA. I'm not drinking. Why are you still acting like that? Why are you still bringing up the past? Why every time something happens, you keep bringing up my entire past? Anybody been in those situations? Because they're still full of hurt and you're still full of pomp. Right? I'm sober now, and let me try to help you now. I got a message to carry. I'm a spiritual giant. Let me start fixing the family 3 months sober. Oh, God, glad you showed up again. Oh, you poor dear, I can see why you are the way you are. Here, read the big book. Let me take you through the steps. Who started working on their family here at a couple months sober? Oh my God, no wonder I am the way I am. Look at you. And then you drive them nuts. They're infuriating. Right? And then you get loaded again. Right? They come home, the TV's gone. What the hell? It was my TV. What the hell? Anyways. Tornado.
Top of page 83. Yes, there is a long period of reconstruction ahead.
What? There's a what?
Long period of reconstruction ahead. We must take the lead. A remorseful mumbling that we are sorry won't fill the bill at all.
Who needs to take the lead?
We.
Because what's our real purpose?
To be of maximum service to God and the people above
right?
us.
So it's now in service to God and the people around us. And if we're in service to them, how will our lives start working? Because when we used to be in service to us, we see what that looks like. Now, if we're in service to them, how do you think our lives will start looking? Pretty remarkable. We end up with pretty remarkable relationships, right? Go ahead.
We ought to sit down with the family and frankly analyze the past as we now see it, being very careful not to criticize them.
Oh, boy. Wait a minute. I don't like this page. Who wants to vote it out of the book? Off the island with you. Never to criticize them. What? Every time we sat down was an opportunity to bring up what they did to justify what I did and why I'm still the way I am, because look at the way you are. Nobody like that here, eh? Anybody ever talk about a grievance they had and then you start on them and then they apologize to you for the behavior that you're doing? How many people get people around you to apologize to you for the shit you're doing that they're trying to call you out on? Huh? Gaslighting. We coined before they even knew what that was, we were masters at it. Oh, I stole your wallet. You're accusing me of it. I twist it, and then you apologize for even suggesting it. And I got your wallet still. my buddy Don, he has one of the best ones. He goes, his brother-in-law took him back in again, right? And he was living there, and because his sister and his brother didn't want nothing, the sister negotiated on his behalf, and he promised to, and he was drinking while they were at work. And anyways, he asked the brother-in-law to borrow the car. And your brother-in-law said, no, I don't know, Don. The last time I lent you the car, you got it impounded. We didn't see you for a week. And he says, oh, sure, bring up the past. I'm trying here, and all you can do is hang on to yesterday's stuff. And I can't believe it. The guy was guilted. He gave him the keys to the car, right? And as he was leaving, he says, there better be gas in it. Huh? Well, we're like that. Every one of us have a moment like that, don't we? Anybody different here? People are skeptical of us. We make them feel bad because of what we showed them in the past, who we are. They bring it up as a problem, and we guilt them. They're saying how much we've changed. So we're negotiating with them to tell them how much we changed, but we haven't demonstrated it yet in our lives. Right? So now we're sitting down with the family, a couple months sober, a couple weeks sober again. Just finished our 5, we're looking at 6, 7. Problems in the home, we're sitting down with the family. And they seem what? Ready? Here's what we're looking at when we're dealing with our family members.
Their defects may be glaring, but the chances are that our own actions are partly responsible.
What? So partly. So their defects may be glaring. What defects? Resentment, fears, harm, conduct. Anybody remember the grievances? Some people still married and their partners are still bringing up grievances from the past, yes? That's their step 6 stuff. That as time passes, it'll diminish. So now when I go with my mom don't bring, like, through the demonstration of spiritual principles, we've negotiated that when she brings up the past, I don't engage with her. And I cut it out and I say, you did a great job. And so I listen to a bit, but I don't stay in it with her. So, because that's a part of her healing. She just, whatever. And I say, Mom, you did a great job. I'm proud of you. I love you. And I survived because of what you taught me. And if you didn't teach me the living skills, I would have never survived where we grew up. I would have, right? I said, you made me strong. You gave me the ability to persevere. It's pretty cool. And she's proud of that. And it's true. When I look at our family dynamic, where we come from, I had a psychiatrist. 7 years, I went for outside help to deal with some of the deep-seated trauma. And I dealt with him for a year, and he had a file. And at the end of the year, he kind of sat back, and he had a lot of credentials behind his name. He sat back. He says, Tony, he says, and he looked at the file. He says, by everything known to me and everything you've told me, he says, you shouldn't be here in the condition you're in. He says, you should be dead, locked up, incarcerated, or in an institution being fed pablum. He says, how you're in the condition you're in is beyond anything I could ever understand. He says, whatever you were doing before you came and seen me, go back to that. He says, we're done here. There's nothing more we could do. He says, right? So that's all this stuff that you carry, it'll dissipate as time goes on if you're willing to continue the recipe and continue the course of action, continue this train. Right? Okay, go ahead.
Their defects may be glaring, but so we clean house with the family, asking each morning in meditation that our Creator show us the way of patience, tolerance, kindliness, and love.
So in step 9, they're telling us we should be doing step 11 every morning. Asking for what?
Patience, tolerance, kindliness, and love.
Not our strong suits, is it? Not our strong suit, is it? Anybody?
Not a theory.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, go ahead.
The spiritual life is not a theory. We have to live it. Unless one's family expresses a desire to live upon spiritual principles, we think we ought not to urge them.
Keep your mouth shut.
We should not talk incessantly to them about spiritual matters.
Which is a problem for most of us.
They will change in time. Our behavior will convince them more than our words.
Which is an even bigger problem for us.
We must remember that 10 or 20 years of drunkenness would make a skeptic out of anyone. There may be some wrongs we can never fully right. We don't worry about them. If we can honestly say to ourselves that we would right them if we could, some people cannot be seen. We send them an honest letter, and there may be a valid reason for postponement in some cases, but we don't delay if it it if it can be avoided. We should be sensible, tactful, considerate, and humble, without being servile or scraping. As God's people, we stand on our feet. We don't crawl before anyone. If we are painstaking about this phase of our development.
Okay, so have we done anything yet? We're reading through whose experience?
Theirs.
Their experience. And they're giving us helpful suggestions how we may approach some of these people on our list. Right? We're reading their experience. We just finished 6 and 7. We're reading through 8 and 9 now, right? Now they're saying in their experience, what they experience as the result. We'll see. Let's see what they experience as the result of what. Let's look at the wording.
But aren't they talking to their family here?
If we are painstaking about this phase of our development, we will be amazed before we are halfway
What
through.
phase? This phase, meaning 8 and 9. If we're painstaking about this phase of our development. So there's other phases happening, right? What's the first primary phase that we need to be concerned with? Our real purpose is to fit ourselves to be maximum service to God and the people around us. So what we're looking at here, if we're painstaking about this phase of our development, if I'm bringing God into this, if I'm bringing an example of this new way of life that I'm living, if I'm being a demonstration of these things, people are going to see a shift in me as Bill seen in Ebby. People see there's something different here. I'm representing something other than myself. What I'm allowing to happen now is because I've found healing with most of this stuff and I found peace. Now I got to make right in the world. Right? And I got to allow them healing and peace. So the warrants for my arrest, I got to prepare myself with a lawyer and everything to turn myself in so the correction system could find peace and healing. They could take me off their docket. Right? My mom and my family, I need to be a demonstration of these things. When they bring up all these other things, I need to learn not to engage with them, but steer the conversation where it doesn't become a victimization of rehashing, reliving these things all the time. And when these people bring up their pains, right, or their grievances, that I don't engage with them, I listen and allow to hear it without me allowing them to beat me up emotionally and verbally, but to acknowledge the pain and suffering that I caused them, to make appointments with them and not Shanghai them. I'm prepared for a long talk with these people and hear what they have to say. Because 90% of the people that I made amends to, what I thought was the problem wasn't the problem. Because I was the only one drunk in that situation. They were sober. And when they explained to me everything that was involved in that, I had a little different indication. Where I thought it was just that guy that I, put over the couch, but his wife and kids were in the same place. And I thought I was just making amends to him. When I seen the impact of my behavior socially, I started going, wow. When I went back to my employer, and not to be hired under any circumstances whatsoever again, right? It was on my big red file, but not, so it wasn't only my employer, it was everybody I worked with. That guy I spit on that I didn't even think about. The other guy I threatened, right? And the guy who got me the job trying to help me out. Wow. Quite the impact, right? So when I went to make amends to the one guy, he says, well, what about all this other stuff? And he went over and I kind of went, damn. Huh? When I hit on this one girl while I was going out with the other girl, her sister, well, whatever. The impact I had with that. Or the impact that I had of making amends to this one girl where it was just a sexual thing for me, but it was a first encounter with guys that she loved that was crushing it, and I just didn't give it another thought. Her first indication with romance was a guy that didn't care for nothing but nobody but himself. You think that impact all the rest of her relationships? Wow. So when I sat and listened to that, I go, ooh, damn, it's hard to listen to, right? So would I need a way of coping in that moment to allow me to listen to what's being presented? And that's what we're going to get to here. Go ahead.
If we are painstaking about this phase of our development, we will be amazed before we're halfway through.
Amazed, not somewhat thrilled.
We are going to know a new freedom and a new happiness. We will not regret the past, nor wish to shut the door on it. We will comprehend the word serenity, and we will know peace. No matter how far down the scale we have gone, we will see how our experience can benefit others. That feeling of uselessness and self-pity will disappear. We will lose interest in selfish things and gain interest in our fellows. Self-seeking will slip away. Our whole attitude and outlook upon life will change. Fear of people and economic insecurity will leave us. We will intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle us. We will suddenly realize that God is doing for us what we could not do for ourselves.
We'll suddenly realize we're having a different experience with life and the way we interpret and respond and react to things. We'll suddenly realize that who? God. What's our real purpose? To fit ourselves. So where's God in these situations? Am I going in alone, unsupervised, or am I going under the guidance and direction of something greater than me that I've tapped into? Am I going in without any safety gear? Am I just hanging around the edge of the 18th floor, just to unscrew a light bulb off the balcony? Or am I putting on my safety gear? Right? What's the safety gear? Is my connection with something greater than me? Yes? Okay. So it says, are these extravagant 9-step promises?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't say that?
No.
Oh.
What?
So we hear, these are the 9-step promises. Does it say that anywhere?
This phase.
It says, this is their experience as the result of doing their 9s and other things. Because our real purpose is to fit ourselves to God and the people around us. This is their experience from this phase of their development as they're developing these other areas. This is their experience they talk about in step 9. Otherwise, if this is the way we read things, then they talk about here on page 25, this is the page 25 promises. When we talk about the spiritual awakening, well, this is the step 2 promises. This is the promises. We're segregating it. It's the result of this course of action. When you look at page 25, there is a solution. They talk about, wow, this is pretty wild stuff. But no, right? So when they talk about here, let's see how if we're painstaking about this phase, with purpose. Painstaking means with purpose, yes? This phase of our development will be amazed before we're halfway through, right? We'll know a new freedom and new happiness, yes? We'll not regret the past nor wish to shut the door. That sounds like something else we read in the spiritual appendix, kind of, eh? So is this happening separate to that or simultaneously? Isn't that interesting through a course of action? Let's see what they say about this phase of our development. They say what?
We think not. They are being fulfilled among us, sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly. They will always materialize if we work for them.
Work on this relationship, these principles, and being a demonstration of these things in all our affairs. Right? Yes?
Not just amends.
Not just amends, right? There's
A lot going on.
Go ahead.
This thought brings us to step 10.
Not group of actions. This thought. What thought? It will always materialize if we work for them. What will always materialize if we work? The experiences, the promises, the result of cleaning up my past and making right with people, places, and things. And being of service to God and the people around me. Incorporating all these principles in my affairs. Right? Like when you go to work, you just go to work, or are you representing all areas of your life by doing so?
Whole company.
Everything. Practice these principles in all our affairs, not just, okay, we're just doing 9 now. And then when you finish your 9, then we'll go to 10. And when you're done 10, we'll go to 11. And then when you're done 11, we'll go 12, if you're still sober. It's crazy, because the whole thing's about our relationship with another person. So this thought brings us to step 10. What thought?
This thought brings us to step 10, which suggests we continue to take personal inventory and continue to set right any new mistakes as we go along.
Is that new instructions? Where did we learn how to do that?
4 through 9.
Well, people say 4 through 9. See, that's it doesn't say 4 through 9. Where did we learn how to take inventory?
4.
Where did we learn how to correct these things? 4. We're prepared to look at it from an entirely different angle. I see where I caused harm. Am I prepared to look at it differently? Am I prepared to set these matters straight? Am I prepared to bring God into it to have a different view? Right? Discuss it with another human being, the same idea. But I learned this in 4, yes? To continue to take personal inventory. That means when I have an emotional deficiency, right, or emotional disturbance, something's happening here. Well, I'm becoming instinct-based. I'm veering off the road. The strip line is starting to remind me that I'm going off track. My emotional attachment deformity is starting to realize there's something else going on here. We're in a study. I'm getting discomforted because it's been more than an hour. I want to go for a smoke. My body's telling me there's something else going on here. But you don't realize that, and you're becoming irritable with me because you're taking too long to start looking at your watch consistently and trying to give me the hint that I should change me to accommodate your addiction. Damn, he went there fast. Okay, go ahead.
We vigorously commence this way of living as we cleaned up the past.
We vigorously commence this way of living as we what? Cleaned up the past. So it's a recipe, right, for life that, what did Bill say? Works in rough going. Right? It's a way of life that works in rough going. What is a way of life? You never learned how to sail. Nobody's ever learned how to sail in calm seas. It may sound kind of funny, but it means, okay.
We have entered the world of the Spirit.
When did that happen? We've entered the world of the Spirit.
2 or 3.
Well, we may have had certain spiritual beliefs, but now we begin to have a spiritual experience. 5, because you could do 4 unless you do your 5. It null and void step 4. Step 5 is the completion of the circle, the connection. It's the right before that you're running on a generator. Now you got the full hookup and you put the power supply on. You maybe have certain spiritual connections, run this light, that light, getting some relief from the dark or from the angst. But now you're connected to source. And it's developed into a sixth sense, right? So we've just entered the world of the Spirit. Happened 5. We read through 8 and 9. We see what's available based on their experience as the promises they read as the result of their experience incorporating these whole things as they went through their lives. Yes? Right? Is that what it says, or am I making it up? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I'm making it up?
No, that's what it says.
Okay. Just being clear. Okay.
Our next function is to grow in understanding and effectiveness.
First instruction, since step 7. We're looking at 8 and 9. We're preparing. They give us their experience of having done the work. Right? We'll be amazed before we're halfway through. They're suggesting the amends process as we're doing all these other areas. Sitting with the family, praying every morning, seeing how we could be of service, working with other people, showing up for life. Right? Asking in morning meditation what I could do, taking care of life as it's happening now. When? Now. Praying for strength and direction to do what's right when? Now. Whether that be dishes or show up at my home group half an hour beforehand, or showing up at the business meeting, or showing up at work 10 minutes before work and giving my employer a full day's work by being at work. Right? Being a friend where I never used to be a friend, see how I can help and contribute. I see the meeting struggling, it's not my meeting, help out. Instead of just leaving. Staying and seeing if there's somebody struggling, a newcomer, or to listen to who's struggling. See if I could be of service. Ask them to go for a walk. Come for coffee. Come for something to eat. Come walk with us. Right? Yes? Is this all happening at the same time? Bill's not even left the hospital, and he thought how his experience can benefit others. We just started this. We've had this. Well, there's something happening here. Now I need to... it's like when that girl looks at you and smiles and you both agree that you're moving on the same path, you're engaged. You need to create the marriage. You need to make it a way of life. You need to work out the things that stand in the way of this union. right? And that stands in the way of the union is past events, yes? If I didn't take care of my nines and say I met the woman of my dreams and we're going along and get pulled over for a light and I get arrested for warrants, how well is that relationship going? As their parents are in the back seat. Right? Right? Okay. Pretty hard to get involved with a new girl if the other one's still living with you, right? Okay.
This is not an overnight matter. It should continue for our lifetime.
Continue. For what?
Lifetime.
What are we continuing? Ready? We've entered the world of the Spirit. It's connection. Right? Yes? Tapped into this power. Our next function is to grow in understanding and effectiveness of what? This relationship. This power source. I've just hooked it up to this facility. Wow, and it's kind of like, wow, this is cool. And somebody hits those lights, it's like, wow, this is pretty cool. If you've never seen lights before, this would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? You hit that light. So now, what we're working on, this is going to be interesting. We'll do it in a second. Go ahead. Continue.
It should continue for our lifetime. Continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear.
Where did we learn how to do that? Continue 4. Because in 4, we're learning how to master resentment, outgrow fear, and bring our conduct into alignment where it doesn't cause me or other people shame, guilt, heart, and remorse, and a list of harms and how to correct that. So I'm continuing these things that I learned in 4. If I didn't do 4, would I be able to do 10? No. What's 10 instructing me is you just enter the world of the Spirit, continue to do these things that got you these things. As you do these things, clear up the past. Watch out for these step 6 stuff that's going to come back and try to cripple you emotionally. What's the step 6 stuff? As I go to clean up the past. So here's one of them. I went back and I turned myself in after a while. And I went and they wouldn't give me bail. They gave me bail on some charges. They wouldn't give me bail on the other charges. They wanted to give testimony why they didn't want me on the streets anymore. So there's 2 special division tactical units that were going to come and give testimony why they didn't want me on the street anymore. It's a long story, misunderstood most of it. So while I was in jail, before I turned myself in, I prayed to God for the strength to do the right thing. I'm going into this facility sober and on a different footing, living a spiritual life. So I asked God for the strength to do His will and the power to carry that out. I never prayed for the outcome. I said, whatever your will is, give me the strength to do that and direct me as I go from here in each step I go through. How do you think I was toward the guards?
Polite.
I was polite. When they put me in my cell and on the unit I was in, how do you think I was with everybody? I was polite. I was like, so in the cell in the dawn, there was this red strip in the middle. All the black guys were on one side, all the white guys were on the other side. Guess where I sat? I sat in the middle table. And believe this or not, I've seen guys in there. It was the drug division part, so there was guys with track marks all over there, and you could see the hurt and concern because there were fathers. There were sons, their brothers, and the pain of all the family around them. And what I started doing was 12-stepping guys in there. We'd be alone over by the bars talking, and they would say, imagine being told this, what are you doing in here? You don't look like you belong here. Which I've never been told before that. Before they'd give me my own cell and put everybody in general, they'd give me my own cell because I was not right in my head. And they'd warn the people that were with me, do you know who you're hanging around? Do you know what that guy's capable? Do you know? And I'd have my own cell with my own observation camera when we used to all get rounded up for, just to see how we were doing. So there'd be an observation camera in the cell here, right? And all the other guys would be all in general, a cell all together. And they would tell them about me. And they'd go, Tony? But do you know what I mean? What a transformation that is. Could you imagine what kind of transformation that is? Right? And so when I was in there, I think I did 6 trips or 5 trips to City Hall to try to get bail. They give me bail on some, deny me on other. It was like crazy. And guess what? How I was every day. Put me in shackles and on the bus, back, on the bus, back. I don't know how many people I 12-stepped, but I was like a shining light in that place. It was wild. And then I met this other guy who was in there. He was in there for, he was just getting released from manslaughter. He's the guy who fought Tyson. He fought Tyson, and he was their big, huge guy, and this other little guy. And he was asking me what my story was, and I told him my story, where I was at, what I was doing there, and my relationship with this power, and it has me living a different life. He was quite interested, because how he got there, he owned a bar in Ottawa, and this guy was mouthing off to him, and he couldn't control his emotional nature, and he punched him once and put his jaw into his brain, and he lost everything. I could identify with that. I could identify with inches and moments. The only difference between my story and a lot of people's stories, one, a lot of it I didn't get caught for, and 2, I fell into a bit of grace. The difference between inches and moments, right? And so when you kind of start looking at it that way, you start having a whole different idea of humility, the whole different idea of what has me sitting in the condition I'm in the relationship I'm in, and the way I get to enjoy that with people, places, and things, and how I was incapable of that beforehand. I'll suddenly realize that God is doing for me what I couldn't do for others. I start getting phone numbers. People start inviting me out to places. I'm not getting locked up sober anymore. I'm not getting arrested. I'm not getting kicked out of roundups. I got kicked out of North Shore roundup, 6 security guards. A year and a half sober. You know, they had the Hyatt, they had 6 security guards, right? Nearly punched out the chairperson. I had to go make amends for it. And I was not, my sponsor said, you know what I mean? Continue to take personal inventory. I told him about it, and my sponsor said, now you got to go make amends. I didn't want it. My sponsor, Chuck, and 2 old-timers came with me. They said, keep your hands in your pocket and your feet on the floor. And Chuck was here. The other guy was here. And I walked up to the guy, and you think I wanted to say sorry for my conduct? So I walked up to him and I said, hey, look it. I want to apologize for the way I conducted myself, because my sponsor told me my life was on the line. Because I didn't serve me anymore, I served a higher purpose. And I diminished that by my conduct, and the people who seen me now were starting to avoid me. The new people were starting to stay away from me again because I looked like a loose cannon. So I diminished my standing in the community by my conduct. So I had to go my right. So I walked up to this guy, and before I walked up to him, I started praying. I said, God, give me the strength. I said, you know me. You know me better than anybody. You know I ain't going to do this. I said, give me the strength to do this, right? So chugging, and the guy, I had my hands in my pocket and like this. My feet are like anchored on the floor, and I walk up, and I'm trying to be, I said, look, I want to apologize for my conduct. He says, I hope so. I hope so. The way you were going on, and my shoulders went, and Chuck said, good enough. Turned around and walked me away, right? Walked me away because I didn't have a ticket. So how that came about, it looks like I'm sharing it anyways. How it came about was when I was living in 11 and this 10 and all this, like putting it all together because there's no sequence, there was a disturbance. It's something inside of me that drove me based on 6 steps. Step 6 stuff that had to do with a perceived embarrassment. So when I got into that car accident I talked about the other day, how great I was doing, right? That Subaru sports car, and things were great. I pinched my nerve in my back. I couldn't work. I was on disability, like welfare, like next to no money. It barely paid the rent, and I was trying to find work, and it was like a really humbling experience, the whole thing. And Chuck said, go ask them for a ticket to go into the roundup. So I'm not asking nobody for nothing. He says, you're going to go exhibit a bit of humility. You're going to go ask those people for a ticket. Okay. I went to the counter, and there was a lady there, and I talked really sheepish, and I was sweating because I was doing something I would have never done. And I said, look, I had this situation. I had this, I can't, I'm not working right now. I'm not going to go to the dance. Just my sponsor told me to come and ask for a ticket. I'm being quiet, right? And the guy screamed, we gave out enough tickets. We're not giving any more tickets out. That's it. Click. Yeah? I slap back, yeah? Now step 6 just showed up. It has me. Right? It has me. And this guy won't let go. He's just relentless. And there's a little escalator. He gets in front of me on the last. I said, I don't need your permission to go into a meeting. Told my girlfriend, come on. I get on. She's standing back. She's like, oh, he's ready to go again, right? So I get on the escalator. He gets on in front of me. And I said, hey, buddy, you have no idea what you're messing with. I said, God's giving you a bit of grace right now. I would take it. I would take this opportunity to rethink what you're doing, because I'm praying to God to be a new person, and you just want to be introduced to the old guy, don't you? I'm talking to him like that going up the stairs. Then he stops at the top of the escalator, and the people start piling behind me, and it pinched my nerve, and I blacked out emotionally, and I pushed him in the back like that. I don't know where I'm going. I know where I'm going there. And he stumbled forward, and I was behind him, and he turned around, and I was right there, and I was ready to put him out, and something stopped my arm like this. And I said, and it wasn't a person.
The nerve pain.
It wasn't a nerve pain either. Something stopped me, and I came to in that moment, and I went, bam, you're out of there. How do you feel now? And then I blacked out again, and I came to over in a crowd of people, and the security guards started coming up. This guy wanted to touch me. I said, I wouldn't touch me if I were you. I'd take that as a form of assault, and I'll defend myself accordingly. Then they all showed up. And I said, the same thing applies. Right? And then they walked me out of the place, and an old timer gave me a ticket. Right? I had a ticket to go in now. And I went and apologized to the guy. Right? The humility. I believe God intervened in that moment, so I had a different result. Something God did for me what I wasn't able to do for myself. Does that kind of make sense? I don't know how that happened. And I had the humility and all that to go through that situation. But Tony is still present, because you know what I did? I went and sat in the third row while he was introducing the speakers, and I hid my ticket. And I smiled. He looked at me, and I smiled at him, and I waved. How you doing? He was looking around for security, and then he realized his image was more important than continuing the conflict with me. And I've seen that guy many a times. He's never said nothing to me for the humiliation in that moment. So really, the inability to see how we affect other people sometimes and how they respond and how we set the ball rolling is really interesting. And to be able to take inventory when stuff happens like that, to pause and look back on and say, well, what's going on here? Why is this person reacting like that? Why am I reacting like this? And not to have an instinct-based response to life. Okay, go ahead. Continue for a lifetime.
When these crop up, we ask God at once to remove them. We discuss them with someone immediately and make amends quickly if we have harmed anyone. Then we resolutely turn our thoughts to someone we can help. Love and tolerance of others is our code.
Isn't that interesting? On the other page, every morning we ask for patience, kindness, tolerance, and love. So as we do our 9s and we start engaging with these people, places, and things, do you think the possibility of how you used to feel or how you used to think might represent itself?
Yeah.
As these things crop up, they're lying dormant. As they crop up, as they represent themselves, you have a moment to look at it how you used to, or bring God into it and not respond in the way you used to, and demonstrate something different than what you were capable of doing in the past. Now you're a demonstration of something greater than you. People are going, what's different about this guy? That's not the Tony I know. Like, wow, that's something different. There's something different going on about him. And I remember I was learning how to play baseball sober. I never knew how to play. I love sports. So this new idea of hanging out with people, baseball, Maritime have a baseball team. And so they're trying to figure out where to put me. So they put me in left field. And this is my baseball career, one game. The ball went over my head. They said, run for it. I said, you run for it. Huge ego. Like I didn't, because people were looking at me and I didn't want to look uncool. I'm not running for it. So I slanted over to the ball. I said, oh my God, what a train wreck. Right? But that wasn't the purpose of me being there. Right? I thought that was the purpose. Well, the purpose of me being there was when I was on the bench, I heard these two women talking. These two women talking were talking about their husbands and this profound change that they seen in their husbands. And they're both talking about that. And as they were talking, part of me says, I haven't experienced that. That's what I got from being in that moment. The baseball game had nothing to do with what I had to learn. From what they were talking about and what I was experiencing kind of disturbed me before this process. And then since I went through the process, I know exactly what they're talking about. I comprehend the word serenity and no peace. No matter how far down the scale I've gone, I can see how my experience can benefit others. Right? I suddenly realized that as a direct relation and proportionate to my relationship with God is my proportionate to be able to rise above the things within inside of me that used to cripple me, or the higher consciousness that have me living a different life. How cool is that, right? Okay?
And we have ceased fighting anything or anyone, even alcohol. For by this time, sanity will have returned. We will seldom be interested in liquor. If tempted, we recoil from it as from a hot flame. We react sanely and normally, and we find that this has happened automatically. We will see that our new attitude toward liquor has been given us without any thought or effort on our part. It just comes.
Okay, so you hear people saying these are the 10-step promises. Is that what it says? Huh? It says people say these are the 9-step promises. Does it say that in step 9? This is their experience as the result of doing 9. It's not the 9-step promises. They don't happen as the result of 9 steps. Right? Then you hear people say, these are the 10-step promises. People actually say, by the time you read this in step 10, these things should be happening. By this time, sanity will have returned. Is that what it says? By the time you read this, sanity will have returned? Does it say by the time you're at step 10, sanity will have returned?
For by this time, sanity will have returned.
Does it say by when? By this time? By what time? Does it say now? So here's where English matters. Here's where understanding. Here's where, by what time? This is understanding. If this is a text, what are they talking about? So, it says this thought brings us to step 10. This thought.
Let's look at
right?
step 8.
You'll be amazed before you're halfway through. Halfway through, amazed. The spiritual appendix says what usually takes place in a few months. What takes place in a few months is a psychic change of spiritual experience. Is these all different episodes or all a sequence? Do they happen simultaneously or individually?
Course of action.
They happen together, right? They're saying here, as the result of these steps, I could expect to experience this. Because if it happened as the result of 9 steps, how many people would do 10, 11, and 12? Nobody. So what they're talking about here, by this time, by what time? Well, look farther up. By the time we're halfway through, we'll be amazed. We'll suddenly realize that God is doing for us what we couldn't do for ourselves through the promises. Yes? This thought, right? And they're saying, well, continue, right? And our next function is to grow in understanding and effectiveness. What's to grow in understanding and effectiveness? It should continue for a lifetime. Somewhere along the line, we'll be restored to sanity. Do you know when you got restored to sanity?
I'm not there.
It'd be kind of gradual.
Oh, you got it. So now we're backing up again. What's the purpose of the steps?
Connection to power.
What's the byproduct? Psychic change of spiritual experience. Once I have a psychic change of spiritual experience, do I still suffer from alcoholism? No, that's why I've had to change. If I still suffer from alcoholism, what am I in danger of? Drinking, relapse, because I'm dealing with a malady that I can't see, feel, and touch. As long as this component is present, I'm the only one that don't know when I drink again. Yes? So I entered this idea that if I go through this course of action and get access to power and it creates a psychic change or spiritual experience, the problem gets removed. So if the problem's removed, is it still present? So what problem gets removed? The malady. So I no longer have an alcoholic mind. So what am I left with? I'm left with the human condition. Yes? That I need to grow. Every day I need to keep this connection that gives me the daily reprieve. Yes? Okay. So it's kind of interesting. So this idea that something happens without the rest of the steps don't make any sense. Right? Because, now ready? Let's look at this recipe. We're going to back up again. Okay. Our next function is to grow in understanding and effect. This is not an overnight matter. Should continue for a lifetime. Continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty. When these things crop up, we ask God to remove them at once. Sounds like step 6 to me, right? Or 7, whatever you want to call it, right? When these things crop up, it's a defect representing themselves, yes? Okay, right? Okay, we ask God, what do we say here? We ask God once to remove them. We discuss with another human being, make amends. Right? We do a 9, 8, and 9. We learned that recipe, yes? Right? If we have time doing, then we resolutely, right? Yeah. Turn our thoughts to someone we can help. Does that sound like step 12? Looking for someone we can help. What's our real purpose? To be of service to God, to fit ourselves to be of service to God and people. They just gave us the recipe. Just like in the fear thing, they give us the recipe, how to create a shift and how to be a service and how to tap into God's will for us. What's God's will for us? To play the role he assigns. When does the assignment happen? It happens in the present. It could only happen now. Yes? Mm-hmm. Right? So this is the recipe. This is the overview. So we're seeing step 10 is leading us to something. So the first part is step 10 is really continue, and the rest is all about my relationship with something greater than myself and how to create and keep this formula. Yes? And by this time, sanity will have returned. By what time? By the time I incorporate this relationship or this course of action, cleaning up the past, continuing this way of life, growing in understanding and effectiveness, right, of this relationship, growing in understanding and effectiveness. By this time, it's been removed. Then what usually takes place in a few months can seldom been brought about by years of self-discipline. So this is an overview, yes, of whose experience? Their experience. They're talking about their experience, yes? If it would have said this would have happened by the time we get to step 10, it would say that. By the time you get to step 10, you should be experiencing this. Sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly. They'll always materialize if we work for them. What's the work? Is how much am I bringing God into our lives? Okay, go ahead.
Back up here.
Yep.
Back at top of page 85. We will see that our new attitude toward liquor has been given us without any thought or effort on our part. It just comes. That is the miracle of it. We are not fighting it, neither are we avoiding temptation. We feel as though we had been placed in a position of neutrality, safe and protected. We have not even sworn off. Instead, the problem has been removed. It does not exist for us. We are neither cocky nor are we afraid. That is our experience. This is how
Whose experience? Their experience. Right? This is our experience. So long as what? Here's the disclaimer.
This is how we react so long as we keep in fit spiritual condition. It is easy to let up on the spiritual program of action and rest on our laurels. We are headed for trouble if we do, for alcohol is a subtle foe. We are not cured of alcoholism. What we really have is a daily reprieve contingent on the maintenance of our spiritual condition.
They say that a lot in here. A couple times. Contingent on what? Our next function is to grow in understanding and effectiveness, right? It's kind of interesting. Go ahead.
Every day is a day we must carry the vision of God's will into all of our activities. How can I best serve thee? Thy will, not mine.
All our activities. Have I learned how to do that yet? That's their experience. Now they're going to show me how to do that. This is the overall, what it looks like, the overall experience. But I need to learn the formula on how to do that, don't I? I entered the world of the Spirit. How do I develop an understanding and effectiveness? They're going to show me how to do that. Watch the wording. Go ahead.
We can exercise our will power along this line all we wish. It is the proper use of the will.
So they're going to show me how to do the proper use of the will to line my will with God's will? I got it back now. Here's your will. Do what you want with it. So it's the proper use of will. So I need to find an instruction manual how to operate this vehicle or to conduct myself in a manner that's safe for me and everybody around me. Yes? Right? Okay, go ahead.
Much as in our bottom of page 85. Much has already been said about receiving strength, inspiration, and direction from Him, who has all knowledge and power. If we have carefully followed directions, we have begun to sense the flow of His Spirit into us.
Begun. Where did this thing? We have had certain spiritualities, but we begin to have a spiritual experience. What step is that? 5. So this is a continuation of the reconfirmation that we've just tapped into this thing. Yes? Okay.
To some extent, we have become God conscious. We have begun to develop this vital sixth sense.
Begun. Vital sixth sense, this intuitiveness that happens inside of us, that life force that talks to us. Right? Ready?
We must go further, and that means more action.
Must go further. To stay put would mean our own demise. Resting on our laurels. Step 10 is resting on your laurels. You must go further. You won't survive you just by living by the first 9 steps. 10th step, there's really no instructions on it except we need to grow in understanding and effectiveness. This is not an overnight matter. Our next function is to grow in understanding of effectiveness. Yes? We've just read through 8 and 9. We've looked at it. They give us a conclusion of their experience. They give us a summary of the overview. Now, let's see the wording here. Go ahead.
Step 11 suggests prayer and meditation. We shouldn't be shy on this matter of prayer. Better men than we are using it constantly. It works if we have the proper attitude and work at it. It would be easy to be vague about this matter, yet we believe we can make some definite and valuable suggestions. When we retire at night.
What night?
Tonight.
Our name.
The night after what step?
5.
5. You finished your 5. You've tapped into this thing. You need to learn how to cultivate it and develop it. Is there a lull between step 5 and 11? They would have said so, wouldn't they? Yeah. After doing your 9s, after doing your 10 for a little while, now we think you're ready to start 11. When we retire at night, that night should continue for our lifetime. What should continue? This recipe that they're going to engage in. Go ahead.
When we retire at night, we can constructively review our day. Where were we resentful, selfish, dishonest, and afraid? Do we owe an apology? Have we kept something to ourselves which should be discussed with another person at once?
What will tell you that? Your consciousness will tell you that. Right?
Were we kind and loving toward all?
Oh, there's that word again.
Oh,
Jesus,
goodness.
kind and loving toward all. No wonder I don't like step 11. Can we go back to 10? And when I think there's a problem, just apologize for it? Keep concentrating on self? When everybody talks about step 10, how many people talk about their relationship with God in step 10? Hardly nobody. That's what I said. You hear people say, I do 10, 11, and 12. Well, if you're doing 11, you're doing all the steps. If you're just doing 10, you're just doing hardly none of the steps. Because you're just working on step 4 and 5, right? Okay, so here we go. I'm going to go from here.
Very good.
So they talk about here's a stream of things packed in life, but we must be careful not to drift into worry, remorse, or morbid reflection. That will diminish our usefulness. Watch out for the booby traps of your mind. Right? When these things happen, we engage spiritually prayer to sidestep these things, right? After making our review, we ask who? God for forgiveness and inquire what corrective measures shall be taken. That means what am I taking care of? I'm taking care of today's stuff. Today. It didn't say over the week, over the year. Today, after reviewing what? Our day. Right? I get in conflict with my wife. It took me a while to realize this. It says, what corrective measures shall we take? I never seen that for years. Meaning, what got me into this pitfall, this emotional booby trap, or this conflict with this person, place, or thing, how did I initiate it, and how could I avoid it in the future? We ask God for what corrective measures should take. So, with my wife, we used to have problems. I used to have problems around conflict, around finances, and just step 6 stuff. And what happens is I couldn't control my emotional nature, right? And it was causing her dysfunction and concern, right? It made her uncomfortable. My response, that's just not you, but it is. Like, I'm a big, so she goes, like, I don't like it when you talk or your energy around that. So I said, how can I fix it? So I had to step back, look at the situation, and realize when we start talking about this, I feel an energy shift happening. And what I do is I stop listening to her and I start talking to the energy shift. I start talking to the narrator that increases the energy. And I can't contain the energy anymore, and then I spew it toward her. What corrective measures can I take is, I said, hey, you know what? I have a problem in this area. Remember that thing I said about 16 points? All those points we've covered, and there's one still is my communication. I don't know why she thinks I have a problem with communication. She just listen. Okay, so and I can be overbearing and kind of self-centered. Huh? She's really insensitive. Okay. So I said, hey, look I have trouble in this area. I realize it caused you problems. I'm aware of it. I said, could you help me work through this stuff? So when I feel it coming on, do you mind if we stop and pray? Do you mind when we go to address this issue, if we can make an appointment to do it so I can prepare myself for it? Do you mind helping me walk through this stuff? And if I need to take a break, I could take a break, but I'll work through it because it's not you, it's me. Do you mind if we do that? She says, we can do it. First couple of times, I said, we need to stop here. I feel the energy, and I said, can we just stop? Took a breath, I said, God, and we prayed together. Right? And it took a little while, but now she says, hey, I need some money. I just write her a check for $1,000. Here you go. No, nothing. And she doesn't have anxiety asking for it anymore. Right? So I created a situation that I couldn't see I created, and so corrective measures, and that's in every area of my life is the same way. What can I have different? Having problems at work. Why are you having problems at work? Because you think the foreman's an asshole. You haven't at work yet, and you already created conflict with this guy. God, how can I look at this different? The guy's got a job to do. How are you helping him or hindering him? How can you be of service? God, help me be of service to this guy. Help me, regardless of what's going on in his life, to realize that he must be under a lot of pressure and for me not to add to it. In order to do that, I need to correct what's happening in my mind, yes, before I engage. So I correct it before it even becomes a problem. Right? And so how we do that is as we go through the day, right? So they talk about here, in thinking about our day, we may face indecision. We may not be able to determine which course of action to take. Here we ask God for inspiration and intuitive thought or a decision. We relax and take it easy. We don't struggle. We are often surprised how the right answer will come after we have tried this for a while. We just started here, right? What used to be a hunch or occasional inspiration gradually becomes a working part of the mind. What gradually becomes a working part of the mind is this recipe engaging with this power, right, and seeking counsel on a continuous basis. We may face the indecision during the day. That means I don't know what to do here. I pause. It says over here on the next page, as we go through the day, we pause when agitated or doubtful and ask for the right thought or action. Again, stop, pause, invite, redirect. Stop, pause, right? Redirect. So if I'm doing this, how much step 10 stuff will I need to worry about?
Less.
Way less. Some of that step 6 stuff is going to drive me and I won't be able to get a hold of it. It'll just happen and I go, whoa, I'll become more aware as time goes on. Right? So here's the summary. Ready? What most of us learn is called light switch sobriety. I'm working on this. I'm working on that. When I see there's a problem, I'll throw the switch and bring God into it in the morning. And at night, I'll turn the switch off. And alcoholism returns by the time I fall asleep and wake up. Every morning I wake up with untreated alcoholism. When did it come back? Lock the window. Right? So it's called switch sobriety. You know when you walk in your room, you turn on the switch? You utilize what it is, and then when you leave the room, that's the end of that relationship with what's happening there. That's the way most of us treat this thing. It's not a working part of the mind. It's convenient application when I feel necessary. The rest I'll take it because I'm working on me and my issues and my band and my child within. I'm busy working on me. Stage 1 recovery. Stage 2 recovery is more of on a timer. You know the timer? I'm working on my relationship with God. Seems to be peace and contentment. We've got the fire going, the lights are on, things are nice, it's comfortable in here. Yes? For a period of time. Then the lights will go off, like you hit that switch, dimmers go out, the fire goes out, and that's the end of this experience. That's the way a lot of our sobriety is. And it was reflected that in people, places, and things. And then the other one, the last one, what we're trying to achieve is a sensor within inside of us. You know what a sensor is? You know when you walk in the room, in the bathroom, what happens at night?
On auto.
The light comes on. So imagine if you had that in every area of your life. You go in, well, it looks dark in there. Oh, it looks like a problem in there. Oh, it looks like a potential problem. Oh, it looks like some step 6 stuff. Sensor becomes a working part of the mind. Hey, God, how can I be of service here? Hey, God, how could I put my grievances aside to be of service? Hey, God, that guy owes me money. How could I bypass that to see his life's worth more to me? Hey, God, that guy had a grievance toward me, or I had toward him the last time, but it's just coming back. How can I be of service? How can I be of help? Hey, God, this guy that begged me to lend him money doesn't have any. How I put myself in that position to put him in a position of uncomfortability by giving him something that I shouldn't have gave him in the first place. How did I create this situation? So when I see him, God saved me from myself, and see the higher purpose here, that his life may depend on how I treat him. And it's not worth the money that he owes me. God, help me do these things. And as I pray and I talk to the narrator, I start having a shift. God, how can I do these things? How can I bring this into all my affairs? And when I'm having problems, page 89 is go find somebody to work with. You know, my kids are taken away. I'm having a problem with my wife. I'm having a problem with my job. I can't get past me. I've been praying about it. I don't know what to do about it. Go find a new guy. Sit and talk with him for a little while. And you realize that he's praying for the problems you're complaining about. That you know what? Everything that you're complaining about may be just temporary. Right? And with time, these things will fix themselves with prayer. Because who are we trusting? We're trying to trust and rely on God. How does God work? I don't know how God works. It would just be a couple more minutes. If I'm trusting and relying on God, I've got to trust this internal voice, even though I may not understand the purpose of it. I don't negotiate with God when I pray. What that means is in the morning I say, how could I be of service? Well, you'll get marching orders as you go along. You'll be instructed as you go along, okay? When doubtful, I pause. Okay, God, what do you want me to do? I'm more in counsel with God than I am with myself. I practice the prayer of thank you. Thank you for this gathering. Thank you for my clothes. Thank you when I touch something that I own. Or thank you for the God. Try that prayer for a while. It's pretty interesting. Thank you. I try to remember what I feel discontented about. There's people that will never have the same benefit of what I'm complaining about, or the opportunity to enjoy what I've taken for granted. So can I have a constant grateful heart? Can I kind of realize what I'm living in, sharing in, that would have been foreign to me if I never found this course of action, if somebody didn't take the time to carry this message to me so I have the opportunity to share what they had. How grateful am I? Yeah, I could help the next suffering alcoholic. Yeah, I could be of service. Yeah, I could take time out of my day to do this. Yeah, I could do 3 big book study workshops a week after 34 years of sobriety. For 34, how long have you been doing workshops? 35 years. How many days a week? Every day I get an opportunity. All right? Why do you do it? Because of what I get. I tap into something, right? In this whole unify. So, this thing as, so remember, I found peace in every area of my life. Still some some quirks, but I trust God to that. I'm aware of those, and the people that know me are aware of those. The people close to me are aware of it. I used to suffer from severe night traumas. Severe, real bad. And I wasn't willing to take medication, so I just lived with them. I haven't had a night trauma in close to 10 years now. Night tremors. I mean, where I'd hurt myself or somebody else in the most black, was just pretty amazing. I used to be classified as a sociopath. But now, as you guys can see, I can hardly contain my emotions, and I'm going to go get my eyes checked on Tuesday. They keep on leaking. I don't know what's happening. I start thinking about my life. I'm like, because I've been given something that, do I deserve it? Hell no. But am I entitled to it? Yeah. Yeah, you know what? And we all are, right? We're entitled to a life beyond anything we could ever imagine. And our job is to help other people. So this one time I was praying, and they said, take a day job. I don't want to take a day job. Like when I work in the movie industry, I usually work on them. So I said, okay, I'll take a day. So I let the hall know. I said, someone said, take a day job. The phone rang and said, hey, can you show up at this location? It's just for the day. I don't want to do that. The other voice said, I never asked you what you wanted to do. I have this conversation inside of me, right? And I said, okay, I'll go do it. So I walk in the factory, huge warehouse, and in the middle of the warehouse, there's a pile of plywood, and there's a guy sitting on it. I can't see who it is. And I'm walking in, the lights are out, and there's just a section of lights on that section. And he goes, oh my God, I can't believe it. It's you. I got close. I said, hey, how you doing, man? He says, I can't believe this. He says, I was just sitting here praying for direction and help. He says, I was asking God, there's got to be something different for me than what I'm experiencing. There's got to be something different. And he says, you come walking in. Of all the people, you come walking in. We had a long conversation. Pretty wild, eh? And this guy's still sober, still living a good life. This other situation didn't happen with me. I heard it. This guy goes, man, I'm so excited. I just got a job just down the street from me, window cleaning. He says, I'm so stoked. And on the way to the job before me, he says, I can't believe it. They phoned me back and they dispatched me to a different location. So when it was beside you, it was God's will and you're blessed. Now that you got redirected and you got to go 20 minutes out of your way, it's not God, it's life doing this to me. See the perception? But he didn't know he was being dispatched to do God's work, because he still thought he was working for himself. So in that moment, he was in a grievance with life and what was happening and his attachment to the story. So he went and he was cleaning the building. And unbeknownst to him, there was a guy on the balcony smoking a cigarette with all these empties all around him. Dying of alcoholism, and he was talking to God, asking for help. And it's so situated that he parachuted right into the balcony and knocked him into the empties. What? What? That didn't happen. Okay. You're sitting here from something that didn't happen either, right? Think about it. This other time I'm in Belize. I'm over by the pool when I worked for that guy I talked about, the guy that had everything but he was missing everything, right? And I'm by the pool. Someone said, hey, go stand by the water, by the beach. So I'm not going to stand by the water. I'm talking to this water. I don't want to go stand by the water. Go stand by the water. So, okay, go stand by the water. And I stood here, said, no, not there, up a bit. I said, what? So I moved up a bit. I went, sorry, is here good? Right? He said, yes. How long do you want me to stand here for? Just stand there. Be in the moment. So I'm standing there waiting. And this guy is starting to, I see him in the distance. He's walking down the beach like this. Head down, looking at the ground. He's walking right at me. He became aware of me at the last moment. He goes, oh, how you doing? I say, hey, how you doing? He goes, oh, not good. He says, God's abandoned me. I said, what do you mean God's abandoned me? He says, I just got out of jail and they kicked me off the island, the main island. He was over on a small island. He says the church just communicated him and told him he was abandoned. He was an outcast. And he says he's thinking about ending his life. I said, let me tell you about God's grace and God's love. And we talked about it. And he got lifted up. If I didn't stand there, if I was resistance because I didn't understand that voice, what would have been the outcome of his life? What would have been the outcome of my life? If somebody didn't, what would have been the outcome of Bill's life? You see what we're getting at here? It's not for me to know. It's for me to just say, okay. And if I don't find out what that is, then maybe it was nothing. But maybe it's something that somebody's making a call somewhere. And you might be the only agent that's necessary, available to take that call. That's why you show up your hunger. That's why you show up these places, because people know you're there. So the last one, I'm in Hawaii. And sometimes inconveniences create the convenience of the situation. So not getting attached to what's happening to realize there must be a greater purpose to this. If I'm trusting and relying on God and he's marking my steps. Does that kind of make sense? That means I don't have to know everything that's happening, but I know it's for the greater good. So they said there was this meeting over on the island way down. It was like 20 minutes away. So I hitchhiked, walked, I got there. And it was like, yay, 7 o'clock at night. And I'm standing there waiting for this meeting to happen. The guy goes, oh no, it's 7 o'clock in the morning. Right? So I go all the way back home. 7 o'clock in the morning. So I get ready for the meeting the next day. Next day I get up early, 6 o'clock. I go all the way back there. I'm waiting for the meeting to start 7 o'clock in the morning. The guy, I don't know, same guy goes, hey, what are you doing? Waiting for the meeting. He says, oh no, it's a holiday today. There's no meeting today. God, like I'm nuts, right? I go home. I go to the hotel, up the stairs. My wife goes, you okay? There's no meeting today. I said, I'm just going to grab a cigar and go smoke a cigar by my palm tree over there where it's nice and green grass, everything's great. So I'm going down the stairs. I'm thinking about where I'm going to smoke my cigar at the palm tree. This voice goes, go over there. I said, I don't want to go over there. It says, well, go over there. Right? It was all rocks and volcano rocks, and it was uncomfortable, and the water was crashing up. So I want to go over. It's where it's nice. I said, I want to go over there. The voice said, no, go over there. Well, 3 times. I said, okay, fine, I'll go over there. I went and sat on the rocks. There was a museum with a big black rock, like a retaining wall. I'm sitting on the retaining wall smoking a cigar. I see this guy down the beach, and there's 2 breakwaters, right? And he's sitting on the volcano, and his hands are flapping in the air, and he's moving all over the place. He's having a moment down there, right? Like he's something going on with him. And I thought, isn't it interesting? So he gets up, walks past me, and he goes, hey, you want a snow cone? Snow cone. I said, where are you going to get a snow cone this time in the morning? He says, no, a beer. I said, no, I don't drink. He went by me. Why he kept the beer over there, right? You get it? The beer's over here in the thing. He grabbed the beer, walked by me, stopped. He goes, I don't know why I'm talking to you. He says, how you doing? He says, I'm down there arguing with God. He says, it looked like you were arguing with somebody. I said, how's it going? Who's winning? And he paused for a second. And he says, I live on the other side of the island. Something told me to come on this side of the island so I wouldn't run into anybody and sit here and contemplate my life. I said, oh yeah. He says, I used to be a member of Alcoholics Anonymous for 8 years. He says, I've relapsed. He says, I've lost everything. And I'm asking God why he abandoned me. I said, allow me to introduce myself. My name's Tony.R. God sent me here from Vancouver to talk to you. Right? And we talked at great lengths, and he was blown away. And I was blown away. What are the odds? He was on the other side of the island, questioning God about his abandonment. God says, I've never abandoned you. I've always been with you. But your inability to see this is what's causing you your problems. I'll send you one more person to talk to you. What you do with that information is entirely up to you. Right? And that's like this weekend. God sent you here, sent me here. We're all going to learn something from this. What we do with this is entirely up to ourselves. And how we pass this forward is dependent on the time and quality we spend studying it. The life that's available here is beyond anything you could ever imagine. You get to a point where You think about your life and you can't contain the gratitude that you have. And the things that you touch flourish. And the people that you meet, you pierce them in a way that wants them to be a better person. Come walk with us, abandon. Give freely what you find and join us as we trudge the road of happy destiny. May God bless you and keep you till then. And I love you guys. We're going to close with the Lord's Prayer, and we're going to feel the power. Let's feel what we're saying here. We'll hold hands. Let's feel the whole energy and association of that. Think about what we're saying. Think about what we're saying and praying and the impact it would have if we were to live even half of what we're praying for. Whose Father? Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. You ready for your last question? Let's see if you can get this right. Ready? Our next function is to grow in understanding and effectiveness. Whose job is that?
God's.
Listen to the question.
Ours.
Our next function is to grow in understanding and effectiveness. Whose responsibility is that?
Ours.
That almost hurt it a bit. Feel the unity in that? We're going to leave it at that. No more questions. Love you guys.